right.
All right, fingers crossed.
One interesting note here, that I've seen a lot of Amethyst Emerald builds recently which have gone away from Bonsai. That was a tech card that was in there for a variety of different reasons. And there's other 2 drops which some of these Amethyst Emerald decks are running.
YouTubes
but Jordan
and
here
Twitch.
with Bonsai in is indicating that this is a little...
Watching the North America
that are available to him, which are not
Lorcana
necessarily available to all
Championships.
Amethyst Emerald builds.
First match,
great
Brian,
play here, and Jordan's
the Rat
indicating, hey,
versus
I'm
Jordan
gonna go
Moore.
off to the races and force you, Brian, to respond to
winner
me,
of Disney
as I
Lorcana
try to
Challenge
push my work
Chicago.
Really great point.
Met
We
him
keep talking about
at
the Steel Song
the
deck as,
1K.
like, an aggressor, but when you look over at Jordan's list, he's
I
got
played
so
at.
many ones
Very
and
nice
twos
guy.
that Quest for 2
And he's on
that
Amber
he
Steel.
actually might just be
Diggity
the first
hole.
matchup. This deck can do some
Jordan on purple,
heavy questing
green,
early
the deck
in the game.
colors that
Brian
he
Cortade
used
went ahead
for
and played
Chicago.
Lawrence on 3, one of the best 3 drops in his deck. It's just a 4/4 while it has no damage on it. It does quest for 2, and no quest from the Piglet here because he doesn't want that to get challenged into just yet. So pass
feel
over
like
Jordan.
Brian had a
You will see this
Calhoun,
quite a lot
so
of the
the,
Amber Steel decks. Sometimes they'll just build
more
up a big
favored
board
of a
before they
match.
really start moving in on the questing.
That's true, but I don't think that's where you really want to be with this Amber Steel deck. Once you start getting into turn 5 against any Amethyst deck, you have some fun removal options which are presented. One of them is Elsa, which can come into play, exert one of your characters, and allow Jordan to start taking control of the board. There's also Bell, Accomplished Mystic, which starts becoming available, which allows you to shift around damage counters. And so the longer you wait to start pushing your lore total with this aggro deck, the more of a back foot you're going to be on. But yeah, Brian, unfortunately, based on what is on the board, is forced into to build his board before going questing.
A really, really great point there. I think there's a big 5-drop at each side, too. If we go back over to Brian Cortade's side, he's got Kita in his deck as well. Usually, we don't know that for sure, but usually these builds have 5-drop Kita in it. And if you were to play that, it would shrink the entire board. Usually, power wouldn't be on any character left over, or almost any character left over between these 2 decks. And that allows him to kind of just quest out one turn, pass back over to his opponent, and quest out again. And if the boards are big installed this way, if you're the first one to be questing, that could be game winning.
That's true. I mean, with a big board, Kita can create some huge swings there and preserve your characters. But I do think, you know, in this particular matchup, I want to talk about a particular term, and that's inevitability, which is something that you may hear from us throughout the weekend, or that I'll talk about. But in this matchup, inevitability is with the Amethyst Emerald deck, and that is, if the game goes very, very long, the Amethyst deck is most likely to win based on the card draw and a lot of other tools it has available.
Really great turn here for Jordan. He does play that hit Cloud Kicker here to return the Piglet to Brian's hand, followed it up with Chernobyl's followers, and then quite a bit of questing here, all the way up to 7.
Not looking good for Brian.
Early game, big lead for him here.
Not
that
having
a big effect on the fact that he's taking away
Calhoun again would be
only characters that
so
can
helpful
challenge from Brian's side. He's all got left.
1, it avoids the
that
kit.
can challenge pretty
2,
well.
it
I
can
guess the
eat
Cinderella
the
could
curse.
challenge into the curse.
Pretty much eat everything.
Cost Brian a card here as well. So Jordan pulling out to an early Lord lead and putting Brian into a tight spot.
Yeah, Brian has to start thinking about answering some of these threats. Merfolk is an easy challenge where something can survive, and especially we'll talk about Doc again. You know, Merfolk is going to force you to discard cards from your hand in order to then draw cards. And so if he is forced to discard down a little bit, Doc will allow him to recharge later. But here's a fun card that's been really popular this set. It's 7 Dwarves Mine.
7 Dwarves Mine. Not a fan
this
of
one
it.
will give you a lore
What up,
every turn,
Thanos?
but it does have the 2 move a character here.
Not a
You
fan
move
of the
character,
mine.
the first one you move one
Mortal
turn
Kombat
will
1
deal
is
1
at
damage to an
Evo
opposing
2025,
character.
January
If it's a
14th.
knight,
Are you going to live
which
stream
all
Evo?
of the dwarves are, it would be 2.
Wait, is it Evo
So
January
1 damage
14th?
might go over
Is
to
it
the
that
first
soon?
Merfolk that would remove it, and since it's not
It's
a
like
challenge,
later in the year.
no card has to be discarded here. Also, let's point out that Brian's deck does have cards like Lilo, which aren't the worst cards to discard ever.
Whoa, Cage is
No,
going
that's
on
true,
with
because you can bring him back,
championships.
later. A little escape artist escapes from your discard pile.
Does look like he's going to go ahead and take care of that Chernobog's followers. And then he's
I'll
going
try
to
to stream
challenge
it.
over into that hyena. That
But today we're streaming the North American Lorcana Championships.
One of those docks, because I think he picked up a second copy here as well, setting up for possibly another very powerful dock or Dwarven Mine turn next turn.
Well, look at this. What a swing here. And it's kind of the power of Dwarven Mine allows you to clean something up your opponent didn't expect. So now Jordan's board looking a lot slimmer. And yeah, we've gone from a wide board here to something a little bit more narrow.
Yep, 2 challenges, 2 characters gone for Brian Cortade. Only 1 damage left over on that hit Cloud Kicker. And then a Merlin Goat, which is going to get him Another lore here after questing, so Jordan's up to 8. He does have one of those Madam Mim bounce characters in his hand as well, so this
You
goat
finished
might
it
be
on
questing
2? Not
for
yet.
quite a
We
lot
will
this
be
game.
finishing
Well,
it.
so and
We will be finishing
Goat's
it.
a great card to play here. Usually, we don't like to play Goat this early in this matchup, in this deck. There's a lot of other things you'd like to do in turn 4. Genie is one of the most powerful cards in the game right now. That's a card you'd love to play in turn 4. But what Goat's being used for here is the strength, showing that Jordan is concerned about that mine and its ability to continue to remove his characters. And so getting a 4-strength character on the board allows him to deal with that mine a lot more efficiently.
Yep, Pete brought out by Cortade. He's going to move that over to the 7 Dwarves mine, finishing off that kit, leaving just the Goat and the Ursa left over on Jordan's side. But that big 5-drop that you had talked about, Elsa, has made its way into Jordan's hand. Looks like we've got a quest for 2 here from Jordan. Looks like we might be taking... Are we going to take the snake line of pick up Goat? Oh, we're going to pick up the Ursula and redo the Ursula. I don't mind this either. It looks like the last card, though, is a dock, so no song there.
Oh, and you have it. Wait.
Yeah,
I
so
want
Jordan,
I
I think, valuing the information there, perhaps picking the song, but definitely wanting to see what Brian's playing with. Brian has set up kind of the perfect time to use dock. Oh, he draws another dock. Ideally, you would have liked to draw an Inkable there, which you could dump into your Inkwell before playing dock.
Oh, that was a happy. They look so close.
Nope. 2 docks. So interesting there. He played the dock. He chose not to use its ability. It is a May ability, so chose not to discard there. Then playing the dock, drawing 2 cards off of it, discarding his hand of 0, and now we have 2 knights on the board, which make that mine train a lot more threatening.
Let's see how Brian wants to play out this turn. He's still got some ink left over. Can maybe move one of these dwarves over the dwarven mine. Nothing to really get a good... You put some damage onto something, but it wouldn't finish off either one of these characters. So let's see if he picks something that he wants to deploy instead. He does have that Daisy. Ooh, he's got a rope. Well, that is a very powerful card in these matchups.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a tough spot here for the Amber Steel deck. You know, Jordan, due to racing out ahead to 11 lore, which is what these these Emerald Amethyst decks can do, has forced Brian into a defensive mode. And so Brian has to think about keeping that board under control, which is forcing him to devote resources to that rather than resources to advancing his lore total. Here we have another fantastic card in the Amethyst packages. You're going to see this card all weekend, and that's 5-drop Elsa, the 5th spirit, which when it comes into play, exerts a card on your opponent's side of the board, or a character on your opponent's side of the board. It also has Rush and Evasive.
Actually, this is great.
Option available in these
Run Daisy into Snake, take 3 damage, heal it with Rapunzel, draw 3 cards.
Having one of these really, really powerful turns, he does have that.
So then you can replenish your hand. Right now his hand's looking...
Maybe run it into the Madam Mim Snake, put 3 damage onto it, and drop the full 3 cards here from this Rapunzel. Though that Elsa is still looming, it's an evasive threat that he's going to have to deal with. And it looks like we're going to be starting out with, exactly that play here. 1 damage on the Snake,
play I would do.
3 damage on the Daisy.
Bada bing,
but we're going to draw 3 cards
draw
here.
3.
The full value Rapunzels always feels so
it
powerful.
It does, doesn't it?
I always
Is
feel
that
like
John Silver in the deck? Oh, shoot.
Rapunzel, a fantastic card that's been around since set 1. It was one of the best cards then. It's still a fantastic card, and it's still played in the meta to this day.
Kita.
Yep, ink from Brian here going to allow him to move one of the knights over, finish off this Madam Mim.
The
very
snake.
impactful
Snake is
turn
gone.
for Brian here. He's still at quite a bit of a disadvantage in lore. I think he's questing up to 4.
Well, that turn was very good for him.
But his opponent's already on 13.
Yeah, that mine responsible not only for all of Brian's lore so far, I think, but I think distributing at least 4 damage now. We see the power of that mine. It's just a threat that sits on the board and continues to pester you until you deal with it.
Another goat here.
Oh yeah, Jordan's just trying to race to 20 now.
And now we're getting
another lure and pass back over.
They're getting dangerously close to the end game here. Goat represents another lure on board, is either going to quest or be removed, going up to 17. And one thing that a lot of the Amethyst packages are running now is not only the Goat, which give you lure when they enter play, but you also have White Roses available, which give you a lure when they enter play. So as soon as these Amethyst packages get up to 16, 17, 18 lure, you're a top deck or 2 away from losing the game, even if you manage to gain control of the board.
Absolutely great point. Back over to Brian here. A lot of Storm Rage on a Pete, Elo. How does he want to play this turn? No amazing targets for the Storm Rage on. He could put 2 more damage on the Elsa, but then let's say the Happy is no longer in play, so he doesn't have anything with evasive to challenge down the Elsa. I guess you could put some damage on the Ursula and maybe take that out.
It's just a tough position to be in. There's not a lot of great options available.
Yeah,
You know, Brian does have a card there that's a little interesting. There's a John Silver there. I believe that's a 3-drop, and when it comes into play, it says that one of your opponent's characters can't challenge during their next turn. It's not going to slow down the lore gain, though. It's real. It's a defensive card to protect your side of the board, and gosh, just being so far behind, there's not a lot of good options here.
Yeah, I think you kind of hit it exactly there. The challenging is not really what Brian's worried about right now. He's the one that's super far behind. With Jordan being at 16 and there's a goat in play, you're always worried that, you know, this goat might be able to get something like 2 or 3 more lore next turn, and he might be able to finish the game off and get to that 20 next turn. So Brian really thinking about how can I possibly slow this down as much as possible.
Yeah, so I mean, we have some draw available here. We can Let the Storm Rage on, see another card to look for some outs. So that's one thing we may see. Put a little more damage onto a character, which will allow you to, and there it is.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be singing Let the Storm Rage on. I was going to say, you might be able to put 2 more damage on the Elsa, maybe move something over to the Dwarven Mine, finish that off, then maybe kind of clean that up from there. And like, let's see what card we draw here as well. Some things might change. Is that a second Dwarven Mine?
It's a second Dwarven Mine, which is not
actually a second Dwarven Mine's kind of good
here.
Because he can make Doc do the dance between the mines and deal 4 damage.
But it's just not really enough. But what it does allow you to do is play this. Let's talk about this fun game here. One of the things about locations is once you move a character to a location from the field, it can't leave the location back to nowhere. And so once a knight makes it onto a location, if you only have one in play, it's stuck there, as we see Doc is. But if you get a second location in play, then you can start to move your knight back and forth between the locations, activating each one once each turn. So that's a total of 4 damage you can distribute using a knight. So great combo to have on board here. It might be a little
deal
too
2 damage.
Yeah, so it looks like he's going to put 1 damage on the Ursula from the Daisy Duck. That allows Doc to move from the first 7 Dwarves Mine to the second 7 Dwarves Mine to finish that off. And if he wants, he can move another character to the first mine, because that would be the first time this turn someone's moved there, if I remember correctly. Then that would do 1 more damage left over. See if he wants to do that.
He can actually move the knight back to do another 2 damage.
Sure. However he wants to do it, yeah. Looks like he's going to move the Daisy over. I was going to say, I don't think there's a difference, really. You know, as long as Doc doesn't get challenged down, you can keep moving him every turn here. Jordan's still left over with that goat, though, and that is a little bit scary. Looks like we're going to go ahead and quest here with the Doc. If you get challenged from Jordan, I think you're happy if he's not questing.
Yeah, so here, that mine is actually a very impactful draw, allowing you to clear a little bit more off here. Jordan, is he top decking here? I don't see.
Yeah, I think he is.
He is.
Snap.
So
Jordan's
here we go.
top decking.
I mean,
he needs like
inevitability
a snake
again is
to do
here
some
that
bounce
goes to the quest.
shenanigans.
If again, when it's removed, it'll represent another lore. And
Oh
my goodness! Oh my
another
goodness!
goat. It might be a wrap.
Jordan, man, that's one of those top decks that you get, and you're
then that's over, because if the goat dies, he gains a lore. His 2 goats, they both die. He goes to 20.
Both goats
so,
being removed is
Brian literally needs to win this turn.
What a top deck!
That's crazy.
Yeah, because I was actually wondering if you don't draw something like exactly goat there.
Happy New Year, mates. I haven't been here when you did your first stream. All good, man. All good.
You can attack down this goat, let you gain the lore off that, but then with the 2 mines, be able to move characters around so much that you'd never be able to quest again for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the lore on the board, there's 7 lore represented with what Brian's showing, and he has a grip of cards here to drop a few more characters, so he really is 2 turns away from winning. There are a few draws that Jordan could have picked up that wouldn't have been impactful, which would have allowed Brian to steal this game. Getting that goat off the top deck, though, is literally, it's drawing the game. You draw that card, and you're like, I've got it.
Yeah, I think like that, and maybe just Elsa being a 2/5 might have been the only cards that would have.
Yep, and Jordan takes the first game. Top deck goat. Can't beat it. Can't beat it.
TCG is so exciting. Or there's these moments where people draw like the exact card they need, and you're like, well, I don't know. But it takes skill, because that player knows their outs. They're playing the game towards those outs. They know what cards are in there, their percentage chance of drawing them, and playing a perfect game to set up that draw at the exact right time.
Yeah, absolutely, you know, because we saw the purple-green deck get out to like kind of an early start and had a huge lore lead, which makes those top decks so much more impactful. Brian Cortade was having to play, since he was on the draw, having to play the kind of, I need to control the board here. And the mines were just maybe 1 turn a little bit too late. You know, if you got to maybe do that a little bit sooner in the game, he maybe could have taken control that much faster, but we will never know. It does sound like they're going to be ready for game 2 here pretty fast, so we're going to go head back down to the feature match area and get that game started.
Lorcana also live? Yeah, this is live right now.
So multiple things going on here. So first, we're going to get to see this aggro deck on the play now. So you're going to get to see this deck unleashed. And in the right draw, there are decks that draws hands that Brian can have, which make this deck almost unbeatable on the play. Another note, last game, Jordan, there's a temptation, I think, when you're playing against these aggressive Amber Steel decks to take the control line right from the start, to lock down the board and then win the game. Jordan in that first game chose not to go that route. He says, I'm not scared of your aggro lines, and went very aggressive, pushing his lore total fast and keeping Brian on the back foot the whole game.
One thing I'm a little interested here in the early hands is I see a song in Brian's opening hand. They're a little bit better to keep on the play if you have a Cinderella in your hand. So I'm very interested to see if he's going to get rid of this Strength of a Raging Fire or not in his opening hand, because it can be pretty good in this matchup, right? Like, removal is great in the character-on-character matchups, but again, you're worried about getting Ursula on turn 2 yet again from Jordan. And if you don't have a Cinderella, you won't be able to sing it fast enough to keep it from getting Ursula on turn 2. But if you do have that Cinderella, you can keep it in your opening hand and make sure that your opponent doesn't have a chance to do that.
Yeah, so great point. We talk about play-draw disparity here, and that line you talked about with the Cinderella at the Storm Rage on is a perfect example. On the draw, we saw it used. It's good. But when you're singing it at that point, your opponent, because they've gone twice, has established 2 characters on the board. So even though you get to remove something and let the Storm Rage on replace itself, it's not quite as impactful as doing it on the play. When you're coming back to turn 2, you're removing your opponent's only character. That card is replacing itself, and now you're up to a board of 2 characters when your opponent has none. Huge difference there in terms of that play on the play and on the drop.
Yep, looks like Brian just went ahead and kept. I think he might have just kept all 7 here.
Yeah, so one of the things that... looking at the key cards in that hand, we see Daisy Duck. Daisy Duck is a 1/4, a 1-drop. Here we see it in play. It's a fantastic early aggro card. It's very well statted. The downside is when it quests, your opponent can look at the top card of their deck, and if it's a character, they put it in their hand. But it's a very powerful card because there's not a lot to deal with it early on.
Daisy's not a great card in this matchup, seeing as Jordan probably runs all characters.
Brian's sitting with another one in his hand. So what we're going to see here is a very, very aggressive line. Brian's going to close out this game quickly if he can. One of the reasons I think he chose not to mulligan a decent amount is because you're sitting with 2 uninkable daisies. If you draw into another couple uninkables, it's not great. Here we have a Smee, which is another great turn 2 play. This is going to be an aggressive line.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Brian's going to play this out. Is he going to play the 2-drop on 2 and then maybe a 2-drop plus that second Daisy on turn 3 to utilize his ink as much as possible? Or does he want to just be super aggressive with his daisies? Does look like a kit gets added to Jordan's hand here off of that quest for 2, a card that can actually interact a little bit here, but we're a few turns off of that happening.
I mean, it's a fantastic card to get off the top of this deck. Jordan is looking for a few key cards in his mulligans, especially on the draw. One of them is perhaps an Ursula to pick an early song, but really you want board control. And so Kit Cloud Kicker, Madam M, Fox are 2 cards that you really want to be able to gain some the board back on turn 3. So getting that kit off the top deck is huge. Yeah,
here's a play, maybe, Brian, that I was wondering if it were going to happen or not. That song went ahead and went into the ink here on turn 2. Love that from him, kind of, shielding it away from the worst possible draw. And as we see, here's that Ursula on turn 2 from Jordan, and it's going to be a swing, and it's going to be a miss.
Yep, that song, I mean, that's one of the considerations with the song, sending it into the inkwell is thinking I might get it picked this turn, better ink than in my discard pile, and that was the perfect thing to send there.
I believe
good heads up play.
This is a best
Back over to
2,
Brian for turn 3.
right?
We're setting up a 5 lore quest here on turn 3, which is exactly where Brian wants to be.
Yeah, players tied at 2 here right now, but that's going to change very drastically here. We've got 2 from Brian. Go ahead and start off with that. Just get all the information because Jordan's going to hit at a very high rate in this deck. I think he has maybe 2, 3, 4 misses in his entire deck here.
Yeah, these Amethyst Emerald decks do not play a lot of actions and songs, really at all.
From the other side, maybe.
And frankly, Friends has started to work its way out of favor in a lot of these builds.
Not even 4-ubs if they're even playing it.
Exactly. And so you're going to hit characters most of the time in these Amethyst Emerald decks.
Yep, Pete's going to go ahead and jump into the Inkwell here, giving Brian an option for 3 ink this turn. A lot of options here. He's got a 1-drop and multiple 2-drops in his hand here. How does he want to play this?
How's the YouTube stream looking?
Want to set up? Does he want to get one of these knights in play? to
If
possibly
you're watching this on
the
YouTube,
seven
can
dwarfs
we get
mine
a
next
thumbs
turn.
up?
Well, you'll definitely want to drop a
Or
character here in order
confirmation that
to
the
set
stream's
up that
looking good.
3 lore
Usually
quest
when
for the
I try to
Piglet.
stream on Twitch and YouTube at the
We
same
are going to
time,
go with a happy,
something blows
set
up.
up that quest. So Piglet's going to quest for 3.
I always need to see how much ink they pay for the characters because Happy and Doc in hand look exactly the same.
They're very similar. And I bet
Yeah,
we're
they
gonna see
really
that
should
Smee
have made
here.
their positions a little
Looks like we
different.
might be
Doc
getting-
and Happy
I
are
was
both
saying,
like
just considering the
one
location
hand
here
up.
for a moment.
Hey,
Looks like he's
what
going
up,
between the
guys?
location and the Smee. It looks like the location
is
is
the
going to win
location.
out. It's very, very hard for this location to be taken down this turn. In fact, I don't know if they could possibly do it even with a snake. And there's a lot of options that are better for Jordan possibly to take care of. Maybe one of those Daisy Ducks or that Piglet are a bigger problem here. I'm sorry, a Fox. I apologize.
Yeah, it's an interesting play here. What the problem here for Jordan is, as you suggested, you're going to have to devote a lot of resources to getting rid of this 6 willpower location, so it's going to sit there for quite a while. It does give Brian some options to do a little bit of damage if he moves the Happy over there. He does have a Knight in play. But again, Brian's not really playing the control role here. He's playing the beatdown role. And so that Mine Train, though, represents probably 3-4 lore by the time it's finally removed.
Yeah, it's a really good point. You know, how much lore would he have gotten from playing a 2-drop here? And that one might have been able to be interacted with something like Kit, you know, Cloud Kicker or something here. But instead, he's going to put this Dwarf's Mine in play that is going to be a problem for multiple turns down the line. Doesn't have to put any more rethings in it. Doesn't have to do anything else like that. And then it also helped him clean up this board quite a bit from Jordan as well. It picks off Curse Merfolk really well.
So a couple interesting notes here. I said Friends had fallen out of favor a little bit. Jordan is running it. I actually like that card a lot in this build, a lot. So I'm glad to see him running it. But there we have the Fox. That's exactly what you want to do in turn 3. It's either a Kit or it's a Fox. Here it's the Fox coming down, bouncing the Merfolk, and then challenging into that Piglet, removing that threat. Jordan here, now that turn 3 has opened up, has some options to deal with this board state.
And we saw the power of Seven Dwarfs Mine in game 1. It wasn't able to win the game for Brian, but we saw the beginnings of what we were talking about, how powerful it could be in a matchup like this, and it is going to flex its muscles in this game for sure. It is up a lot sooner in the game. It's going to be very impactful. Jordan, ooh, a Merlin Crab out of Jordan's hand. That's a very interesting one in this matchup as well. Helps you take down Seven Dwarfs Mines and Daisy Ducks, 2 cards that are giving him problems on Brian's side of the board.
Yeah, so great point in the Mines. Mines will, I mentioned it earlier, we talked about how it's going to be used for lore quite a bit, but now it is set up, removing that Fox, so great card to get on the board. It does give Brian some options here to remove some of these threats. And another note, Jordan not only has 1 Fox, but he has 2 Foxes. And there's nothing worse than getting your opponent in a Fox loop where they're bouncing these rush characters, challenging with a Fox, bouncing the Fox, and then challenging again. If that line was available to Jordan here, he could put 4 damage on the Mine, bounce the Fox, and then challenge an exerted character like Daisy. But if we can take care of that Fox, it prevents that line.
It looks like Brian's going to go with another 1-drop here. It's going to be a second Daisy here. This does allow him to move one of his characters over. Still get that 2 ink left over. And I got to believe it's going to be one of the Daisies, not the Happy just yet. You might want to keep around the 2 damage option, possibly. Let's see. It looks like, no, he's just going to advance his board a little bit more. Looks like a Smee is going to get advanced here.
I mean, this is the aggressive line. Even if we take care of the Daisy, now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lore on the board. If the location's not taken care of, that's 6, which would go to 14 lore this turn. But we do have the Happy challenging into the Fox. That gets rid of that Fox loop we talked about. And now we have 5 lore left on the board next turn.
Yeah, I think
if that Daisy's.
Yeah, I think you mentioning that he's got what 2, 4, 6, 7 lore left over for Brian Cortate here going to the next turn. It's just the max lore play from him here, and he's going ahead and cash that Happy in to take care of that Fox. So he can't do those loops that you were talking about. Luckily for Jordan, like you said, he's got a lot of other ways to kind of pump these characters along with 1-drop. So he's got Crab, got multiple more Foxes, and he's got these followers. So lots of cheap characters for him to be able to pick up and use as the game goes on. So he's not out of it just yet, but he's pretty far behind. Brian Cortate with 11 lore, Jordan sitting at the 5. Got a repeat of game 1, except the roles have been reversed here.
Yeah, and a great play here. You know, there was a line available with the Fox where you could challenge and then bounce the Fox and challenge with the Fox. A lot of people do that, but Jordan here able to establish, 2 characters on the board using Merlin Crab to make Ursula Deceiver a dangerous challenger. And now, of course, Crab's established on the board, enabling you to challenge with it, bounce it back to hand, give something challenger, and play the Fox. That's a lot of damage, a lot of that Jordan then is able to distribute. And so we see him really get a handle on the board here.
Yeah, he can do all kinds of things with these Crabs. It looks like the Smee is going to move over to the Seven Dwarfs Mine, going to pick up his pickaxe and deal 1 to that Chernobog's followers. Get that off the board, so no cheap pickup for Jordan here. I like the idea of... How do you like the idea of keeping the higher cost characters in play for the purple decks.
The higher cost character. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, sounds
I
good.
like the idea of like making sure you take care of the cheap stuff. Is that more important? So they only, if they do have to pick something up for say another box or a snake or something like that, they have to pick up something that costs more.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely consideration, a huge consideration, because you want to restrict the things that they can do on their turn to one or two things. But it's also the enter play effects. There's a lot of cards in this Amethyst Emerald deck that have enter play effects, and you don't want them to use that over and over again. And so getting those off the board is important. One thing I will note here is we see the lore totals tick higher. Eventually, we'll get to the point likely where Brian's going to be trying to drop high lore characters on the board to kind of close out that last 2 or 3 lore. And Jordan, the only removal options Jordan's going to have available are likely either a Cloud Kicker to bounce stuff back, which he has in his hand, or Elsa, the 5th Spirit. And so with the 2 kits in hand, that is something that Jordan was happy to have, because a lot of these questers are lower power, except for cards like Smee. But Jordan hoping here, I think, to draw into an Elsa to prevent Brian from closing down the game that way.
You see Brian taking his time here, trying to make decisions. Does he want to challenge here? Does he want to quest? It looks like one of those 2 things is happening. We'll have to see which one. Maybe thinking about that, hey, look, what's the best plays that my opponent could do next turn? There's multiple plays. Multiple play with Foxes that could happen. We're going to be coming back to the booth here in a second. Multiple plays with Foxes that could happen. Multiple plays with Elsas. I mean, how many cards does he have in his hand? Like, I think 9 or 10. He's drawn a card every single time off the daisy here.
He has a million.
Multiple kits as well. So maybe Brian's thinking, I've got to get as much lore as I can, because I might not have the chance later because of those kits.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, inevitabilities with the Amethyst Emerald deck. At some point, Amethyst Emerald takes control of the board, and the aggressive Amber Steel deck stalls out. So Brian definitely trying to think about closing this game down in the next few turns, gather as much lore as possible, and get in a scenario where I'm dropping a character every turn, and my opponent, Jordan, has to deal with that threat, or else I win the game. And you do that enough turns, and eventually Jordan runs out of answers.
Yeah, it seems we've got a small little technical difficulty that we're just working our way through. It's the first round of the day. We're going to be getting back to this game as quickly as we can. Love this matchup between these 2 decks that we're seeing early. We saw the metagame challenge. Now we're seeing some of the decks that maybe weren't the exact top of that meta, but we're seeing some very, very good players that have chose these decks and know these decks really well as well. And like I said, this matchup, it's got a little bit of extra to it here. This is a finals rematch from Chicago.
A grudge match, if you will.
Yeah. Maybe we can start having those grudge matches at Lorcana. Yeah.
Right? Yeah, we should do that.
We should not have those grudge matches because this is a Disney game.
Early on that
No
this
violence,
Amber Steel aggressive deck, or Diggy Diggy Hole, as some people have called it, can do well on the draw, and they can. One thing I want to note in game 1, though, Brian not only was on the draw, so on a little bit of the back foot in terms of trying to race ahead, but his draw was not ideal. There's a couple things that kind of didn't go his way in terms of the draw that set him back that game. One was having multiple docks in the hand early, which kind of restricted his options because they're uninkable. You kind of want to get those later. Pete, I think we had 2 or even 3 of in that first game.
Yeah, not
Pete
as impactful.
Not impactful in this matchup at all. At best case scenario, you're shutting down a friend's, or perhaps a mother knows best if somebody's running it, which not many people are. So Brian, unfortunately, that game, not only having to be in the control role because of how Jordan raced ahead, but getting a lot of cards which he didn't necessarily want to see in this matchup, which, I mean, he was never able to get ahead there. So this is a deck, as you suggested, that can win on the play and on the draw. Really good in the play, not quite as good in the draw, but just didn't get what he needed game 1.
Yeah, I think we're seeing one of the power, or some of the power of some of the new cards that have been added in this, and not just from Azure, but from sets before that's kind of unlocked the power of cards from set 5, where we're seeing the Knights, right? We're seeing Doc, we're seeing Happy be very impactful because of the card 7 Dwarves Mine. We're seeing how impactful it can be in matchups where characters matter. 7 Dwarves Mine, still pretty good sometimes against, say, the blue-red decks, right? You might be able to finish off something they challenge with, or, you could pick off, like, the 3-drop Sisu early, which is something that could be impactful because you don't want them to have the shift line. But also having something sit around is, gain a lore every turn, and, you need a Maui to take care of it, and then your other characters are sometimes more important. But in the matchups where it's character on characters going on and you're going to have challenges, the Diggy Diggy Hole deck doesn't challenge super great, right?
No.
Like, Lawrence is good at it, right? But Daisy Duck, not super great at challenging. Some of these early drops, Piglet, not super great at challenging. You've got 1/4s, little 2/2s, things like that. And when you add in the power of 7 Dwarves Mine, it finishes off a lot of the characters without having to challenge multiple times. And you're seeing the power of it here in this matchup. So it sounds like we're having a little bit of a problem solving here. So we're gonna go ahead and take a look at that metagame breakdown that we talked about a little bit.
But I want to get into more action.
I don't mind at all. There's so many things I wanted to talk about here that we cut away from. No, this is great. So what we're seeing now is we're seeing, we talked earlier about Amber Steel and how we could see Steel Song or this aggro version in this meta, and seeing right away that Brian Cortade, a previous challenge winner, choosing to bring in the aggressive version of Amber Steel. And so I'd be really interested to see how that banner's broken down between those two decks.
I'd like to see like which decks are running aerial and which decks are not. You know, which decks are running a whole new world and which decks are not, because that's where the difference is, right? Like, it's where we're going with the songs. The version that we're talking about, where it's the more aggressive version, the one that we're seeing here in the hands of Brian Cortade, plays usually at the max 8 songs. You know, 4 and 4 of the 2 that we've seen. If you're going to the other version, you're seeing 3, 4 songs maybe. I've even sometimes seen like a 1 of as a 5th different song. And then you're seeing 10, 12, 14, 16 different songs in the deck.
10 blurple players, blue,
Cinderella
purple.
in 1, Ursula in 2, or Ariel in 3 are actual problematic cards. These are cards that will destroy you if you leave them on the board too long. They will be an actual problem. In this version of the deck that we're seeing from Brian, sometimes Cinderella in 1 actually just quests for 1 a couple times in the game, or it immediately eats a removal spell from your opponent because it's usually so... what's the right here? So threatening that you're worried about what it can do, and sometimes it doesn't even matter. It's not actually going to do that problem.
Absolutely. So let's take a look at the third place deck here, Ruby Amethyst. This is a deck I think people expect it to be represented very, very well here. In fact, usually we see it as, I think, second in the meta, sometimes first in the meta. It's a deck that's very consistent. A lot of people are familiar with it. It can win in the play and the draw, and gives you a really good chance moving through 2-game format into day 2.
What is that?
Yep.
Like someone
Sorry for the pause there for a second. We're just getting a note from our director. It sounds like what we're going to be doing is we're going back down to the feature match here. We're going to jump to the other match that we have, and then we will circle back to the match and try to finish it out and get you the conclusion of that Brian Cortade match that we had here prior.
What happened?
All those Amethyst decks, by the way, we haven't seen a genie just yet, and like that's really the glue that's holding all of them together. Right? Like, where are the genies at? They're in every purple deck, and it's going to be so impactful. I guarantee you this weekend at some point in time, we're going to see the genie versus genie draws, and then it becomes the sub game of, do I quest with my genie? Do I have a way to challenge your genie and take care of it, because of the 2-4 evasives don't match up well in combat? So.
The genie wars are real, and you're going to see plenty of them this weekend.
So it sounds like we're going to head back down to that match and get back into some Lorcana. I think we're going to be going into our backup match here. We're going to try to finish that one out here. Sounds like we're going to be moving into game 2 of that one as well.
And this is a super fascinating matchup. We have two players here.
Diego, winner of
absolutely love.
Toronto.
Diego Saz is the winner of, actually a fun storyline here. Diego Saz is the winner of a DLC Toronto with a lemon lime or amber.
That's the deck that I brought
right meta
to Toronto, and I'm surprised
that made top
won.
16 with a
full character deck. It was a Chernobog deck.
It was.
Yeah.
It was an Amber Emerald deck. Yeah. So we have two players here who are known for bringing in more aggressive, kind of off-meta-y decks. Clara is usually a very good deck builder, and I'm interested to see what she's brought in here today.
Yeah, she's also not only a fan favorite, but she's like really endeared herself to the hearts of everybody everywhere with her play in Las Vegas. I was a big fan, loved her deck. She had, I think, the greatest moment. Her and her opponent had the best moment in all of Las Vegas, where it was B prep. Someone had to top deck and be prepared to even keep the game around, and they did, and there was a huge reaction from the crowd. Awesome stuff to see, and we see pretty good turn ones for both our players who are with Diablo for Diego and Daisy Duck for Clara.
And now this gives us an idea of what both these decks are doing. So Diego has here, also on Lemon Lime. This is a deck that he won Toronto with. It's
Diego playing Lemon Lime.
It's not a super popular deck in this meta. So it's going to be fascinating to see what he's
able
to do here.
Building a Lemon Lime deck for this set, and I feel like it was so slow.
She's
or it's not
bringing
fast
in
enough to keep
Amethyst
up.
Amber deck here. Now this deck is typically
maybe Diego. I mean, Diego won the first round already.
Aggro deck. It has high lure, low cost characters. So whenever you see this paired
this is going to be the matchup.
This is hyper
purple,
aggro,
yellow,
unless you're
super
Josh
fast
Colt and you bring a completely off meta build into Atlanta, then nobody expects
it. Is it going to be the time?
But here, it looks like this Amethyst core that Clara's running with, we had the Merlin Crab, we had the Foxes, and the Bell Accomplished Mystic, is very similar to the Amethyst core that we see in many other Amethyst decks in this meta. So what she's done here is pair Amber, a color that we don't usually see paired with that Amethyst core in this meta, and Mufasa's in there. So we're going to see what this deck can do, but it's a really interesting choice into this meta, and probably pretty unique.
Yeah, it looks like the Bare Necessity is going to hit the discard bin for Diego, and we're going to see the third Diablo of the game get played here. And that's the big Diablo that we haven't seen in quite a while. I feel like we kind of like moved away from Diablo a little bit, but that card is still very, very powerful. And as you saw, it drew an extra card for Diego here against Clara. Oh, there we go. That time today's deck does give a card over to Diego, but that lore is getting up high for Clara here, already on 5 on her turn 3 here. What's it got for a follow-up here?
The crab.
It looks like just a crab. No value in here, no way to challenge.
Getting a bigger body on the board. Yeah, so you mentioned Diablo. Diablo is a card that got a lot worse this meta. There's a lot of cards that came out which deal very efficiently with Diablo.
Yeah, like Genie.
Everybody is running Amethyst, or a lot of people are running Amethyst. And in Amethyst, most people are running Elsa the 5th Spirit, which will allow you to exert Diablo and then challenge into it immediately with a rush evasive character. You also have the Dwarves Train, which we saw, able to do 2 damage, which is a threat to Diablo. Also, Bell Accomplished Mystic. Even Happy is evasive on your turn. And then Bell Accomplished Mystic allows you to shift 2 damage around. So Diablo got a lot worse, but to your point, used very effectively here. Going to draw Diago's second card here.
Yeah, it's one of the matchups where I think it's going to shine a little bit more until we get into those turn 4 and turn 5. So does Clara have a Genie here? Does she have an Elsa for turn 5 that can help pick this off? Looks like we're going to go ahead and quest here. 3 more for Clara. What's the top card of Diego's deck? Oh, that's one of the misses in his deck. That's the second miss out of the 3 tries.
Oh, such a bummer.
This 4
Here,
drop
the Conan Barbarian wants to be in the Marvel Cinematic
Universe. It does
Universe.
look like that's going to draw Diego an extra card along with Clara, but now the Diablo is in check. Now we do see that Prince John on Diego's side of the board. Is he going to be able to start to leverage that? Does he have any of the discards to start eating away at Clara's hand? One thing these purple decks are good at is keeping a lot of extra cards in their hand to kind of play through this, though. It looks like we're just going to have the Muses. Yet another setup turn for Diego here, but this board is getting kind of scary. Look, he might not be able to quest for as much as Clara does, but with cards like this sudden shield, this starts to get really scary. That's a Chernobog from Clara. We mentioned this.
Yeah, so Muses, let's talk about this for a second. Fantastic card in this deck. I've talked to a lot of players going into this meta, and they mentioned Muse as a card that can be particularly impactful still at controlling board states. And in a deck like Diego's, where he's set up card draw with the Diablo, card draw with the Prince John, he's expected to have plenty of cards in hand to trigger the Muses. And Muses, of course, will send any character with cost 2 or less back to their player's hand when it's played. So you can use it on your own characters to get characters back to your hand to get enter play triggers, or you can use them on your opponent's cards.
And there goes Diablo.
Talk about here's Elsa, who we talked about we'd see plenty of.
I think huge play for Clara here. If she didn't have an Elsa, I think this game might have started to get away from her. And now, even with the Lord lead that she's got, I think Diego might have been able to find a way to get back into this with those Muses and the Prince Johns
Under
and
the
everything. Kind of taking care of this, but that is huge for
he
her.
needed
Now,
that card.
That Lord total getting up pretty high. I don't know if Diego's going to keep up with that. We'll see if he has a big turn all up this here as well.
So unfortunate. Daisy Duck is such a problematic card. Not only do you get it on the board early, but 4 willpower is a lot to deal with. 3 is a lot easier. It's funny how in Lorcana, 4 is like this critical breakpoint, which makes dealing with things a challenge.
Like
the downside to Daisy is your opponent gets to draw a card every turn in best case
Lucifer's
scenario. But Diego's missed 3 times now off that Daisy.
Yeah, I think that's a
Lucifer
getting played from Diego here, which is going
action.
to mean that Clara is either going to discard 2 cards or 1 action card, and those are going to be extra cards here for Diego because of the Prince John. Does he have something to sing here off those extra cards? You know, the Muses bouncing something here might be a big play here, just as a tempo play to get him back in here. He's only got 1 lore against Clara's 11, and this is impactful because, like I said, this is game 2. Diego is up a game in this match. Clara trying to even this out and get a couple points on the board here in round 1. Looks like nice Rapunzel here from Clara. It's going to draw her 2 cards.
Yeah, the Muses, I talked about how good they were. Unfortunately, on Clara's side of the board, several low-cost strength characters that you don't necessarily want to bounce. Elsa, which can come down and exert one of your characters and remove it pretty efficiently, or Rapunzel with an enter play trigger. And Diego missing again on that Daisy Duck.
Yeah, that's big for Clara. Not only is it not putting extra cards in Diego's hand that are characters, putting those songs to the bottom, so he's not getting able to trigger the Muses.
Yeah, several Under the Sea sent under the sea, as it were.
Ah, nice. Clara's going to go ahead and develop
a Piglet
here behind as well, showing it probably almost as 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, enough lore to be able to win next turn. So Diego's going to have to make inroads on this board.
Looking rough for Diego.
So what Clara's deck is doing,
this is what
I've seen nothing in the Amethyst build so far that lead me to believe that this isn't the Amethyst core that we're familiar with in many other Amethyst builds in this meta, whether it's Ruby Amethyst or Blurple,
Sure.
Sapphire Amethyst,
Everyone
or
calls it
Amethyst
Blurple,
Steel, or
yeah.
Emerald Amethyst. They all run a very similar package, but Clara's package here is clearly built to be super aggressive with the daisies on turn 1. You have Piglets on turn 2, a little bit of extra card draw with Rapunzel. And Amethyst doesn't need a lot more card draw. It has the genies, it has the rabbits, it could run friends. But here, not only is Rapunzel a card that can get you a few extra cards, but then it leaves you with a high willpower to lure Quester on the board. So this is a very aggressive build. It's not the hyper aggro version. It keeps all of the best things from Amethyst that all the other decks are running, and then sprinkles in some high lore early character aggression.
Absolutely. It looks like an Ana is the play from Diego.
Under the Sea would
making
save
Clara.
Diego right now.
I think discard possibly her last card. I did get a chance to look at that. So extra cards again for Diego here.
Diego, not Diago, but
Yeah, he wants to do. Oh, it does look like he's going to be able to sing a very impactful song here.
okay.
That's, we don't talk about Bruno. Going to bounce the Rapunzel, and if that's
All
the
right,
last
not
card
bad.
in Clara's hand, which looks like it is, going to be discarding that as well. Another
Draw
card
for the
from Diego.
John,
Like
and
I
then
said,
Muse ability,
huge lore
probably
lead for
pop
Clara
Piglet.
here, but Diego's trying to get this board back into play.
Okay.
They pounce the Piglet back to Clara's hand as well here.
Fighting for his
That's gonna
life.
deny her 3 lore next turn. But right now, I only see 4. She's at 15, so that's 1 short of that 20.
A very, very impactful turn so far here. We'll see if there's any other songs to sing that would allow us to
Another
send
song
the
could
Daisy
like
back.
change the tide of the game right now if he sings one more song.
It does even have a decent challenge here.
But
So we've got a 1,
I
2, and
don't.
a 2, 4, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, no, and those are both
Yeah.
characters you don't necessarily want to make vulnerable. They're doing a lot more work, ready than being removed.
Yeah, Diego having a powerful turn here, but still up against it from Clara here.
Yeah, I mean, there are answers in Diego's deck. There's plenty of answers. Eventually, when you get to turn 5, you can pair Kita with Under the Sea. There's lots of things you can do. We do have another song, Painting the Roses Red, which
That's
can
good.
reduce strength and then trigger muses. So we'll see how it's leveraged here.
Nice.
We'll have to go ahead and bounce the Daisy.
Diego's
Make sure
fighting
the
back.
least amount of lore is in play from Clara.
One more
Maybe
song could clear the
try to
whole
play around
board.
Goat possibly as well. Don't want to just straight up lose to a Goat off the top here. And then looks like an Ursula put into the Inkwell and passed back over to Clara. She's got 2 lore left over here at 15. How is she going to rebuild this board?
Yeah, and again, I will emphasize, Clara, especially if she's close to top. Well, I guess we're not in top deck mode because we've had things bounce back to hand. But
Yeah.
you're drawing a new card every turn. Diego has answers with the muses. We have cards that reduce strength to allow you to bounce things with muses, which you normally typically wouldn't be able to. There's plenty of discard, and then there's always the ever-threatening
YouTube
Kita
chat.
Under the Sea combo, which can wipe
Can someone
the
type the
board,
number 1
and
just
send
so I know
everything
that
to
the
the
chat's
bottom.
not
And so
broken?
Diego's on the ropes a bit, but not out of it, depending on how he draws this next turn or two.
Yeah, very interesting turn from Diego last turn. Super
Because every time I try to stream on
hard
YouTube
and
and Twitch
difficult
at the
to
same
sequence
time,
that correctly and to make sure
things
that, hey,
don't work.
when
So
I
just
bounce
wanna-
these cards back to your hand,
just,
when am I
just
going to trigger
confirmation
my
that,
discard effect?
YouTube-
So I make sure
I said
I need to
YouTube chat.
remove the
Red
cards
Dad,
that
you're
I'm
on Twitch.
bouncing and have no cards left over, and then you get to have the cards left over in your hand that I'm okay with you having. So like, you can have the Daisy Duck left over. I want to make sure this Piglet doesn't quest, so make sure the Piglet gets discarded here or there. So very tight play
All right,
from
thank you,
Diego
guys.
last turn to make sure
Appreciate
that
you,
you got the
Flood
right
City
cards
and
bounced
Taladia.
and
Thank you for
discarded
letting me
at the
know
right
that the
time.
YouTube chat is
Clara
not
doing a lot
broken.
of math here. Yeah, this is
Appreciate
difficult.
you.
How
All
do
right.
we play around
You guys can go back to lurking.
these muses, this Lucifer,
And enjoying
singing
this high
songs,
level
a lot of different
Lorcana.
ways it can be attacked. What happens if Under the Sea happens to you? Can you win through this? I mean, Clara with a 14 Lord lead, but it feels like she's the one behind now.
Yeah, 1 Under the Sea for Diego, and it's a wrap.
Yeah,
For Clara, because that Under Sea is
a lot
such
to
a
think
big
about
tempo
here.
swing.
I mean, there's challenge options available. Do you take the lore? Do you get rid of that Prince John, which is troublesome? You can also think about, one of the things to think about in these discard decks when Prince John is on the board is trying to keep your hand empty to deny your opponent an extra card off that Prince John. So just a lot to think about.
Yeah, I think you just hit it. I think that's one thing Claire is thinking about is, am I going to be able to empty my hand this turn? If so, then I can quest. If not, maybe I need to challenge this Prince John. So it does look like she's going to quest up to 17. Going to develop before that's
it's a goat.
That is huge.
It's a goat, so maybe
And goat
not
might
able
seal
to
the
empty the
deal.
hand here. I'm trying to do the math on what's back
Fly
there.
says
Here
I
comes
got
the
the chat.
Daisy. I think
Both
we're
of
left
them
with the Piglet,
both.
which will go into the
Yeah.
Inkwell. Hand is empty, and that goat is very important here.
Yeah, huge play for Clara there to ink that Piglet at the end to make sure that there are no cards left over. Cutting off an avenue of possible extra cards from Diego here.
I mean, that goat represents an 18th lore there. Another goat off the top deck, or if you're able to keep that board for a turn or two, that's game. Again, goat making the difference here in this game as well.
It does look like Diego's going to go ahead and play an arrow here. I think that was Paint the Roses Red off the top of the deck here. So there is a song here. He is going to be able to bounce a few things.
Oh, man, it's such a brutal card. You know, one of the ways that Diego has to remove things from the board, the biggest way, is by strength reduction and then using the muses. But you don't want to send that
people on
back
YouTube
to
are watching
hand.
our stream.
So
Shouts to the
it's such
5 million.
a threatening card in this situation.
Yeah, Clara being at 17, Goat representing 2 lore for next turn as well. How does Diego want to play this out? We'll have to take a look. Does look like he's going to go ahead and ink.
All right, Prince
I'm
John
sorry, he's going to
singing.
sing Paint the Roses right here off the Prince John. Going to shrink, I think, the Crab and the Goat. Going to draw a card here. And then now, does he want to bounce something?
Well,
Muses can bounce back the Crab, but he can't bounce back the Goat just yet because Goat has 3 strength.
Thank you, Clara, for clarifying for us just in case we miss it there. Crab and Goat have been shrunk a little bit by this. It does look like it's going to...
That Daisy is the obvious target. It's the highest lore character on board. And let's see. Yeah, the problem is that Goat. If you bounce remove it, you have to find a way to challenge and remove it and send it to the discard pile to prevent it from recurring. Ariel here is going to look
find
for
a song, which is good.
Under the sea here, if we've managed to reduce the strength of both those that Goat and that Crab would be a particularly fantastic card to draw. It would get a lure off that Goat, but it would clear that board and allow Diego to start questing out and try to close this game out before Clara draws into a Goat or a White Rose.
It does seem like he got a song off of it, though it was perfectly placed for the cameras to miss it. So a ton of cards in Diego's hand. I think he has like 7, 8, 9 cards in his hand. He looked like he had a full hand at least. So lots of options along with the song here, but I did see a little shake of the head. Maybe not loving the spot that he's in.
Yeah, I mean, the key here, even let's say we drew the perfect card. Let's say we drew the Under the Sea. You'd need strength reduction on both the Goat and the Crab, and then you'd have to line that up perfectly. We do have another Painting the Roses red.
All right, so it looks like he's going to shrink the Crab and the Goat yet again. He's going to draw another card off this. Looks like he's maybe digging for something to try to get out of this. Is he going to be able to get out of this? Oh!
Okay, he does have Under the Sea, so the whole board goes under the deck.
So that's the line that he needed to give him a chance. I think it was the only one available, and here it is.
And then next turn, he just has to quest as fast as possible and try to get to 20.
Clara gets to sequence
right
those.
now, he is at 1 lore, and Clara's at 19. So 1 Goat or Paint the Roses red, we'll do it.
Diego wants them in, and then
2,
yeah. So
4,
Clara here now,
6,
definitely a way to win. We can draw a Rose, we can draw a Goat, or try
Diego
to
can
get a
go up to
stick,
9 next turn. Oh man, he's on a 2-turn
Pretty
clock.
importantly, the Muses went ahead and picked up the Aerial that was in play from Diego here.
Diablo.
Okay. Play the Diablo. See the last card in Clara's hand. I think he already knew that, but Aerial returned to Diego's hand. It's going to allow him to get some more.
It's the Goat off the oh my goodness!
Rip all that work for the Goat to come down. Oh my goodness!
That's a flair for the dramatic. Every time Clara on camera, something amazing happens. And,
all that digging and singing and bouncing for a Goat off the top. Crazy.
Just to paint the picture here, like there.
Dude, the Goat was the only card.
And there's
well,
not a
Goat
lot of
and
characters
White Rose.
That
you play those cards and you automatically get 1 lore point.
Options Diego has.
And Clara was at 19.
Getting a character to
that was the card that they needed.
Or the White Rose.
And they got it.
Are what was needed, and Diego had a lot
craziness,
of board.
Man.
Diego could have closed that out in like 1 or 2 turns.
Probably 2 turns, yeah.
And so Clara, you know, if the Goat is not within
top
the top
deck,
2 or 3 cards,
Goat
like,
insanity.
What a top deck to split that 1-1. What a start we're off to here in the Disney Lorcana North American Championship. And it's just going to be all day, these types of games. So.
I needed to regather myself. That was shocking.
That was wild. That was actually a wild game.
Sorry, one more. The Under the Sea at that moment, too. Like, perfect. So, anyway, okay. So that was
who won the match
1.
against the Rat?
I think we have some notes about what we missed there in the previous game.
It seems that Jordan won while we were fixing the cameras and the problem that we had here in round 1. So what's going to happen is we have him for an interview. We're going to go to that right now, and then we're going to come right back to the booth after that.
So that's a 2-0 for Jordan.
Beat
So let's go.
Brian the Rat.
Jordan, fresh off of his round 1 2-0 win, you faced Brian Curtad, one of the DLC champions. How
We need to bump up our audio here. I can't hear anything.
That win, first round of the day.
It was really good. The last time I actually played competitive Lorcana was the finals of Chicago, and I lost to Brian.
That's right.
So, kind of get my revenge. I mean, he has his worlds.
Dude, I would love to have those giant, like, enchanted cards in the background as decoration. Dude, Ravensburger, Lorcana, hook a boy up with one of those cards.
Really good.
That'd be sick to have. Are you kidding me? Imagine giant Donald Duck card
How
back
did you
here or
feel about
something.
the matchup? You're on Emerald Amethyst going into that Amber Steel deck. How were you feeling?
So there's 2 different Amber Steel decks. I feel better into that one. If I can stop them from being aggressive when I'm on the draw, I can usually. There comes a point where if I'm able to fox a couple times, I can turn the corner. It's not my favorite matchup to play, but it's one that I knew was going to be pretty. It was going to be a lot of the deck that was here, so I prepared against it.
Sure. And what was your choice in choosing Emerald Amethyst in the current meta?
I played Emerald Amethyst in Chicago too.
Yeah.
I've just liked the deck since I guess it was Inklands came out when the 2-drop Ursula was revealed.
Yeah.
Not only she gets to take a song for free, which I think the strongest actions are songs, but you get to look at your opponent's hand and then kind of play out your game plan knowing that knowledge, whereas they don't always know the knowledge for you. And it's just aggressive. I think the purple cards are the best cards in the game, so kind of natural in pairing it with the green cards I like and the purple cards I think are good.
Well, the deck is serving you well.
Yeah.
And I was mentioning to you before we started chatting that I loved your shirt.
Yeah.
And it sounds like you are a lifelong Disney fan, huge parks fan,
someone
go to Walt Disney World a lot.
Etsy needs to start making
this
those.
weekend was your first time ever
I would
visiting
buy it.
Disneyland.
First time in
If
Disneyland.
anyone
It was
ever does
awesome.
make
It was
one
a
of
really
those
good
giant
experience.
things,
Very similar to the
I would buy
Florida-
it.
the Walt
Heartbeat.
Disney World.
Like that.
Hopefully we're there. Hopefully I'm there in March.
What was your favorite ride of the day? I have to know.
So my favorite ride is Haunted Mansion.
Which is closed right now.
Which is closed right now, and I didn't know that until I got there. So second is Big Thunder Mountain.
Oh, such a great one.
So yeah, that's
Well, thanks for chatting with me. Best of luck to you the rest of the day.
awesome. Thank you.
I tell you what, if you love Disney, you love good stories. And we have, in my opinion, the first great storyline of the day, which is Jordan taking down Brian, who we lost to in Chicago with the same deck. And what a fantastic story. What a fantastic round 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for that great interview, Rebecca. That was awesome. Love hearing from the players after their matches and finding out a little more about them personally and a little bit about their deck choices as well. You know, I like the analytical side. I want to know why they're playing their decks, but at the same time, like when he's like, my favorite ride's Haunted Mansion, I'm like, I could understand that. When I was a kid, I was too scared to ride it, and as I got older, I liked it a lot more. But great stuff here, round 1. We've got a ton of great Lorcana for you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more.
What a first match. What a first match. And now we have intermission. Hopefully we don't have to wait too long between games. This is one of the parts that I'm not a fan of, waiting. I'm currently just play testing right now myself. Getting ready for set championships. Which is, I think, next week. I want one of those Scar playmats, man. I mean, Scar promo card would be cool, but a playmat would be awesome. Let me know in the chat what you guys are participating in any set championships. What deck you thinking about using? I might go something real crazy. People know me as the Amber Steel guy. I might go like Amber Sapphire or something. Something wild. Something wild. Oh man, I wish I was at the last chance qualifier or at this North American Championships. Be so sick. Be so sick. Of course. Bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. It doesn't even feel like Saturday. Feels like Friday. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 was 12. Two, 4, 6. That is a wrap. That is so bad. That is so bad. Rapunzel off the top. Love to see it. Love to see it. Bum 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 bum. Lawrence. Oh, what do you know? What do you know? Maybe I can also top deck like a champion. Or Dockster. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. Go to 15. Ripperooski, Pepperooski. They have exactly 10. Pooh. Pooh. Winnie the Pooh. Man, they got some good matches lined up. First match was Brian the Rat, winner of Chicago, versus Jason Moore, runner-up in Chicago. Jason won 2-0. And then they also got Diego, winner of Toronto, losing the second round to a top deck GOAT. Like, come on, these are some bangers. What other matches are we missing here? I want to know what deck Zan's playing. If I had to take a guess, it's probably on red-blue. Who else is there? R&B's there, Wonderland. I think Dale's there. DeCandio's there. Zach Bivens. I want to know what deck Zach is on. He's always on something crazy. If I had to take a guess, I'd probably say Purple Steel. even though he said he wasn't taking purple steel, I think that's a debate. I think he's on purple steel. What's the game taking so long? So usually how it works is they have like 2 feature match tables or 2 feature tables where they have camera set up to stream the matches, and those 2 matches finished, so they don't have any other matches to show us. So we're waiting for the first round to finish for the other players, so then we can get to the second round of the tournament. I low-key want Amber Steel to lose. Even though I'm an Amber Steel guy, I want it to lose so people can stop playing Amber Steel so I don't have to do so many mirror matches. Like, I don't really, like, I've gotten to a point where I can kind of deal with the mirror match, but it's still annoying. So if people see that Amber Steel is not a great deck, I can switch off of it so I don't have to try so hard. But, you know, it is what it is. A deck that I've been having a lot of fun with is the Ruby Amber Sugar Rush deck. Man, I took that to locals this past Thursday. I went 3-1. I went I think 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and then my final game was I fought my buddy Thrills, and his aggro Amber Steel like just crushed Sugar Rush, because Sugar Rush is very strong later game, but his deck, turn 1 Daisy, turn 2 Daisy Daisy, turn 3 Piglet Daisy. I'm like, yeah, I can't do anything. All I got was a Felix on the field. What am I gonna do with that? So I love the Sugar Rush deck, but in this meta, holy, it's too fast. It's too fast for me to play the Sugar Rush, which is funny because it's Sugar Rush, and we lost the race, ironically.
Hello, Lumineers. I
Okay,
am
we're
here
back.
with Clara, who is fresh off of round 1.
Man,
She
those
walked
mics
away
need to
with a
get bumped
game
up in
2
audio. I
win.
can't hear anything.
How are you feeling right now, Clara?
My heart is pounding so fast.
Can't hear anything.
It's a
Rebecca,
big
turn up the
day.
mic.
Of course, you qualified for the championships in Vegas. How are you
Turn
feeling
up
going
bass.
into this weekend?
Okay, do you like the Big Show?
I try
You
to
mean,
remind
oh,
myself
it's the
that
Big Show.
I want to bring my own take on my style of play.
All right, my bad. My
and I
volume
want
was
to
turned
give an
down.
impression to,
So that was on me.
everybody
That
watching.
was on me.
Those are the only things I can control.
Yes, yes, yeah. There's so much out of your control. But one thing that you did have in your control was your deck choice. Now you're playing an Amber Amethyst deck. What
I want that
was your
Cinderella
decision
Enchanted
making with the
deck
current
box
meta
back
in
there.
That deck choice.
Coming out soon. I want it.
Always, what I say is I want my opponent not to be able to read me. However, Amethyst being part of my deck, half of my deck is kind of known to everybody.
Sure. Yep.
But I do believe there was a strong reliability with the cards I put in my deck, especially with the card draw, with the damage removal, damage moving around, and especially with fast start, putting pressure.
Yeah. Now Diego won game 1.
Yeah.
As you were going into game 2, what was your thought process on how to jump into that second game?
At the beginning, I was like, oh, I'm so screwed. It's Amber Emerald. I never practiced with this deck against this. And I was like, Under the Sea is just like a blowout. Let's just pray. And Daisy brought me there.
Daisy MVP.
Dude,
of the
Daisy
game.
was hitting some great
Well,
cards.
thank you for chatting with me, Clara. Good luck the rest of this weekend. We wish you the best, and we're gonna go back to the team.
Welcome
Oh,
back,
snap.
Lumineers,
Brendan
to
and
the
Brandon
day
on the
one
mics.
of the North
Shouts to Pot
American
Canna.
Championship. I cannot be more excited for this event. My name is Brandon Bolin. I'm here with Brendan Patrick. We're the other North American casting team with you this weekend. This is a phenomenal venue. It is beautiful out here. I'm so excited to see all these players that have been working basically since May, back in April, to earn their spot here. I mean, we literally have the best Disney Lorcana players in the region all here fighting for their
the
spot, having
world.
earned their spot to this tournament. I couldn't be more excited. Brendan, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, this is the coolest card game venue I've ever been to in my life. It's not very close, to be honest. I'm really interested on the metagame shakeout because this is a invite-only tournament, but it's also very low player count invite-only tournament. So trying to predict the metagame of something like that is a very interesting task. And I think what we had play out was, I mean, you could say you expected it, but I consumed a lot of Lorcana content, and I heard this is the best deck. This is going to be the most played deck. You and I were talking about it before, and I had an inkling, okay, maybe it's going to be Ruby Sapphire, but coming in at 32% almost again off the back of the European Championships, very surprising. My question for you, Brandon, is you play Ruby Sapphire this tournament. What were you hoping the metagame to be?
I don't know, man. Like coming off of the EU Championship, Ruby Sapphire took a huge portion of that going into day 1, converted really poorly, honestly, going into day 2, and then like the 3 Ruby Amethyst players that made it past day 1 ended up making it to the top 4. If it was me, like I would have been expecting a Ruby Amethyst meta. Talking to other players that are here today, I think there was sort of a similar sentiment there, and I have to imagine that sort of was. I don't know, maybe people were thinking that Amber Steel was going to be a deck people were bringing in to try and counter the Ruby Amethyst matchup, and so to counter those people that were trying to counter the Ruby Amethyst players, you're going to play Ruby Sapphire to try to beat those people. So I was just as shocked as you were. I'll be completely transparent. I thought Ruby Amethyst was going to be the top deck coming into this day 1, and it's sort of reversed in that way.
Could have been. So I think looks can actually be a bit deceiving as well. If you look at that sort of metagame breakdown, you see Amber Steel, and you're like, that's why I brought Ruby Sapphire. But those Amber Steel lists, they're not what they used to be. So they're more aggressive now. They're running the Dwarven Mine. And I actually think that Ruby Sapphire is maybe not favored into Amber Steel anymore. Obviously, there's a split in terms of archetype. So we look at Ruby Sapphire as our 32% of our metagame, and it seems to be unfavored into the next 2 most played decks.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting for these Ruby Sapphire players. But speaking of which, we do have this next round to go into in which we have Ruby Sapphire players. So Brendan,
all right, who do we got? Who do we got in the feature match?
To it.
Jonathan.
Okay, Jonathan
David.
Martinez versus David Nunes here.
I don't know either of them.
I recognize David Nunes. He placed second in Toronto playing Amethyst Steel, I believe, and based on the mulligan.
Looks like he's on Amethyst Steel
as well. I believe Jonathan is also on Ruby Sapphire. So interesting list here. Amethyst Steel really sort of really gaining popularity this set.
Let me ask you a question, right? So we have Ruby Amethyst as sort of our top, I would say, Amethyst deck, and that's not really up for dispute. Why would you play Amethyst Steel? What does it offer you that Ruby Amethyst doesn't?
So we were talking earlier about, what meta are you hoping for if you're a Ruby Sapphire player? And I think the meta that is given is a more aggressive one. The Amber Steel Mines deck is a lot more aggressive. Even Ruby Amethyst can be a bit more aggressive as well. I think Amethyst Steel gives you those steel removal options that are a little bit easier to counter those more aggressive decks that come out with super explosive openings like daisies and stuff versus Ruby Amethyst, which can be a little bit slower.
Yeah, and I feel like Amethyst Steel actually used to be the more aggressive version of an Amethyst deck versus Ruby Amethyst. That paradigm sort of shifted when the Flynn Sisu line came, but you're absolutely right. Having access to that steel removal can help you in those more aggressive-oriented matchups. But we do see an aggressive start here with Diablo into Mr. Smee. So 3 quests liable on the board. We'll see how Jonathan responds. Jonathan with that amazing new card. It's going to go into the Inkwell.
We're going to
sail into the Azurad Sea.
Choose Ink Sail so that we can play T-Pose. Super important thing for Ruby Sapphire here to get that turn 2 ramp. Getting another card into your Inkwell so that you can ramp towards those more expensive cards like Sisu Empowered Sibling. Board wipes essentially to gain control, also allowing you to potentially play a Hiram on turn 3, Hyrule Flavorsham if you have it in hand. But one interesting thing about these Amethyst Steel matchups that I find is they can be a bit aggressive, but a lot of their characters have like 3 strength or 4 strength, especially as you get into these 2, 3, 4 cost characters, which make some of the Ruby removal a little bit less good.
Yeah, so we started out the cast talking down on Ruby Sapphire a bit, but what I will say is that this is definitely one of the best decks in the game. It's also got quite a bit of upgrades in the new set. It's so much more consistent on that ramp on turn 2, but I think it's the sort of the change in its win condition away from Lucky Dime has made this deck so much better and so much more consistent.
Very eager to see if Jonathan even has any Lucky Dimes in hand. I see the Maui Half Shark in hand. I know a lot of people are leaning more towards that, playing some Pirate's Lives. We see it be prepared in hand. Just Maui being able to bring those actions back from the discard can be a super powerful thing. A lot of times people have just given up on the dime. It's a little bit too slow in this metagame, so eager to see if we find that. But it does look like Jonathan is going to ink. We're going to challenge this Diablo with our Tipo. It looks like we played how far I'll go for the turn, allowing Jonathan to look at the top 2 cards of his deck, put one into his Inkwell, and then the other into his hand before passing the turn back to David.
Yeah, so Jonathan does find the
Passing the
popsicle
turn back to
quickly
me.
before that we did have our turn to ramp, but we're missing some of the other pieces, right? We didn't have the item as well as didn't have the hero for that draw engine. So Jonathan, while having that critical turn to ramp, didn't really have an ideal start so far. David, starting to pull a little bit ahead, but that's what this Ruby Sapphire deck does, is it tends to fall behind in the early game and then pulls ahead later with these sort of high value, high cost cards.
I'm sure David is understanding of this as well. I think David has to know that he can't win the attrition game, right? Especially as the Amethyst Steel player. One of the things I love the most about an Amethyst Steel deck is you can play more aggressive, or you can play a little bit more towards your mid game, with bouncing your Mims and Merlins, like this Merlin Rabbit we see in play. But against the Ruby Sapphire deck, I think you have to go as fast as you can, trying to end the game quickly. We do see Jonathan playing him out of Medusa there to banish the Rabbit, allowing David to draw a card, and then we're also going to banish the Smee with that last bit of damage needed to be done by Tipo there before passing the turn, and now Jonathan has the board.
Yep, and critically with a 4/4 Madame Medusa sitting here on board. Hard for David to deal with, but David has a full grip in hand, has access to Amethyst for a lot of card draw as well. We know Jonathan has the Popsicle in hand, so we'll be able to draw, but doesn't have that Hiram quite yet, so could potentially run out of grass. While you can never attrition out Ruby Sapphire in the long game, sometimes in the early to mid game, they can stumble, can not find that draw engine, and sometimes you can see Amethyst decks actually attrition them out. It's sort of a hybrid mid-range attrition game plan, but you can out-card advantage them with things like that Rabbit, the bounce package, and things like Friends on the other side.
It's one of the things that I appreciate most about an Amethyst Steel deck specifically is a lot of these more aggressive decks, like Amber Steel, for instance, you can play out your hand really quickly, but if you don't have a way, if you either don't win the game early or have a way to recover through cards like Doc or Rapunzel to draw you more cards, you can kind of just run out of gas, like you said. But Amethyst, of course, has a plethora of cards available to them to not only draw them cards, but sort of replace themselves, right? The Diablo that was played replaced itself. The Rabbit that was played got more than just replace itself, drew 2 cards by the end of that. So it makes it really easy for David to continue to put pressure on sort of as the game moves on.
Kind of answers potentially David has in hand. We see access to Chernobog's followers as a way to potentially draw more cards. The CT5 cost Elsa there as well. We're going to see our first GOAT of the game. One of the most powerful cards in any of these Amethyst lists. We've already seen its power on display so far today. Chernobog's followers as well to follow it up. So 4-drop, 1-drop. Back onto the board here for David.
I love this play by David here because it sort of gets around the Lady Tremaine line. Lady Tremaines were a little less popular in the past couple metas, but I've seen them being played a little bit more in some of these Ruby Amethyst and Ruby Sapphire lists as well. So having that Chernobog's followers there gives you an opportunity to banish something other than your Merlin Goat that you're probably wanting to bounce to hand. But Jonathan is going to play that Popsicle, drawing a card, and we do see the Maui Half Shark being played for the first time. That's going to allow Jonathan, if the Maui Shark can challenge and banish a character, to pull an action card from his discard and replay it.
Yeah, which is a super, super powerful engine. This is a new card, of course, that has made its way into all of these Ruby Sapphire decks. Often as a 3 of, sometimes as a 4 of as well. Just such a big shift in terms of how this deck was built.
Another thing that I love about Maui Half Shark is that he is evasive, and I'm sure we will see the phenomenal cosmic power of Genie later in these Amethyst lists, sort of taking over the Amethyst Inc. entirely this set. We haven't seen it yet, but Maui can be a great counter to Genie. Being in play, being a 2-quester evasive character can be difficult.
Yeah, I feel like the theme of set 6 is almost centered around evasives, mostly because Genie is so powerful, but we see responses in the metagame with things like Maui Shark as well. I mean, these Amethyst decks are, these Amethyst derivatives that are running these evasive characters. This has been happening since set 1.
Oh my gosh, we see a second Maui Half Shark being played. That's going to be sort of brutal. Jonathan doesn't particularly have a lot of actions in the discard to make use of, but Jonathan is gripping a pretty expensive hand here. I think there's a Sisu and maybe another Maui Half Shark in hand next to a Be Prepared. Certainly don't want to be prepared this board if we can avoid it, but does give us the ability to potentially start questing with these Maui Sharks. Again, with them being evasive, makes them pretty safe, especially with this Tinkerbell Giant Fairy being in play by David. You don't want to give your opponent the opportunity to challenge with that Tinkerbell to deal 2 damage to any of your other characters if she can banish a character in a challenge. Eager to see how David responds to this.
Yeah, Jonathan hasn't drawn too many cards, but I feel like David is just in a really rough spot on board just because of these 7-5 stat lines. Like, how do you deal with that as an Amethyst deck? I mean, of course, you're playing Steel, so you have access to things like, potentially, and then along came Zeus. We see the strength of a Raging Fire there, able to take out that Maui with a single damage counter on it. But it's a very menacing sort of stat line to deal with, this 7-5, especially when there's a Popsicle on board to potentially heal it up.
Yeah, you can't leave damage on it. Wouldn't be surprised if there were some Along Came Zeus's in the deck. I don't see any in David's hand. Unfortunately, we don't have any evasive characters either. Otherwise, that Crab might be helpful. If we can get up to an ink count where we can play both this Crab and the Elsa. Elsa is evasive, could exert the Maui Half Shark if Jonathan decides to keep it readied and banish it with the pump up that Merlin Crab would give the Elsa to rush in.
Imagine having to go through that much work just to deal with this card that is just a part of a win condition, right? It's not even supposed to be that powerful in and of itself, and you're sort of almost 2-for-1ing yourself to try to get rid of it. We see our first Popsicle banished, and another one here played off the back of that. Hiram has it, the board. It feels like Jonathan is starting to run away with this game, has assembled board dominance, and has now gotten access to the card draw engine as well.
Yeah, David's sort of in a locked state right now, I think, where you don't really want to quest with any of your characters, primarily because you don't want this Half Shark to challenge anything. Even though there's not many actions in Jonathan's discard, there is that How Far I'll Go, which is a great song for Maui to sing. If you want to you don't want to spend the ink on that card, but let Jonathan dig deeper into his deck to find those Hiram Flavershams, the other few pieces that he's missing to really take control of this deck.
Yeah, and we talk about the difference between the Amethyst Steel and Ruby Amethyst. I mean, I think the late game Ruby Sapphire is going to be particularly hard for Amethyst Steel to deal with because they really can't do anything about Tamatoa. They can't even, play one, be prepared to 1-for-1 at Tamatoa. Once that Tamatoa hits the board, I feel like Jonathan's going to have this game locked up unless David's very, very far ahead in terms of lore.
Yeah, you don't even need a card like Lucky Dime, which has been so powerful in the past couple sets because of that reason. David can go as wide as he wants to, but Jonathan, as we continue to see him develop this board, it just gets wider and wider with more and more threats. We saw the Hiram Flaversham being played, so now Jonathan has one of the strongest card draw engines in the game. Hiram being able to banish banish an item card when he enters play and draw 2 cards off of it. And when he quests, he can do the same thing. See David exerting and banishing that questing with the Turnabox followers. And banishing it to draw another card, just trying to find answers. We can see him doing some calculations, trying to figure out what he needs to do to get back into this game. Only up to 8 lore. That's certainly not where I want to be in this position because you got a long way to go to 20.
This looks like we're going to exert the Hiram here with the Elsa. Crab comes down. Elsa into the Shark. It's crazy that you have to get rid of that Shark because it's so scary with that How Far I'll Go sitting in the discard, just being able to get that back.
But we see the power of Elsa the Fifth Spirit here, being able to come in, break this lock that Jonathan had David in, essentially exerting the Maui Half Shark, allowing the Elsa to challenge and banish it, and then now letting Tinkerbell challenge and deal damage to the other cards like the Hiram Flaversham with, I think the Merlin Goat was the one that challenged into it. So
you see it be prepared here potentially.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, this is how Ruby Sapphire really takes over a game. It takes so much work to get them off of those powerful characters and off of a powerful board state. You finally recover, build something up, and then they just slam the Be Prepared right after.
And it looks like David here, just 2 cards in hand. That's the perfect card to draw there. We see the Merlin Rabbit coming to draw another. We find a Diablo and a Churnabox followers, both of which will likely replace themselves. David drawing pretty hot here as we enter the mid game. Over to Jonathan. Jonathan does need to find something.
Oh, that's going to be brutal. Jonathan's going to play a Sisu empowered sibling. It's going to banish all characters on David's side of the board with 2 or less strength. Fortunately, like you mentioned, this Merlin Rabbit will draw a card when banished, and so will the Diablo. So David, having no cards in hand last turn, is going to start this turn with 3 cards in hand after drawing per turn. We do find the Genie finally entering play. Evasive, 2 lore, 4 willpower. Lets you draw a card when it enters play. David just continues to cycle through his deck, playing card after card after card, pushing to 20.
Jonathan did also draw Hiram Flaversham on the previous turn, which must have been one of the better draws he could have had, getting access to more card draw. That being said, David is putting the pressure on, and Jonathan needs to answer quickly. It's really funny to me, Brandon, when people say that Ruby Amethyst or something Amethyst it's a fair deck. It does fair things. There's nothing fair about drawing this many cards.
Yeah, I mean, David multiple times has been on such a low hand, almost, 0 cards many times, and it's just you just top deck the rabbit or top deck the genie, whatever you need to. And even when you are top decking cards that aren't drawing you cards immediately, half of the cards that are in play will draw you cards as soon as they're banished. But very quickly the tides have turned here. We see Jonathan, after having played that Sisu this turn, is played the Sisu to banish the genie, making sure that he doesn't start questing away, getting too far ahead, and then also had that high arm to follow it up, bringing us back to another powerful draw engine here. David going to trade with the Sisu with the goat to get that off the board, gaining a lore when the goat leaves play, ensuring that Jonathan can't get closer to 20 with that 3 lore that he could use with Sisu to quest with.
Has access to Diablo, Magic Broom. This is actually a very, very tight game.
I think this is where we see the power of Amethyst, right? Like, you're just able to be super consistent, continue to refill your hand. You have access to so many cards that eventually get you lore. It has just been turn after turn after turn. Jonathan has had to wipe David's board, and every single turn after that, he just comes back and there's 2 or 3 more characters in play. We see this evasive Tinkerbell being played. You know, it's a card that you have to answer. It has 2 lore, 3 willpower, evasive. The evasive Sisu we have isn't going to do much against it unless we can bump it up with this Vitalosphere, potentially, give it some extra strength and challenge it. But even if David's able to only get 2 lore out of these cards, every character that he plays with 2 lore on it, if he can get that, it's not going to be very long before he can just close out the game to 20 before Jonathan can fully recover.
Yeah, really important brawl there. I think Jonathan is close to pivoting this game, but David going up to 15 does get critically close to that 17, does have 4. We have 8 ink. So isn't able to do a goat bounce goat potentially off the top in a single turn quite yet. See if the draws. I mean, the scariest thing is that this Diablo, even when you deal with it, is just going to draw another card. So you can't only play the role of the controlling player in this game. If you're Jonathan, you also need to pivot and put pressure on, because David's just threatening that bottom. Yeah. Ooh, that is probably not the one you wanted to find.
No, especially with Diablo and Magic Broom here, both not having very much willpower to work with. This Bell Accomplished Mystic, usually a very powerful card in these Amethyst mirror matches, being able to move damage around from these evasive characters challenging each other, unfortunately isn't going to be too useful here. We're not going to be able to move any damage off of our own characters. We are going to banish the Magic Broom and draw a card when Bell Accomplished Mystic is played, see if we can find another out or something that we can do. I don't think we did, though.
Finds a 4-cost genie, is not able to play it off the back of that Bell. We're going to see the power of Ruby Sapphire here as it closes out the game, 8-13. Ruby Sapphire definitely in control.
Also back in a position where we don't really want to quest with anything if we're David. Give Jonathan that option to bring back actions with Maui Half Shark. David might have to find a way to get rid of that, or just find a way to win in one turn. Be particularly difficult from this position.
Interested to see if Jonathan can find something that quests for a little bit more than 1 here to start adding a bit more pressure to the board.
I do see a Pirate's Life in hand as well, which is a particularly important card against these matchups where your opponent's the aggressor, which is most of them if you're playing Ruby Sapphire. But basically, these Amethyst decks can be super scary as they get closer and closer to 20 because of things like the White Rose and Merlin Goat being able to finish the game out without really a way to stop it at all. We can get a couple Pirate's Life being sung, especially with the Maui, and we see it being done here. David has to lose 2 lore. You gain 2 lore. That's a 4 lore difference, and then Maui Shark can bring that back. Anytime he's able to challenge a character, can bring that card back. You can play it again, build a 4 lore deficit again, and I think this is how Jonathan is going to be able to catch up without actually committing very high lore questing characters onto the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Feels like the Pirate's Life is really what cemented the lead here, able to take David down to lore as well to keep him off of goat range, which he honestly wasn't even very close to. But it really cements this win here for Jonathan. Now he's got to go through the motions. Not much David can do on his end. Those 2 genies are threatening 5 lore if Jonathan can't do anything about this.
Jonathan can find a Pirate's Life here. 2, 3, 4, 5. Would that be exact? Up to 20? He can find a way to gain lore this turn. Jonathan can take this game immediately. Looks like he's digging for something with these visions of the future. Digging 5 cards deep. He can choose one of them and put them into his hand.
Go for the 5th card there as well.
Okay, looks like we're just questing out here.
So players are taking a look through each other's discards, just get information. important as you head into game 2 here.
Yeah, very important. We saw the power of Ruby Sapphire there, being able to finally take control of the game. You know, it's just that one of the scariest things with these Amethyst decks is letting them get too far ahead too quickly, because if you can't stop it, they can end the game before it sort of started as your Ruby Sapphire. Jonathan was missing out on a Hiram there for a little while. I think being able to find that, able to help him dig further to those answers that he needed. It was impressive, though, to watch David continue to just keep his hand full, draw cards. It's what Amethyst does.
Yeah, and we saw the impact of Bell, a tech card for sure, but also a bit inflexible in that situation. Does find the Bell off the top. Unfortunately, draws in the Genie after and is actually not able to play that, sort of keeping him behind in that game.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see if David can take it back on game 2. Let's get into it.
All right, so what do you think you're looking for in the opening hand here if you're on the Ruby Sapphire end?
I think Ruby Sapphire, you're looking for any way to interact. Well, first of all, priority number 1 is ramp on turn 2. You want to find a Tipo, you want to find a Steal the Azurite Sea. It'd be great if you can find a turn 1 item like an Ice Block or a Popsicle, but I think your number 1 priority has to be that ramp, because if you don't, then David has an opportunity to play something like a triple 1-drop opener, right? 1-drop on turn 1, 2 1-drops on turn 2. And it doesn't take very long for that deck to get close to 20, like we talked about before, and get to a point where David could finish the game before Jonathan can actually start. After that, I'd be looking for early ways to interact, things like Brawl, things like Sisu, Daring Visitor, just ways that I can keep David from getting to 20 and sort of push myself to the late game.
Yeah, I'm kind of embarrassed because I don't remember the hypergeometric math off the top of my head. Assuming that Jonathan is playing 60 cards, having 8 copies of turn 2 ramp, it has to be almost guaranteed at this point, looking at that many cards, that you have options to look at so many cards in the sort of sculpting phase of Lorcana. I imagine with 8 copies of turn 2 ramp that you're pretty much going to find it every single time.
I think Jonathan is putting away 5 cards, maybe 4 there. It looks like he's only keeping 2, but I only see 4 cards. Might be one stacked on top of each other. Anyway, putting back a lot of cards, looking for stuff. We see double Popsicle, 2 Tipos, so he has... Oh, wow, yeah, he has...
He does have turn 2 ramp.
Maybe too much ramp at this point. But Jonathan is going to start off with a Tipo, going into the Inkwell, and a Popsicle, drawing a card, passing it on to David.
Another Popsicle in hand as well. And that does have access to the 3-cost uninkable Sisu as well. We saw how impactful that could be against something like a Genie on the opposing side, leading with a Diablo here for David.
I'm eager to see if we play the Tipo out here to try to stop the character, or if we play the Sale of Azurite Sea so that we can play the Popsicle on this turn. Because when you play Tipo, you can just put a card from your hand into your Inkwell, but it enters Exerted. Versus Sale the Azurite Sea, you can put a card from your hand into your Inkwell, and you can use it this turn. As we're able to see here, Jonathan's able to get that second Popsicle out, continue to put cards into his hand, getting rid of all of that turn 2 ramp that he was looking for.
Yeah, really interesting line, actually. It's just going to be a turn box followers for David. That cannot be the turn 2 that you were really looking for there.
No, I think you're really looking... If you're going to play a 1-drop on turn 2, I think you want to play 2 of them, especially in this matchup. So really unfortunate for David here, not having that play to go really wide. Jonathan playing the Grammatala, being able to look at the top 2 cards of the deck, choose one and put the other at the bottom, putting another body on board, a pretty good body, a 3/3, 1 Lorg is going to allow Jonathan to challenge to pretty much anything that David is questing with and playing. See if David decides to quest with the Chernobygs. He does quest with the Diablo, drawing a card, or sorry, not drawing a card, gaining a lore. And then passing it on to Jonathan.
Benja. How common is Benja in the Steel Amethyst list?
What set are we in, Brendan?
To be fair, I mean, you show up to a tournament that's 32% Ruby Sapphire. I think that you put the right tech card in your deck.
Yeah, definitely trying to play around those lucky dimes that they find. And of course, all of the other items like Ice Block that we see, Popsicles, etc., can really disrupt a Ruby Sapphire player. That is really using Hiram as their primary draw engine. If you can disrupt that, then you can maybe buy enough time to win the game before they get going.
Yeah, I feel like David accurately predicted the metagame to bring in, not only bring in the Steel deck, but to also have a copy of Benj in the deck. Shows that he was prepared for this kind of Ruby Sapphire representation. Ruby Sapphire has diversified away from the Lucky Dime all in as sort of the win condition, but we still see 1-ofs of Lucky Dimes and sometimes 2-ofs in a lot of these lists.
David finding that Genie as well on turn 4, allowing to draw a card, evasive, 2 lore. Of course, we have the evasive Sisu in play, but he's quite a bit of strength away from banishing the Genie. I don't even think a Vitalosphere would actually banish it if we had one in play, because it only gives +2 strength. So might be an issue. But we do find the Maui Shark coming into play. That is going to stop the Genie from doing anything. And we're able to combo it here with the Pirate's Life and the Sing Together mechanic, being able to use Sisu, Daring Visitor, and Grimatala to sing the 6-cost song, gaining Jonathan 2 lore, forcing David to lose 2 lore.
So now what do you do if you're David? Like, it feels like you can't quest. You have to get rid of the Maui Shark first, because if you don't, that Maui's going to get those cards back from the discard and just accrue more value. Such a threatening 6-drop that also happens to have evasive and just deals with the other most powerful cards in the format, it feels like.
Yeah, it's definitely a card that has been giving David some trouble from last game, this game as well. We don't have any cards like Along Came Zeus that we could use to quickly deal with this Maui Half Shark. I think we're going to have to resort to just playing out to this board, hope that we can find some of the steel removal by drawing a couple cards.
What are your thoughts about the second ability on Maui Half Shark? Because I already feel like 6 cost, 7/5, inkable, evasive, recur things out of the discard. Very, very good card. But now, also when you play in action, gain 1 lore.
You just immediately gain a lore. Yeah, it puts, I mean, we are watching how powerful that specific ability is, right? Because Jonathan can sort of keep some of his characters ready. He can sort of be in a position where he can always respond to David while also progressing his win condition. He can continue to play cards like Vision of the Future. He can play cards like Sail the Azurite Sea. Or if he has cards like Pirate Life, you know, he can continue to utilize these cards to put him in better positions without honestly risking all that much and continue to gain lore the whole time.
See the Chernobog's library sort of combo here, drawing 2 cards, does find Along Came Zeus off the top, which is going to be a potentially good answer to this Maui Half Shark.
I think so. We have the Genie in play that can sing it as well. Very quickly, deal 5 damage to Maui, get it off the board, gives us the opportunity to start actually exerting our characters without being too scared. We are going to move this Magic Broom to the library as well. Interested to see if we'll banish it. We're going to quest with the Broom.
Have to imagine we will, just considering how much value we're going to get out of that. Drawing 2 additional cards. We're seeing the power of the library engine here. I feel like that Along Came Zeus, which is such a good draw here for David. Now being able to answer this Maui Half Shark. Go ahead and sing, get rid of that. So much back and forth in these games.
Yeah, really great for David there, able to find the Along Came Zeus. Also have the Strength of Raging Fire, I was going to say, but it looks like we're going to go ahead and use that to banish the Sisu. We don't want Jonathan to shift onto the Sisu the next turn, but Sisu of Daring Visitor, of course, is also evasive. It could cause a couple problems, but...
What do you think the best card Jonathan could have here is? Because I think it might be Tamatoa.
Yeah, Tamatoa is pretty good here. It's going to allow us to bring back a Popsicle from the discard, reuse that Popsicle later, draw a card.
I mean, Jonathan would have had almost no cards in hand without that Tamatoa. Such an important card to have here. Still potentially behind. I mean, like we said in the past, David does not have a great way to deal with this card specifically, not having access to things like Be Prepared or Lady Tremaine. Not that Tremaine would impact this board too much, but something that Steel struggles with, particularly something like 5/8.
Yeah, a very large card. Difficult to get rid of for any cards in Steel. Also, David just hasn't gotten a lot of lore. Like at this point in the game, I would want David to be a lot further along towards his win condition because there's so much back and forth. You know that the more cards that Jonathan draws, essentially any Ruby card that he draws is going to banish something on your board. Jonathan, I mean, the library might help him tick up along a little bit, gaining that extra lore at the start of your turn. And we have the evasive Genie, right? Like Tamatoa is an evasive, so theoretically Genie can quest for 2 if it survives. But I think that's the issue: is it going to survive until the next turn?
Interestingly, I think that if Tamatoa had not been the play for Jonathan, David would have been in a position to actually attrition Jonathan out throughout this mid game, due to having access to the library and those, just the rest of the cards in Amethyst to draw additional cards. Of course, has access to friends on the other side as well. Probably would have been at like 6-7 cards in hand to Jonathan's 1 or 0 at that point, but. Now it's coming down to a bit of a race because this Tamatoa is just going to generate so much value. Still, we see David on the gas pedal here, getting up to 9 lore.
Moving
David's
the
on the
Genie to
gas
the
pedal, of
library as
course.
well,
I'm always on
ensuring
the gas
that,
pedal.
knowing that that's essentially the target on board. That's the thing that you want to banish. We do see a big Sisu in hand as well. I think we have enough ink to play it this turn if we want to.
I think we only have 8 though, so are we going to gamble on the, the Popsicle? It feels like the big Sisu is pretty impactful here, though. It's actually going to stop potentially 5 lore. Oh, so
We are going to play the
we don't need to
popsicle.
find the
Those
Inkable
card
here.
sleeve
And we
of
do find
Baymax
the
are so
form of
sick,
Maui
but
Half-Shark. Potentially a card we would
if
have
they're just like
wanted
the
to play as
quality of the
well.
other
You know, an
Lorcana
option to
sleeves, they're
potentially
kind of
play that.
jank because they peel.
But
I would
that,
definitely
you know,
not
with
single
access to
sleeve
the
that. I
ice
would
block
double sleeve.
here,
Could also quest with Tamatoa this turn if we banish a popsicle and then bring it back
true.
using that to ink. I didn't see that line, but I see it now.
Yep, that does make it guaranteed, right? So it wasn't much of a gamble. And that probably will be the correct play, just considering how much value this Maui Half-Shark can get. And there we go. We do
And
see that ice
Sisu
block
with the board
activated, and
wipe.
It's going to be a 3-for-1 here for Jonathan Martinez off the back of that 8-cost Sisu.
David will get to draw a card from the Genie being banished at the library and a card from the Diablo being banished as well. So there's something I'm so impressed with in this Amethyst Steel deck is it feels like no matter how many times Jonathan's able to deal with their board, he just constantly has cards in his hand that he can continue to follow up with.
Did David
I
miss
really
a
like
card
seeing
draw?
those Maui Foxes for David as well.
I think he's
We
supposed to
can
draw 3. I think
potentially
he only drew
start
2.
bouncing this goat back and forth, trying to push ourselves closer to 20. Although I believe Jonathan does have a Pirate's Life in the discard, and we know we have that Maui Half-Shark in hand as well. Great thing about the bounce package, though, is you never really have to leave anything exerted to utilize it. So
Yeah, these 2 Foxes, I think, are looking fantastic at this moment. See what David can do here.
might sing friends with goat.
Yeah, I imagine that is going to be the play here. Just need more card selection. Oh,
Oh, okay. We're going to challenge the Tamatoa here, putting 4 damage on the Tamatoa, banishing the goat, drawing a
interesting.
card from the library.
Who does find Strength of the Raging Fire? That's got to be the worst draw on the deck.
Yeah, not a great draw. I mean, we have 2 Foxes in play. Can't play those unless there's another character on the board. Gonna ink our friends on the other. No,
It's
sorry,
gonna play it.
play the friends on the other side to draw more cards.
Let's find a rabbit and a broom. Drink
a
available.
broom, play
I
rabbit.
believe that Jonathan has not, or sorry, David has not inked yet. We're gonna ink that Elsa. Play the Magic Broom, and then here is the Monument Fox as
Only
well.
if
Could
you
get
had
rid of
enough
that
to move the
Tamatoa.
Fox
We
to the
see
library, you would be able to
how many
draw.
hurdles David has to jump through to get rid of something like a Tamatoa.
Still have a Sisu on board as well. There's the
finds the
Hiram
pen?
Flaversham off the draw. Gonna let Jonathan banish Popsicle, get that draw engine in play if we want to use that this turn. It looks like we are.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my goodness, 2 Maui Half-Sharks in hand and a vision of the future. Gives us plenty of access to the rest of our deck and our discard, essentially.
We don't even need to dig through the deck because we have some of the best cards in the game in our hand right now in form of 2 Maui Half-Sharks.
Yeah, this is definitely a board where if I'm David, I'm looking at it and just my anxiety is going a little high at that point. How am I going to deal with all of these big threats? Sisu questing for 3. Now we have Shark evasive, can pull back those actions, gaining lore when you play actions. Hiram drawing cards through your deck.
Yeah, David does still have the Strength of Raging Fire in hand. Did ink the Elsa on the previous turn. Soon we'll see Merlin Rabbit played out here. Just get more selection. And there it is.
Find a Calhoun off the draw. Not particularly useful right now with all of the high willpower characters and difficult to challenge characters. Usually a pretty good card on the draw or to come back because of her ability to gain lore when she challenges and having resist. Gonna play that Magic Broom and bounce it with the Fox. Move the Fox to the library so that we can challenge and banish the Sisu, drawing a card when the Fox is banished because of the library. Rid of one of these threats.
Yeah, David is able to sort of make this board look a bit more manageable. That being said, I do think the Maui Half Sharks are very, very threatening for him at this point. He has to find something to deal with those.
And David is having to kind of do gymnastics here so that he doesn't leave any characters available for Maui to challenge into. Also dealing with just the characters on board because David has slowly but surely been getting closer to 20 with this library being on board. It's gained lore over the course of multiple turns at this point.
I think access to that Maleficent as well is going to be pretty good here for Jonathan. It feels like, you know, David at every point has to 2-for-1 himself, take a sort of tempo negative play just to try to stay in this game and keep control of the board. And Jonathan's starting to showcase the power of Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah, I mean, if we just look at his hand, he has so many answers between Brawl, Maleficent, also a McDuck Manor, I think, in there as well. We see the McDuck Manor ever enter play. That's going to be particularly difficult for David.
So McDuck Manor, you think that's a tech card for the Amethyst deck specifically?
Could be. I find that players are playing less like
Crabs.
crabs in these Amethyst decks, which makes locations inherently a little bit better, especially ones with 9 willpower. Difficult to deal with. Yeah, and we finally see this library being challenged here. Start working on it. With that 8 willpower, it's going to survive with one remaining willpower after the Hiram. No, just the Maui challenged it.
Hiram did banish that ice block last turn. See another Merlin Rabbit here off the top. Does get a Genie.
See the Genie play, drawing a card.
It's funny to see the evolution of Amethyst decks where you used to have this package of cards in your deck that would draw an additional card. Now it feels like actually every single card in the deck does that.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I keep looking at David's hand. I'm so used to these Ruby Sapphire matchups where once they finally take control, once we're multiple turns into this game, if they haven't lost already, usually the opponent, their hand is pretty thin or their board's pretty thin. But every single time we come back to David, it feels like he just has enough cards in hand to stay in the game.
Yeah, he has 3 cards in hand, which is effectively 6 cards in hand because they all draw additional cards. I do think at this point that Jonathan is firmly ahead in this game and is in a pretty safe spot, especially with the backup of a Maleficent Dragon in hand. It's going to clear this library on this turn as well.
Yeah, we don't have anything like a Sisu to get rid of this rabbit and Genie specifically, but like you said, we do have this dragon that can get rid of one of them. If we are going to go for the Genie, being the slightly more threatening for lore purposes, being evasive, gaining 2 lore.
I don't feel like card advantage is as threatening as it would be at a different part of the game here for, on David's side.
Yeah,
where,
I think Jonathan's
David
got
gaining
this.
lore and potentially using something like a goat, bounce goat to pull ahead is actually the real threat of Jonathan being able to potentially lose this game. David's ability to draw additional cards, especially like 1 or 2 here and there, I don't think is David's way back into this game.
Yeah, especially again with these Maui Half Sharks being on board, it just makes things so tricky. And honestly, I feel like if there's any deck that can sort of combat that in a particular way, it's Amethyst because of their ability to bounce their cards back to their hand, sort of making it so you can still do something with your cards on board without giving your opponent the option to challenge, which we see David doing here, questing with the rabbit.
If I'm Jonathan, I'm super happy to see David bounce a rabbit at this point.
Yeah.
Because you're utilizing one of the cards in your bounce package to actually send a rabbit back when you already have 5 cards in hand. You're in a great spot if you see this, Jonathan, because what you really don't want to see is him be able to get up to something like 15, 16, 17 lore and then use those bounce cards to bounce goats.
Something interesting too here on Jonathan's side of the board, we have enough lore next turn to get up to 18, I think, if we completely quest out. 2 Mauis on board means that if we have a single action in our hand, we can play that action, immediately gain the 2 lore, and win on the next turn. So
now, once again, the second text of Maui coming into play.
You see the Along Came Zeus can't be sung by anything. We're just going to pay the 4 ink to get rid of one of those Mauis.
So we're at 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. If we do find a Pirate's Life, that would be game here on the side of Jonathan. Strength of the Raging Fire finally getting inked, and we see Crab Magic Broom come down here for David. David threatening 4 on the following turn. Could go up to 18, which is effectively game, considering the threat of something like a goat in hand. So both players kind of threatening a win here.
Yeah, things are actually pretty close. If I was Jonathan, I'd also be a little concerned of a White Rose, but we haven't seen any of those in David's deck yet.
Things are actually very close, considering that Jonathan doesn't really have an answer here.
Yeah, it doesn't have a way to banish anything on board. 3, 4 lore just straight on the board for David here would push us to 18.
Expertly navigated by David. I thought this game was not this close a couple turns ago.
We have seen at least 1 goat, maybe 2 in the game so far, so might be a little bit difficult to find that final lore, but we do have a rabbit in hand. Fortunately, I don't think we're going to have enough ink to both dig for a game win and actually play and bounce those cards.
So David, no way to draw additional cards. Does have, I think, most likely quite a few B-preps in the deck, but not going to have the luxury of trying to find them. The McDuck Manor will most will certainly, with the characters on board, threaten game if Dave is not able to win on the final turn or on the following turn. But Jonathan doesn't want to put David in a position to win on the following turn.
Two sharks.
Play this other Maui half shark.
Week.
And did we end up gonna be one off here with the hideaway?
Yeah, we're keeping the hideaway, I think, so that we can maybe play it not on this turn, but the following turn, and using that second ability on Maui to burst gain some lore.
Is the hideaway a must target or a may target?
I think it's a must target.
Yeah, so there has to be a
but you can. Is it opponent's inkwell? I think it's just no. It chosen item or location. So with the McDuck Manor in play, we can choose our own McDuck Manor to put into our inkwell and utilize that card.
Yeah, I think that the McDuck Manor. Okay, so he's not going to quest out with these two.
Yeah, I don't want to give that Calhoun the ability to gain an extra lore.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I think it's over.
Smart plays here by Jonathan.
Very difficult
Find a
for
snake off the top for
David
David here. That's not going to be enough.
Maybe like a goat bounce.
Yeah. We still have the rabbit to dig a little bit. And the broom as well to draw when we play a card. So imagine we'll see rabbit come into play here.
And a goat would be enough because it would be 4 plus the 2, so 6 ink is all you need to find. So it needs to be a goat at the top.
That's
it's not
just me. Pop the broom.
For me, that's not going to be it. We are going to banish the broom, try and find
Draw.
something
One more
else.
chance. Chernobog's followers.
It's just going to be a Chernobog's
And that's
followers.
So how much ink do we have? We have 7.
We have 7 ink left. We do have a snake in hand that we can use to bounce a rabbit back.
Yeah.
Try to draw another card, but Jonathan's board is looking very scary right now. We have to answer it in some way by the next turn.
Yeah, you absolutely have to win this turn if you're David.
We also don't have a way to exert anything with Elsa the Fifth Spirit, because we don't have her in hand that we could potentially use Calhoun with. Very, very difficult spot for David here.
Every time I say David, I keep looking up. It's like me?
Honestly, I
One of
think
these
our only
days.
option is taking out the manor
At
this point.
the big Lorcana events, you'll hear them say David as
So
in
we
me.
take out the manor. We're going to be...
But right now I can just live spiritually through them.
5, 19.
David.
I think David's going to see that line here.
Yeah. David playing very carefully, understanding that this is an extremely tight game. Any mistake here from either player potentially costs them the game. So we are going to start with this Madam M Fox challenging into the McDuck Manor. We're going to play the snake to bounce the fox, replay this fox. What are we bouncing? Trying to do the math. The 2 fox challenges on their own aren't going to do it. We need to do 9 damage to the McDuck Manor. The fox, of course, only challenges for 4. Even if we replay this fox this turn, we still have to swing something into the McDuck Manor.
So you
I guess
the
quest
crab
with
here,
crab,
you're bouncing
right?
the rabbit.
I don't know if does it even matter, because if we have Maui Shark in play and we leave anything exerted at the end of our turn, I guess then the Maui's not questing, so that's 1 less lore. But we could get Pirate's Life back if it's in our discard.
Yeah, but 1 less lore would matter, right? The Pirate's Life would just be enough.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Maybe David realized that sort of partway through this. That's why we saw the hesitation.
Pulling back the snake.
So you can bounce.
Yeah.
But then I think he realized, okay, I'm 1 off in terms of removing the McDuck Manor. Okay, so it looks like David's play was to sort of attack into the McDuck Manor. Maybe thought this Monomon would clear it, bounce it back with the snake, have no exerted characters to stop the Maui from recurring that Pirate's Life. But maybe did the math wrong on that. That's why we saw the hesitation.
Yeah. He's trying
I
to
thought
look at his
McDuck
hand,
had
figure
8
out if
health,
there's
but
any
it's
way we can
9.
save this. Like we're going to quest with the crab again, bounce it with snake. Oh yeah, boost the fox here. So now we can get rid of the McDuck Manor. It still leaves the fox exerted though. I think separating what cards were played this turn. We know we can't quest with those.
So play out the rest of the hands. Back over to Jonathan.
All Jonathan
And-
needs is an action that he can play.
Yeah, how about a Pirate's Life?
Yeah, Pirate's Life will seal the deal.
That's exactly what we're going to find. The Maui's going to challenge the Fox, bring back Pirate's Life, and Jonathan is going to take round 2 of the
Dang, that was
Disney Lorcana
intense.
North American
2-0.
Championship.
Yeah, and notably as well, Jonathan with another 2-0. We saw him with 7 points, so going into 14 points after round 2, that's a great spot to be.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we were talking about the Ruby Sapphire deck, how good or bad it might be into this field of what's typically aggressive decks. I think Amethyst Steel counts as one of those, you know, can be pretty aggressive in their Genie lines. And Jonathan's able to make a win out of it, another 2-0.
I think I would rather play into Amethyst Steel than Ruby Amethyst, most likely. I think
Okay.
that Jonathan probably got the more favorable pairing out in terms of the Amethyst decks that showed up to the tournament. That being said, those were very close games, and I think that David was liable to win both of them.
Yeah.
So it is a tough matchup. Like Ruby Sapphire, while being 32% of the metagame, is not this end-all, be-all dominant deck. Like it's going to have, it looks like it exists in a hostile metagame this weekend, but even with the, you know, some of the matchups that it's not super favored into, very, very tight games.
Yeah, I totally agree. But we do have another round after a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit.
And now we're on break. Just when things were picking up. Yeah, that red-blue is just too strong, man. Once they start going, can't stop it. Luckily, it's not single elimination like last chance qualifiers. They're in it. They're in the big leagues now. Hope you guys are having a great Saturday. Shout out to everyone hanging out with your boy, watching North American Championships. What up, Todd? How's it going, man? Happy Saturday. Glad you can be here for this North American Lorcana Championship watch party. We can't make it. We couldn't be there. So we're gonna be there in spirit and watch it. So the ticket that I had that I gave to a buddy at my locals, they were one game away from making it to the next day. They were one game away from making it out of the last chance qualifiers. They had to win 5 games in a row. They won 4, and then they lost the last one. They were so close. They were so close, man. Nice. Where is this being held? This is being held at Disneyland. I know. California right now is pretty wild over there. But yeah, they continue this event because they were in a safe area. So, but yeah.
Hey,
We're gonna be
Lumineers,
there.
we're here at the end of round 2, and I'm
maybe
talking
next
with
year.
Jonathan, playing that red-blue deck against an Amethyst Steel and winning it 2-0. How are you feeling right now?
Feeling pretty good. Yeah, it's a great player. And you know, it's a good game, especially the game 2. That was kind of nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
But no, feel good so far. Yeah.
That Maui shark came down during the first game.
Yeah.
And I was
Oh,
watching.
Todd, did you hear?
And, man, how do you feel?
Did you hear
like,
that that 1K tournament for Lorcana? Your boy won it. I don't know if you were here for on that stream, but your boy did work. Went in there, 50 players, didn't lose a single game. I was undefeated, and I got that money at the end, baby. First tournament of the year, and your boy came out on top.
You had to go 5-0.
Yeah.
What was that experience like?
It was fun. Like, so me and my testing groups, like we try to figure out what's the good list, and you know, my friend Mike was able to give me like a solid 62 list, and throughout the LCQ, it was just solid. Like it was just really smooth, and I've been enjoying it. Yeah, so yeah, good job for Red Purple.
Yeah. Well, I hope that deck keeps being smooth sailing for you, sailing the Azurite Sea.
Yeah.
As
Yeah,
you
I
would
caught the
say.
replay of the
And
stream.
you're telling
That's
me
how
that you
2025 is
you
gonna
came
be.
to this game
We're
from
gonna
another
go.
card game.
I hope
because
so.
you
I hope
are
that's
a
just a
huge
start and that
Disney
we
fan.
can
Yep.
You are local here.
channel that
and
that
you are
energy
Magic
and
holder.
win.
What is
to make it a
some
day
of your
2
favorite
at these
things about
events,
Disney
man.
Parks or a favorite memory that you have?
So fun
Yeah,
fact, I
that'd
don't
be
like
great.
roller coasters.
The set championship
But
starts
the first
next
time
week.
my girlfriend got me on
So
an
I'm
Incredicoaster,
gonna have to try
it
to
was,
win
incredible.
a,
And I love
set
it. It's my
championship
favorite right now.
Scar promo
still
card,
trying to
or
get
I
on
can get the
Guardians,
championship
but,
playmat.
but no, I love the roller coaster. I love
So
the
I'm
vibes. Just
always
really is like the
practicing.
happiest place on earth.
It really
I'm just
is.
glad that my
And it's so
practice
exciting to
paid
have
off
this
for that
event
1K.
Here, right
Oh,
next
yeah.
door to the park.
playing
Are you
like a
gonna make
different
it there
beast.
This weekend?
Hopefully, we'll see. We'll see if I get in tomorrow. So yeah. But yeah, it's been good. It's been good
And
here.
you're telling me that your girlfriend also plays Disney Lorcana
She does,
together.
yeah,
How's
she's
that been for the two of you?
It's good. She loves the mid-range decks. Yeah, she's a purple-red player. So we just love red. I guess we love destroying things, banishing things. So
Yeah, you got that giant Maui right behind you. There
there
you
it
go.
is. Yeah, exactly. We love it.
Isn't
Yeah,
that Aladdin?
we've been playing together.
Oh wait, did they
since
change
that
it?
one,
It was
so,
Aladdin.
Yeah, we
Now it's
love
Maui.
it.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Well,
I
thanks
want
for
one of those
chatting
giant
with me, and
cards.
good luck
I want
on
one
the
of those
rest
giant
day.
enchanted
Appreciate it.
cards in my room.
Welcome back to the booth. I'm Liam. I'm here with Tannen. Tannen, we're through two very exciting rounds in this North American Championship. We're the first one ever with some great storylines already playing out. What do you think so far?
Great Lorcana getting played everywhere. I think that's really awesome. I was floored by how good our first round was, not only from the play side, but the entertainment
like a
side as
beast.
well. Round
it's
2
not a
was great
beast.
as well. The casters did an amazing job bringing that home. I don't know if you saw this. After we got lunch, you and I were in the viewing area, just being fans. You know, just sitting there with
nerding
everybody
out.
else. Yeah, just absolutely loved it. So I know I've been having a great time. I don't think we need to ask you. It's obvious you're having the time of your life. So
Yeah, and to paint the picture again, the viewing area is right there, the trophy's right there. There's all sorts of energy in the room. It's a lot of fun. So hello to everybody in the viewing area. Well, with that, I think we're getting pretty close to our third round game here. We're ready to bring that up. It should be an exciting match.
Absolutely. We're going to be having Cody versus Justin here in our third round. And this is a really cool dichotomy of how they qualified for this event. Cody is going to be one of our LCQ players, one of the last chance qualifier players. That
one of the
means
last
that
chance
He came to this
qualifiers.
event with no qualification to play in it, but took the chance at playing in one of the
But
LCQs,
you already
got
have
one of
a
those tickets,
giant cards. I
and
don't.
5-0'd his
I
way
want giant
through. So
Lorcana cards.
he's already warmed up. He's already ready to go and fought his way into this. And then the other side, he's got somebody that is quite the veteran from the DLCs this year. You were talking to me about that he played in almost all of the ones in North America besides Toronto.
Besides Toronto.
Yeah.
Yeah, every other North American challenge he was in, finally getting his qualification on the last one in Seattle, where I believe he placed 9th.
Yeah, I think the players might be ready, so we can head on down to the feature match area. As soon as they are ready to go, we'll get into that action. And it does sound like they are ready, so let's go ahead and head on down to that
Bring
feature
the
match.
action.
All
I
right, so
don't
here we
know
have
who
Justin
Justin
Shaft
or
on the left,
Cody
Cody
is
Gilbert on the
either,
right.
but best
Cody
of luck
is our
to them.
player who came in from the LCQ, and Justin is the one who played in most of these challenges.
Yeah, Cody's got a little bit of a co-pilot here, a little Ratatouille situation. He's going to be getting
He's getting
the
coaching.
strings
That's not fair,
pulled, I think,
Judge.
for his game here. And
Judge.
it looks like we're going to be getting Diggy Hole here.
Ah,
again on
another
Justin
Diggy
Shaft's
hole.
side. I see a 7 Dwarfs mine, and then I think you believe, I think you know that the deck that Cody's playing, was it Blurple?
I believe it is Blurple. It's Blurple is the affectionate name for blue purple, which is amethyst sapphire here in Lorcana. But the name Blurple is just fun to say.
Yeah.
I can't ever not say it.
It's such a Disney name, right? It just sounds very Disney-ish.
like a character from Strange World or something. But yeah, so this would be an interesting matchup. We've seen this this aggressive Amber Steel deck before. We saw it in round 1. It's called by some people Diggy Hole because the person who popularized it, Brennan DeCandio, named his deck that, and so you'll hear people refer to it as that. It is a very fast deck. It's meant to win quickly if possible, and there's a few cards that came out this set which kind of unleashed this deck, and it's actually been more popular today than I expected.
This is a deck that I expected to be pretty highly played this weekend, but I think the red-blue kind of helping suppress that numbers a little bit. If you wanted to play anything in these colors, this was the deck that I think was going to grab you. I think that was the big thing this weekend is, were you going to play this deck in Diggy Hole? Were you going to play some form of Amethyst deck? Did you want to play Genie? I think was that the question. Or did you want to play red-blue? Because I think the format has pretty much devolved to that for me. There are some decks on the fringes that are good, that are playable, but of the most played decks, those are the 3 things that you see the players choosing from.
That's true. Talking about Amethyst here, you mentioned that color. Other than the Ruby Sapphire deck you talked about, and then these Amber Steel decks, whether it's Steel Song or the aggressive variant, you do have the Amethyst decks, and a lot of them are very, very similar. They're clones of each other with colors splashed in. I'll talk more about that in a moment because we are off to the races.
Yeah, you see that Pluto getting put into the ink, and on turn 1, Daisy Duck. That is something that you really,
Turn 1
really
Daisy
want this deck
Duck.
in almost all of your matches. It's going to give Cody
It's already
some
super
cards
broken.
here. Most of the Blurple decks play about 80 to 90% characters. He's going to draw some cards of it, but that lore count is going to get up high. Cody, though, he's looking to ramp up into these 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 drops and getting them out early. I mean, we don't know for sure, but usually these decks play a lot of the typical stuff that you see purple early, and they're going to be capping out at 7-drop Hades, 8-drop Elsa. And I don't know if you've played against those cards before. They are very powerful.
Very powerful on the top end for sure. Yeah, the core of this deck, this Amethyst core, is going to be something that you're going to see all weekend long, because most of these Amethyst decks, the core is just so strong and so consistent that they're consistent across many of these decks. The question is, what do you pair it with? Those going Blurple are making the bet that, hey, I can go faster than my opponent's Amethyst decks by using cards like Tipo or Sail the Azurite Sea to ramp me into my bigger cards faster, get my Genie on the deck earlier, and that's what this deck wants to do in the field today. So Justin knows that the longer this game goes on, inevitability is with the Amethyst Sapphire deck, and so looking to get high lore on the board as early as possible, trying to close this game out before the Blurple deck has access to its high lore or higher cost characters.
Speaking of high lore early, that Daisy Duck did go ahead and get those 2 lore points. Genie added to Cody's hand and a Tipo draw for the turn. So maybe we're going to have Tipo into a Genie draw, which is really good for Cody. Piglet turn 2 from Justin, threatening to have 5 more lore added here on turn 3 from Justin. So really ideal start from Justin. Let's see if Cody has one of his ideal starts here as well. We did see that Tipo. That's what's going to come down. Another card from his hand, going to be going into the Inkwell here. Going to make him have 4 ink on turn 3, and that's where this deck really starts to get going, right, Liam?
No, absolutely. And I can't, and I didn't get a great look at the hand, but if Tipo was in fact not in the hand or Sail the Azurite Sea before turn 2, that draw there is so impactful because this deck really wants to hit one of those 2 drops on turn 2 to keep it ramping into the end game. So
I think Justin would want to have a Cinderella in hand.
And kind of a great opening here for Cody.
Right
Justin,
now,
though, also on a
good.
very good opening with a 3-lore character in Piglet. Once he drops another character, requesting for 5 next turn.
If he didn't have the Tipo or the Sail the Azurite Sea already, you can see the drawback that Daisy Duck does. Getting that extra card into Cody's hand made him get to that Tipo in turn 2 if he didn't already have something like that. So huge effect on the game already. Looking at Justin's hand, he has a couple 2 drops and a 1 drop there in the Happy, so maybe 2 more characters getting deployed here this turn. I see a lot of Piglets here as well. Does he want to play this one to the board? Does he want to use it for ink? But Justin's having to go with that decision.
Dropping Piglet and Happy.
Reading Fire put into the Inkwell. He's going to go ahead and play another Piglet here. Can't blame him. That's going to add so much threatening lore to the play.
Quest for 2, go to
Let's
4.
see, what does Cody get off the top? Very good chance he's going to draw another card here. Oh, that's one of the misses.
Duck.
Yeah, there are definitely more misses in here than you'll see in Emerald Amethyst, but kind of a bummer to miss there. And then we're going wide
Quest for
here.
another 3.
So
Going
getting another
to
Piglet on the board
7.
here. Now,
We're racing.
both of those Piglets are going to be set up to quest for 3 next turn, unless we can remove 2 characters from the board. So Cody's got some work to do on his turn.
Piglet and Happy added for Justin here. Tons of lore play, already up to 7. Cody has 0, but going back over to Cody's side, he's got a way to challenge this Piglet. The Chitterbox followers can do a good job of trading here, but it doesn't get cashed in for another card. It does, however, deny the Piglet to Justin here, as we get a good view of these players.
Yeah, this really strong opening here from Justin. There's other 3 drops here where you can go higher lore. You can do things like Lawrence, and there's other things you can do. But in this scenario, going wide forces
I feel
Cody
like
to
I
have
would be so
numerous
tilted
answers to
being
shut
on the
off these
opposite
Piglets 'cause
side
they're
where the
so strong.
Lorcana logo
great
is
point
upside
here,
down
because
for me.
a really
you know?
ideal thing from Cody here is if he doesn't play a 4-drop, is like maybe he has a Fox where he picks up Tipo
Ooh,
or a
crab
crab
buff.
here on Tipo. That's huge because that's going to allow him to take out the
Okay.
Daisy Duck here. And then if he wants, the Chitterbog followers is also going to take out the
Chitterbog too with
Piglet here.
Piglet,
So
yeah.
tons of lore denied
That's
from
good.
Justin here. Great turn here from Cody.
That was
This is what I like
good.
to call crab check. You need to know early in the game when they're questing on the side of the aggro decks, you need to have a crab a lot of times to make sure your 1-drops can trade into these characters that have high
now
toughness.
Cody's
and make sure
looking
that you
real
can get these
good
trades and stuff off
in
the
this
board.
position.
So Cody up to the task here, even follows it
Pause.
up with another 1-drop of another Chitterbox follower. So we're back over to Justin for his turn 4 here.
So we know Justin has a dock in
Luscious
hand
character is going to be
and a
able to
Lilo.
use that
Yeah,
pig,
ink that.
that piglet to get extras.
Play
It
Lilo,
doesn't look
play
like Lilo's
dock,
going to get followed up
draw
here.
2.
Along with, is that a dock as his last card? That's exactly what he wants.
Lawrence
2 more cards
and
added
Lawrence.
to gas up his hand
Double
here.
Lawrence.
Both look like they were Lawrence off the top here. And that piglet is
Do you just
exerting
quest
for
out with the
3 more
piglet
here this
and
turn as well.
happy?
If he wants to do it, it will be kind of a sacrifice of the character, but he's got a huge lore lead. How much does he want to cash in on this, or does he want to wait for just a little bit?
Yeah.
Does
I'll
look like he's
probably
going
quest
to
out.
cash it in here. He's going to go ahead and get 4
Make
more
my
off those
opponent
2
have to deal with my
characters.
board. So go to 11. Over the halfway
pushing
mark.
himself up to 10, pushing the tempo here, taking that aggressive roll still. Cody,
Actually,
I
it'll be
don't think
11.
we can ignore the impact of that last turn. Justin
Piglet quest for
basically
3,
saying,
going
hey,
to 10,
I'm going to run away with
happy,
this game
going to
unless you
11.
have a way to not only remove one of these piglets with the Chernobog's followers, but either a fox or a crab as another answer. If you go and do what a lot of Amethyst decks wants to do and play the genie on turn 4 and draw a card, you're going to leave me with a pretty wide board and a lot of lore. And so Cody having the answer there, a pivotal turn.
That's actually a really good point, too. The fact that we were going into a 4-ink turn for Cody, and he made it to where he's like, hey, you need a crab or a rush character. Those cost 3. So if Cody didn't have another 1-drop there, then his turn was going to be a little inefficient on the ink as well. So Justin kind of set him up for possibly having an inefficient turn there. We do see the trade come through onto the dock there.
Let's see.
I'm sorry, onto the happy. I apologize.
Fox into the Inkwell, which sets up a 5 lore carry. It is Elsa, the 5th spirit, exerting that Lilo as she comes into play.
Yeah. And Elsa's
Take out
really good at making
Piglet.
sure these Lilos, if they keep coming back, it's dealt with turn after turn after turn.
Taking
Really
out
high.
Lilo.
off this character
Yeah,
that can
I
trade in.
think
That's another trade
even though
from,
Justin's at 11
the crab
lore,
into the,
I think Cody's
into the piglet and the Lilo as well. So
I think in the driver's seat
the
now. I
forces
think
have
it might
been
be a wrap.
decimated here for Justin. A lot of banishing going on. For
2
his
Lawrence in the
characters.
hand.
Oh,
I
this
mean,
is, and
unless
this is
you
gonna
draw
be a
something like
challenging
really
spot for
good.
this,
I don't know.
Amber,
The
steel
Rapunzel
aggro
would
deck.
be
It
okay.
wants to go
No.
fast.
Yeah, that's
Unfortunately,
not
it can
good.
burn out early.
Drawing a Cinderella
once your
now is
opponent
kind of
is able to gain a little bit of
whatevers.
control of the board. Justin with a few cards in hand, only, I mean, he can play a Lawrence and a Cinderella this turn, establish a little bit, but Cody now with some stronger
know.
characters on board. You have the crab, which is available to bounce
Oh
perhaps.
shoot!
giving
Cody
challenge
even
or
has the
something else.
bell in
Looking at his
hand, so
we
he can
do have an
move
accomplished
the 2
mystic,
damage off his
which can move
character
damage
onto
counters
Cindy
around
if
when it comes
Justin
into play,
plays it,
so,
and Cindy automatically
lots
gets
of
banished.
options available for
Yeah,
Cody
this
on
is
his
a
turn
huge,
to,
huge
do
swing
some
of
shenanigans,
events.
and keep the board under control. So really going to be a challenge to crawl back for Justin here, I think.
Absolutely. It looks like he's going to start that claw back with a Lawrence. That's going to be followed
Yeah,
up
that
by
Cindy's
Cinderella
gone.
and a pass over here.
That Cindy's
No lore game
gone.
for Justin here, but I think that's a problem for him that you're going to see the rest of this game is this
What did he
board
just
is
draw?
getting
McDuck
big
Manor?
and it's getting problematic on Cody's side. So challenges are going to be hard. Generally, the Blurble deck is going to be way better at challenging than the Amber Steel deck. So you can see Cody kind of leveraging that here in the way this game is played out. We're back over to him.
Quest
The
for
box
1.
follower is going to go ahead and quest. I
Pop into
believe
the
he's going
draw,
to get
right?
cashed in for a card here. Looks like it
Yep.
is. But he's going to get a fresh one off the top.
Yeah, I think I
Dude,
want to
those
say, I
hand
think,
cams
McDuck
aren't even
Manor
doing
was drawn for
anything.
turn.
We can't
I'm
even
not
see what
sure
Cody's
he just
holding.
drew.
Yeah, that 5-drop bell would be great here, getting to move those damage counters over to something else. He wants lots of other options for him as well. We saw, I think there's a genie in the hand as well if he wants to get another fresh card off the top here this turn.
Yeah, and I will say, we talked about how it'll be a challenge. Really every deck generally has outs, and there are some outs here as well. Stringing together a few docks in the right order could really allow you to go wide, drawing 2 cards each time a dock is played. So there are draws Justin could have to kind of put him back into it. We do see, I think, an autographed McDuck Manor there heading into the Inkwell for
moving
Bell
damage
Accomplished
on
Mystic.
Cindy.
Which will allow him to shift 2
Yeah.
damage counters from
Pop
that
the broom
Elsa
to
over
draw
to
now.
Cinderella.
Yep, the Magic Broom, so we still got the trigger for the Magic Broom from Bell coming to play. Does he want to cash this in?
Yep,
It does look like
okay.
Cody wants to cash this in. The cards just keep flowing for Cody here, and you see what makes
Plus
purple
1.
so good here. Not only are the cards good, but it makes sure that your hand gets
That's
refilled
smart.
as the
If
game
he
goes
quested with
on
the crab,
as
then
well.
Lawrence could have
I
ran
know
into
Justin's
the
board has been
crab,
decimated
and then
these last
Rapunzel
few
here for
turns. That
3.
Cinderella getting taken
So
away
trying
from
to stay
him means
safe.
The song off
Smart
the top
play.
is going to be a little less
Very
efficient than
smart.
it was. Still able to be sung by Lawrence, though.
But Justin
Losing
only
that
has a
Cinderella
Let's
is
Storm Rage on and
so
another
painful
Lawrence.
Here. That Cinderella is on board.
Not
and it was ready.
ideal.
But Bell Accomplished Mystic, a card that allows you to get around
I guess
that
Lawrence
mechanic
could
and also
sing.
around resist for what it's worth. But allowing
Take
him
out
to hit,
crab, draw a
remove that
card, maybe get
ready
something good.
Cinderella, being able to sing, let the Storm Rage on here allows him to remove the cab, draw a card, and keep things going.
Yeah, I think it's such a big deal that you highlighted this Bell. This is a card that we've seen getting played more and more lately, and I think it has a lot to do with the proliferation of Genie. You have your Genie, you can attack into theirs, you can challenge into theirs, and then you can move your Genie's damage counters over to their Genie's damage counters and banish it that way, lots of other ways. And it curves really well. It just gives you, it's kind of like having extra copies of the Elsa in the 5-drop slot, because we see that as well. A lot of Genie on Genie action going on with Elsa plus
Genie on
Genie
Genie action.
You're going to hear this. I know we're talking a lot about the Genie Wars. We're going to talk about a lot about it this weekend, I believe. You're going to see that happening very often. It does.
Oh, just hard cast it.
Going to go ahead and take care of the Merlin Crab. A fresh card off the top for Justin here. I see a Pete, and I think it was Pete and Lawrence were left over in his hand. Does he want to put one of these into his inkwell? Does he want to keep deploying this as the game goes on?
Yeah, it's just so tough here. I mean, ideally, again, Justin wants to go
know.
wide.
I don't know how
force
Justin
Cody
can
to
win
have
this.
the answers, but
Looking
not
very
able to play another character here.
I
grim.
was say, do you feel like Justin
Okay, he's
can
gonna
quest
go
here? It looks like
questing.
he thinks he can, so he goes ahead and grabs 3 more up to 14. That Lawrence is still a 4-4 right now, but
Possible.
might not be for long.
Possible.
The challenge, and I think this is the right play. You know, Justin knowing that, again, the longer this game goes on, the more cards Cody's going to be able to draw, the more answers he's going to have. So I have to get the lure when I can and try to force.
Cameraman,
a
move the
situation
camera so we
where
can see
I'm
the
dropping
hands.
One character a turn.
Because right
that
now
has
we're
to
just
be
looking at
answered,
sleeves.
forcing Cody to
Genie.
have the Elsas or the answers to challenge, deal with ready characters. Really
This
wants
is
to force that game state.
card sleeve cam.
Cody here finally dropping. That's the first Genie that you and I have seen today.
Yeah, we've had a chance to see more of them. They were hiding quite a bit. The lamp had not been rubbed correctly, but it looks like we finally got our first Genie of the day for us here in round 3. Cody does the Genie, gets to draw an extra card here as well. Puts that Tipo into the inkwell and follows it up with another Diablo here as well. So as you can see, what I was talking about earlier, not only are these cards powerful from the blue-purple deck, but most of them replace themselves as well. And here's
Lawrence.
the attack that I thought was going to happen here. It looks like Elsa is going to go ahead
And finish off with the
attack
bell, yeah.
into Lawrence. It's going to take 4, but that character's going to stay around. Lawrence no longer has any strength, so Bell's going to go ahead and challenge into it and not take
Calhoun.
any damage there as well. So another board cleanup spot for Cody. Is that generally how the blue-purple deck is going to be in this matchup? Are they going to be trying to do as much board control as they can?
Generally, I mean, it depends on the role that deck is in. If that deck is on the player in the draw, if it's shifted from the control role and the react role into the beatdown or the aggressive role. In this scenario, this deck is forced to be in the
Calhoun, I don't think
control
is a
role
really
because of
good
his
card right
opponent,
now. I
Cody's
think
opponent.
he would have
So,
wanted like an
but it
Inkable,
is
so
very
then you could
effective as a
drop
control
like
deck.
a Lawrence
What I
and maybe
will
a
say
Daisy,
is it's
kind of put more
not as
pressure on.
effective
But
as
like right now,
control as
you
some
can
of
only
the
just,
other,
I mean,
purple
Ink Pete,
clones
then
that we
play
see
Lawrence
in the meta.
and Calhoun.
Purple Steel has a lot of songs like Along Came Zeus, Let Stormer John, Strength of Raging
So that's
Fire,
something.
which give it more control options. Ruby, of course,
Yeah,
has
and then
cards like Be
Floodfield,
Prepared
yeah.
and plenty
And
of
Quest
removal
for
options
one.
available. This deck has to lean into challenging
Okay.
more.
So
It
you're at
does have Hades on the
15.
top end, which can do some control,
Quest
but
for another
this deck is going to do
3,
its control through
18,
Bell Accomplished
and the
Mystics,
Calhoun
through
banish will
Elsa's,
be 19,
and that's
so,
really
oh,
how it's
man,
gonna
it is a
accomplish,
close one.
Yeah, it's board control.
Lawrence and Calhoun added for Justin here. A lot of lore possible for him next turn. He's up to 15. 2 more possibly from the Lawrence. 1 or 2 from Calhoun, depending on how Cody challenges here. He does have a couple of evasive characters that he can maybe challenge with that Calhoun won't be able to challenge. But you can see right there that during your turn, if this character banishes another character in a challenge, you gain 2 lures. You could possibly get 2 off
just
that.
throwing the bird in just so you can get the
Nice little play
draw.
here. Diablo's going to go ahead and challenge in. Yeah, look, it's just going to take some damage, not doing any of itself, but it means that another card gets cashed in for Cody here. And you can see that he's really put a premium on getting all these extra cards and having as many options as he can during all of his turns. I love that he started his turn off with that in all his turns as well.
So I think what we're seeing here, I just talked about how there aren't very many direct removal options, and by that I mean cards that like action
There's no
cards.
dragon fire.
There's
right?
no dragon
there's
fire.
No brawl.
There's no direct damage, as it were. And so here we go. But here's a beautiful option.
Let it go.
This is let it go.
Let it go.
Yeah, which is being sung here to send a character to the inkwell. This is a great draw for Cody.
Goes in, puts the Lawrence away. The Doc is gone as well, leaving Justin with just a Calhoun.
Yeah, but we do see Bell there is vulnerable to a challenge from Calhoun. It'll be a trade, but it'll allow Justin to get 2 lore closer to victory.
Yep, and that Lilo does come back out of the banish area as well. Cody, like you said, left over with that Bell with 1 damage on it. That looks like a prime target for this Calhoun to challenge into, since it is really the only target for it to challenge into anyway, with both of the other characters having evasive here. Fresh card off the top for Justin. Should be able to play practically any card out of his deck with that 4 ink left over.
But there it is. We have Bell being removed and Calhoun gaining 2 lore for Justin, putting him 3 lore away from winning. Of course, getting that Lilo back on the board forces Cody to have to deal with that rather than devoting resources to advancing his lore.
Yeah, it looks like Genie is going to be on trade mode here for the next few turns with this Lilo. It looks like a passover from just here. I did not get a chance to see what the card was, but got to wonder what it is if he's not going to play it there. There's maybe a few misses. We've seen some 5, 6, and 7 drops make their way into this deck as 1-ofs or 2-ofs at times. Could be maybe a big Cinderella. We've seen that show up in spots or two, so wonder what it is left over from Justin there.
We have. There are some options available, but it is probably a 5-drop.
All right, Cody, let me know if you've heard this before. He's going to start his turn off by drawing an extra card here, it looks like. It looks like that's a Merlin Rabbit. Yep, for Cody here, fresh card.
Amethyst is what Amethyst. So,
Amethyst is what Amethyst is.
I do want to talk about this purple shell. One of the things I find interesting about the blue purple pairing is a lot of the other decks have to pick and choose cards out of the purple shell that they want to include. The core is very much the same, but there's certain options you can mix in and mix out. This deck actually borrows very, very, very few cards from Sapphire. And so it generally, these decks go very, very heavy Amethyst, gets them all of the best Amethyst cards, and then subs in a few blue cards just for ramp, and then for a little bit of control on the top end. But you'll notice we're seeing mostly the Amethyst core here.
I guess it would just stop one of the characters from questing, so kind of a stall card.
Piglet just says what he drew for there. It was
Piglet, is that Sven?
Fire?
Yes.
Oh no, it was a Daisy.
Daisy.
Okay, that's what it was.
So going wide, going wide. All right.
A lot of extra lore to be added here. That's 17.
That's
that
game
really
if
scary
they
for Cody.
can't
Cody
clear
needs to
Piglet.
more than just the Lilo here. Because if another character comes off the top,
Elsa would be good.
You need another character. That's 3 right now. Off the Daisy,
Genie,
and the Piglet. So
they might not have the answer to do this.
Can he find, say,
is Justin gonna just like
Elsa
steal this
here?
win away?
Can he find?
Wow. We need an Elsa. We need an Elsa.
I was going to say, we don't have the exact deck list of them here, but
so another Let It Go.
Another
with
Let It Go
Suffice.
would do it.
Or
along with
Let It Go,
card.
which has Elsa on
See,
it.
there's the ink. And Goat.
We have it.
A Bell would be good too.
Looks
An
like a
accomplished
bell.
Mystic.
There we
That
go.
We'll do it too, because now we can shift the damage onto the Piglet, remove the Piglet, and challenge
Nice,
into the
good
Lilo.
play.
So, perfect card you
Holy.
needed to keep this under control.
Not to mention, Cody's at 7 lore here. I believe that's what he's at, and so he's gonna have to start lowering up and get this game over with too.
So
as quickly
Rabbit
as
takes
possible.
out Lilo.
So it looks like the Genie might still be on trade duty here. Oh, actually, I believe we're gonna start doing it more with the Elsa because the Genie does quest for 2 here, and that's important.
Yeah, it's a question. It's
there
the
we go.
Rabbit.
Looks
Okay.
like the Rabbit. That
then
makes more
quest
sense
with the
actually, because
rest.
you would like the Rabbit to get taken away.
This is
so you
where
also draw
Cody
that
needs to
extra
try to
card.
race up.
Does look like this is gonna be a quest for a few more here. I believe up to 10.
Ooh,
Yeah.
For Cody here.
that bell really saved
All right,
him.
let's see. So we're gonna. Oh my
Bring
goodness.
back Lilo?
This is a knife's edge. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna do public math here. 6, 7, 8. So almost enough to win the game. If not enough to win the game on board, then it is
Oh
enough with the
no.
goat.
Oh, Doc.
I think he's got 9.
That is a great
So
top
it is
deck.
enough.
It is the perfect.
That
amount
is
to
a
win.
great
Speaking of
top deck.
perfect top deck here for
Right.
Justin.
Oh my
A Doc
goodness.
Into a Strength of Range of Art, into a Cinderella. He's got exactly enough left to do this.
Exactly enough to remove something from the board.
Remove.
All right, this will
Probably
be
Genie,
for
right?
3.
Probably
So he can
Genie,
take care of one of the he can take care of the Genie that has damage on it here if he
my
wants.
Yo,
Is
this
that his
game
best
is getting very close.
Wow.
So if he takes care of the Genie, that leaves over what 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. You would go up to 18. Do you have a way to bounce the Merlin Goat here? Is the question at that point. And do you quest with your Daisy Duck?
I think you have to. Let's do
I was gonna
this. Strength of Raging Fire into the Genie. You called it.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, if
Quest
this
for
is a
2.
bounce character. Oh, you see Justin. He's like, think about it. Can I get away with not questing here?
If he doesn't quest, then he's almost.
All right, he looks like he's gonna go ahead and go quest.
do
He's gonna
it.
go to 19.
Do it
make
up.
sure
Go to
all of his
19.
cards can win the game
Make your
turn.
opponent has the
You see what's
answers.
the top card.
Make your opponent has the
That's
answers.
not.
I think this is that the only card left in Cody's hand.
Oh, let's see. Oh, this is so tight.
We've seen some amazing top decks here this weekend. Let's see if we can get another one.
Show their hands. I can't see.
Oh,
The big Elsa
This
freeze.
is a very powerful card for Cody here. That is an 8-drop Elsa that is going to
Shifting.
exert 2 characters. Going to do a lot of math here from Cody.
Yeah, that's amazing. So that's going to
So
exert
all-
2 characters. They're not going to be able to ready the start of the next turn. Oh my
GG,
goodness.
yo.
And that's gonna make
Cody
sure all
with the
3 of them
big
get taken out
Elsa
by
drop.
Justin, and Justin's going to scoop it up here.
Wow.
What an amazing set of top decks
Wow,
between the
wow,
two players.
wow. These are some
What is
Lorcana
going on today,
games.
Liam?
I don't know.
These
I
are some
mean,
Lorcana
what can you
games.
say? I mean, pointing out again, we've seen Daisy Duck. So in our first match, we had this scenario where Daisy Duck, pulled a character off the top, and it unlocked the one card that the player needed to win the game. Same
we
thing
go
happens here. Daisy Duck Quest pulls the Churner Box followers off the top. There may have been some other card draw. I don't think we could have banished the rabbit, but then drawing one of the perfect cards to shut down both of those ready characters.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying with the Daisy Ducks. Like, do you quest the Daisy Duck? Because, like, you might get them a card deeper into their deck, so now they get 2 draws at the characters that can win the game. But then it's like, what if the top card is Elsa? It doesn't matter anyway, so then maybe you should be questing. I'd have to sit down and do a ton of permutations of math to find out what the correct play is there. So, because I'm not 100% sure you're supposed to quest the Daisy Duck there, but I assume it's right.
Well, you have to have an answer for both the ready characters, and Elsa that was one of the only cards in the deck that answered both of the ready characters at the same time. So, wow.
I love how every card that answers the
Couple outs
board
there,
is
you
Elsa
get
related.
maybe 2 draws out
Elsa,
of
the Fifth Spirit,
with the Daisy.
Elsa, the
God,
big one,
it's crazy couple
and
games.
Elsa
And
in Let It
we've got
Go.
more even coming up for you here because we have a second game between these 2 players. I think the players are ready, so let's head back down to the feature match area and see if we can keep up with the streak of just amazing games between our players.
I know, this is amazing.
I mean, it has to be, right? These are the best of the best players. They made
All
it
right,
to
so here we're in
the
game
North
2.
American
I
Championships.
believe it was the Amber
Every player in
Steel
that
deck on
room,
the play last game, which is where
pretty
it wants
much
to be.
they're
So
all
now,
killers.
A little bit more of a challenge because Amber
They're
Steel's
all
going to have to win on
different
the
beast.
draw.
Yeah, I think I do see a Cinderella.
deserve to be in that
Jesse's
room.
opening, and looks like 2 of them, no song yet, but that is one of the scarier openings in this matchup.
Who am I kidding?
If you're the Blurple side, you don't want to be seeing
I'm
Cinderella
good,
because
but
that one represents
I don't know
so
if
many
I'm
good
that
early
good
plays
yet.
from him. And can
Sure,
really get you out
I
ahead.
won a 1K. Keep your
Cinderella,
applause
interesting too.
down.
We do see the Gantu in there, the Gantu. That's not a card that's run in every one of these variants. It's a
still got
very
much to
high-low
learn.
character, but we're going to mulligan most of those away, or sorry, alter most of those away. And
I was gonna
Dang,
say,
that was like pretty much a full
the
mulligan.
Candio camp that they were all playing this deck this weekend. There's like 3 or 4 of them. I think they had actually gone to playing 1 or 2 Gantus in their deck for this week. I'm not 100% on that. I know that he was saying, he was like, I'm back and forth on it. I don't want to give away too much tech for some of the other players, but I know the ones in the LCQs were trying out 1 copy of Gantu.
well, and it's a great card to note because it does have 4 lore. It's one of the few cards in the game that has 4 lore. So that is a deck that gives this deck a little bit of an answer in the late game if it stalls out. So we see if this goes long again, if that card makes a difference.
Yeah, I think the only card Justin kept was a Cinderella, giving him the best
I've
chance
been
of drawing some
removing
impactful 2
and
drops,
putting
maybe a
back
song or 2,
Gantu.
and really press that
I don't know if I
advantage
love it
to
in
get
my
impactful
deck.
2 drops. I see a Calhoun. That is one of the cards that's really impactful in this matchup because of the fact, you don't challenge super well out of Amber Steel, but this one does a very good job of it.
Cody getting off strong with Finders Keepers into the Inkwell. A turn 1 pass, no turn 1 play.
Does look like that turn 1 Cinderella here as well.
Good start.
That's interesting. So here, the Cinderella play, if you go right into Let the Storm Rage On, which I don't think we have, but had we had it, it's not as impactful on the draw as it is on the play because your opponent gets to build 2 characters on their board. But here, no turn 1 play. We do have
I don't
the
know
TPO,
if I
though,
would
on
have
turn 2,
played the
which is exactly what
TPO,
Cody wants to do.
honestly. I
Yeah,
think I
see
would
some
have
4 drops and some 5
played
drops in Cody's
Sail,
hand. I think I see an
'cause
Elsa and possibly a
the opponent
Goat as
might
well,
have like
so
Let the Storm Rage On,
he's
which
ramping
is
up to exactly
funny
what he
because they
wants to do.
don't. They're bluffing with a Cindy.
Put into the Inkwell here, into a Smee.
A Smee, great turn 2 play here. Very strong. 3/3, quest for 2.
And here you see the play draw difference. If Justin was on the play, he'd be able to quest with the Cinderella on turn 1 from his turn 1 Cinderella into turn 2. Turn 2, he can't do that here because if he does that, it allows this TPO if there was something like a crab
Man,
or something
inking
behind
2
it to
sails?
really
That's
get a ton
crazy.
of value for Cody. And you don't want to give up that much value for 1
Dropping a
lore
goat
off
this
your
early. All
Cinderella.
right, I respect it.
Here we have a turn 4 goat. Turn 4 goat is not the ideal play of a
No,
lot of these Amethyst Shells. It's
not
something
at
you want to
all.
save for later, but it is one of the cards in
have
the stack,
a
the
fox in
mid-game
there?
cards with the highest
Crab?
strength. It is something that can take care of Smee if that's something Cody's concerned about. And perhaps
think
not
they're
a lot of
saving
other
the
turn
fox
4
and
options
crab
here, and
for-
I
that's
don't think there
friends.
are. We do have the
Trying
crab,
to save for
and I'm
Daisy,
trying to see what
probably.
the other card is. It is a friend, so a card that can sing friends on the next turn, possibly setting that up to get him some card draw here mid-game.
Justin with a lot of gas here in San Diego. Happy, a Calhoun, I think another Daisy, a Pluto, the Smee that he's deploying here as well. So there's a chance he's going to be playing multiple characters for the next multiple turns as well. Happy into the Inkwell. It's going to go ahead and put out that second
Oh, goodness.
Daisy
And
of
now
the
we
match.
flood.
He's going to go ahead and gain 2/4 just here. It's going to be taking a damage at the end of this turn as well.
Yeah, strong play from Justin here, going wide, forcing Cody to have the answers. I think playing the goat there signifies that Cody doesn't have the ideal hand. Again, Genie is a card that's available that you want to be playing on turn 4. and there's others. So kind of noting that this deck may be off its game plan a little bit, trying to go wide, build that lore total like we saw last game, and put himself within striking distance.
5th ink here, very important for Cody.
Tap
He's got to allow him to play
down
this
Cindy.
Elsa Spirit here. What does he want to tap down? It looks like he's gonna tap down that
Interesting.
Daisy Duck.
Okay, I mean,
This is
that-
a really
that's actually pretty
good
smart.
interaction for Cody here. It's going to allow him to use the Merlin Goat.
I
Take
forget
care of
that
there.
Merlin
They also
Goat
gonna
can
go
actually
ahead and
take
care
out
of the Mr.
daisies.
Smee as well. And Cody has been exerting so much control over the board and the characters from Justin this match. He just keeps doing it here as well.
Yeah, I think this is a scenario Justin says, hey, if you have the answers, you have the answers. I'm going to go wide. I'm going to try to
What a
close this
Makoso.
down. If you have the Elsa or the Goat, you have it. But
What a
forcing Cody
Makoso.
in the position here to have to play the control role.
Yep, that Tipo sitting around from Cody as well. It's going to be a really good Merlin Crab target later in this game, or something to bounce as well if he has one of the Madam Mim cards. Tipo really does a lot of heavy lifting in this match for this deck. This is one of the better Tipo decks that we have in Lorcana. Tipo gets so much value when he gets in the Blurple deck. We're back over to Justin, though. He got that Smee, he's got that Cinderella. A couple of options here. I see a Calhoun, a Happy, I believe. We had a Bodyguard in hand as well, if I see that right. Yeah, that's a Pluto. And it
Got
looks
my
like
turning right now.
Piglet
2.
as
Wish me
well.
luck, dude.
Lots
Good
of
luck.
options here.
You got it, dude. You got it. Lock in.
See, does Justin want to put multiple characters out, or does he want to maybe Bodyguard here with the Pluto? A couple of different routes he can go here. Any of them feel stronger to you?
Oh, this is a challenging situation to be in. I do think the Bodyguard perhaps forcing, it would have to force a couple characters in there, forcing Cody to devote a couple characters to taking care of it. Obviously, one of them would be banished, as Pluto is a lot stronger when he's undamaged. Instead, we're going to go with the Piglet, and we're going to go wide here, Calhoun. Let's see if we build this board and then drop the Pluto next turn, and that's probably what we're going to do, then forcing that interaction and giving your characters, giving that Piglet, hopefully, a free quest.
Yeah, a little patience shown from Justin here. It's a no questing here as well, because very good chances that if he were to quest here, he'd be losing all of those characters. Back over to Cody.
Yeah,
Who
no,
he's got for his turn 6.
Cody does have that friend from the other side, so now not having to spend time challenging into things unless he has something to exert, something on Justin's side of the board. He can sing friends from the other side, draw a few more cards, and recharge his hand.
Seems like a little update on the damage counter as well there. Let's see how Cody wants to start his turn. Generally, if you're going to be drawing extra cards here, it's one of the first things that you want to be doing. You want to get all of the information before you make your decisions. Wonder if Cody's going to be singing this. You got to believe he is. It looks like Elsa's going to sing it here as well. The evasive character singing, very powerful play here. Since nothing on Justin's side is going to be able to. There's no Happy. I think we saw another friends from the other side added here. Plus, is that an Elsa?
That is an enchanted Elsa, one of the most beautiful cards in the game. I love to.
Dang,
I
Cody's
love to
rocking
see it
an
played.
enchanted
You're
Elsa
gonna
in their
love it.
deck?
Cody's going to love it. Justin will
Flex.
not. I'll tell you that,
That
right now.
is
He's
true.
not going to think that's a pretty card.
Flex.
That is true.
Especially after how good it was in the other game.
Yeah, it's one of the things we're seeing right now that makes Amethyst so strong as a color. It's the card draw, frankly, is one of the things that sets it apart. Because when you get into the mid game here, as you're running through cards, friends from the other side, rabbits, genies, there's so many cards which allow to recharge your hand to propel you into the end game. We're going to see that make the difference here. Where Justin's only way to do that really is to start cycling docks and maybe hit a lucky Rapunzel if there's some damage counters sticking around. And without that, you're going to see a huge difference in terms of resources.
Speaking of differences in terms of resources, the second friends from the other side was played here this turn. Now we're going to see that crab that gets played, but for no value here because no challenging done here. It looks like it's just a turn again of setup from both the players, from Justin and from Cody. Cody set up for later, drew a bunch of extra cards, still has his characters around to challenge really well. And this Elsa does not have a chance of being challenged from Justin anytime soon. No evasive setup just yet.
And we're really seeing the identity of this deck on full display here because, you know, once we get to deploy that Elsa Spirit of Winter, it can really lock things down. Justin needs to put some lore pressure on here. And so once Cody's able to exert two characters, they don't exert at the start of the next turn. That gives Cody plenty of time to deal with the threats. And that's exactly what this deck is trying to do. Stall a little bit, get towards the Hades, towards the Elsas, and then shut the game down once it has those big characters available.
It does look like we're going to start the lore train up for Justin here. 2 off the Smee. It does look like he's going to play the Pluto, but the Pluto is not in bodyguard mode here. So Smee is able to be challenged here, but we've already seen the crab come out of Cody's hand, so there's no crab to play on the depot, we hope, at least, if you're Cody's side.
Yeah, so one of the calculations here, of course, Crab gives a challenger when it enters and leaves play. So if you leave a character on that side of the board able to be challenged, then that opens up some really efficient challenges once that Crab is banished.
Yeah, you know, if there's something like a Madam Mim Fox here, Madam Mim Snake that can pick up the Crab here, put on the Tipo, let the Tipo get a little extra value. I think I see a Goat, an Elsa, and a mystery card from Cody's hand here. Thinking back over to Justin's side, I think this would actually be one of those really good spots for Akita here anytime soon. Get to play Akita, just quest out for a full turn, and then that might be able to like start to slam the door shut for Justin. And that's where we've really seen that card shine, is in spots like this. You know, we mentioned that in round one. Sometimes, you know, if you haven't, say, like into the red-blue matchup, you can't even play the card. Like, playing it feels awful. But in matchups like this, that card can really swing games.
No, that's a great point. You know, that's one of the big outs for Justin here. Drawing a Keto now would leave him unchecked, able to quest for a turn. Of course, Cody would have some answers. There's cards that give Challenger and you know, rush cards he could play. But yeah, that would allow him to maximize the value of his cards on the field. And perhaps what his game plan is here is just draw towards that out.
Yep, Cody taking his time here, drew a lot of extra cards last turn, so he's got a lot of options. We got to see if any of them are extremely attractive to him this turn.
Perhaps getting some advice from Remy there on his shoulder.
Oh, it did look like he, you know, peeked over a little bit. It was like, what were you saying? What's going on? Remy pulling the strings.
Like, yo,
all right, like we've always talked about, we're going to
this.
draw extra cards. Let's do it first. So fresh one here from Cody, off the top. Genie deployed, getting that extra free card.
Yeah, Genie, I mean, while things are a little slow here, I'll talk about Genie for a second. You're going to hear a lot of us, you know, commentators talk about him all day long. He's in every Amethyst shell, 4 of. He's a fantastic card. Not only does he have a great stat line, a 2/4, that critical 4 willpower, the quest for 2. He's evasive, but then he also replaces himself. And one of the things that makes that so good is when you put him on the board, he's almost a must answer for your opponent. They have to devote resources to taking care of it. And when they do, like let's say, for example, you're playing against Ruby Amethyst and they brawl that character. Well, now your opponent is down a card, they're down a brawl. And yes, you're down a Genie, but Genie has replaced himself. So net, you know, you're still doing well. Genie is such a powerful card. You're going to see it all day long here. Yeah, it's the second one I think we've seen this game, or this match at least.
Magic Broom added here as well. That Crab that we talked about earlier is going to go ahead and challenge into that Smee, take care of it. And Elsa is going to get a little bit of lore on the side of Cody here because that evasive is just so powerful. And again, Justin with no evasive characters back on his side. So back over to Justin. I think he had 1 card left over from last turn. Second card drawn here. Yep, 2 cards left in the hand. Have to see what Justin wants to do here. This game a lot slower paced than the first one. These players feeling each other out. Getting lore when they can, taking the challenges when they can. Nobody wants to make a critical mistake at this point. The game will just come crumbling down around them.
Imagine the Remy on his shoulder actually has like a little headpiece, and then like, play the Genie. Like, it's just whispering from someone watching from afar. Your opponent has a
Yeah, one thing that's worth noting here, I'll remind everybody that Elsa, Spirit of Winter, is a Floodborn, and we do have an Elsa on the field. So normally costs 8 to play, but it can shift in for 6. So Cody able to do that efficiently if he wants to.
Yeah, really good point. There is the shift line available to him if he wants it. I mean, man, he might just want the second character to play here. I think he's got 7 ink here, so he has another inkable here, which... look, we're going to talk about it all weekend long. Here's another Genie. And here, you know what? The first Genie finds the second Genie a lot faster, too. So, Genie into Rabbit.
The board
and this
is
the kind of
getting
game Cody is
filled.
wanting to play in this matchup.
Now, here the Amethyst is firing on all cylinders, getting the characters it wants to in play. You have 2 Genies in play representing 4 lore. You know, Cody here able to leave characters up, quest with the Genies, close out the game. I do think Justin's plan here is likely drawing for that Kita. We do have enough cards to ink and then play the Kita if we draw it, giving us that quest. But the problem is Cody only has to quest 1 or 2 more times to put him within 1 turn striking distance from ending the game. So even if Justin draws his out, Cody here setting himself up where Justin has to play that control role or else he's going to lose the game.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised that a mine here would go to the Inkwell, but following that up with a dock kind of makes sense here. Get a little value off the mine. Go ahead, put it in the Inkwell, play dock, draw 2 fresh ones. Let's see what they were going to be. I mean, the mine takes a while to get going, but on a board like this, you could have maybe done some inroads of really getting some damage. You could have taken Elsa out of play this turn. You could have taken the goat out of play this turn, possibly. Very interesting.
I think the challenge, it's just too much. There's so much willpower on the board. Instead, drawing into Let the Storm
He should
Rage
have
On,
taken out
sitting
the
down with Cinderella,
Elsa.
drawing another card. I think we're cycling
He goofed.
for the key
The
to
Elsa's gonna
most
shift.
likely trying to find that answer.
It was at that moment Justin knew he effed up.
Looks like
Unless
another
Cindy can
song
sing
draw
again.
here. Yep, and
No, you're taking out the wrong characters.
Cody's going to go up one more lore
That's
here.
two chances that you could have taken
the
out
ghost
Elsa
leading
if
play.
you don't take out Elsa this turn.
Enough characters in there to take care of practically everything out of Cody's deck. It does seem like we're going to start questing. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lore for Justin here.
Yeah,
Now
just
that
has 3
Pluto
ink
become
left.
Exerted, though.
Play
Justin
another
up to
something.
9 here now.
Or
And,
mine.
a mine left over here as well. That ended up working out
No,
well
if you had
for
another ink,
Justin
you
here.
could move
So
Doc
mine
and kill
left over.
Elsa. Now
Got to get
it's
some
a
questing
wrap.
in here. Does have a
Watch
knight
this
on his
big
side of the
Elsa
board, ready to
enchanted
go
drop.
next turn. In that dock
Crowd's
as well.
gonna go
Back over to
craze.
Cody here though. Tons of ink, tons of cards, and tons of options for him here. Tons of targets to start challenging into. So now Justin's put Cody in the spot where, hey, I'm ahead
There's
now.
tons of targets
I've
on the
got
field,
characters
but
in
like
play. I was patient. I've got a
Cody's
ton in
hand's
play here.
crazy.
I've got a mine. You figure this out.
You do the math. So as you said, plenty of resources available. We'll see. Cody able to do some math here. And unfortunately, Justin wasn't able to climb quite high enough where this put him, a character 2 away from winning. So we're going to see how Cody chooses to sequence this. I guarantee we're going to see plenty of characters banished here. But there'll probably a couple remaining. There are some high willpower cards up there.
Yeah, I don't hate this play from Justin, honestly. It's forcing Cody to have to start challenge again, right? If he waits too long, Cody was going to start getting a lower lead that was going to be insurmountable with these evasive stuff. So now cards are going to start attacking him. The problem is there was a Pluto left over. So now, there was a Tipo left over. So it gets a challenge into the Pluto. Now the Pluto has less power, but he still has to get through 5 points of willpower here on this. That's going to leave a lot of his characters exerted. So Justin can get some good challenge into that if he wants. Or if this 7 Dwarfs Mine is left over, which I believe it is, unless there's some foxes going on here, that might start taking over the game from here.
That's true. Fun note on the Tipo, you kept highlighting how he was sticking around. That card was used on turn 2 to gain an extra
done
resource,
nothing.
and then just sat there all game waiting for its moment. But here we see,
Oh boy.
Oh my goodness, shining, shimmering, splendid. It's this enchanted Elsa card, one of the most
even
beautiful
shift it.
cards in the game. Hitting the table, exerting 2 characters. Now, they're already exerted, but choosing them means they won't be able to ready at the start of the next turn. So Justin's setting those aside to indicate those are frozen until my next turn.
I see what you did there.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Did he go ahead and pick off 2 of the better characters from Justin while locking down the Piglet and the Calhoun from being able to challenge next turn? That Calhoun was going to loom heavy for Justin here, but now it won't. Looks like, all right, we're going to do the Lilo check. No Lilo, card off the top here. 7 Dwarfs Mine still available. I didn't get a good look at that, but I thought it might have been a knight for a second. A dock would be a heck of a top deck here. I don't know if that's it, though.
I got the briefest of looks. I'm not confident enough to say what I
Yeah.
thought it was. So here we are spreading those characters out again, indicating that we've passed the turn where they can't ready. Vulnerable to challenges here this turn. And gosh, just a challenging position. A dock would have been great, but I don't know. Let's see what Justin has.
Yeah, I don't know if this turn would have taken this long if it was a dock off top.
For sure.
I'm saying it looked like it might have been one of the dwarves to me, so maybe it's a happy. No, is that another Pluto?
It's a
another
Pluto.
I was gonna say I knew it was a steel card. It looks like another Pluto. Maybe okay. So this is why it's taken a while. If he deploys the Pluto here, he cannot move anything to the mine because the mine costs 2 to move a character to that location. So hand kind of working against Justin here.
Yeah, the challenge is, of course, those 2 characters that are exerted there, I bet will not be around next turn to bodyguard. So one of these scenarios, yeah, do you focus on a little bit of removal, or do you put this Pluto out and protect those 2 characters, forcing your opponent to trade, to devote some resources to banishing the Pluto?
Really difficult spot here for Justin. One of the hardest decisions he's going to have to make was him drawing a 4-drop here. A 3-drop, a 2-drop, or 1-drop would have been perfect for Justin here. Would have been able to work out this turn very cleanly. Now he's got to make a decision between the 2 roads.
But again, I will highlight again, just a difficult scenario, though. Even with the Pluto on the board, Cody's sitting with a card over there and the rabbit that he doesn't mind necessarily banishing and sending to the discard pile in order to gain another card. So Definitely some good trades available. This is a spot for Justin.
It does look like he's going to go ahead and move over one of his characters. Yeah, you can see him double. Yeah, there we go, Pluto. And I kind of wonder if like you just have to Pluto here because of the point you made, where if you don't put Pluto and bodyguard here, there might not be characters to bodyguard next turn left over. So it does look like Pluto is going to be exerted into play here. It is a 5/5 right now, while it does not have damage on it. So only character that can challenge into it without giving up itself is the Elsa. Oh, I spoke a little too soon. That's a
dear.
Hades from Cody.
Hades, another Chapter 1 card. Both Hades and Elsa illustrated by Matthew Robert Davies, I'll highlight. Fantastic Lorcana artist. Choosing that Pluto, sending it to the Inkwell, giving him another resource, but better in the Inkwell than on the field.
And this is going to be a really rough turn for Justin here. I think Cody's going to be able to clean up, if not all of it, most of the board here. Either all the characters are going, plus the mine, or the mine plus most of the characters. We'll see. Looks like we're going to go ahead and take out that Calhoun right away with the Elsa.
Yeah,
Rabbit,
looks
I
like
believe,
Cody's
probably
got
going
this.
to go into Piglet here. Yeah, it looks like the Rabbit's going to go ahead and go into the Piglet. It's going to get an extra card here for Cody as well. Doesn't matter that we've made a play before drawing here, because I think this play was as scripted out as it could be. Both of these attacks go into the Doc, so Doc is gone, taking away a knight from Justin. So he's going to be left over with the mine. He's going to get a lore from it. Elsa's going to lore up here as well, but there are no cards in Justin's hand, and the hope of him winning this game is about the same amount if it's not a Doc off the top of the deck here. Turn-box followers, last play from Cody here. He's got a huge board with a ton of lore. Is it a Doc? Oh,
It is an
Rapunzel.
Rapunzel.
Oh,
A beautiful Rapunzel, but a Rapunzel nonetheless.
A little late on that one now. He does get to move this over. Is going to do a damage somewhere. He can pick off this Elsa, I believe, if he wants.
Hang out the Chernobog, so kills the draw. I don't think it matters. I think I saw a genie in the hand.
Well, here we are on Cody's side of the board. I think he's going to be able to close out the game here. I mean, nothing left to be done except close it out and the handshake.
Yeah, it looks like
Genie
Cody's
on
gonna
the
have to
scene.
go through what I like to call garbage time here. We talk about this in, in athletics a lot when the game is
And
over,
goat.
but you just have to go through the motions. A goat getting added here, pulling up that lore a little bit closer. Sail the Azure
Thinking
Sea.
sail,
Inkable
play
as
another
well. Gonna add
Chernobog
another
followers.
followers to the board. Cody
And
has
just
got
quest for the
everything he could
hills.
possibly want here. Gonna be able to take out this Dwarven mine here if he wants as well. 7 Dwarfs mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Looks like we're going to have a bunch of questing from these. Or no, these are all going to go into the mine. Then he's going to quest with these 2 characters as well. I think that gives him
Quest for 5, and then
It's
the
going to
rest
bring
goes
him up
into
to, I
mine.
think, 13. Yep, Cody up to 13.
And we do have
Gantu.
Great card, high lore. I mean, if we were closer, that would have been.
And
that
that's a
would have been threat that had to be dealt
GG's,
with,
2-0
but not
for
what he
Cody.
needed. Tough matchup here. And good job, Cody, winning the game, 2 games to none.
We've talked about a lot of the top decks in the meta. You know, we've seen them on camera quite a bit here. We got to see Blurple this round. One of the decks that coming in, I didn't think would have a huge representation. Maybe not the top of the meta, but definitely one of the cooler choices you can make coming in this tournament. A lot of people like its play into blue-red, like its play into the Diggy Hole deck. We saw it look pretty good here. What'd you take away from that match?
I mean, it's a tough matchup, and I think both players played fantastically. Both players played the decks exactly right, and it's just really tough to win on the draw against Blurple. So game 2 was an uphill battle anyway. They played the deck exactly right,
Did
but
you
just
know WWE's
unable to
on
overcome that card
Netflix?
draw.
What?
and
I
the
didn't know
really
that.
strong high-end cards that Blurple has to offer. And then in
Yeah,
the
I knew
first
that.
game, I do think that the Amber
I watched the
aggro,
first episode
Amber
of
Steel
Raw
aggro deck
Netflix.
didn't get the ideal draws it wanted to, wasn't able to race ahead quite as much as it wanted to, and just unable to close out the game of the play. So, but what I did like about that, we did get to see Blurple do what Blurple does. That is Blurple's identity. It's ramp early, get ahead of my opponent, and then get into those strong end game cards like Elsa, like Hades. And we got to see it do what it wants to do. So it was really fun seeing that deck in action.
That's
Yeah,
what it
great
do.
stuff here from
You
round 3. We're not
do.
done with round 3 just yet. We're going to take a very, very, very short break, come back with an interview from the winner of that match, and then into a full backup match here from round 3. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back as quick as possible.
All right, quick as possible. We're timing them. He said very, 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 very short break. Very, 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 very. What am I going to play for set championships, guys? I don't know. I have like every deck built under the sun. Except for blue steel. I don't have blue steel built. I don't know what to play for set champs. Any ideas? What are you guys playing? What do you guys think I should play? I mean, Amber Steel is my bread and butters, but everyone in my area knows I'm Amber Steel, so they're gonna try to tech against. They're gonna be like, "Oh, he's playing Amber Steel. Let's mulligan for this hand." So I feel like I should bring something different, you know? But I don't know. That is a better. There's one song that they play that sounds like Nightmare Before Christmas. When are we getting Jack Skellington in Lorcana? That'd be so sick. This Halloween season, they better add some Nightmare Before Christmas. That's all I'm saying. Don't let us down. Don't let us down, please. God, these daisy triggers keep getting me. You do what I do, Yug. Is that what they say? You do what I do. Okay. Didn't Tannen say it was very, very, very short break? This isn't a very, very, very short break, Tannen. Eastman. That is unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Don't be Rapunzel. Okay. Climb starts now. Ink. Play you. Quest. For 4. Play quests with you. Don't feel like I should, because I give you card draw. So that is yeet. That is yeet. Wait. 2, 4, 6. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Nah. Nah. Bodyguard mode. What's for those? Is this the music that sounds kind of like Night Before Christmas? Maybe. There's one that really sounds like it. You go to you. Into. And we quest for another 3. And I feel like I still don't quest with you. Wait. I'll go to 15, 16, 17, 18. 19. Yeah. F it. We'll do it live. Good for. All right, finally, we're back. Never mind, we're not back. We were back, but we're not back. They debated us. You just got debated. You just got debated. We're back. We're back, but they don't have
3. Hi, everybody. My mute button is now off. I'm Liam. This is Tan, and welcome back to round 3 of the Disney Lorcana North American Championship. Tannen.
I love you, buddy. I love you.
Hey, I was going to do it once today. Better in round 3 than you know day 2. But
it's like in the finals, we're up here just talking. No one can hear a word we're saying.
That's true.
That's
That's
really
true.
great.
Yeah. It's funny when it happens when we're off camera, but when we're on camera, it's super obvious.
I've done it multiple times, by the way.
Yeah. But no, welcome back, everybody. We've had some amazing games so far, some great rounds of Lorcana. We're going to bring you here in a moment another game from round 3. Very excited to get to watch another one of these fantastic matches with some great players. This round, we're actually going to get to see another former DLC champion from Seattle, Luke Goodwin, take on Daniel Holt, who finished 9th place in Vegas. So some players that we've seen before getting to go head-to-head here. Both of them at the time are 14 points, 2-0. So a lot on the line here in round 3.
Yeah, and I think it's Emerald Steel versus Ruby Sapphire if the matchups are correct. And I'm really excited to see Ruby Sapphire first time for us here today because that is the most played deck in the tournament.
Is Wonderland playing Green Steel
still? Some changes going on here. We're seeing the Tamatoas come back a little bit. We're seeing the Lucky Dimes come back a little bit. A Pirate's Life has made its way in here. You've got Maui Half Shark coming in as one of the new ways to win the game. A lot of have you ever played a game where that just sits in play and you're like, I can't quest with this card in play. I just lose if that starts happening and you get back in action. A lot of stuff going on there. The red-blue decks, the Ruby Sapphire decks have been starting to sing a lot more. These matchups, How Far I'll Go is a really prevalent card along with Grandma Talia, because you just have those on turn 4 a lot.
It's Grandma Tala,
So
not
the Azurite
Talia.
Sea and Tipo
Right?
being so
I'm
powerful,
almost certain.
so
Chat.
prevalent
Someone
of
confirm with me.
being in
Grandma
your opening
Tala.
hand, or you having one by
Not
turn 2
Talia.
with all of your draws.
Or have I
plus
been saying it wrong this
possible
entire
and,
time?
redoing your hand at the beginning of the game. Red
Wouldn't
might
surprise
be at its
me.
most consistent that it's ever been in the history of Lorcana.
If you're watching this on YouTube, can you drop a thumbs up on the
and you're right,
stream?
It's showing well here.
Drop a
with
like
these
on the
Ruby Sapphire
video,
decks.
live stream here.
This
If you're
deck, as you
enjoying the
pointed
watch
out, has a
party
lot of different ways to
experience.
win, but it also wants games
You don't have to type
go
anything in chat. I
long.
know you guys are enjoying the lurk.
And it's interesting
Just
when it
drop a
goes
thumbs
against
up.
decks that want games
Maybe
to
me
go a
know
little
that.
bit shorter, or at least wants to put you in a rough spot in the early game. And so Emerald Steel, the deck it's going to be playing, it's going to play against here, is a deck that with the right draw can shut down the game and put you into top deck mode pretty quickly. There's a few key cards that the Ruby Sapphire deck is going to want to get going. It needs to get Hiram going to recharge its hand. But the first 4 or 5 turns of this game are going to tell us a whole lot about how this game is going to go. It's going to be pretty exciting.
Yeah, I think you hit it right on the head there. If depending on how the game goes, if it goes long, advantage blue red. If it's a lot more interactive in the first couple turns, then we're gonna have the advantage on the other side. So we're gonna see which way it's going to go, because that's going to tell you probably who's going to win the match or who's going to be favored in those games. Some games can be stolen in the long game against Ruby Sapphires. We'll have to see. Sounds like the players are ready. Let's head down to the feature match area and get a whole nother match here in round 3.
All right, let's see. Wonderland.
In game 1.
Super excited for this match. So
Wonderland with that
talk
crazy
about, I think
hair.
The conventional wisdom, if you ask about people which deck is favored in this
they gotta
matchup,
turn that brightness down,
I think
man.
a lot of people will tell
They're
you
looking
that
like
Ruby
ghosts
Sapphire
up there.
with a lot of the cards it has here, especially with the Pirate's Life, able to claw back. But I've talked to some players who were coming in who were with green steel before today, and they said they tested this matchup out quite a bit, and they did very well into it. So there's a lot of very talented Emerald Steel players who are confident going into this matchup.
Discard can go a long way in this match, Liam. Not to mention Pete. Pete can go a long way. There's lots of actions. You know, with a lot of the cards we talked about are actions. Be prepared as an action. We've seen a lot of that going around. We don't know if Daniel Holt's playing a Pirate's Life or not, but that is something that has become very prevalent over the last couple of weeks in Lorcana. It got a little popular a few weeks ago, and it's getting more and more popular because people are liking it in a lot of the matchups where you fall behind a lot early, which is generally the weakest point where Ruby Sapphire is generally a little bit weaker to the aggro decks, right? Like Diggy Diggy Hole can have kind of a good matchup into blue-red, especially if they've got daisies early. And this is a way for you to kind of claw your way back in late in the game. You know, if you can just kind of sing that song off one of your characters, it's generally better than doing anything else in the matchup. So it can kind of win from some unwinnable spots
Gage,
here.
we are not banning you.
Going to see the reshape of the hand here from Daniel quite a bit. Not so much from Luke. I'm really looking forward to watching Luke play this round. I got to watch quite a bit in Seattle, like anyone else who watched the Seattle coverage, and he was very impressive in that tournament. So love to get to see that. Got to get to see some play out of him. Daniel Holt, no slouch here as well, playing this Ruby Sapphire. Looks like these players are quite chatty here as well. You'd love to see that between the two competitors.
Yeah, I'm trying really hard to see what Daniel's going to do here. One thing I'll note is, there's multiple ramp options available in these Sapphire decks. When you're playing a discard deck, cards like Tipo on turn 2, which take an extra card from your hand into your Inkwell, don't feel quite as good as cards like One Jump Ahead, which allow you to take a card off the top of your deck.
So I was going to say, I think I caught it right. Daniel, changing up his hand, kept some of the cheaper cards, got rid of some of the more expensive ones that they might not want right away. And I believe his three draws were Sisu Dragon.
Yes,
it was like 889 or whatever.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so we've got
So
the top end
889er?
covered if you're Daniel.
You just got to get there.
We just got to get there. So the top of the deck is going to be pretty important for Daniel here. Hopefully he has a 2-drop ramp spell here. Hopefully he has another ramp spell behind this as well. Let's see if he got, like, if he's able to play, he goes like Azurite Sea into How Far I'll Go. Then his hand all of a sudden becomes very, very good. So we'll have to see if he's got that draw for him here. We haven't gotten to see Luke's hand just yet, but I'm sure we will very, very quickly. Does Luke have one of the best heads of hair in Lorcana?
Oh, absolutely.
Very, very jealous of that hairline.
All right, we're all eagerly anticipating turn 1 here. It's hard to get a good look at Luke's hand. So
Wonderland
but
gets to
here
go
we are,
first.
turn 1
Diablo, let's
which
see
will
the
allow you to peek
hand.
at Daniel's hand, see what he's up against. Get a look at all those
No brawl.
all those high link characters.
Dang.
So I think
Turn
so
one,
it was 2 Sisus, but it does look like it's a
turn
3-drop
two.
Sisu here as well from Daniel. And
One
seeing
jump.
the strength of a Raging Fire immediately
Turn
go into
three.
the Equal to play this Diablo in turn 1.
Hiram,
I
yeah,
wonder
nice
if Luke
curve,
knows
nice
what matchup
curve.
this is. It knows that the strength of a Raging Fire probably is not going to be a card that he wants very early in this game, and that's a pretty big feather in his cap in this matchup if he knew right away, and it helped him out with his reshape of his hand early in the game.
This is a very good curve here for Daniel, able to play the Popsicle on turn 1, one jump on turn 2, into a Sisu on turn 3, and then the Hiram on turn 4. Very, very powerful. I think we also got the Brawl, which will be especially important if Luke is shifting Diablo and trying to get that online early. We'll see. Instead, we're going to Ursula Deceiver. We're going to take another look here. We're going to pick that one jump, which was, oh, no.
Oh, Azurite C off the top. That means
no.
Daniel. I wonder if Daniel's playing one jump, Azurite C, and T-Bow in his deck. Maybe he just has like a 9th copy.
Yeah, what about, I mean,
one jump ahead.
Gosh, what a bummer. Luke knows that Azurite C was gotten off the top deck, trying to pick that turn 2 play.
Yeah, you can see him point to the card like, oh, man.
Yeah. So there it is. That one jump ahead is gone. However, Daniel here able to play that action. We'll see it here in short order.
Human Sisu off the top for Daniel here as well. Going to be able to pick off either one of these characters from Luke whenever he wants to be able to have free ink available for that as well. That card pretty good in this matchup. It's going to be pretty good at picking off quite a bit of the stuff from Luke here. How does Daniel want to see this? What does he want to use to his Inkwell? That Vitalis is probably going to be held on for that. However, some for later. Do you want to put the Brawl away? Looks like he's trying to figure that out himself.
Yeah, it's a challenge.
Does look like the Vitalis here is going to get put away.
Yep, Vitalis Sphere into the Inkwell for sale the Azurite C, putting an extra card.
I love the grin off the top for Daniel here as well. And he's going to give perfect information back over to Luke by putting this T-Bow into play. He got the little grin like, I just keep drawing these 2-drop ramp spells.
Yeah. And another note, I don't think he had to reveal that. You put that into card or from your hand into the Inkwell takedown.
Sure.
But yeah, information, fun there. Back over to Luke. You know, one of the ways that Luke can win this game in this matchup is to force heavy discard early, try to winnow down the resources that Daniel needs to put into his Inkwell in order to get into the end game here. But that Hiram coming on next turn is going to make that a challenge.
Yeah, that's something that generally works out pretty well in the fact that, you know, the red-blue will develop all their cards early. They'll play the Popsicles, they'll play their ramp, and then they'll play one of their big 5, 6, 7 drops, or those will be the only cards left over in their hand. So if Luke takes his time and then starts to make Daniel discard on turns 4, 5, and 6, he'll be getting those higher impact cards, hopefully. Like you were saying, though, with Hiram Flaversome being around, there's a chance that Daniel's going to have a lot of cards left over here, and the discard might not be as impactful as you would have it here. But Luke with a really good setup here so far. He's got the Prince John set up to possibly draw some extra cards here and keep up in card quantity with Daniel. I don't know if he's going to be able to keep up in card quality with Daniel as this game goes on. You know, Maui Half Shark looks like it's made its way here as well.
Yeah, so we talked about the early game strategy, try to winnow down the resources, perhaps. And of course, the discard's not as strong without Bucky available, but you can winnow down your opponent's hand, put them with some limited options. If that doesn't work out, one of the ways to win this game in the long game is to get Prince John's online, as well as perhaps a Diablo, and just overwhelm your opponent with resources. We actually saw this in Vegas with Zansead, I think, in the finals, had a grip of like 20 cards in hand at one point, more cards in his hand than in his deck.
He like, couldn't fan it all out.
Exactly, just sorting through it and couldn't figure out what to do because so many options were available. But that's one of the things that this deck can do with Diablos, with Prince Johns, if it gets going. And so in the late game, that might be something that Luke's looking to do if we can get that discard engine online.
It does look like 2 fresh cards for Daniel off the Haversam now back over to Luke. He's going to go ahead and sing Sudden Chill here. So a card is going to get lost for Daniel here. That Tamatoa that was added, which I think it was 2 Tamatoas off the top here. So that means a card away for Daniel, an extra card added to hand for Luke here, drawing off that Prince John. I think I caught a glimpse of possibly a Pete in Luke's hand, but he's doing a very good job of keeping the hand away from us here this game. See what else he's got here.
I wonder how bright the lights are because like they are very pale.
Usually not the best in this matchup. There's only a couple things you could bounce, but there is a good target over on Daniel's side. Looks like a second Prince John is going to be added here.
Dear.
That must have been the draw off of the Sudden Chill. So you can see the characters, the players giggling to each other. It looks like we've got a Smee, a Song, and I believe that was a Doc.
It doesn't look like Wonderland have any.
Yeah, no, Prince John can be strong in this matchup here. Prince John, not a card that you
no
see
sudden
questing
chills.
terribly often, but one of the things I'll note about the Ruby decks in this meta right now is in a lot of them, especially in Ruby Sapphire decks, Maui is a card that we've seen.
Oh,
the original Maui
passing and not Ink into Schmeister?
We've seen it around in most of these decks in the meta, but now it's starting to be worked out a little bit in favor of other cards like Maui Half Shark. And so Luke, knowing that that card might not even be in this build, feels free to quest with that Prince John, getting some lore, but making it vulnerable.
Yeah, and as you see the ramifications of that across the entire metagame, you're seeing a lot of players start to put locations back into their decks because of Maui coming down in play just a little bit. I'm still a big fan of the card. I think some people are still playing this. We'll have to see if we even see one from Daniel. Looks like he's going to go ahead and play that small Sisu, take out the Diablo from Luke.
Probably setting up
See
the
the
big
big Sisu
Sisu
in
shift.
Daniel's hand here. That could be scary. He's going to go ahead and put some damage on the Prince John, just in case.
King
You know,
Tomato.
hey, you want to quest with this one again? I'm going to pick it off. 2 brawls in Daniel's hand now, so he's going to go ahead and put one of those into the Inkwell and pass the turn.
Yeah, and
back over to Luke.
What he's doing is setting
Alright,
up that
Luke
shift
really
line
needs
for
a
next
sudden
turn.
chill or
Those
something.
Prince Johns are
The
actually
discard card will be
challenging
so
to deal
good
with
right
for a
now.
lot of Ruby decks. That ward makes them, you know, unbrawlable. You can't choose them to CC, etc.
Yeah,
Only if he
so
still had the
huge.
mini
He's setting
Diablo
up
on the
this great
field.
turn next turn. Luke, though, at the ready, has a song, has a Let the Storm Rage on, ready to take care of this Sisu. And anyone who's played this matchup knows you can never let the 3-drop Sisu stand around. It's going to be a little too impactful, so go ahead.
Okay,
Pick that
draw
off,
discard
draw a
card.
If he draws a discard spell here off the top, let's say if he did, he'd have been off to the races, Luke would have been. but
Oh my god, now
also,
he
I
drew
hadn't
Mini
even thought about this. Luke
Diablo.
Little
I'll probably
John,
ink the
pretty
Mini
sweet in a
Diablo and then
metagame
just
where
play
there's a ton of
the
docs from your opponents, because if they ever do actually discard a card,
the other,
draw
the
some
big
cards off
shift
that as well.
Diablo.
That's
But
true.
then
Force him in an awkward position.
Luke
Yeah.
doesn't know that Daniel has a
I do
brawl
love
in
the green
hand.
steel decks starting
Gonna
to
be
use
tough.
Doc.
It's gonna be a tough one
because
for
I have
Luke.
seen some games
Wonderland.
where when you have the muses in
Wonderland.
play, you're just bouncing your own Doc over and over again all the turns just to make sure the gas keeps coming. So you can do some really great stuff there. Luke trying to get out to an early Lord lead. He's up to 9 now after this turn. Let's see, what else does he want to deploy here? We're going into the 6 ink turn from Daniel. Not too worried about B-Prep or Sisu just yet.
Yeah, it's just an awkward hand for Daniel right here. Unfortunately, you know, there's a lot of items in this deck. We saw
see that
Vitalis
brawl.
Spears, we saw Popsicles. Not
You
being
see
able
that
to get that
brawl.
Flavisham engine going the last few turns is frustrating. Luke, of course, questing with his Prince John here, making it vulnerable to that Flavisham, but really valuing that lore. And I'll tell you what, if Flavisham's challenging into it to remove it, it's not drawing you cards.
Yeah, I think that's a good reason and a good point out there to why Luke's doing that. Really powerful hand shown from Daniel here. Lots of options over the next few turns. They're going to be extremely powerful, extremely expensive, but that's the advantage of his deck when it gets into this later game. So
Yeah.
Diablo deployed
You
for
gotta
Luke
force
here.
the brawl.
Last card left over.
Force the
Diablo
brawl so they
Devoted
can't
Herald
really
coming
play too
down.
much stuff.
It's a card that players hate to play against.
Ooh.
That'll get some card draw going here.
Daniel can
if it
brawl
survives this
and
turn.
Vision of the Future.
Visions off the top here from Daniel as well. It does look like he's going to go ahead and take that challenge that you and I have been talking about. Take care of that Prince John, but it did get 4 lore and an extra card earlier, so it's done its job. Second copy still in play here. Luke. Like, Daniel's going to lead off with this Visions. Is there anything in particular you think he's looking for?
I mean, there's one. Even a Popsicle would be nice at this point. Try to get that
Bear would be
card draw
amazing.
going.
Looks like there's a Popsicle, a couple more ramps in Sail the Desert Sea and Tipo. I think, is that a Madam? Is the 4th card, I believe?
It was, and not enough ink to play at this turn. You'd love to get that Diablo offline, but oh man, it's a tough spot right now. One of the things I'll talk about with the Emerald Steel deck too, you see Luke pushing his lure total a bit higher. In previous sets, Emerald Steel decks have sometimes played where they've gotten like full control of the game, forced you into discard mode, gone really wide, and then chose to close it out very quickly. But Emerald gained a really important card this set, which you see
Ink
worked
the
into
Dragon,
a
play
lot of
Brawl.
Emerald decks, pretty much every
Yep.
Emerald deck that I can think of, and that's Go-Go Tamago, which gives you a lot of what I'll call reach. It's a way to gain lore that's not questing instantly. So that's one thing as we get to 15, 16, 17 lore
Ink
that starts to
Shmee,
become
play
a
Doc.
factor and will allow you to
Oh, play
perhaps
Shmee,
snatch
play Doc.
games, snatch victories from the jaws of defeat, and it's something to remember.
Does this look like
Two
Shmee
cursed
gonna get played
merfolk.
Here, followed up by Doc to draw 2 fresh cards.
Dude,
Here,
Luke is
discard
looking
as
for
well.
those discard
He knows he's about
cards,
to
but he can't
lose
find
most
them.
of these characters, so he's gonna go ahead and get those quests in while he can. That's 4 more.
But he's gonna
lore
put a
adds
lot
in
of
here.
pressure
He's
on
got
next turn,
13,
but
we're about to start getting
Daniel
into some of the dangerous
could
numbers from
go
Daniel
to
here. We're
7,
going
which
into
is
the
be prepared.
7 ink turn here, but no
8
B
goes
prep
to
allowed
Big Sisu,
or to
wipes
be found
pretty much the whole
for
board
Daniel
except
here.
for
Still
Schmeister.
got CSU, but that's a turn off.
Yeah, this is one of those instances where one turn makes such a difference. That Sisu one more turn away. That Sisu is the answer.
The Popsicle Madam off the top. or Popsicle Sisu off the top. Small Sisu, the 3-drop 1/1 version. So that can pick off Diablo here or the Ursula. He can keep inking his way up to his 8-drop for next turn. But Sisu's going to be really impactful. Was able to deploy a Smee that something does get around the Sisu, and he's already at 13 lore. This is starting to get a little hairy for Daniel here. Lore total is getting pretty high on Luke's side.
No, you need to sweep the board. You need to be prepared if you're running them. Some of the decks have started to work them out. Be prepared would have been nice. Here we have a Popsicle, drawing into a Vitality Sphere, another item.
Almost a freebie here. Get another look at the top. If it's an inkable card, ink that one on. Play the mana if you want. It looks like he might be going the Sisu route here as well. Be able to maybe play multiple cards next turn because he's going to be able to shift onto this. Give himself some a lot more options next turn. Oh, here we go. I was about to say he's going to go ahead and give this rush and take down the first shot. That's a really good play there, utilizing the Vitality Sphere.
I was going to say you could shift it next turn, but I guess you really need to clear the board.
Almost always
Lavishing food.
Yeah, they're almost always food. Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic play here. Vitality Sphere doing work, allowing a 2-for-1 with that Sisu there.
Yeah, I guess you don't really need to save the mini Sisu because you're going to have enough ink
now
to
we're
play the
within
big
striking
Sisu next
distance
turn.
of the Sisu. One thing you noted, though, Sisu, when it comes down, will not take care of that Smee. Smee with 3 strength. Here's a fun card. This is I'm Still Here. It's a card that's become a little bit more popular recently, especially in these Emerald Steel decks. This card will give resist +2 to Smee and then draw Luke a card. It is a song, so it can be sung. Fun note here, I'm Still Here, giving resist 2 will prevent that 1 damage from being dealt to Smee at the end of the turn.
Yep. And that means that Smee might be sticking around an extra turn or two and not get picked off by that Haversam. That might be enough to win the game for Luke here. He's got 4 lore on board that will put him up to 17. I saw at least 1 Cursed Merfolk left over in the hand. That's something that can repair pretty well after the Sisu. That's a high lore character because Luke probably can't deploy another character here this turn because any of them would be eaten up by the Sisu that he knows is in Daniel Holt's hand. It does look like he's going to take those 4 points, go up to 17. Looks like double Cursed Merfolk and Strength of a Raging Fire. Does he want to deploy one of these into his Inkwell? Does he want to keep these cards? Yeah, let's see. I got to believe he's thinking about inking the Strength.
Well, let's see.
Yeah.
You're right. There it goes. And we are keeping the Tumor Focus response after the sweep, if that happens.
You're going to be able to play out your whole hand possibly next turn.
Not a super helpful card. We have another Flavisham here. We're going to eat the Popsicle. Look for another 2 cards.
You're making me hungry. Haven't had lunch yet. Eat the Popsicle, huh?
Another Flavisham and a Grandma. I mean, not what you want. So Daniel pointing out there, you should have taken 1 damage in Smee. Luke reminding him resist 1 or resist 2 means he does not take that damage.
He took negative damage, in fact.
And true.
It does look like we got the Sisu just going to come up here. This does leave the Smee in play, though. So Luke got a virtual 15 here and has a decent reload. These 2 cards in his hand each have 2 lore.
Hey, what up, Combat? How's it going?
I was going to say that 2 damage on the Flavisham at this point becomes relevant. A Go-Go Tamago would give him 2 lore off the top deck. We do not get that. Instead, drawing into another Diablo Devoted Herald. Luke now questing for 2, going up to...
Going to go up to 15 here. Let's see.
Checking out this Lorcana Championships, North American Championship.
I like not playing the Cursed Merfolk here, just in case there is another sweeper here. There is another Sisu kind of thing. That's a very scary spot because if that happens, now you're left with nothing. So I see 2 Grandmas, a Haversam, I believe that's a Visions, and then a Half Shark. So none of the sweeper effects from Daniel
here. Much as watching Scarface. Nice.
Draw into more remover here. We do have the dime, so we know Daniel Holt is running a version with the Lucky Dime. But
all blue cards here, too. None of the red stuff that he might be looking for. At that time, the Smee does take damage. There we go. I didn't see what he grabbed here, but he had a couple of different options, including some more items. I think that might have been what he got. Yeah, it looks like it's another Popsicle. It's going to get a card deeper. Another Grandma Talia. Gonna go ahead and draw 2 more cards here.
Stop saying Talia.
Looking to find something to interact with this board.
Oh, there's a Be Prepared.
And he can actually sing this off the Sisu as well. This is huge. Yeah, Be Prepared.
Should I do it? Should we do it?
You can. I'm not.
I'm gonna imitate Baker here. Be prepared. Don't tell Baker. That was as good. But there it is, cleaning the board and allowing him to start over here.
One day I will sing. Today is not that day.
Yeah.
You're never gonna sing.
I wouldn't
Come
call
on,
what I just did
don't lie
singing,
to the
so it makes
viewers.
you feel better.
Maybe if I get to go to Worlds, I'll do it. So we'll see.
It's one of the things that makes,
bribing to go to
Beaver Parade so good is you can
Worlds.
sing it, as you pointed out, and then respond immediately with a Maui Half Shark. Now, this is such a challenge because it shuts down the aggression from Luke. Luke can't leave
Luke is,
anything vulnerable to
in
challenging,
trouble right
or
now.
else
Luke is
Maui,
in
upon the challenge,
trouble,
will allow him to bring an action card back
especially
from his
with
discard to his
Pirate's
hand.
Life in
And now that
hand.
that Be Prepared is in the
Dude,
discard pile, that's an
it's a
insurance
wrap.
policy as long as Maui's on the board.
Yeah, but any action he plays is going to gain him a lore point as well. So Daniel's going to be able to close the game pretty fast from here as well. The first Grandma is going to be followed up by a second Grandma. Getting more card quality as well. I think that was a Be Prepared off the top for Daniel Holt as well. And this is the way that this matchup goes a lot for Blue Red. Looks like, oh, there it is, a Pirate's Life. Going to be sung by Maui. That's actually going to gain him 3 lore and take away 2 from Luke Goodwin. I think that actually might just be the nail in the coffin already from him here because the Blue-Red deck, Daniel Holt, is in the spot that he really wants to be in this matchup.
Now it's firing all cylinders. You know, one of the things I'll talk about in this deck is we've always talked about this deck, or I've always referred to it as an engine builder. And one of the engines it was trying to build is the Tamato with the Lucky Dime, with the Flavisham, where it cycles popsicles, builds up items, and then it can shut down games very quickly at the end. But in this set, we got a second engine for this deck, and that's Maui Half Shark, which can pull item or actions back from your discard pile. One of the actions it loves to play out of the discard pile is this Pirate's Life. So every time Maui's able to challenge, that's another 2 lore swing that's coming back into Daniel's hand that he can then deploy again, as well as having that Be Prepared in there. It's all of a sudden, it's a different ball game.
Yeah, now you're really seeing the strength of the Blue-Red deck, and what makes it so good is if it gets to this point where it has 8, 9, 10 ink, 11 ink, it gets to start to exert its will here because its top decks are so much better in the late game than its opponents because a lot of its cards cost
Have you
8, 9, and 10 that are
have
super
you tried
impactful.
out the Fantastic Four
When you
yet?
get to this
No, not
point,
yet.
You know, you're
Because
drawing
apparently
you're
Human
drawing a
Torch is
card
not in the
Star Folk,
game.
And then they're drawing a card that costs 9.
He's gonna be joining in like 6
we did
weeks
get
or something like
updated lore
that.
totals here, which is super relevant. Luke Goodwin, of course, is 17.
Come
forcing,
on,
because of those 2
man.
cards on the board, forcing that.
I'm
Be
gonna try
Prepared,
it out
resetting the
probably
board
like
once
this
again.
weekend, but
And
I was a little
now,
bummed out. My boy
honestly,
Johnny's not in the game yet.
Luke doesn't
Why
mind
do I like all the
that,
Johnny
I think,
characters?
quite so much. As
Have
he
you
did
tried out the
previous one,
Fantastic
'cause
Four
now Maui's
or
off
the
the
Fantastic
board,
2?
And perhaps he can rebuild something here.
Yep. Left over of 4 ink after putting that Maui. That's going to let this Grandma get into play. So first back onto the board here.
Ooh.
Ooh. Sudden chill off the top. No value off this other than just getting the card out of Daniel's hand, though. That Prince John was gone from last turn, though.
Yeah, but look at the cards. I mean, not many cards in hand here. We do have the Flavisham, but we have no items. Sail the Raja at Sea, going to put, drawing a card. That's not a terrible card to draw.
Yep, this Haversham's going to get put into play, though. That Dragon's going to be left over, and the quest is going to go up to 11 from Daniel. I think this might be a hard game for Luke to get back into. Maybe it involves something with Ward getting into play and sticking, but
it would. Not a terrible card to put down there. Hidden Cove, we're going to slide it over.
Unfortunately, Daniel has a
additional
dragon,
willpower, but
which
you know
will
what doesn't
burn the
care about your willpower?
bird and make him
Dragons.
project.
Dragons and Dragonfire.
yeah, this will protect it from Brawl, but not from Maleficent.
Flame
See your opponent
on.
Exerting a bunch of ink and counting it up, you know what's
Oh,
coming.
there it is. Using
Yeah,
her
I think this might be a
Dragonfire
wrap for
ability,
Luke
banishing Diablo
Wonderland.
upon entering play. Now we're left with
Your
nothing but a
body
Hidden
is a
Cove. And another
wonderland.
Pirate's Life here, using that sing together mechanic with both those characters working together, total of 6 cost, to sing that song, reducing Luke's lore by 2 and adding 2 to Daniel Holt's.
Yeah, 13 to 15 with the advantage being over to Luke, and that's going to be it for game 1.
First game
here.
going to Daniel.
Holt up 1.
Yeah, I
in
don't.
this
I don't
match.
think
Gotta
the
be feeling
green
pretty
steel
good
is
when
a
you win
good
the first game of
deck
these matchups.
in this
Takes
meta
a
right
little
now.
pressure off you as well, and anytime you can beat one of the aggro decks of Blue-Red, you got to feel pretty good about it.
Yeah, I mean, not a bad game
I
out of the
didn't know
Emerald
they
Steel
were
deck. It
holding
did a lot
him
of things it
back
wanted
that
to do,
week.
got things going, pushed the lore pretty close to victory, and then
Yeah.
just at the end,
Yep, they are
unable to
holding him
overcome
back.
the power of the Ruby deck.
Yeah,
Talking
we really
about
saw the
Fantastic Four, right?
power of a Pirate's Life, a card that, I mean, the first time I saw it in a deck list, I had to read it. I was like,
Yeah,
what's this card? I
they,
didn't know what it did. And
Human
then
Torch
I
and the
kinda didn't
Thing
get it, and now as the games play
will be
out,
coming
I'm
out.
not
I
only
think they
getting
said,
it,
like,
I'm a pretty big fan. You saw
6
it
weeks
have
later.
a huge impact on the game there. It was actually closer
Something
to the end of the game
crazy
than we
like
thought.
that.
We
I'm like,
had the
dude,
lore
what?
updated, and it actually kept
You're
the game
you're saying that I
winnable
can't clobber
for Daniel
people?
for quite a
I
while,
can't be
and
like,
think
it's
turned the game around
clobber
and put the nail in
time.
the coffin for him.
It's true. It's such a powerful card that I think was overlooked for quite a while. If I remember right, it came out in set 4. It came out a
Yeah.
long time ago, and it's been around.
Kind of a bummer.
But not played heavily until now. When you watch these games, pay attention to the number of games where somebody top decks a GOAT at the exact right time to close out the game. We've seen it happen numerous times already. A Pirate's Life completely changes that math and puts games out of reach before you even realize it in the mid game. So it's a great card.
Yeah, absolutely. I've just been singing its praises quite a bit in the Red Blue decks, just because I feel like the games have been sped up a lot in the games. Like a lot of our decks have gotten better, Blue red is more consistent, and so it's gonna end the game faster. When I say in the game isn't over, but the game's over.
The game's
I feel
over
it,
before it's over.
It's like my hard work is starting to pay off. I won a set championships last set. I won the 1K tournament.
You know, I have 9 lore on turn 3 or whatever.
This is the year. This is the year that I make day 2 at one of these challenge
quite
events.
a bit by like a turn and a half lately. So anything that can kind of facilitate that is absolutely.
I gotta
great.
believe,
I think these
and if
players
you guys
are ready
believe
for
with
game
me,
2. Let's go on
we
down
can
there,
make it
finish
happen,
up this
Captain.
match. See if we get a 2-0 on one side, or if we can even it up for Luke.
Let's go. All right, here we are cutting decks. We're gonna get
Fiance
to the
even
handoff
said, like,
again. I believe.
practice so much. Like even a stream right now, I'm literally practicing.
Yeah, we talked about this early
in
on.
front of me.
Altering the hands is such an important part of this game. One thing to note, at this point in the tournament, it is round 3. The players may know what their opponents are
work
playing,
pays
but it's also
off.
possible they're still playing in the blind here.
Maybe
so
it's
round
finally starting to
1,
pay
as
off a little
you
bit.
are altering your hand, you're altering it into the best hand for numerous possibilities. Here in game 2 in the 2-game format,
I played Yu-Gi-Oh back in the day.
Not perfect.
And I played in, like,
information of your
tournaments, but I
opponent's
never
deck,
really
at the
did
very
that
least you
well.
know what colors
It
they're
was just kind of
playing
for fun.
and the majority of their
Like,
cards. So you can
This is the
alter your
first
hand
time
a
that I
lot more
actually
effectively.
played in a money tournament
Especially
and
after the
actually
link
won
for the
money.
last game.
So
Oh,
that
yeah,
felt like
Luke is
amazing.
shuffling before he gets the cards off the top. I was supposed
Which
to say,
that
Luke,
vlog will be coming
good
out.
catch by our judges. Let's
next
shout
week.
out our judges just
I think.
quite a bit. They don't
I
get
hope.
enough love here on the weekends at these events.
We'll
And
see.
Right on top of it to help Luke it would have been an accident. No big deal. Very easily fixable, but it's a detriment to Luke to have if he were to shuffle and then draw it, because then he could possibly draw the cards that were supposed to be on the
It
bottom.
sucks that they don't show their usernames, but they show their like
That's a good point. It is bad
actual
for the
names
person
because
who's,
like if
who
I was
makes
ever
that
on
mistake.
stage, it would not say
Four
uncaged.
spotter.
It would say
Good
David.
lookout, Judge, helping out
It's like
Luke quite a
whatever.
bit there.
You know.
I know I've done that
We're like,
before.
who's
You've
David?
probably done it in a few of the games.
I have. I have multiple times.
I didn't want to say you have.
Because I know
for sure.
Luke
I know
as
I have.
Wonderland.
100%.
His gamer tag.
Two Diablos with the shift line. Okay, we've got multiple 1s and 3s in Luke's hand here. Plus, I think I saw a Cove as well. Pretty good start from him. Daniel going to be on the play here as well. Broke serve that first game. Very impactful start to the game. Okay, so let's say the Ursula going to get inked on turn 1 here into the 1-drop Diablo. Let's see what Daniel's working with, and this hand looks pretty powerful, Liam.
We do have the 2-drop here. One of the things we're missing is that first turn item. So we do have the Flavisham on 4, or on 3, in fact, with the Tipo there, but no item for it to eat, so that is a concern. We do have the ramp play, which is critical hit on turn 2, and the Azurite Sea as insurance. Let's see which one we'll see here.
I mean,
it's
good,
Azurite Sea.
Good for Daniel here. Like you said, no item as he draws the
Double ink
popsicle
this
there. A
turn.
little late, thanks, Deck. But one thing that actually works out very well from here
draw
is he's
card.
going to be able, since Azurite Sea, to use the popsicle here this turn. That's one of the advantages of that card. You get to use that ink right away. He
Is
does
it an
have a brawl
action?
sitting
Oh
back
my
behind his hand
god,
here,
Luke
so
doesn't have an action to
he might
shift
have had- if he would have had
Diablo.
the item
That's
here,
so
he would have had a good play
bad.
because there's very likely going to be a
Come
Diablo on
on.
Luke's side of the board here.
Luke is
Yeah,
just
and
getting screwed
that
over with
draw
his deck right
was
now. Last game
huge,
didn't
hitting
have
that
any
popsicle
discard
with the ink to
cards.
play
This
it there,
game, no
smoothing
actions
everything
to
out,
shift.
And now we'll have Flavisham come
So
down here
bad.
on turn
Does Daniel have a brawl in
3,
hand? Okay,
able
he
to
does
eat
have
that
brawl, so it
popsicle
doesn't even
propellant.
matter. Diablo die
fantastic
anyways.
draw there from
Or
Daniel.
get banished. Ink and Muses. Yeah, that card doesn't really do much in this
Hughes is
matchup.
going to make it into the ink well for Luke here. Let's see how he wants to sequence this.
Not surprised. Muses is not a super effective card in this particular matchup.
When's the
It
new
doesn't do a whole
set
lot
coming
for you.
out?
Not surprised
The
we're
new
seeing it
set
as ink here.
is coming out. This new set actually is not going to come out for a minute. I think it comes out like.
So no action, so you just have to play straight up with the Diablos here.
It's unfortunate that he's not able to do
I
that.
want to say
That's
like
something
end
that
of
you-
February,
If you can
March.
get a Diablo on board early, that's fantastic. We do know that we have the Brawl,
So
however, which would
not
be the perfect
for at
answer to
least
Diablo.
maybe
So,
another month or
perhaps
two.
good that we're not able to shift because you don't lose the 2-for-1 there.
I'm always
You'd
excited for a
almost
new
actually
set.
be kind of
My
happy
wallet's
with
not
it, right?
excited
If
for
we were
it,
to
but
put a Diablo plus the Calhoun
always
into
excited.
play there. Daniel,
the meta changes up a little bit. Get to craft new decks.
You see him
I've
shaking here
crafted
like,
so
thanks,
many
thanks, deck. The action off the. I love the flair from the players here. Because
Ah,
then you're
good
not using-
play.
you're not
So
using
now the
Hammer from
Diablo
that turn.
can't
If you
get
were to use Brawl, that
brawled
makes Daniel
because his
play,
attack is now
you know,
3.
off
Brawl
curve,
only
and
kills
Luke
2 or
would've been
less
okay with that.
characters.
Now that
Or
Cove has been put into
banish.
play.
Sorry,
Luke
this is Disney.
moves the Diablo over to it, and that is going to protect it from that brawl from Daniel. That is huge.
Yeah,
for Luke.
fantastic play. Cove is a card that we saw worked in mid last
Fantastic
meta.
play
People
from
all of a sudden
Vandaland.
realized, hey, this is good.
You can compete,
Not
play
only does it make your
Diablo.
characters a little
Let's
extra,
see your
stick to
hand.
the board a little extra with that extra willpower, but it puts them out of reach of cards.
Yeah,
that
there's a
care about
brawl in
strength,
there.
Like
There's a brawl in there.
And we're going to see at least a great effect here.
Yeah, have you ever put Calhoun on a location that buffs either its willpower or strength before?
I have not personally, but it sounds...
It is a nightmare to deal with.
Oh, dear.
So back over to Daniel here.
Now that song stuck in my head.
Has a Vitalis
My
here in his hand,
body
has
is
a
a
popsicle,
Vandaland.
has a 3-drop hand Sisu. We've got multiple 3-drop Sisus in Daniel's deck, so let's
But
clear that up.
this is such a challenge. You know, one of the ways that we see these decks, especially Ruby Sapphire, propel themselves to the endgame is with their card draw. We have the Flavish on board who wants to eat items. Let's say he draws an item here. You can't draw cards here
No
without
good
giving
things.
extra cards to Luke.
Yeah, I'm wondering what Daniel's plan is here. Is he going to try to ramp up to the Sisu? Because if he does play the small Sisu, he can maybe
Eventually, you'll
quest, I'm sorry,
spend
he can
more
maybe
on Lorcana than your
Maybe
MK
get the
collection.
bigger Sisu into play
That's
a
not
lot
going to be
quicker
for a
here.
while. I can tell you that. I got
Yeah, I was gonna say, that does look
several
like this will be
years
planned. So maybe the
until
hand
that
Sisu played
happens.
from hand here.
Yeah, and we do have again, one ink
Trust.
left over. We have the popsicle. If we play the
Trust.
popsicle, we give another card.
I
So
actually thought about that
Diablo
not
right
too
now
long
is
ago. I'm
just
like,
really
because
messing
I haven't really
with
bought much
Daniel's
Mortal
game
Kombat
plan.
stuff recently
Yeah,
because
one makes it a
one,
little
there
bit
hasn't
harder.
been
Whenever we're going to see
any.
that popsicle possibly make
like,
its
crazy
way
new stuff.
into Inkwell, or maybe you save it.
There's like
in case
one
you
or
could
two
take care of
things,
this
but
Diablo later.
But yeah, I haven't
So,
bought much
hand
Mortal
Sisu
Kombat
here.
stuff, but I bought Lorcana
If
stuff.
Luke goes a little too hard on drawing cards, or so here's a play you can make.
Lorcana's coming
you get
for
the Sisu
Mortal
into
Kombat's
next
throne.
turn. What you do is you can make Luke draw extra cards off the Diablo. So
Yes.
your Sisu is big enough to attack down the Cove.
Yeah, we have this really interesting hand-size sub-game here where Daniel can force Luke to draw cards, which also makes his Sisu more powerful. It's interesting. We'll see if that comes into play.
That might happen next turn, because see what he could do is he could go popsicle draw. Would you like to draw? Yes. Okay. Hammer some, draw 2 more. Would you like to draw? Cool. Now challenge your Cove. Knock that out of here.
Yeah, you're right. You point out that it is a May ability, so that's something that Luke can avoid. But
It looks like we might just be
Something
getting that here. Vitality Sphere is going to be active. Going after the hand Sisu, this has what? I think does that cost 2? Oh, so here we go. So this means
There
1,
we go.
2, 3, 4. Yeah, 5, 6. Yep.
Vitalisphere being used to great effect here in this matchup.
Yep. And with the Vitality Sphere, it makes exactly 6. That takes care of the Cove here. Nice find from Daniel here. Nice line.
Fantastic play. And now, of course, Diablo is brawlable. We drew into... I missed what the top deck was. But we have 2 Diablos in hand and the Smee. Nothing to put hand pressure on. We can develop the board a little bit more. But now, of course, we're getting closer and closer to Be Prepared range. Playing another Diablo, Luke getting a look at the hand, seeing what was drawn, noticing both the Be Prepared and the Sisu in hand. That doesn't feel good to see.
So I think knowing that the Sisu is there is really, really important for Luke, because now he knows that he needs to challenge into the smaller Sisu. What he can do is he can start with Diablo here, put a damage on it from here, and then maybe finish it off with the Calhoun. And when I say the Diablo, I mean the small Diablo as well.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. It makes moving that Emboldened Warrior critical to prevent that shift for 6.
Yeah, with him playing the second big Diablo, I think you have to make sure that the big Sisu can't happen this turn. It does look like we're going to get that line. So Diablo's going to challenge in. Calhoun's going to challenge in. The Diablo does have a damage on it here.
Yeah, and we'll note Calhoun getting 2 lore off the banish there. So that delays the board wipe another turn. We do have the Be Prepared available on turn 7. Of course, better to lose all the characters than just your own.
So it looks like we're going to pass back over a card drawn finally off the Diablo here. So Luke can maybe possibly get something going here. Probably have at least 2 cards for next turn for him. Let's see if Daniel wants to give him any more. We're going to start out with a brawl on the Diablo. There's a second one waiting, though, for Daniel.
But crucially cuts out that card draw. Now we can play an item, leverage Flavisham.
Yep, great play from Daniel. It's going to allow him to do that if he wants. So it looks like, here we go. Yamato is going to go into the ink. Popsicle's going to draw another card. Looks like it's a Maui. We're going to draw 2 more here. Looks like another brawl and a Madam. He's going to be able to interact with this board every turn for the rest of the game, it looks like, for Daniel.
Yep, and this is where these control decks shine. We're now going into turn 7 next turn where Be Prepared is available. A lot of the high-end cards are available, and there's so much removal at Daniel's disposal here.
Oh, that's a Pete off the top for Luke here, though. That's pretty good.
Wow.
You can kind of play into the Be Prepared a little bit here.
Wow.
Wowzer.
The Pete
Top decking that at the perfect time. You know, oftentimes if you have a Pete in Steel and you're playing against a deck with Be Prepared, you are playing that, you're saving it all game until turn 6 or your turn 7, depending if you play or the draw, to prevent your opponent from hitting it. He top decked that at the perfect time to shut down that Be Prepared. There are still removal answers available. Daniel will be able to deal with 1 or 2 of these characters, but the board wipe unavailable here thanks to Pete coming down, blowing his whistle and saying, no action, sir.
Luke went ahead and challenged into the Haversam with 3 different characters here, including the Calhoun, finishing it off. So get it a little bit of a extra 4 from here. We're back over to Daniel. And Daniel with a couple options here. He's got a Maui, he's got a Brawl, he's got a Madam. All access this turn that can start interacting with his board. And then next turn, he could possibly be prepared here, barring another top deck of a Pete from Luke here. I think that's pretty much one of his only ways to victory for this turn. So for this game.
I do like seeing the Maui Friend to All in this deck, by the way. I did mention earlier that some decks have started to work them out of their list. I've seen many Ruby Sapphire decks performing well in tournaments who don't use any. But seeing him here is great. It's a great card, and it'll provide some value here potentially. I do like when these are included in lists myself.
It does look like we're going to go ahead and Brawl, but you can't do that because of Pete. Daniel here, good catch by Luke here. The whistle, like you said, the whistle has been blown. It's really funny. Whenever we get this late in the game, when someone Petes, they're always like, oh yeah, I can't be prepared. And then they'll try to play one of the other actions because their brain just hasn't, connected with it. But it does look like the Madam's going to go ahead and take care of that Diablo. Now he's going to make it into the ink here. We're going to be passing back over to Luke.
All right, so Luke has bought himself a turn from that Be Prepared. It is available next turn, so now you have to think about not overextending. But the other problem is Luke wants that Be Prepared to be played at some point. He wants to play it on his terms.
And yeah, you may be wondering, why is he going to go ahead and use a card to take care of the Madam here? Use Strength of the Raging Fire, because he wants the Be Prepared to happen. If he doesn't do that, Daniel might have a turn where, oh, okay, my Madam gets a challenge into something, and then I just play Sisu, or I play something else, and it's still really bad for Luke, and then the Madam is still in play. Luke finding some value for his card. Also, not going to have characters in play, most likely, for the rest of the game. He's going to have probably 1 or 2, and that Strength of the Raging Fire is not going to be a good card later. 2 Prince John's followed up by Muses. Not what Luke wants here.
No, Muse is not a great card. Now, usually Prince John is a wonderful card to play after a Be Prepared to kind of rebuild your board because it has Ward, and a lot of the targeted removal options won't be able to deal with it. Unfortunately, we know, and Luke also knows, that Sisu Empowered Sibling is there, able to remove it and sweep it from the board. So Daniel having the perfect answer for that.
Going to be a lot of dragon-like characters coming out of Daniel Holt's hand for the rest of the game here. The Maleficent, Brawl, and a Pirate's Life left over for Daniel. This is going to be a real uphill battle for Luke from here.
Oh, yes. 3 cards. I mean, you have the Maleficent, who can take care of any character that doesn't have Ward. So Prince John there will be safe for a bit. But then you also have, Brawl able to answer targeted characters. And then that Pirate's Life, which is just, honestly, I find it devastating in these matchups.
Exactly. Look, Visions is going to go ahead and take a look at the top 5. See a Queen of Hearts there, too, a card that's generally in there for the aggro matchups that we've been seeing the blue-red decks having a problem with. Tons of 2-drops in Daniel's deck here.
Yeah, Queen of Hearts, I actually love to see in here. I'm willing to bet it's probably a 2 of. It is in there for those aggro matchups. It was popular early on, I think 2 sets ago. Disappeared for a little while. It's worked its way back in here.
Yeah, I don't think
aggressive
Luke
decks
can get
are very
this.
popular right now, actually.
Yes, his opponent's only at like
Steel deck that we've seen several times, and some of the faster Emerald Amethyst
and
decks.
this is where they jump
Looks
up
like
in
a second
lore.
Maleficent added to hand here, and then just a full retail Pirate's Life here to get 2 more.
Muses won't do anything, and
Ursula
Ursula won't do anything. Yeah,
oh
man, Luke is
from Luke here. We'll get an
in
update
a
on that
tough
lore for you if we
spot.
can. Back over to Luke here. We get a Prince John. I was going to say a Muses left over and an Ursula Deceiver. Well, cards have not come in the right order for Luke here in this game.
Well, it's just unfortunate. Deceiver of All is not a terrible card that for Luke to want to stick here. Able to draw a card next turn, get some really good value off that Deceiver of All. But unfortunately, Daniel has the answers. There's multiple targeted removal options there that he can use to get rid of that Deceiver of All. With 2 Maleficents in hand and a Brawl, it's going to be a bit of a challenge.
Yeah.
That popsicle off the top for Daniel here, but I
rough,
think all of his ink is kind of lined up here. He's got 8. Maybe even keep that Brawl if you want, but he's going to be able to use this Maleficent to great value here, take care of that Ursula Deceiver Evolve. That's one of those cards you don't want to let it go away just too much. It looks like we're
See,
gonna go
if
ahead,
you used
use the popsicle, draw
if
an
you
ice block
used
off
the
top,
popsicle draw
allow them to brawl
first,
the Ursula down.
you would have been able to see that you had the ice
Doesn't
block.
deploy
Use
the
the ice
dragon, just
block
it's got
on
2 left
Diablo,
over.
so
Can't
that
really
CC
target
would
the
take
first
0
round, can't target
damage,
the
but
muse that's
they
in Luke's
didn't do
hand as
that.
well. That's at
They
least
attacked
something
before
going
they
for Luke here.
drew.
He's got
You
2
always want to
characters
draw.
with ward.
Here we have I'm Still Here off the top deck. That 3
Yeah,
cost
this
song
is
giving
rough.
something resist 2, but crucially at this point able to draw Luke a card. We'll see if he wants
So
to play
bad.
his out here.
Looks like he's going to go ahead and use ink to do this as well to draw a card. Don't really want to sing it at this point.
Is it a sudden chill?
Card at the top
Maybe.
looks like
Go
Go
go.
Tamago.
Go-Go's not
Interesting.
bad. You just want more damage on the Sisu.
Looking to quest.
Don't
Here?
quest. Luke, don't quest. Luke, you craze. Luke, you craze.
Looks
You want
like
to keep it
Luke
just in
is
case that
considering
you
it.
get the sudden chill.
It does look like
Yeah,
he thought
alright,
better of
that's
it. He's going
smart.
to pass back over to Daniel.
We do have a Sisu Daring Visitor off the top deck here. No good targets for it because, of course, Prince John has Ward. So at this point, we'll see if Danny wants to establish one of those dragons as some board presence. Needs to keep it. Note, we're going to quest with the Sisu. Another Sisu in play.
All right, Red Dead. You're still live streaming. I'm gone for like 2 hours.
Look at that.
We're gonna
Shot
keep
just
streaming
spinning
till
around,
this
that Ward
championships is
carrying
over.
Quite a bit here.
I'm here
Another
for the long
Calhoun
haul,
added
baby.
to his hand here as well. It's something he's going to eat up by a dragon if he plays, though. He knows they're there.
You do have to draw them out at some point. Muse is being played to the board here, establishing a bit of board presence. Probably not a lot of good targets for it, but definitely want to get some lore on the board. And
And I would just
Sisu
scoop.
off the top deck.
I would scoop
sweeping
if I was
Luke's board.
Luke. This is just not.
Oh dear! And then leaving
not a
7 lore on the
winnable
board.
board. There's
TC, such an
literally
impactful
nothing you
card
can
upon
do.
entering play, but then you're left with a 3 lore character.
A Bruno.
Able to close things out pretty
Pete
quickly.
doesn't do.
Another Pete off the top for Luke here. It's a little too little,
Yeah,
too late.
yeah.
He's going to extend the hand. Daniel Holt is going to 2-0 this match.
Yeah,
and
Green Steel.
That means
is just,
he's gotten the
I don't know,
maximum number
man.
of
I mean,
points
it's
in the
still
first 3
a
rounds
decent
today.
deck, but like
And I
Red
haven't
Blue is
done
just so strong.
exactly all the math, but from what I've known, I'm pretty positive.
Yeah,
Daniel
Luke
Holt
wasn't even getting the good
has
draws
just
either. He
locked
couldn't
himself
find any
into
sudden
day 2
chills.
already
He
of this
couldn't
event.
find.
Perhaps I am not a math major, but definitely standing a very good chance at making day 2. But one thing I'll notice, or will note, is that seeding is incredibly important going into day 2. So still plenty
I want to see Zach Bivens
left
play.
to play it out for.
What's his match looking
a
like?
really
What deck
interesting
is he
matchup
running?
there. We're getting to see 2 actually pretty popular decks. A lot of players, I know very good players came into the Emerald Steel. It's a deck that has a chance in this matchup, but what we saw there is Daniel just hitting the cards that he needed to when he needed to. Can't emphasize the importance of Popsicle, getting that Flapsham going on turn 2 off the top deck, and just a great game. Luke demonstrating a bit of what Emerald Steel wants to do, but once you get into that end game and all of those end game sweepers become available, it's just a real challenge for Emerald Steel to close it out.
Yeah, absolutely. It sounds like we're going to be done for this round, but the other casters are going to be jumping in here. We're going to be getting into the next round as quickly as we possibly can. So very small break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Lorcana.
All right. We got a break. Hopefully it's not too long of a break. I want to jump back in action. I wanna jump back in the action. Oh man, what a week! What a week it's been. What a week! So we've seen, I was just opening some packs. Nice. CB. Did you pull anything good? I got some packs. I won some packs at my league this past Thursday. Didn't pull anything that crazy. Did you get snow? We got 10 inches. Oh, we got some snow over here. We did. It was funny because I was thinking to myself, I'm like, you know, I haven't shoveled once this season, and then it snows, and I'm like, great, now I gotta shovel. So we're gonna be streaming. We're gonna be streaming for a while, so I don't have to shovel. Legendary Hades, Foil Sisu. Ooh, wait, Foil Sisu, the legendary Foil Sisu, or the red one? And Legendary Hades. Is that the legendary blue one, the legendary green one, or the legendary red one? I love how Hades has 3 legendaries that are different colors. I think Sisu has 2 legendary forms. The red one and I think the blue one, right? But no one uses the blue one. A sapphire. Boom boom. Boom boom. Boom boom. Boom boom. Boom boom. Boom boom. Azurite's C, Purple Sisu. Which one's the Purple Sisu? Purple. Why did I type in Purple Sisu? Amethyst Sisu. Oh, super rare. Gotcha. You know, this card, it interests me. I feel like it could be good down the line, cause like the fact that you can keep drawing cards as long as it's a dragon archetype is pretty sick. Whenever this character quests, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a dragon character card, put it in your hand. Repeat this effect. Otherwise, put it either on the top or bottom of the deck. It's pretty solid, and it will probably keep getting better when we keep getting more dragons. But which legendary Hades did you get? I'm assuming from the Azurite Sea as well. So the red one, the ruby, the one that's not that great. Yo, can we get a good Hades card? Like, we haven't got a good Hades card. Strong armed Hades. Yeah, I think that's the ruby one. Yeah. We haven't got like a really good Hades card since the first one, the Sapphire 7 cost. It's funny because like the Amethyst Hades in this set that just came out, the 6-drop, I think it's a rare or super rare. I think it's a rare. That card is better than the legendary. How does that make any sense? Yeah, the 6-drop, uninkable Hades, Amethyst, 3/4, quest for 3. During your opponent's turn, whenever one of your other characters is banished, gain 2 lore. Like, hello? How is this card not the legendary? And the legendary that we got should be the rare or something. Sometimes I wonder if they actually think through the rarities on the cards, or they're just like, you know what, let's just make this a rare, this a legendary. Is that Genie in this set? That card should have been a legendary. 100 percentiles. Don't know why it's not. That card being a rare is ridiculous. That card foiled is probably the most expensive card. It's more expensive than the legendaries. Foil Maui Shark is actually probably still expensive, but Genie's up there. It's ridiculous. Like Sail that has the right C. That card should have been like a super rare. Now you're asking the important questions. I always ask the important questions, all right? They really need to hire me and make me, like, let me choose which card is the legendary, which one's the rarities are back.
Daniel, who just won his round 3 game.
Are you planning on playing Indiana Jones in the Great
Emerald
Circle?
Steel
Probably not.
Discard deck. Man, that top deck Sisu there at the end of game 2. Talk about that moment in particular.
Yeah, I was struggling to get rid of that Prince John, so it was always threatening to draw more cards, and I might have held on to the Maleficent Dragons too long in my hand, but I just didn't want him to set up any characters, so that was a really nice top deck to clear that out. Right after he shot called that, oh man, if you top deck your next Sisu, and it was immediately next card.
And there it was.
Yeah.
We have a legendary
Now,
genie,
Emerald Steel
wonderful
is a deck that we've
trickster
seen
in
the
Amethyst.
past, but it hasn't
That one
really
sucks.
been around much.
That one should be the
Were you
rare.
prepared to play against
No
anyone
one
else
plays
with
that
this deck
card.
here today?
Absolutely not. I actually didn't test against it. I have the deck proxied at home, or sorry, built at home, but I didn't play test against it. I just didn't expect a lot of people to be on it. And it actually knocked me out of in Vegas. That's how I did not get into the top 8, as I lost my final round to Emerald Steel, where it really showcased in Vegas.
Absolutely, it did, and it is showing up here today. But you have the keys to unlocking that discard deck matchup.
Keys
So congrats on your
to
2-0
unlocking.
win. I know that you're a big Disney fan.
I am.
and you were
Keys
telling me
as
that
in
you're
Kingdom
collecting
Hearts?
key holders
Imagine.
here at Disneyland.
Imagine,
so I have
chat.
to know, what are some of your favorite things to do in the park here?
Oh my gosh. So I worked at Disney World before. So here it's so different, it's so chill. Everyone's like, it is the happiest place on earth, truly.
Truly.
You just feel like you're home here. My fiance's out there watching. Me and him are going to go out in the parks later. Incredicoaster is my favorite ride here. It's just so fun. I love the
about-
Guardians of the Galaxy overlay
yes.
too.
Favorite snack?
Favorite snack, the classic
Turkey leg.
ice cream shaped bar.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
I
You
mean,
gotta
if
say
it's
the chicken
Mickey
leg.
shaped,
Everything's better Mickey shaped.
everything's better that
Yeah,
way. Well, thanks for talking with
Yeah,
me,
of course.
Daniel, and best of luck to you the rest of this
Thank you so
weekend.
much.
Welcome back, Illumineers.
We got the
to
B-boys,
North American
Brendan and
Championship
Brandon.
for Disney Lorcana here in Anaheim. I'm very excited to continue on for this day. We're about halfway through the day. Just finished round 3. Players just had a quick lunch break, and they're getting ready for round 4. Players are starting to figure out in this Swiss format, how much further they have to go if they want to make it to day 2.
Yep, over halfway through the tournament, you're entering round 4. I'm not sure exactly
it round 4 of 7?
what the breakpoints look like, because obviously they're going to be a lot different from our previous Disney Lorcana challenges, which were 2,000 players cut the top 64, and now we're cutting the top 16 with significantly less players. Needless to say, if you are going 2-0 up until now, you're probably feeling pretty good. Got a couple more rounds to go. Can maybe go 1-1, but I think in traditional fashion, you're going to be searching for those 2-0s in this tournament.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's kind of interesting. We just saw Daniel there winning again on Sapphire Ruby, a deck that is taking up a lot of the meta share today. When the game that we casted, we saw Sapphire Ruby win again as well. I think it'd be interesting for us to look at that metadata again and see what is going on with this first day.
Yeah, I do think that Daniel probably got one of his better matchups there in the form of Emerald Steel. That was kind of a blast from the past, brought me back to Seattle, I'm not going to lie. Where Emerald Steel did do pretty well, but Ruby Sapphire traditionally pretty good in Emerald Steel, and Emerald Steel also underrepresented today. Probably for a good reason, but that being said, the people that have brought that deck they have a lot of conviction in it, and I think we're about to see one of those in our next match.
I think we are. I think we're about to see one of the best players for this deck, so I'm excited to get into this round.
Is it
4.
Zan? We got Zan up.
All right, and we have
Oh,
previous Disney
snap.
Lorcana
Zan in the
Challenge
building.
champion,
Winner
Zan
of
here.
Lorcana
I
Challenge
have to highlight
Vegas.
real quick Zanside's achievements because he just might be one of the most accomplished Disney Lorcana players, at least in North America so far. He took 4th in Atlanta, 39th in Toronto, took 1st in Vegas, and then 30th in Seattle. Notably, in Vegas and Seattle, he was playing Emerald Steel for both of those, the 2 most recent DLCs, so I'm eager to see if that's what he's on today. And then, of course, we have Kurt, and Kurt took 4th in Chicago, so 2 very talented players here today. I mean, all the players here are talented. They're in the national, the NA championship, so they have to be. But Zan I feel like has been workshopping this Emerald Steel deck for a couple months now.
Yeah, and you said Zan might be one of the best players. I would push back and say that he is, and I would say it's quantitative at this point. He has put up the results. The numbers are there. I was actually listening to Zan speak on his channel earlier about this tournament in particular. He talked about sort of the meta dynamics, his worry about Ruby Amethyst, and his conviction in Emerald Steel. Seemed like might have been coming off of Emerald Steel a bit, but seems to have made a way back to that in combination today, and is on a bit of a interesting list from what I heard or what he said. He said that it's they got to shake it up a bit. I mean, if we're looking at sort of like the 4th, 5th, even 6th most played deck, They brought it for a reason, and they've had something up their sleeve that they've been saving for this tournament specifically.
Yeah, something up their sleeve. I noticed in the opening.
All right, what's the spice that Zan has?
A card from the new set, I'm Still Here, which is kind of an interesting song in this list. It gives a character resist +2, lets you draw a card. I know that Muses has been a really powerful card in the list before. I didn't catch if there were any in his opening hand or not, but I imagine a card like that is pretty good if you're playing cards like Ursula, Deceiver of All, or even if you usually don't want to exert your Muses if you have to sing with them, but if you can give them resist +2, maybe you can have them last a little bit longer.
Yeah, that is a new card on my radar for sure. Looks like Kurt is on Amber Steel. How do you feel about the dynamic of Amber Steel versus Emerald Steel? Let's particularly look at the Amber.
But is it
Steel
Amber
archetype in the
Steel
form
Diggy
of
Diggy
the
Hole
Dwarven
that
Mind
everyone in the
pack?
mothers are
So
playing?
the Dwarven Mind package is pretty different from the song package that we've typically seen for the past many sets leading back to set 1, and that you're just not relying on as many of those singers. You're more trying to play out really aggressive early turns with cards like Daisy Duck. If you can get like a triple 1-drop opening, a 1-drop on turn 1, 2 1-drops on turn 2, that can give you a really, really far lead. And then, of course, as you build your board wider and you start playing
Is
your
it Diggy Hole
cards,
version? I
you can
can't
start
tell.
singing cards like Strength of Raging Fire to sort of get you
I
further
see
into
a
the game.
dock, but do I
Really,
see happy? Yeah, it's a
these decks
Diggy
sometimes
Diggy
only
Hole
need that
version.
6 turns to win the game.
Everyone playing
As
it.
they go, and of course you have the Dwarven Mind that's in there that can damage something for 2 if it's a knight, 1 if it isn't. If you move it there for the turn, of course it has a lore. So utilized there. Of course we see the Happy being played here by Kurt, opening as a knight. One of those cards that you might want to move to the mines if you can get it in play.
So my suspicion is likely that Amber Steel is probably favored into this matchup. It seems like it would, not only because you can kind of insulate against the discard. I guess you have Dock in your deck, but just having access to that Dwarven Mind and sort of being able to create these
Going
fire
for
the
Diablo,
cannons
not bad.
value throughout the game seems really strong. against a deck that
Kushmi's,
tends
Pete,
to kind of blow you
Doc.
out by playing this
And
Diablo
that's
line.
from John.
Yeah, we see Zan playing the Diablo here, getting a good look at Kurt's hand just to see if there's anything he needs to watch or avoid. And again, something kind of interesting about this Amber Steel matchup, in previous metas where we've seen Emerald Steel being really popular, you kind of have to worry about like the turn 1 Cinderella banishing your Diablo if you decide to shift it early with a card like Let the Storm Rage On, which we see in Kurt's hand. But because if Kurt's playing the Dwarven's Mind deck, which it definitely looks that way with the Docks and the Happies that we see right now, that's something you kind of don't have to worry about as much. If you're Zan with Diablo, he's probably not going to be able to use that Let the Storm Rage On until turn 3, and then even then, you'd have to just pay the 3 ink to play it to get rid of the Diablo. The Diablo would get a card draw off of that as well. So
does Zan have the Ursula here on turn 2 to snag that Let the Storm Rage On? There's only 1 in hand, so I think it would be quite impactful. I don't see it currently in Zan's hand. Zan does go ahead and draw one of those hidden coves. Saw the power of that in the previous game. And Zan, I think, was one of the first players to sort of showcase the power of Hidden Cove and actually put that in the Emerald Steel list.
I mean, Disney Lorcana, the numbers are so tight when it comes to a lot of these trades, right? 3 willpower versus 4 willpower can really make the difference. And in this case, the Diablo moving from 2 willpower to 3 can stop a card like Let the Storm Rage On from getting a lot of value. And of course, here we
Shifting
see
to Diablo,
Zan
very
play that
nice.
Hidden Cove, move the Diablo, shift it as well into a Diablo Devoted Herald. We're going to go ahead and quest with Diablo there.
I mean, technically, Kurt can take out Diablo still. Hard cast this Storm and then throw Happy into it.
Zan gets to draw a card as well.
I have seen Zan do this exact thing so many times at this point that he definitely has a way with the cards when it comes to Emerald Steel. We have our Shift Diablo line on the Hidden Cove, sort of bricking the Let the Storm Rage On the other side of Kurt. Now, what can Kurt do to answer this?
I don't think he can do very much with the hand he has right now. We did see him draw a Dwarven Mind there, as we were talking about earlier. Dwarven Mind, you can play it for 2, but it costs 2 to move a character there, and so theoretically, it would be a decent play against the Diablo, but of course this Hidden Cove messes those numbers up, like we were talking about, giving that Diablo an extra willpower and extra strength, so the 2 damage by itself is not going to banish the Diablo. It does look like Kurt is deciding to just play the Let the Storm Rage On straight onto the Diablo, drawing Kurt a card and Zan a card in the process.
Yeah, and that Happy should have Evasive as well.
Oh yes, you're right. The Happy does have Evasive on Kurt's turn, so we can use the Happy to banish the Diablo.
Yeah, it's that little bit of extra text. Usually we're playing Happy, just sort of this value 1-drop that combos with the Mine in order to do 2 damage, but it does actually have Evasive as well, so it can deal with that Diablo. All in all, I would say Zan, probably came out quite okay in that exchange, drawing all those extra cards as well.
We do see Kurt deciding to challenge the Hidden Cove with Smee, trying to get it out of play as quickly as possible in case Zan has Diablo to follow up.
Yeah, I have to imagine that Hidden Cove is just going to be super impactful in this matchup. Seems very strong against a deck like Emerald Steel. You know, some of Emerald Steel's deck does have access to Ward, which is going to turn that off.
I think Kurt is in an interesting position here as well. You know, having gone first especially, I think the Dwarven's Mind deck is trying to be a lot faster than this. He's drawn most of his steel cards and not really seen a lot of the amber cards, which can be a little bit more aggressive. And I think playing more aggressively into an Emerald Steel discard can actually be a little bit better for you. A lot of their Emerald characters are, their strength just isn't really up there, which is where a Hidden Cove can really come in and help boosting those strength. If you're playing cards like two-drop Ursula, even the Diablos, you know, they just don't have the fighting power to stop cards like Daisy with 4 willpower or Rapunzel with 5. And
do you think that Kurt's deck can sort of pull out into the mid to late game and outvalue Zan's deck, or do you think that Emerald Steel has a fundamental advantage there?
honestly, so long as Zan doesn't hit too many discard pieces, I think Kurt is going to be pretty okay, especially if we see this Calhoun being played here. That's going to allow Kurt to sort of keep tempo and keep initiative. It makes it a little difficult for Zan if Zan wants to sing or quest with any of its cards on board, because Calhoun can gain the lore there, but also the Dwarven Mind deck utilizes cards like Dock, so it's kind of advantageous for you to have an empty hand if you can hold on to a Dock so that you don't have to discard any cards, you can draw 2 cards and sort of keep that cycle going.
Yeah, I almost feel like discard in and of itself wouldn't be enough. It's most likely discard in combination with those ward characters that are going to press that advantage even more in this kind of scenario.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at that Muses in Zan's hand, and that's probably the scariest card in this matchup, to be honest with you, because a lot of those more aggressive cards in Kurt's deck are going to have lower willpower, and if Zan is able to keep some actions in hand that he can use with the Muses, Muses has wards, so Kurt's not going to be able to interact with it at all unless Zan exerts the Muses. Of course, Zan's not going to do that unless he absolutely has to. It can make it very difficult for Kurt to create a lead and then keep the lead long enough to finish out the game.
Looks like on the following turn, we'll likely see that Dock line from Kurt, able to probably ink a card in hand and then play 2 cards, the second of which being that Dock drawing up.
We are going to see the Muses being played by Zan here. I think we had a Strength of a Raging Fire in hand, if I remember correctly. So we do have a song that we can sing with Pete if we wanted. Well, there's no characters to bounce on board, actually.
Yeah, so there's going to be 2 strength or less or trigger that Muse's ability. Back over to Kurt. We'll see who comes off the top, see if we see that Dock play. Ooh, there's going to be a Rapunzel with 2 damage counters sitting on the Smee here.
This is a pretty juicy Rapunzel, kind of exactly where you want Smee to be if you have one.
So Rapunzel draws 2 here off the Smee.
Draw 2.
It's going to be 4 cards in hand here for Kurt. Does find the Piglet plus the Pete. Pete seems like it could be pretty impactful against a board like this. Now sitting with the Muses is the most threatening part of Zan's board.
Yeah, we don't have enough ink to play the Pete this turn, but I definitely agree.
If you're able to keep it in hand, it seems like it could be something that could really turn the tides here.
And I'm not entirely sure if Zan wants to bounce a card like Rapunzel back to Kurt's hand either.
Yeah, especially with that Smee being able to sort of potentially recur those counters. But I guess if you exert the Smee, you do offer up a trade here to Zan.
Looks like that's what Kurt is going to do here. Quest for 2 with the Smee. It'll take a damage as the turn passes back over to Zan.
Man, yeah, I don't know. Emerald Steel doesn't seem that strong.
All right, we're moving back over
feel
to
like
Zan's turn. He's going to
picking it for this tournament.
I think that was a Prince
was
John
rough.
that he just drew. Part of
But
that discard package in the stack.
Zan's the guy, so if anyone can make it look good,
interact with, kind of turns
him.
off what the 7 Dwarves Mind, really allows you to do in this deck, which is sort of ping those characters and banish them, finish them off.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talked about that advantage potentially that Amber Steel has over Emerald Steel. And I think that extends to most of the deck except the ward characters in particular.
Looks like Kurt only has 2 cards in hand, I think. Wonder if Zan has enough discard available to empty his hand. If we can get rid of that Pete, might be pretty good for Zan with the muses on board. Something else that I find interesting is this Calhoun. You know, it's a new card from Azurite Sea. Gains 2 lore when you can when you challenge and banish something with it. Has resist 2, so it can be a little bit difficult to get rid of unless you have a character with 3 strength that you're willing to sort of sacrifice by exerting. You don't want to give your opponent that extra lore, but as long as it sits there, it's going to cause problems. And we do see Dan is going to sing Strength of a Raging Fire after playing the Prince John.
Yeah, so targets
I'm
the
sure
Calhoun,
bouncing
bounces
the
Rapunzel back.
Rapunzel back to the hand didn't feel good,
We're
but
gonna
at
use the
least
muses
he
to
cleared the
finish off
board.
with Smee there, taking 3 damage.
It's not
for the
bad.
muses.
Not too bad of
And
a.
just like that, we can see sort of the tide of the game change, and we have 2 ward characters sitting on board for Zan as well.
Not too bad of a play.
That Dwarven Mind's not going to have too much of an impact.
No, the only thing Dwarven Mind is really doing right now is gaining a lore every turn. And again, Emerald Steel typically struggles when it comes to dealing with high willpower cards or characters, just because a lot of their characters can't challenge for very much. So you'd have to challenge with everything on board right now if you were Zan, if you wanted to straight up get rid of the mines right now. But I don't think that's super scary for Zan right now. Kurt has a pretty full hand of cards going into a discard deck. We are going to play the Pete so that Zan can't play any more songs, get any value out of that muses on board. Follow that up with a Calhoun.
I think I would ink the Rapunzel. Because you already
How are
have
you
Dock in
feeling if you're
hand, so
Kurt's
you're already
position
going to
right
get
now,
2 card
facing
draw.
down the muses and the Prince John?
I understand why you
I
want to
think
keep the
the
Rapunzel.
Princess and Muse John, I don't feel good. I think Ward in pretty much every Amber Steel matchup, sort of regardless of deck, has historically been difficult for those players. And Amber Steel is just not one of those decks, especially if you're not playing the singing package where you can sing Whole New World, refill your hand very quickly. If Zan can get your hand down to 0, then it can be pretty scary. Even if you do have the Dock in hand, you know, your Dock might refill 1 or 2 cards, but there's so many cards in
play the
Zan's deck
Hypnotize
that's going to
now?
allow him to discard things still. Eventually you get to a
Nope,
point
don't
where
have enough ink.
you don't have cards in
Calhoun.
hand, and he's able to bounce cards back to your hand with muses and then force you to discard them. You know, you're essentially banishing those cards. Kurt also, well, Dwarven Mind stacks rarely play board wipes.
Oh,
like
wait,
Rapid
you
Sword
can't even
either,
use
and
Hypnotize. Pete.
So long as these characters stayed ready.
Forgot, no actions.
Especially with the ward ones not being able to be interacted with, Zan's going to build up quite a wide board, I would imagine.
Yeah, so I'm trying to think. Kurt, I'm assuming, is hoping that Zan just does not draw cards to trigger muses and Prince John, and in the meantime is able to, you know, potentially ink a card, play 2 cards, one of those being Dock, refuel, move to the mines, deal damage to the characters that don't have ward, and sort of pull away in that sense. All the while, you know, game plan being Zan, don't draw something that can trigger both Prince John and the muses.
It only has the Pete exerted from last turn, which makes this Rapunzel hand a little awkward because there's nothing we can use to get value out of the Rapunzel. We do have a Strength of Raging Fire, but again, with the ward characters, those are really the characters you're most scared about. I think the Calhoun is doing a lot in this
You could
position
do something
as well for
unorthodox
those
and
players
play
just
Doc.
because of
No,
that
that
resist.
wouldn't
You don't
work.
want to give your
Like,
opponent any lore through challenging.
Move a character to the
So we can
mines,
get another
shoot
character on board,
itself,
we can
and then Rapunzel
potentially
heal.
Banish the Calhoun if we wanted to. With strength.
It looks like we're going to play out the Rapunzel here.
Sing that on Calhoun, maybe?
Like we're thinking about singing. Yep.
Yeah.
We're going to sing strength with Pete here, taking out the Calhoun so that Zan can't challenge back with it on the next turn. Going to go ahead and ink another
Ink
mines,
mines, play
and then
Dock.
Play that Dock, discarding our hand, which is 0, drawing 2 more cards.
Did he get another Dock? No, that's a Lawrence. I think.
There you go. We're going
Gain
to
2
trigger
for the
Calhoun on Kurt's
Calhoun.
side.
Going to gain 2 lore from banishing that Pete
Yeah,
with the
Lilo and
Calhoun. Of course,
Lawrence.
the Calhoun will be banished. It has resist, but 3 damage from the Pete is going to be enough to banish it.
Very interested to see.
Kurt
what
took
Zan
out all
has
of Zan's
found
heavy
off the top
hitters.
deck here.
Hypnotize.
Here's the card we knew about, which was Hypnotize. That was the last card in hand prior to the top deck. Get rid of
Discarding
that
Lilo is so smart.
Love this
Because Lilo can be
for that
summoned
reason.
back
Lilo,
next turn.
When it's in the discard at the start of your turn, you can choose to bring it back.
So dirty.
Pay for it. exert
So
it.
dirty.
So
Especially in this
having to discard
matchup.
a Lilo, it's a card out of your hand, but you can play the card whenever you want to. Basically, after this, it's not much of a discard.
Another Calhoun. That's good.
Calhoun here for Zan. Dwarven Mine looks pretty threatening on this board.
I mean, you have to be careful of these locations, especially the ones with lore. If you let them go on for too long, they just tick up and up and up.
I'm more worried about moving the dock over there.
Is he gonna bring back Lilo? He should. He should definitely bring back Lilo. Don't forget the Lilo trigger.
We move the dock. We can deal 2 damage to the Ursula or the Calhoun. The Calhoun would only take 1 damage, I believe.
What? Why didn't you bring back the Lilo?
This is an awkward position for Zan as well. If you,
I mean,
he
I guess the
finds
Calhoun could
a
eat the
song, he
Lilo,
can
but
use the
like,
bounce. Yeah,
it saves
I
the
don't think
Dwarven
going
Mine
bounce
from being
Rapunzel or the
destroyed.
Dock, give Kurt
I don't know. I think I would have brought
options
Lilo
to draw
back.
more cards. Do you see a Daisy that's in hand?
Zan takes out
For Kurt, I
Lilo.
think
He gains
Lawrence
2
is the
lore. He's
other
only at
card.
3.
I think we're considering moving the dock here to the Dwarven Mine. With that 2 ink exerted, just how much it costs to move a character to the Dwarven Mine.
We're gonna have a trigger here. Dock is a knight. Do 2 damage onto that Ursula.
Kurt's going to go ahead and quest with the Rapunzel and Pete here, gaining 3 lore, pushing his lead a little bit further, and then we're going to play a Daisy and the Lawrence to follow. Daisy,
That's
one
a
of the
that's a scary looking
most
field.
powerful 1-drop cards
That
in the
is a
game,
scary
honestly.
looking
1
field.
lore, 2 lore. When it quests, your opponent takes a look at the top card of their deck, and they can put it in their hand if it's a character card. If not, it goes to the bottom. Then Lawrence being a 4/4 with 2 lore, unless it has damage on it, in which case it becomes a 0/4. Kurt starting to build up a pretty decent board here with a lot of lore, honestly. 3 characters with 2 lore on them. The location that needs to be answered because it's gaining lore every turn. Kurt's already at 12. Zan's going to have to find ways to answer this and slow Kurt down because Zan only being at 1 lore, he's pretty far from winning this game.
Kurt is asking the question. All information is available. Kurt, no cards in hand. Zan, just 2.
Things stay exactly as they are. Kurt actually takes this game, the amount of lore that's on board.
What is that ref doing?
Seeing sort of the age-old power level of locations against Emerald Steel.
Dan trying to find a line that keeps him in this game, gets rid of enough characters to progress it for another
Yeah,
turn.
this is tough. This is a tough board to crack. Rapunzel having 5 health. Daisy having 4.
Okay,
Lawrence
reduces
having
Diablo and Pete there
4.
for Zan, so does not have an action.
I don't know if he's gonna be able to crack this board. For
Diablo
3
and Pete
damage.
Probably not too effective against this this board state here.
Okay.
For Kurt.
I don't think so, especially when Zan is in the position where he needs to answer Kurt's board. I don't think you're too
2,
worried of songs being
4,
played.
6, 7.
Highlighted how
You
strong
go to
board can be,
19.
especially
Yeah,
for
I don't know.
against Amber Steel and their songs, since they can't be chosen. You know, I don't think there's anything Kurt would be able to play action-wise that would like immediately win him the game or anything. So he isn't particularly strong in that sense, other than just being a character that can challenge for 3.
Play
Lilo
Diablo.
move to the top.
Maybe.
It can be
You can
played
get the
out
extra
of
card draw.
discard.
Lilo can be a absolute menace when in the discard, especially in these late game scenarios. If Kurt
Absolutely.
can get close enough to 20 where every single turn you just throw the Lilo out there and force Zan to challenge it and deal with it.
Pete, no actions. All right.
Of course, it's a little bit different with the Calhoun in play. If Calhoun's in play, then you can challenge the Lilo without taking any damage, and Zan would just
Bring
gain
back
2
Lilo.
lore from banishing it. But
do they
Lilo
draw?
definitely does a great job at putting on the pressure.
If I'm Kurt, you just quest out, man. I mean, I guess you could
one
clear out
card-
some of the board
card
and
for
be
turn
safe
here for
about
Kurt.
it.
See what he picks up.
But 2, 4, 6, 7, you go to
lower, he
19.
already
Like,
sitting at
yeah.
12.
You just
Back to
quest out and let
19.
Zan try to figure out how to stop you.
It can. What does Zan have to find to be able to come back from? If Kurt just quests out and then plays whatever's in his hand here.
I mean, right now, Zan has both Pete and Calhoun, which are pretty good attackers. The issue is we have really weird stat lines like this. Daisy having 4 willpower is going to make it really tough
Pete.
for Zan to banish. We do see the Daisy quest. Zan finds a Pete off the top, so it's going to go into Zan's hand. And then the Lawrence as well, being a 4/4. You know, like none of the characters on Zan's side of the board cleanly banish any of those characters. Kind of the same thing with the Rapunzel, though. The Rapunzel
Unless
and
Zan is
Daisy
playing
both
like Under the Sea.
have
That's
low
the
enough
only card that I
strength
could
if we
see
can
why you
find a
want to
song or
wipe the
two,
opponent's field.
we
But
can
like,
bounce them back to hand with muses, which means we don't have to actually challenge and banish them.
I say race, dude.
Something like maybe a
Okay, take out muses.
Time
That's
Skip here
not
wouldn't be
bad.
too bad. You could give one of your characters resist, use it to challenge, bounce a
And then
character,
just quest
lets you
with the
draw
rest.
another card, hopefully draw into another song that you can use again to bounce another character.
So I do believe Kurt is up to 18 here. Gets rid of those muses and
Rapunzel's
this
Tower.
is
Goodness
interesting
gracious.
location.
Rapunzel's Tower. Characters get +3 willpower while here.
Now they're
Pretty
even
new to the
stronger.
Dwarven Mind stack. It's a location
They're
we
even
really
more
don't
of a
see
juggernaut.
at all in the meta so far, but gives all characters +3 willpower. Is going to make it exceedingly difficult for Zan in this position to banish some of these characters. Kurt's going to move the Lawrence over there, making Lawrence a 4/7.
Yeah, Lilo there,
Lilo as
smart.
well.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
without
I
the
don't know.
muses,
I don't
what
think
can
Zan's
Zan
getting
do
out of
about
this
I
one.
mean, even with the muses, it would have been a tall order, but it feels like almost nothing at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Kurt has more characters on board than Zan does, so even if we could challenge and banish everything, we can't. But
All
Kurt's
right,
gonna
first game
take
going to
game one
Kurt.
after Zan scoops.
Yeah, feeling good. 1-0, already sitting at 21 points. You see the power
Emerald
of that
Steel,
Dwarven
man.
Mind deck.
Green
I mean,
Steel is
we
not
were worried about
strong
Prince John and the
as it
muses,
used
we
to
saw the power
be.
of that. I mean, that was probably the scariest it looked for Kurt throughout the entire game. Once we got rid of the muses, I mean, it just feels like Amber Steel having access to so much removal is in a really good position against Emerald Steel.
Yeah, there's all the removal and the Calhoun sitting there on both sides, you know, making it a little bit difficult for each person to interact with the other. I think Calhoun's a great card to stop your opponent from singing songs if that's something that their deck's trying to do, and stop them from sort of trading back with you or trading into a location that needs to be banished, like that Dwarven Mine. You know, the Calhoun can kind of sit there and be like, all right, look, you can make this trade if you want to. You can challenge this if you want to and get rid of it, but it's going to cost you 2 lore at least.
Yeah, and that resist one is actually very impactful, especially against the Dwarven Mind deck. You know, it still can take the 1 damage if you are able to move a knight, but you have to do that twice. You have to sort of sacrifice 2 damage of opportunity cost in order to get rid of that Calhoun through something like the Dwarven Mind.
Something that's so interesting to me as well is what this Emerald.
I think they need to fix their focus on their camera because their faces are still a little blurry, but their hands are like really HD. so someone in production needs to just turn the lens just a little bit. And you know what? It's not their fault because sometimes my streams be looking a little blurry like that.
As well. I mean, would have been interesting to see if Zan had the Ursula on Tune 2 to snag that song. But yeah, I do think that the Amber Steel looks like it's in a pretty good position against Emerald Steel, so maybe Zan showing up to this tournament was planning for more Ruby Amethyst and potentially Sapphire Ruby as well, because I know that they felt pretty favored into that.
Yeah, it could be. So with that being said, I believe we have a game coming up for this next game going into game 2. All right, so I believe Kurt went first last game.
See if Zan can find the Shift Diablo line
Wow.
again here.
Zan's hand is
You think at this point
not
in the
great.
metagame, is that still what
Hypnotize,
Emerald Steel is trying to do
hypnotize.
every single game?
Storm Ray John.
I don't really
He's gonna put
know.
back
I mean,
all
it's
7.
tough. There's so many answers. Or it feels like the meta has shifted in a way that
Kurt playing Chen Pao. Oh,
makes
he's gonna
it
be
more
playing Chen
difficult for the Diablo
Pao.
line to really be as good as it was before. I mean, we even saw just a turn 1 happy was pretty good. We see this turn 1 Cinderella
pretty good.
sitting in Kurt's hand.
Chen
Just
Pao
without
not
something like that
too
turn 2 Ursula.
shabby.
So
It's difficult to do.
Zan just sent back 7.
Yeah.
Okay, so very important to note there. Zan sends back 7. Looks like Kurt is sending back 4 here. So Zan very unhappy with the opening hand. I have heard Zan speak in the past that he is comfortable. I believe, I could be misquoted, but I do think that he is comfortable sending back 7 with this deck, but not something you usually want to see.
No, definitely not. It means that Zan didn't have anything in his hand that he felt like was going to help him.
Or
in
he
this
just wants a
opening,
hard mulligan for
I
a
feel like
Diablo
Lorcana
shift.
is an interesting game where you have to play a bit differently on the play versus the draw. And if Zan being on the play this time, he's probably looking for a very optimal opening, an explosive opening, or one that he can get an early advantage with for Kurt. Imagine knowing what deck that Kurt is playing now. You might know that there could be some high willpower, pretty aggressive cards coming out in the early game you may need to answer, so potentially looking for cards that can help you answer that.
I did see that Kurt had access to that turn 1 Cinderella, which you mentioned last game.
Finishing up these altars here, players cutting each other's decks. We're going to move straight into this next game.
It's like 2 Let the
Is that
Storm
mini
Rage On as
Diablo?
well. And Ursula Deceiver in hand for Zan.
It is a mini Diablo. Dude, his hand went from a 0
0
out of 10 to like now like a 9 out of 10. His hand's actually
Does
really
have
good.
The Shift Diablo as well. I'm
Ooh,
not sure if he has
2
the
Let the Storm
song.
Rage On
does have
is
an
not great,
Ursula
but he
as
has an
well,
Ursula
but
in
as
hand, so we can't
is
snipe one of
taking
them,
a
so that's
look
good.
Here, there's 2 Let the Storm Rage Ons in hand, so they're just looking to get rid of one of them, but not the other, and we do have the Cinderella to follow it up with. Dan has a hidden cove here. It might make the difference, though.
And you mentioned that 1-drop into 1-drop, which is actually an option here for Kurt. Dwarven Mine will be the ink. We do see Cinderella. 2 Daisy Ducks in hand.
You're gonna have to play the
Daisy's
Ursula.
also another Cinderella there. 2 Daisies are so tough to deal with early in the game with that 4 willpower and 2 lore, especially with a deck that notoriously has a difficult time when it comes to actually challenging and banishing characters. If Kurt can get these 2 Daisies down and keep them in play for a little while, could gain a
Sudden
very big lead.
Chill.
Go ahead and
Ursula.
grab one of those Let the Storm Rage On.
It's not looking great.
Gonna quest here for Zan.
Not looking great.
It's gonna pass back to Kurt. So we
Morning,
draw for
morning.
turn. I think that was a Mr. Smee that was drawn. We have the option of banishing the Diablo here if we want to. Zan deciding not to shift if he had it in hand. I do really like this double Daisy opener, though. Maybe Kurt trying to decide what to ink for turn.
Looks like it's gonna be the Cinderella.
For 2
And
Daisies?
I do believe it's gonna be.
Is he gonna go the double Daisy route?
Duck here on turn 2.
Daisy is going to be so hard to deal with if Kurt does it. Thinking about singing, let the Storm Rage on potentially here, drawing a card before we commit to anything. We are going to see Kurt do that. He's going to deal 2 damage to the Diablo, banish it, and draw a card. We find another Mr. Smee. Kurt thinking about maybe playing a Smee out versus double Daisies. Another option we have.
Definitely an option, especially with the Rapunzel in hand.
Rapunzel in hand. Ursula has 3 willpower on the other side of the board, so Zan quests with it. Can challenge it back, putting that extra damage on Smee for Rapunzel. Looks like Zan
Is Diablo, Pete, Sudden Chill, Doc. Recon. And we're going to go ahead and ink him Mr. Smee here. There we go. There's the Diablo. But now without the shift.
kind of Chien Po for Kurt here. That could be a pretty big card if we make it to 5 ink. A huge bodyguard target.
Yeah, I don't know what Zan's going to do against the Chien Po.
Yeah,
I mean, in all versions
you
of Emerald
cry if
Steel, we
Chenpo
have
hits the field.
cards Like, we don't talk about Bruno. I'm not sure if Zan's playing those this set, though. I don't think I've seen any so far.
Ink and Chenpo.
I have seen them, but not in Emerald Steel.
Chenpo is going to go into the Inkwell, though. I mean, we could just come out swinging here with a Smee and a Daisy, or even double Daisies. Build a very wide board with lots of lore.
Yeah, it feels like this Smee plus Daisy coming in on the Rapunzel turn is going to be pretty strong here. Kurt.
Gonna go ahead and quest with Smee here, gaining 2 lore. Then Smee's gonna
Hey,
take
practicing
advantage,
Cage, playing
switch to
Lorcana
Captain
cards?
in play,
I'm always
passes
practicing.
it over to Zan. Zan needs something pretty good here to start gaining a little bit of control over this board before Kurt runs away with it.
I'm so shocked that he's playing Emerald Steel,
So if
Zan.
you're on Zan's side here, what are you looking for to sort of come back into this game? Do you have to answer these threats immediately?
I feel like I'm looking for Muses. Like, Muses is just so powerful in this matchup. We have the Diablo that we can use to sing songs, and if we had a Muses that we could play and start bouncing characters, we can start removing Kurt's board pretty efficiently, pretty quickly. I imagine we don't have a Muses, or if we did, we didn't have an inkable card for it, but I think we definitely have inkable cards. We at least had a Pete in there, I remember. Instead, we're going to play Let the Storm Rage On first by singing it with Diablo, banishing that Mr. Smee, following it up with that Pete that was in hand, so no actions.
Pete, no
for Kurt
actions,
on the
that's pretty
next
good.
turn.
Does it feel like Kurt needs to find an answer to that Diablo before deploying the Rapunzel and getting value out of that?
It's a good question. I'm honestly not sure, because we have such an aggressive board here that I wonder, it's one of those things where it's like, Dan could have a million cards in hand, right? But if Kurt reaches 21,
I think you ink the Rapunzel and then play Daisy Lawrence.
Feels like a tall order, only sitting at 2 lore here for Kurt so far.
Yeah.
Feels like Zan has kind of started to stabilize a bit early. You know, we haven't gotten enough advantage to potentially
Hey,
employ a
you missed
strategy like
that thing
that.
on screen, healing life, pretty dope. His hair. He's cool.
Could be looking at a Lawrence Daisy turn if we want to ink this Rapunzel, but that feels... Not sure you want to be putting your Rapunzel with ink. It's your only form of draw for Kurt right now. I don't think we have a way to put any damage on anything this turn for Rapunzel value either.
And that being said, Zan does have decent stats on the board on the other side, you know, having access to the Pete.
Yeah, I mean, if we exert this Daisy quest, you could easily clean it up with the Pete and Ursula on the next turn.
Yeah, I think we would almost certainly see that happen as well. Then probably watch the Pete go ahead and trade into the Smee after that.
It's like Smee is going to quest,
Quest
for
for
2.
2.
I mean, I could be wrong, but I almost feel like Kurt needs to find something off the top of the deck to deal with this Diablo.
Yeah, I mean,
Another
like a
Pete.
Dwarven Mine would be
Not
great
too
right
bad.
now if you can find.
Feels like it's got to be a Dwarven Mine if we're going Pete and the Pete.
Yeah, and then just lay out the
We are going
characters.
to put the Rapunzel into the Inkwell, and we're going to play out the Lawrence and the Daisy here. Just building up the board as wide as we can with as many high questing characters as we can.
Kurt fully playing off the top of the deck here now. 4 ink available.
Also gets around any of the discard shenanigans Zan might try to play. You know, if we decide
Zan's
to
not out of the
Rapunzel
water
in
just yet, but
hand,
he's
might make it really easy
definitely
for Zan to just force us to discard that card and
in a
then
decent
Rapunzel didn't do
situation,
anything
decent
versus
spot.
At least putting it into the
Diablo
Inkwell now
card
means
draw
that
is
we
gonna be
can use
good
it
for him.
ink. All we need is one dock, you know, to find and play, and we can start refilling our hand a little bit.
Absolutely. Kurt does unfortunately have one absolute brick in the deck, though, in the form of Chen Po, if we assume he has more.
Yeah. Yeah, we've already seen one that's in the Inkwell, so I can't imagine you're playing, you know, 4 Chin Pos or anything, but would be pretty bad to see. Zan's going to play a Pete out this turn again, so songs would not be great on the next turn either, followed up by a Diablo inking the Sudden Chill here.
Go ahead and get rid of that Daisy, I assume. Zan starting to take control of this board.
And now we're in an interesting position where even if we find the mine, we don't have a knight to move to it to banish this Diablo.
Yeah, what are Kurt's outs? Because I think I'm comfortable enough saying that Kurt is in a tough position here.
It definitely is looking
Kurt
worse
just
for
draw
Kurt
Rapunzel?
Here. He can't play any actions. So,
Yeah.
Like, I'm not sure that there's a way.
It's
you
a
can get rid
double-edged
of
sword,
Diablo
because
just
do you
for draw.
want
With the
Zan
amount of ink
to
that we
draw
have
with
and
you?
what we drew, we have a Rapunzel here.
Because he
so
could do Shmi into
could play the
Ursula,
Rapunzel,
take
draw
another
one
damage,
card off of
heal, and then draw.
I think we would have needed a.
Or actually, you can do
No, 'cause
Lawrence.
we would've had
Lawrence
the ink
into
for it.
Pete.
So you could find potentially a mine.
Yeah,
and a
that's what they're
happy
gonna
or
do.
Something,
That's-
but
That's the
maybe that
maximum
should
card draw you're
be
gonna
fine
get,
for
but
the-
then you
to
get your
make that one
opponent
play,
3 cards
playing
too.
the
So
happy
it's a
moving
very tough situation you want to be in.
I think we're looking to challenge the Pete here with Lawrence, putting 3 damage onto Lawrence and then playing the Rapunzel, healing all the damage back off of Lawrence, drawing 3 cards.
Yeah, so could he have top decked Doc?
Okay,
And
and
then
now
found 2
Cindy can
cards, one of which
sing
being mine
to Let
plus
Storm Rage
Inkable.
on and take out Diablo, so it
Play
stops the
mine,
card draw.
Move Doc.
But you just gave
I
Zan
don't
3
think
cards
so,
already,
'cause
and he's
Doc
gonna get a
costs
4th
2.
one
Oh,
once he
mine
gets
costs
blown
two,
up by
so it'd
two
be
to
one
two.
off, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so didn't have any outs to get rid of this Diablo, unfortunately.
We find a happy Calhoun and let the Storm Rage on from that Rapunzel, though. Means we can't play the happy. It's our only inkable in our hand. But not anything terrible to follow the next turn up with, honestly. The Calhoun being in play,
Interesting.
of course, can make things a little weird for Zan. If we
That is a
if there's
very
no other
interesting
Pete that Zan
play.
has to play, we can finally let
Don't
Storm
know
Rage
why
on
you
this
wouldn't take out Diablo already,
so
but
long as the hidden cove isn't found.
huh.
Yeah, Kurt just could keep asking the
Interesting.
question and make Zan have it in terms of being able to answer. Not really represented on stream right now because Zan's hand is a bit held back, but Zan has a ton of cards in it.
It's going to find a Hypnotize from the draw for turn. I think I saw Prince John in there too.
It's tough. It's a tough board.
Difficult to say what Zan might be.
I mean, definitely going to be spoiled for choice after all these Diablo draws. One thing that this Emerald Steel deck does well, once it sort of assembles these card draw engines, draws so many cards.
We can honestly make the difference in some of these matches. You know, Kurt found 2 Rapunzels so far, gotten full value out of one of them, refill the hand. I don't think we found any Docs yet either, so there's still plenty of ways for him to draw cards and keep up. But so long as that Diablo's on board, it's not really going to be much of an advantage for Kurt, I don't think.
Sitting at 8 lore, representing a lot of quests. I mean, Zan does have to answer this board.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're looking at 9 lore on board for Kurt. Push Kurt up to 17. Of course, something's going to get banished this turn, so looks like we're thinking of challenging with Pete and Diablo potentially.
Yeah, I don't see a world where we see this. Oh, another Pete.
Pete. Oh my goodness. That's I think that's
A lot
the
of
third
Petes.
Pete in a row for Zan.
It is a third Pete in a row.
It's going to turn the Let the Storm Rage on off in Kurt's hand right now on getting rid of this Diablo.
Well, certainly, I think we'll see this Daisy Duck go. Oh, and there's the cove you talked
There's
about.
the cove, yeah. So now even if we could
That's
play
good.
the
How about all the
Let Storm
characters?
Rage on the Diablo, I imagine we're moving the Diablo there. Yeah, it looks like that's what we're doing. Diablo's now a 3/3, which means the 2 damage from Storm won't quite do it. Use the Diablo to banish the Daisy. Now Diablo back to 2 willpower. We're going to use the Pete to go ahead and banish the Lawrence. We're cleaning up Kurt's board quite efficiently here.
Now, instead of 9, only representing 4 here on the side of Kurt. And Zan sitting with, I believe, 4 cards in hand as well. Kurt, 4 as well after this draw.
Oh, we found a John Silver. That could be interesting. John Silver is a 3-cost character. When you play him, you can choose an opposing character and they can't challenge on the next turn. Can be particularly good in these Amber Steel Mind decks that play characters with such high willpower, making it even more difficult for your opponent to deal with those big numbers. Shuffling through the Calhoun and the Happy here, it looks like. Maybe think about playing the Happy to put an evasive threat on board with this Diablo in play. Calhoun for a similar reason, just something that can challenge your characters when they exert.
Strategically, what do you think is Kurt's path to victory here?
I think you got to regain control of the board in some way. You know, Zan did a great job of cleaning up last turn. Also has a very powerful draw engine in play, plenty cards in hand. So removing this Diablo seems pretty important, but 3 peats in a row makes that pretty difficult to do. I feel like the longer this Diablo gets value, the better it is for Zan.
So John Silver's going to target that Pete.
Also going to play the Happy, so now we do have an evasive character that can challenge and banish.
John Silver's a captain, so Shmi doesn't take damage.
John Silver is a captain.
Smart.
This means just going to sit at 2 damage there.
All right, so Zan, 5 cards in hand. Look like he has 5 or 6 ink available. Hard to tell from here.
What are the chances Zan has another Pete?
Highly unlikely.
Maybe Kurt can eventually play the Storm that he's been holding on to. I want to say I saw a Doc in Zan's hand earlier. Obviously not a particularly great card. You have a bunch of cards in hand.
It's a good problem to have for Zan. Just been drawing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we do.
Muses. Here we go.
Okay, this could be a particularly strong card here. We
Snap.
have a song.
He can't challenge, but he can sing.
Happy. Looks like we are going to sing Storm, banish the John, use the Muses trigger to bounce the Happy back to hand so that we can't challenge the Diablo with it on the next turn.
Yep, I see a Prince John in Zan's hand as well. It's another ward character that Kurt's not really going to be able to deal with in this mid to late.
And every time I think Zan's like out of this, he keeps
We find another Rapunzel though.
cleaning up the board.
Yeah?
We can storm the Diablo first, banishing it, then play the Rapunzel and killing the Smee, drawing a couple cards. I think the issue is the majority of your turn is spent playing that Rapunzel, and you're just not putting a ton on board. Like when I look at Zan's board with Muses, Calhoun, and Pete, along with the hidden code,
And Zan draws another Diablo.
2 characters with 1 strength. It's not particularly great.
I mean, I think it's good, actually. I think it's really good.
I think it helps Kurt stay in the game in regards of keeping cards in hand.
Heals Shmi.
I mean, I guess
Batu.
Kurt has some lore to play with, right? There's an 8 lore difference here, so he can take a turn or 2 off to rebuild.
Oh, Zan's playing Curse as well. Curse Merfolk.
The main thing I'm concerned about here on Kurt's side is just the ward characters, the value out of Muses and Prince John once that ultimately comes down, because that's where Zan can start assembling a sort of lock, where your card advantage is going to matter, but, you know, less and less so.
It's like Curtis
Interesting. You're not going to
banish
quest?
the Pete on the other side of the
Huh.
board and then pass the turn.
All right.
Gonna move the Calhoun to the
Dang,
end
Calhoun hitting for
here.
4 is
It's gonna
nuts.
Get 4 strength to banish that Rapunzel with 1 strength on it. Zan's gonna gain 2 lore from Calhoun, banishing another character, and of course Calhoun having that resist means it doesn't take any damage. Following it up with a Prince John singing.
Sing Sudden Chill, discarding
forcing
Lilo.
Kurt to discard a card. Zan's gonna get a card draw off of that from Prince John. There's also gonna be a Muses trigger. and send Rapunzel back to the hand. Oh
And
my goodness.
double one.
And
drop
now
off the back
Zan's
of
putting
that.
on the gas.
Double
Yeah.
one drop. Also, Cursed Merfolk just
He's putting on the
two
gas.
lore character to quest with. Zan
2,
building up a
4,
pretty
6,
big board
7.
here.
7 puts
It
him
just
to
is the
niner.
engine, right? So it feels like Kurt can get as much value as he wants out of those Rapunzels, but just doesn't have a way to
Ooh.
compete with this
No
Muses
actions.
plus Prince John engine that exists on the side of the board of Zan.
And Kurt is just going to play a Calhoun and Pete and pass the turn. So no actions for Zan here. Kurt kind of setting up a way to respond.
Zan's
with
playing really
challenging
fast. I guess the timer's almost
challenging
up or
with the
something.
Calhoun, but Zan has just built up too much of a board.
So Zan knows. So lore totals are not quite updated yet. Does look like Zan quested with everything. We'll get that quite soon here. How much is he threatening?
I think it puts him up to 9 or 10 lore, somewhere around there.
And then
Gets 10
threatening
lore
10.
on board, yeah.
Yeah, so a threatening game here.
You have a strength in Kurt's hand. We have two characters that probably some of the better characters in Kurt's deck to challenge an opposing board.
That was the fastest
said Zan
turn
might be
that Zan
12
has
lore.
had. He just went.
You can
brrrring.
kind of see it in the overlay. I don't know if you see that.
The Muses having 4 willpower here makes it just so difficult. That one willpower of
Man,
a
it was looking
difference.
so grim for Zan, and
Doesn't have to challenge with both characters
how
to
the
banish it.
turntables.
Don't really have any other way in hand to deal that extra damage we would need, and it's a card that's kind of crippling for Kurt here. Of course,
Yeah, it feels like you'd have to answer it with a single card because you have to stop the cost value of the other cards as well that are on the board right now. You can't just run both characters into the Muses. Does have access to Strength of Raging Fire in hand.
can get rid of one Prince John. The other 2 Lord Quests are exerted as the Cursed Merfolk, but if we want to challenge and banish that, we'd have to discard a card, which really don't want to do when there's 2 Prince John in play. I think Kurt just trying to figure out the
Yeah.
most optimal line here. Very difficult board state. Trying to find how he
Play
can
Lawrence. And a hard cast
get
strength.
back into this game. We're going to start by playing a Lawrence here after inking a Rapunzel. Card that could challenge and banish the Muses in one go.
Hard cast is strength.
find the
Deal
Muses
3
exerted.
damage, taking out. I don't even know at this point. The bird.
Also puts another character on board. So
And then
Muses
Calhoun
strength
takes out
for 3
Curse.
damage.
And then Pete takes out Prince John. Doesn't feel good, but like that's what you gotta do.
Target's going to be Diablo, it looks like.
Yeah. Okay, so far I'm correct in the play.
Yeah, we couldn't banish the Calhoun there because the Calhoun would have 3 willpower, but with the
Taking out
resist
Curse.
+1.
Okay, John.
Use
Same
Calhoun to
difference.
banish the Prince John, gaining 2 lore from banishing the card in a challenge, taking no damage.
Taking out Curse.
The resist, and then we're going to use Pete, it looks like, to challenge the dock. Cleaning up a little bit. Does open up.
I mean, I
Zan's
guess-
Calhoun, though, to be able to challenge into one of the characters.
I guess that's a way to clear the
gaining
board
2
and not
lore
lose your
in the
dock
process.
draw,
Bring up
so
to
that's
19.
something, but man, leaving a 2 question on the board this late in the game, a little scary.
Ursula Deceiver off the top here for Zan.
It's a close game.
So if you're on Zan's side of the board here, is there any way that you lose this game? What do you have to think about here in order to not let this one slip away?
We're going to see an Ursula being played. It's going to see the dock in hand. The only thing I can think about, honestly, is if you make your
Play dock,
board
draw
characters
2.
vulnerable, and then Kurt's able to find enough
Ooh, the
songs to
strength off the top.
banish the rest of the board.
That's gonna clear the board.
But even then, all you need is another ward character that you can play behind it. And That would be game.
Did he have the double singing Ursula in
Yeah,
hand?
seeing
Because
that
if he
Kurt
does,
only
then
has one card in hand, and that card
could
being a
play
dot,
that.
only 6 ink available. Would be
and just
I think it's
quest
gonna
with
be
the
difficult for
curse
Kurt to
and take out. Yeah, do that.
make anything happen.
So Calhoun into Calhoun, but Zan's Calhoun is on the Cove. Gonna get that 2 lore up to 14.
He has the high ground.
He does have the high ground.
Yeah, obviously you want to quest with that.
Yeah, even if we exert everything this turn, we can go up to 19. Kurt can challenge the Muses, banish it with the Lawrence. We can challenge and banish something else with the Pete.
Yeah, play
We
the
have
Ursula double
everything else
singer.
to deal with after that. It's only a dock in hand.
Or
Yeah.
have Prince John. No, he's just gonna quest. Okay.
So I assume Zan's just gonna quest out here.
I think so. I don't think there's any reason not to be honest. If it pushes us up to 19. Okay, we're gonna
Blast
use
that.
3 ink instead of singing to put some damage on the.
Oh, he just gives up.
Kurt's gonna show he only has the dock. Shake hands with Zan, giving Zan the victory, taking game 2
Whew.
for round 4.
Yeah, so 1-1. I mean, that was a nice comeback.
That
for Zan. I mean,
was-
Kurt's
that was
deck looked Really
intense.
powerful with the Emerald Shield there, but we saw
Honestly, Kurt
particularly,
was hanging in there for a while.
Just the level of impact those ward characters can have on a deck that's sort of based around removal.
Yeah, the ward characters as well as seeing what happens when the Diablo actually survives, right? If we take a look at game 1 versus game 2, Kurt was able to banish the Diablo pretty quickly. And so being able to get rid of that Diablo, keep the Diablo from gaining any value throughout the game, I think really made the difference because, I mean, for that entire game, Zan just had a grip of cards, right? He was able to answer pretty much everything that Kurt kept throwing at him.
Yeah, that was a long technical game, but if I could point back to one, or not one moment, but 3 moments that sort of was the story of that match, it was Pete into Pete into Pete. That was particularly rough as that Diablo was able to survive and just accrue
Pete
Zan
into
so
Pete
much
into
value.
Pete. It's called the
and
repeat
as some
on the
might
streets.
say.
That's what they call it, the repeat action.
Yeah, so we see Zan, you know, playing the deck that he's been playing the past 2 DLCs. See that he's altered it a little bit from the previous set. So obviously made some changes for predictions in this meta. Did pretty good into this Mines deck, which we also expected a lot of this weekend. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, if I was him, I'd be pretty happy to split 1-1. I know Zan is looking for the 2-0s, but I think in regards to the metagame that showed up, you know, maybe preying on Ruby Amethyst with that list and feeling comfortable into the Ruby Sapphires, maybe because the addition of the Cursed Merfolk, which we saw Zan play, I assume that maybe that deck is not as comfortable into Amber Steel, so coming into the later rounds, being able to go 1-1, not ideal, but also not a disaster scenario, I think, for Zan.
Yeah. With that being said, we do have another round coming up, so make sure to not go anywhere, and we'll be back for round 5 soon.
That was a good game. Intense. Intensity levels 50. That was round 4. That was round 4. If it's like a challenge. Wait, does challenges have 7 rounds or is it 9? I think it's 9 rounds. Yeah, I think it's 9. So halfway done. Shout out to everyone hanging out with your boy on this Saturday. Checking out the Lorcana Challenge. North American Championships 2025. We've already been streaming for 5 hours, and I'm still feeling pretty good. How you doing in Rivals? I'm doing all right. I'm waiting for Human Torch to be added to the game, and then I'm gonna be grinding that. But they only added Invisible Woman and Mr. Fantastic, so I'm a little bummed about it. I want to go Flame On! Or I want to play as the thing go, it's clobbering time. But no, we gotta wait, I don't even know, like 6 weeks? So quite some time. But it what it is. It is what it is. How you doing in Rivals, CB? Who's your main? Shoutouts to the Twitch viewers, shoutouts to YouTube viewers. You guys are awesome. Glad you guys are respectful and not too crazy. I know sometimes the actual stream, the chat is wild and not in a good way. Let's see what they're saying right now. Melee's standings, but there's a delay, no spoilers. Meow standing. I love the intermission, that's good. Did they announce world dates? 5-round day, right? Match went 1-1 for those. Honestly, he sunk his battleship. This is actually pretty tame for most than usual. Sue, I like. Reed is uninteresting. Storm and Namor are mains. Alright, alright. I played a lot of Namor in the beta. I didn't try Storm too much. Didn't they buff Storm, I think? That's what I heard on the streets. There was a cash tournament for Lorcana today at a game store. It was like kind of far away from me. It's like 30 minutes. But like the roads are bad, and I wasn't planning on going anyways because I want to watch this. But I do wonder how many people did show up for that. I'm gonna say not many. If I had to take a guess. If I had to take a guess. Let's see. Apparently it looks like 0 people signed up. No one showed up. From what it looks like. Could be wrong. But from the melee, does not look like anyone showed up. So I would have shown up and then got nothing. You got a slight buff. Okay. A rocket main for heals. Sick. Yeah, my mains are for tank. I like to play Doctor Strange. For damage, I like to play Winter Soldier, Iron Fist, Iron Man. I like to play Wolverine, but I'm not good with him. And then healer, I like to play Loki. Those are my characters. And then once Human Torch comes out, that's my guy. That's my guy. Yeah, it was like my plans for today was just watch this. So why not just turn on the stream, chill with some chill peeps, and just enjoy some Lorcana, you know, some relaxing Lorcana. Iron Fist is a pain for Storm mains. I know he's a pain for Iron Man mains. Didn't know that was a pain for Storm mains. But to be fair, I haven't really fought that many Storms pre-buff. So, I'm gonna check it out. Oi, oi, oi. Oi, oi, oi. Right now I'm just testing out some Lorcana on myself. Get myself prepped for set championships. Don't know what deck I'm gonna use. That's the fun of it. That is the fun of it. And we're back.
Welcome back, Illumineers, to the Disney Lorcana North American Championship. We just got done with our first match of round 4, an interesting match between an Amber Steel and Emerald Steel list.
Next
Zan and
set
Kurt,
reveal
but
coming
we do
soon.
have another match to get to
Hopefully.
for round 4. We are going to skip the first game. We are going to go in to the second game, and we'll catch you up once we get inside.
All right, so it looks like Scott is a game ahead here.
Daniel
With
is
Scott
back
Daniel
on
sitting
stage
21
versus
points,
Scott.
which is a great place
Yo, I
to
want to
be.
see what Zach
Did
Bivens
some
is playing, man.
Previous round, so Ruby
Show us some Zach
Sapphire
Bivens
player.
action.
Yeah, notably, those 21 points show us that both players are 3-0-0 going into this round 4. So if they can, you know, if Scott can lock up a 2-0, that would be great for Scott. At this point, I'm sure Daniel's looking to just get a couple extra points as
So
well.
it's a
to get
red
split,
blue
but
versus what?
I think Daniel here, looking at his hand, being Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah, the
you see
next
the
set
CAS
comes
right
out
here, and a cheat code. We know how
end of
important it is for
February,
Ruby Sapphire players to find
beginning of
that turn
March.
2 ramp. They can lead into something like a
So I can
higher
see
level
them maybe
Matara,
revealing
turn
a
4,
card
depending on how far I'll
or
go. I do
two
catch a lucky
during this
dime
weekend.
for Daniel
but
as
we'll see.
well. Card that has been cut from these Ruby Sapphire lists. I feel like if I said that sentence, you know, 2 or 3 months ago, that would have sounded like blasphemy for these Ruby Sapphire decks.
You say that, but I don't think it would. I think most Ruby Sapphire players knew that that was a very, very bad card and it was a bad win condition. It was just almost a necessity in the deck, right? So Lucky Dime was, in my opinion, a bad card that existed in a fantastic shell, right? So it was surrounded by the best cards in the game. It just happened like 7 cost and 7 cost uninkable item. Like, why would you ever play that? That one tripped me up in the set review. I'm not gonna lie.
Because it wins you the game, Brendan. That's what it does. You just slam the Lucky Dime and, you know, gain 7 lore off of a Tamatoa.
Yeah, there's a lot of 9 ink win the game cards. They're usually unplayable, but it turns out when you ramp throughout the entire game and you have the best control deck in the game, you can play.
I really
cards
need
like that.
location
I think
enchanted
that
to
the
get better
newer
art
edition,
or go away.
Insight
You got the
6
Speedway one
the
and
new win
Xmas
condition
booster
is
box,
much
feeling
better.
the
That being said, you can play both,
still
right? You just don't
conflicted.
play 2
Yeah.
dimes anymore. We saw like
I
the
just think they
issues
should
of
just
2 dimes
stick
when we were
with
playing, cards
characters.
that would put those dimes into
Character
into
enchanteds
info,
are what
so
I wanna
take away your
see.
win condition, and they were definitely being targeted.
Maybe I'll allow like
very
songs.
interesting thing.
Some of them
Sponsoring guys,
songs are
particularly
cool.
in a
Like the
mirror
Long
match,
Came
or
Zeus
Ruby
one is
Sapphire
pretty
mirror match,
sweet. The
Lucky
Bruno
Dime
one's
can
pretty
sort of
sweet.
be
So
a make or break,
yeah,
and
just
so
get
we
rid of
see
the
Scott here
location
being on
enchanteds.
Ruby
Like no one
Sapphire
cares
as
for
well,
those really.
being that, you know, seeing that Daniel has a Lucky Dime, I'm not sure if Scott will or not, but seeing Lucky Dime this early, it may not actually be that impactful, but could be impactful in the mirror match for sure. Of course, Daniel did find that turn 2 ramp. I don't think Scott did. We only see the popsicle and the ice block here, but Daniel on his turn 3 is going to play out this Sisu Emboldened Warrior. The gain strength based on the number of cards in your opponent's hand. Scott, of course, has a bunch of cards in hand with 4 willpower and 2 lore.
Daniel's hand is
I
actually
really need.
really,
oh, I read
really
that.
rough.
I am at
Lucky
the
Dime
same
Tamatoa. So
opinion.
we have an interesting dynamic here. We have one
Yeah.
player hitting the turn 2
Like really, like who?
no,
Who wants an
no item
enchanted
exhaust card
location?
and no hero. While the other
Unless it's
player
like a
has
really
2
popular
popsicles on
location
board,
like Queen's
doesn't have the
Castle or
hero,
like
but,
McDuck Manor.
is gonna have the
I
sort of
mean,
resources
I play
a
the
lot
Sugar
more
Rush
hard to
deck
manage
on the
than
side for
things
fun,
like how
and
far
like
I'll go,
I don't know, I still would
Grammatala,
not be happy
but
with the
ultimately probably will
location
find a
enchanted.
hero. This is not a bad
But
one
that's
to
just
find,
me.
though. Sail into the Azurite Sea.
One of the better Sapphire cards out of Azurite Sea. See how the Azurite Sea lets you draw a card, and then you get to put another card in your inkwell for turn. It still has to be inkable, very similar to the Bellstrange special ability, but it does give you access to ramp, or another 2-drop access to ramp for Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah, songs are
Interesting
cool,
thing
but
here,
location are
Scott,
tough
for
to
the
get
past
excited
couple
about.
past 3 turns, it's
And
just
hero
played
and
one
villain
box item
enchanteds
and haven't
only.
passed. We do see the Hiram in hand, which I'm sure we will see on the next turn. But
So no
they see
no
that ramp.
allies.
Daniel's going to be ahead on
So no ally
8,
enchanteds,
while
only
Scott
heroes and
is ahead
villains.
in hand.
Finds the Hiram off the top as well. So
there's some
Scott's
good
gonna have
allies
a
that I
lot of
wanna-
card advantage, but I think that Daniel's about to slam down the dime, which can be a very impactful card to get.
This is
down
a mirror
early in the
match, and
Ruby
my god,
Sapphire
I can only
mirror.
imagine how
Yeah, doesn't have to brawl that
how
hero
brutal the
himself.
mirror red blue
Too
is.
many
Like those
cards.
are some
Got
long,
one hand
grueling
here for Daniel.
games.
Interesting thing here for Daniel as well. With so many cards in Scott's hand, even if we didn't have something like the Brawl, just exerting this Hiram on the next turn for Scott to draw some extra cards. With all those cards in hand, that Sisu was likely going to be able to banish the Hiram anyway, unless Scott had a way to deal with the Sisu. So I don't think it's going to be there for long. Scott is going to play How Far I'll Go, though, looking at the top 2
Yeah, my
cards.
brother-in-law got
One in
enchanted
hand, the other
the wall
The item
location.
removal
That is
card
literally
as
like
well.
the
We
worst
have the highway, so if we do see this lucky dime
location
played, it could be thrown right into the
enchanted.
inkwell
Like
from
that's just
Scott
the worst
here.
enchanted ever.
Oh,
And he pulled it, and I'm like,
It'd be detrimental.
I feel like Scott would be so far ahead if this turn is lucky dime.
There it is. Oh,
oh
my
man,
gosh,
he's
we see
racing with the lucky
from
dime.
Daniel. We'll see if Scott follows
He's
it up
racing with the
his
lucky
highway play.
dime.
I mean, absolutely.
I mean, you have to, right? You have to get rid of this lucky dime.
You're going to be playing the Ruby Sapphire mirror, and your opposing Ruby Sapphire player is going to have 0 cards in hand.
This is something that I love about Disney Lorcana. Like, the smallest decisions can be the biggest game changers. Keeping that hideaway for this lucky dime could be the game changer. We are going to see Scott go ahead and play a Be Prepared this turn. Scott doesn't have any characters on his side of the board, so it can be a pretty efficient. They're 2 for 1. They are getting the characters off of Daniel's side of the board. Daniel's going to follow that up with a Hiram, banishing an item of his and drawing 2 cards.
Yeah, I just didn't feel particularly pressured by the lucky dime in that turn. Just goes to the value play in terms of the 2 for 1. Grammatala is going to be a nice refill. I mean, those are 2 very good cards for Daniel to find off the top to find a way back into this game potentially.
And something Daniel needed to find as well. We talked about how Scott is the one that has the bigger hand this game. Daniel didn't exactly have ways to draw a bunch of cards. We are going to see the Sisu come down, banishing both the Grammatala and the Hiram because of that ice.
What about hideaway? You want a hideaway enchanted?
Scott just finding answers for everything at this point in the game. I think he's in such a good position right
Oh,
now.
I guess hideaway. Or if you're saying
wonder
hideaway
if
is an
we need
answer to
see
lucky
game
dime,
one
yes, that is
if
correct.
Scott had potentially seen the lucky dime in game 1, so knew to keep the hideaway.
People still
off
play
the,
like 1 or 2 copies of
How Far
hideaways,
I'll
right?
Go.
Definitely possible.
But does Scott play a copy of hideaway?
Looks like we're just checking ink totals.
Looks like it's going to be a judge call.
Judge call.
Might have added some extra ink in the inkwell accidentally. I'm sure the figured that out as we talk about this. But I wanted to go back to that play of just like
yeah,
playing the How Far
allies
I'll
are
Go,
cool.
seeing the
I'll
hideaway.
take
Maybe we saw
a
the
Timon or
maybe saw the
Puma
lucky
or
dime in game
Olaf
one.
is
That
great,
was
not
probably
the
what
wall.
ended up happening, knowing to take
Hideaway is a
quickly.
great
But
backdoor
it's the
way to
decisions like that in this game that I
turn 2
love.
ramp.
I
That's
feel
true.
like
You
games
could
can be
use it on
won
yourself.
and lost off of micro decisions like that with Lorcana based on what you need, or just like which cards you take and put on the bottom of your deck.
Yeah, absolutely. It was,
Dang, look at that
my
hand.
shock and
Maleficent
my surprise
Dragon,
when
Be
we played
Prepared,
that How Far I'll Go,
Mini
we see
Sisu,
probably
2
what was
dragons,
a one
and a
in terms
hideaway.
of
So he
value
technically
destruction.
can
And then
get rid
also,
of the dime.
decision to keep it was very heads up.
Oh my god, I think Scott's in an amazing position right now.
Daniel even has a
Getting rid of that
Tamatoa
dime
in
into the
hand.
inkwell,
Also
like
has
that's a
the
wrap.
C.
I think people
We
are
wanna
like
draw a card,
they cut back in the
just
dime, and now they're only running like 1
Go
copy.
ahead and play out this Tamatoa. Means we can get an
1
item
or 0
back from our
copies.
discard. We don't have any popsicles, so we're going to opt for a Vitalosphere here. Tamatoa, of course, gains lore for every item in play.
Yep. 2 Maleficent Monstrous Dragons in hand for Scott. So I assume is going to be the answer to this Tamatoa.
Go ahead and ink that Vitalosphere and pass the turn to Scott. Scott having answers for everything here, whether it's characters or items. We are going to see that Maleficent Dragon being played, banishing the Shiny Crab. to the discard. And Scott's just going to quest with the Sisu and pass the turn.
Nail to the Azurite Sea here.
Finding a Visions of the Future. I think we're going to play that. Look at the top 5 cards of the deck. Try to find something to help us, but the rest on the bottom.
Gotta be the
Do
be
find
prepared.
the Be Prepared. Yeah, I feel like that's the take here.
Threatening 5 lore, you just have to take it.
2 giant dragons on the other side of the board between Sisu and Maleficent. We are going to play the Seal the Azurite Sea to get another card draw. We could ink up to 3 cards this turn if we wanted to, but I don't think we'll be seeing that from Daniel.
Yeah, assume it's not going to ink. You know, unfortunately, Scott is going to gain 5 lore here. Outside of that, I guess
Daniel has no idea that Scott has a hideaway.
Because I don't see any sort of refuel cards in Scott's hand.
And luckily, Scott doesn't have any lore, so he's just going to jump up to 5. Which seems like a long way from 20, but I feel like in these Ruby Sapphire games, you know, isn't that much. And we do see the hideaway being played.
See a hideaway.
So no Talmatoa shenanigans, Lucky Dime shenanigans for Daniel. Lucky Dime's going to go straight into the Inkwell.
Let's find his own 8-cost Sisu, but have to be prepared. The 2 for 1. And now we're into a little bit of a grind. I mean, Scott is much better set up to get out of this grind because he's going to eventually probably draw the Hiram, and then he's going to be on a roll. Scott has no items deployed.
Yeah, I mean, Daniel is in a tough position here. Maui, Brawl, and Sisu, none of these are really doing anything for you right now. We're just going to play the Sisu for no value. There's a Maleficent Dragon in Scott's hand as well to follow that up if we want to. We also have 2 Ice Blocks. I mean, if we can... Don't have a Meta Medusa in hand. Also, Maui Shark, interesting inclusion. Recurring some of those actions back from the discard if you can challenge and banish a character. Also evasive. We've seen the power of Maui Half Shark today already.
Does anybody know if the matches are timed?
Actually,
they have to be timed, right? They can't just go on limited time. Probably got like 55 minutes.
Playing at the Maui Shark here,
That's
or
the 2.
are you playing the Monstrous Dragon?
It's interesting, especially having the Be Prepared in hand. I don't want to commit too much to the board personally. If I feel like I need to rely on the Be Prepared to banish anything, but knowing
Probably
that
is. The game has been at a good pace.
You know, he's going to be searching for. He needs to find something like a Hiram and a draw engine. I wouldn't be too upset with the Maleficent Dragon, to be honest.
Maui Shark.
Can Daniel even quest here? I would argue no.
Oh right, you're right, because you have the Ice Blocks and the Maui Shark could just challenge it.
A Brawl, a Grandma, and Maui. Probably play a Grandma first.
It just seems too good, right?
We do find a Grimmatala off the top and a Pirate's Life.
Pirate's Life. Yeah, probably Pirate's Life. And then what? Because Maui Shark is evasive, and Daniel has nothing to handle that right now.
Play the, you know, has the
hard cast that.
The 3-cost Sisu with the Ice Blocks available.
Lose to lore, gain 2 lore.
I don't feel like Daniel can really quest here because that Maui Shark is threatening so much.
Yeah, Maui's he's quite annoying.
Shark having that evasive keyword makes
Who
it so
thought
difficult
giving
to deal with
Maui like, dude, Maui stats are just ridiculous. 7-5,
basically Ruby cards
6-cost inkable, evasive. Every time you play an action, you gain a lore, and every time he attacks a character, you bring back an action. Who made these stats? It's so good, and yet, freaking Amber cards, every one they release that's legendary is uninkable. What's up with them hating Amber?
These Ice Blocks activated.
But Maui over here is the best card in the world.
Yeah, the exact reason you mentioned earlier, Brendan, why we maybe did want to quest with that Sisu. Maui Shark's going to challenge and banish the Sisu after reducing the shrink with the Ice Blocks. We're going to grab that How Far I'll Go back from the discard.
Sisu 3-4.
It would have been fair. 6-5 Maui Shark being 7 power, being able to one-shot castle is problematic, dude. Yeah. Again,
gonna find
they just overstated this Shark.
Playing it out, drawing 2 cards.
And I still think it's like messed up that Maui Shark didn't get an enchanted. I feel like that was for sure a card that should have gotten enchanted. That and the legendary Simba. I feel like the artwork for the enchanted version of those would have been sick.
Like Scott is
but we didn't get it.
Popsicle is going to be, if there's a way out.
Yeah, I don't think Daniel's getting out of this, if I'm being honest.
Find a Hiram off the top set of the Vitalosphere.
Play the Vitalosphere, maybe play Maui. Okay, brawl that. That's cool.
Away so that Scott can't continue to use
yeah, I don't even know, man. Yeah.
There's so much ink on the table right now.
Unless he gets like a Be Prepared or a Dragon.
Let's find a Pirate's Life here for Scott.
This is not looking good. Wow, Sisu taking
Those
out
ice blocks,
Grandma.
value out of the Sisu, banishing a character with 1 strength or less, so we can drop that Grammatala down to 1 strength and play
Quest
out
for
the
1.
Sisu. Another basic
Hard
character we can
cast,
use to quest
Pirate's Life.
with. Gonna play
Gain
Pirate's Life,
3.
big card.
Oh my god.
Comboed with Maui here, forcing Daniel to lose 2 lore. You gain 2 lore, and then you gain an extra lore from Maui.
Let's see.
Half-Shark
Can he
second.
draw a Hiram?
Other
Be
ability.
prepared. Wow.
Be
That
prepared
is a
is
card that
gonna
will
do
help you.
something, but I
That
don't
is
think
the
it's gonna
card
be
you
enough in the
needed.
grand scheme of this game.
Daniel not able to find and keep a way to draw cards.
Oh man.
This
I
feels
mean,
like
he
it's really
stalled
starting
the
to
game for
affect
1
him. Scott
turn.
has just been able to
And then he draws another
reinforce it
Maui
over and
Shark.
over.
Oh, Lord. Play Grandma first. See what you. Oh my God. Get another Maui Shark. Why not?
Already have a Maui Shark.
No,
in
probably
hand.
get the CC, right?
We have plenty of removal in hand.
I don't know. Actually, I feel like just get another Maui
but
Shark.
with the
Okay,
ice
no,
block.
he
I
wants
think you grab
the board
CC,
wipe.
I mean, of course, you have the ice blocks.
And
You
play
just
another
get the free
Shark.
quest value.
Goodness gracious.
Gonna play a half shark here.
Grandma.
Daniel finds another Grammatala.
Can he find an
Top 2.
answers?
We have a
I see a Queen of Hearts and I think it's an Ice Block. Oh my God, those are some of the worst cards you can get right now. Dude, it's Jeej.
Yeah, Daniel's deck is very
It's
interesting
GG's,
in regards to,
brother.
like, the way that Ruby Sapphire
Wrap
is
it up.
traditionally built, the Metalospheres, the Queen of
Wrap it
Hearts,
up.
Those are not cards we usually see in this deck list. I mean, they are tech cards that we have seen in the list in the past, but I assume that if we looked at the rest of the Ruby Sapphire list in the room, that they would
And I
look a bit
forgot
different.
that Scott has the
Yeah, it's
2 ice
interesting
blocks,
with
so the
the
big Sisu actually does do a
Inclusions of
lot.
Maui Half Shark. I've
This is
seen
why you
cards
don't play
like
Queen of
Metalosphere
Hearts.
and Shield of Virtue
People will
see
play like 1 or
more
2
play
copies
in
before the
Ruby
aggro matchup, but I'm like,
decks for the
don't
ability to just
weaken
do
your
something
deck
rush or be
for
ready something
one
that's something being usually
matchup.
Maui
Just
Half
make your
Shark so
deck
that you
good.
can recur actions more than once in a turn.
Because
or
like
keep
endgame
Maui
right now,
Shark
top
rush the turn that you
decking
play it
a
so
Queen
you
of
can
Hearts
challenge and get that action
sucks.
back.
Like that was a
This
wasted
Yamato kinda looks like a
turn
nail
right
in the
there.
coffin.
Played Grandma and got
I
like
think
nothing.
So if Daniel can't find a way
Play
to deal with this
Crabman.
board,
Bring back
Kamato's gonna have
Popsicle.
5
Play the
lore on it currently,
Popsicle.
6
Draw.
lore now with the Popsicle.
Goodness. Stop it.
That
He's
is gonna be
already
pushing
dead.
A game win
Double
here
quester.
for questing this turn for 2. On the next turn, Daniel can't get rid of anything.
Daniel's still in top deck mode.
Top deck.
Oh,
Tipo is the
Scott gonna do it.
worst.
Scott is gonna
Dude.
take
Oh,
game
poor
2 in
Daniel.
round
His
4.
top decks were so
Taking the
bad.
2-0.
Literally top decked
Yeah, I
every
mean, very
early
interesting.
card
I
that
love
you
to
don't
Ruby
want to
Sapphire
see.
mirrors. I know him
Queen
and-
of Hearts.
the
Ice
majority on
Block
that one.
Tipo.
But I'm interested on the
GGs.
diversity of win conditions that they're running. If a lot of them are running the single
That
dime,
was
if they're,
rough.
still running 2 dimes, or if a lot of them have rotated off of dimes completely.
I've seen a lot of variance between the two. As you mentioned earlier, I think a lot of Ruby Sapphire
What up,
players
Hatter?
understood that Dime is a bit of it. It's
Mad
not a great
Hatter?
card. It's an expensive, unequal card that kind of does nothing until it does a lot of something. And so I think a lot of players have cut back. I've seen players typically play 1, and then if they're not doing that, then they're going all in on the Maui Half Shark Pirates Live package that we saw Scott use there. So I think it's sort of a toss-up right now. Especially if players are concerned about the mirror match. You know, a lot of players want to play the Lucky Dime. Sort
How's
of
your day
for the
going? It's
mirror,
going
but
good. Just
other
chilling
than
with
that, we
some
saw
of you
Daniel have the
guys,
Lucky Dime
watching
and
the
Scott
Disney
did it. You
Lorcana
mentioned
North American
cards like Hideaway and
Championships.
Cusco from last set make that mirror match even
Exciting
more
games.
difficult.
That
and
last
weird
game
to
was
navigate
brutal,
because
though.
You
Goodness.
can't just slam a Lucky Dime and it's there for the rest of the game. You have to sort of play it the turn you plan on using it.
Yeah, that hideaway was probably a one of. Happens that the Lucky Dime was also probably a one of. So, yeah, a great answer there. And I mean, we see on display that the Ruby Sapphire is going to be the most played deck in the room by a significant margin, but there is going to be a lot of differences in the list that we'll see. So I'm interested to see what kind of percolates to the top as we head into day 2.
You know,
tomorrow.
Ruby Sapphire has
Agreed. We're getting
always
closer
done
and
good
closer
in
to day
tournaments,
2 as the day goes
but has
on.
never
So with that
won
being
a
said,
big
we're gonna
event,
be
right?
back
Like
up
a
with
like a
round 5
challenge.
shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Am I wrong? It might have won overseas in like Europe or something. It always does very well. It just never wins in North America. But I think there was one overseas. What game are you most hyped for coming out this year? Actually, I don't know. The problem with the red-blue loses in a best-of-2 game. Oh no, it's lagging. Oh no. Stream, are we still live? Type 1 in the chat if we're still live. It's not us, right? We're still live. So it's their stream that's effed. Okay, we're good. Scared. I'm like, yo, no, we're down. No, it's on their side. What just happened? Okay, we're back in. The problem with red blue loses in the best of 2, it gets draws. Yes. Red blue very strong in the best of 3 for sure. But best of 2s, like, you know, against like an aggro deck or something, you might just lose that one game that you're on the draw and they're on the play. So definitely understandable. Very strong deck though. Not my play style. Because every time I try to use a red-blue deck, at locals, I run into an aggro player and then I lose, and I'm like, And this is why I don't play this deck. There are ways to mitigate that by playing extra small human Sisu and more ice blocks. But both cards you named are uninkable, so like I'm already scared of the uninkable count, and upping ice block and mini Sisus. Scares me. But that is probably the right play though. But I know what Cage is most excited to go see. The movie is MK2 and Superman. Excited for those movies. Hopefully they're good. Mortal Kombat 2? Yeah, Mortal Kombat 2 live action movie. The sequel is coming out this year. October.
Hey, Lumineers, I'm here with Scott, who just won his round 4 match, a Ruby Sapphire mirror match, 2-0. How are you feeling right now, Scott?
I'm feeling great. Top of
Yo,
the
these
world,
enchanted
top of the
artwork
standing.
displays in the
How did you
background are
feel
so
about the
sick.
mirror match?
That
You
symbol
know,
one's
that's- I don't know if
awesome.
you
Like,
faced
yo,
mirrors
can
yet
I
today.
get one of
This is round
those?
4. Was that your first one today?
I did. I played the mirror round 2, and I'm really comfortable in the mirror. So it's probably my second best matchup, I think.
Okay.
So
I'll
beat me in the
probably
mirrors
steal
as long
one.
as the clock
Dude,
is
they're
an
so
issue.
awesome.
Okay. And
Like, I
is
know
Ruby Sapphire
Yu-Gi-Oh does
something that you've
those
been playing
big
for quite a
cards
while,
that
or
you
is
can
something
win.
that you picked up new coming into this weekend?
Oh, man, I
Picked it
want
up
one of
for
those
this.
enchanted
Okay.
jumbo
First
cards.
Tournament I've ever played Ruby in.
I would love a card that
Finally
I
dipped my
actually
toes
like.
into
I mean,
it.
Simba's cool. I mean, I
Against
wouldn't
the
complain
whole
getting
time.
anything, but like I would love like a Donald
Bite the
Duck
bullet.
or
I'm playing the good red cards.
And how you are. Here you are.
Cinderella.
So you qualified
Something
in
like a card that I
Vegas.
like.
So what deck were you playing there?
I played green purple.
Green purple.
Green
So
purple bounce deck.
and how has that transition
give you
been
one,
to
but
the
it's,
Ruby Sapphire deck for you? Because those are
wall.
quite vastly different.
Right, and that one was kind of more. Of a
You don't
choice
put that
of-
negative juju in
I
the
felt like
sky,
it was
all
a
right?
call for that
If they
tournament.
give me
Typically,
one of those
I'm
and
a
it's the
blue steel
wall
kinda guy.
enchanted,
Alright.
brother.
Maybe at the end of
I
it,
mean, I would
I
accept
think
it.
it's just a
Yes.
peg below
But
where it
like,
needs to be right now.
oh
Ruby
man,
Sapphire.
wow, that would be a slap in the
Superior
face.
blue deck, I think.
Yeah. How do you feel going in the rest of the day?
Good. From what I saw from the tables around me, a lot of Ruby Sapphire mirrors, a lot of Amber Steel decks floating around. So we'll just kind of take the punches and see if I come out on top.
Yes. Well, I hope you do. Good luck with the rest of your games, and thanks so much for chatting with me.
Appreciate it.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the booth here in the
All right.
Disney Lorcana North
Hopefully this next
American
match we get a
Championship.
banger. I want to see some Zach
Cannon.
Bivens gameplay, dude.
We're
What is he
through
running?
Round 4, going into round 5. There's a lot of energy out there, but this is more than halfway through this long day. Tannen, I wanted to ask you, you have a lot of experience playing in these high-level TCG tournaments. What are the players starting to feel now, having gone through the first 4 rounds and getting into the back
That'd be
half?
hilarious.
So it's one way or the other. Either the butterflies are out and you're kind of comfortable and you're taking it one game at a time. That's the biggest piece of advice I can give.
When
you,
I
is
play
treat
at the
it like
challenges,
tournament
usually
you
the
play,
first
focus on
match
what
I'm a
you're
little
doing.
nervous
Or
because that's
when you're
like setting
doing
the
well in
standard for the
races, or
day.
you've got
And
a
then
bad
after
start
the
off,
first
you can
match, I feel kind of
like
okay.
snowball, right? You
And
can
then
go
near
a
the
little
end of the
too
day, I get nervous
but you
again
get
because
down
like
yourself,
that's when it's
man.
like, okay,
Just
you
gotta
gotta win
approach
out
everything
to make day 2, or you gotta do well to get the prize wall tickets. So everything in the middle of the day is okay. Like, I'm not stressed about that.
Next one. I wish I had known this myself when I was younger, and I could have talked to myself. It might have helped out a lot, but it's a difficult day. Everyone you're playing against is some of the best players in the world, so you kind of just got to take it as it comes and do the best you can.
Remain focused, remain sharp. Well, speaking of remaining focused, the next players we're going to watch in this round are well positioned. They've been doing well, accumulated enough points. They're still in the running to make the top cut. I'm actually really excited about this next match. It is a deck pairing that I love against one of the biggest, or actually the most represented deck in the format here today.
Yeah, so we got Ruby Sapphire playing against
Emerald Amethyst.
Emerald Amethyst, yeah. This is going to be a sweet one. I'm very interested to see how this match is going to play out with the way that the Ruby Sapphire decks have kind of gone. You know, we've seen them kind of change a little bit set to set, right? Like a new card will come out, right? Like they get a new ramp spell, and that's cool. But like I feel like the deck has actually started to change finally. You know, we've got different ways to win. It's got a more robust mid game now. You've got a Pirate's Life as a better piece of reach, and then as a huge threat with Maui Half Shark going on. So how do you feel from the other side that this matchup's going to go?
Oh dear, I playing this deck feel fairly confident on the play into
What
this
up, Doy?
matchup, and I think a lot of Ruby Sapphire
Sale is
players
like the
will tell you
biggest
that
bump
they
to
think
Red
on
Blue.
the play,
Sale is amazing.
when the
Vision
Amethyst deck on
is
the
just
play,
such a good
it's
card.
very strong, especially if people are choosing to take an aggressive line with two Lorcana.
Yeah, Red Blue just got
but on
so
the draw,
much good
most
stuff.
Of these decks feel pretty confident, and so I think the prediction for a lot of these people would be that these decks will split. But I do know that Mo, one of the players here, is running a very aggressive deck, trying to run underneath a lot of these Ruby Sapphire decks. So I also wanted to mention storylines real quick. One of our competitors here has played in maybe the most Disney Lorcana challenges. It's DKP, or Din Kang Pham, the only player I think to qualify in both North America
champs go?
and in Europe for the championships against Mo Shamblin, a player who I believe only played in one challenge. He bought
champs
tickets
starts
to
next
Las
week.
Vegas last minute, thought he would go have some fun for his anniversary, ended up qualifying for this, and here he is. So it's a challenge.
So I'll let you know how
veteran
set champs
against
go
somebody
next
who only
week.
played in one, made
That's
that
all they
shot
needed.
count, and here they are. So it's a great storyline.
Speaking of here they are, I think the players are ready down in the
I
future
still don't
matchup.
know what
We
deck I'm
will
gonna use,
head
though.
on down there, get the match started.
I
as
won
we
a
talk little bit
1K
more as this
tournament
goes.
with
I think
Amber Steel.
the big burden is going to be
Oh,
how
snap.
impactful turns 1
DKP.
and 2 are.
Probably one of the
versus
best
Blue
Red
deck.
Blue
If you
players
get
out
something
there.
like,
Let's see if DKP can make
characters on 1
make
and
it
2,
happen.
then that can be something that's very, very impactful here. So
If
I love that you
DKP
brought
played
that up.
something that's not Ruby
Yeah, so
Sapphire,
the key to
I'd be
victory here
shook.
for the Emerald
Like, he is
Amethyst deck
known
is
for
to
being
be
Red Blue.
fast. It has the ability to have a very effective one drop with a Cursed Merfolk.
What are you guys playing for set champs?
Very early.
Don't worry,
He's
I
gonna
won't tell
wanna,
anybody if you tell me,
go, I think wide. Mo's game plan.
I wish they
actually,
showed the
talked to him
list.
a little before this.
Yeah, but then people
Yeah.
could like
It's
research
to go
them
wide,
and
it's
like
to be
prepare for their
aggressive,
match.
it's to go
So
early,
I
it's to go
understand why they don't
underneath
show the
this.
list day
And so he's going to
one.
want to get a lot of characters on the board.
But yeah, it would be nice to
early.
see their list.
On the other side,
What are you
I
guys
don't know
playing
who's on
for
the
set
player
champs? Do
draw
you have any
here, but
ideas
let's
yet?
say that Din is
Promise I
on
won't tell
the
anybody.
play. Card advantage.
I'm going
is
Red Blue. I
something
mean, Red
he's
Blue is
gotta
just
think
solid.
about.
It's solid
So
deck.
he's going
One
to
of the
wanna get
best.
to that
Probably
higher
the
as
best.
early as possible. Going to want to set that up on turn 4. But
and like you said,
the
best
ramp
2 out of
is so
3, you're
important in
golden.
this game. At some point, Mo is going to hit, and ideally he's going to hit the Genie on turn 4. It's going to be very important that Din finds an answer to that Genie as soon as possible. Ideally, a Maui Half Shark, which can shut down all of the aggression. That Maui
My
sitting
locals
there as a
said
threat
to me to
challenge
play,
your characters and
'cause I
pull
did
back
so well with
actions
it
really
at League,
slows down
this
anybody
week.
trying to run under this deck. So
I
getting
went
to that
3 and
Maui
1,
as soon as possible
but
is going to be important.
they want me to play Amber Ruby Speedway, which that deck is so fun, but it loses to aggro.
Super important here in this matchup. T-Bo's
It has a game against every single deck. Yeah, as long as it's best 3, best of 3.
A card or two that other people might not be, loving as much or not.
Turn 1 curse is not what DKP wants to see.
So it's hard to argue with the results.
And this is the turn 1.
Now, if
wants right
Mo
off the bat,
drops
turn
2 more
1, Mo
curse,
turn 2 quest with it. We'll
it
get
might
a
be
couple other
GG,
characters on
brother.
the board here, I think.
Inca
Oh, we see a
Pegasus.
Pegasus Shift go into the Inkwell. That's a card that not everybody plays.
Man,
in
the
these decks. It
drops.
was really popular.
The
previously
1-drop's
with
coming.
The 1-drop Pegasus followed by the Shift. So we know now that Mo is running that. That's a fun card to see. And going wide here with 2 characters on the board, 4 lure on the board on turn 2.
Yeah, Magic Broom.
This is probably a matchup that DKP doesn't want to see. The green-purple matchup. That's a tough matchup.
So he does have that ramp.
That
for
goes
turn
too
2.
fast.
Is that a Tipo or?
Wait, well, hold
It
up.
is, and in this matchup, the
DKP
Tipo is
playing
usually the
Super
better
Goof?
play because you want to have an answer for those.
Since
Merfolk.
when?
Those Merfolk, if left unchecked for 2, 3, 4 turns, will be very
Enchanted
impactful.
Super
So you
Goof,
wanna get that Tipo
playing
on the board,
Tipo,
ramp that way,
inking
and
the
then
Be
you have a way to answer
Prepared
that
because
Merfolk
you're kind of
next turn.
far.
Interesting card into the Inkwell as well. The Goofy
Yeah,
showing up here. Interesting.
This is a super goof, an interesting card to see in this build. Not often played.
Inking
in this
the
deck.
how far I'll
This is
go?
a 2/4 that can gain 2 lore on the challenge when it rushes as soon as it comes into play. So it gives you a little bit of reach in this deck, and it's a fun card to see.
Looks like I get that.
I'm surprised he
extra
inked that.
ink
Me
from
too.
Ben as well.
Me
Does
too,
have a song-
actually.
does have a couple songs to sing as well in turn 4.
But again, he's the red blue
Do
master.
anything he's supposed to be doing here now.
So he probably knows more of the line than I do.
Completely for Motion Emblem here. That's 4. That's gonna
Questing
go over.
up to
Lost all the
5,
way, your turn out this
6.
way because this Magic Broom, I've got to believe, might be getting translated into a card here. Maybe you keep it around because there's only a 1/2 on the other side. You
I
can
see a
maybe get
Prince
another
Philip,
four out of it.
a Sir Hiss.
We'll
Dude, this
see. I do think you
purple
wanna
green
gather
deck
as
is
much lore as possible
running some
early.
interesting
I
cards. All
wouldn't
right,
be
so Prince
surprised to
Philip
stick
has
around.
Ward.
Here we have a fun card. This is
A
a
3/2.
2 lore Prince
So you're
Philip.
pretty much guaranteed to
Quest
get
for
2 lore
and
off
I
him.
believe it has Ward as well, making it difficult to get around.
Yeah, and I love keeping that Magic Broom around for at least one more turn. There's no challenge.
Okay, play
setup for you
Sail.
here that makes it
Double
worrisome
ink this
that you're not gonna
turn.
get the card off of it. I think you can be a little extra greedy in this spot with it. Now we see another ramp spell from Din here.
Ink
Sail
the
actually
popsicle
another
and
card off the
Maui
bat.
Shark
He's
play a
got 2 cards
brawl.
into his Inkwell this turn if he wants.
Stop
We do see
the
Maui
aggressive
Half-Shark there,
double
which would be an
questing with
impactful
the
card in this
curse.
matchup. We also have, importantly, the Rush Maui, friend to all, which can answer one of the threats on the board. But again, ramping into that Be Prepared, I think, is where Din wants to be.
Also, the fact that it is Sail the Azure at sea this turn means that these inks are going to be unexerted. So if he wants, he can utilize this brawl.
Yeah,
here, which
use
is he's
3,
going to
brawl
pick
the
off one of his
curse.
characters. I wonder if it's just going to be this. Let's see. It can't be the Prince Philip. So yeah.
And
it's
then
gotta be that
Tipo take
curse
out Diablo.
Merfolk.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely not wanting to discard a card to that cursed Merfolk. Tipo there banishing the Diablo. And
Not
of course,
bad.
Mo will draw a
Next
card
turn,
off
then
of that. That
Din
card
can
replaces
play
itself.
Maui.
And I think it's back over to Mo with 3 lore on the board, and that Prince Philip, which is a fun card, I think, in this build sitting there.
Yeah, quite a bit of a lore
Ooh,
advantage.
okay.
Here as
Ursula
well. 6-0
and Pegasus.
in the favor of Mo Shamblin.
I
Gets
say
up the front
quest with the
first turn.
broom and then play
Let's see how he wants to play this.
Ursula. And then pop the
Losses of,
broom.
Prince Philip and play Baby Pegasus is going to go ahead and make its way into the Inkwell. There we go. We're going to go ahead and quest up for 1 here, go up to 7. Got to believe maybe that Magic Broom is going to get turned into a card here. Let's see. Draw from the
Okay.
rabbit.
And then
Consult
pop the
hand,
broom
see, do
now.
We need to draw another card here. We're going to be going into the 6 ink turn. So maybe you can get another quest out of this Magic Broom.
So let's take
I
a
don't
look
know
at
how
the
that
hand here.
Maui's
We do
coming
have
down
Ursula
hot.
Deceiver here. One of the things we mentioned is Din does have a Be Prepared
Okay.
sitting over there, which could clear the bird on turn 7. But Ursula Deceiver is the answer
Pop a broom
there,
for a
so
broom.
Mo feels like he wants to prevent that for a few turns. Unless he wants to draw it out, that Deceiver can pick that card.
I actually think
as-
DKP is in a really good
Definitely a
situation
good
now.
point there that Prince Philip
He's
is
in a
gonna
really
quest,
good spot.
moving Mo up to 9-0.
Maui.
lead. Now
Yep,
the
goodbye.
Maui's gonna
He's
go
a
take care of
flicks
that
him
Prince
off.
Philip really well, so that's a good spot for Din to find a way to take care of some of these questers over on Motion. He's done a
Okay.
really good job these last 2 turns
Ink
making
that.
inroads on Mo's side of the board. As we pass back over, he's got just that Berlin Rabbit left over, picked up another curse.
Another
Mofo.
curse.
You got to believe that Ursula's probably going to come into play somehow this turn.
Yeah. So one of the things one of the things that when playing Emerald Amethyst that I like to describe this game as is kind of a 2-phase game. When you're playing a control deck, once you get into the late game, oftentimes those decks are just going to gain control of the board. They just have too many control answers,
Ursula
especially
sniping
the
the
wipes.
Be
By the way,
Prepared.
speaking of Deceiver, there it comes down, taking out that board wipe I was just talking about, that Be Prepared going to the discard pile. So
Now do you
once you gather as much lore as you
Double
can in
one
the early
drops?
game, ideally you want to get to 10, 11, 12 lore, kind of in the range that Mo is right now. Phase 2 kicks in where you're looking
Yeah,
to
this
get
is
some
why I
of
don't
your
like
reach
banking
cards,
on
your
B
ghosts,
prep.
your white roses, or perhaps
especially in a green purple match, you know that they have Ursula Deceiver like 9 times out of 10. They're gonna have it. So you don't want to have songs in your hand.
Terrible, because you do have those cards which can get you there as the game stretches on.
Does look like that Maui's going to go ahead and trade into the Rabbit, so a card draw here for Mo. Another card drawn. Kipo's going to go ahead and quest up here as well. It looks like it's going to be just a pass back.
So he's at 7, so he can be prepared, or not be prepared. He's gonna big Sisu next
And
turn.
let's just look at how impactful getting rid of that Be Prepared was this turn. Because
Man, this is like a back and forth game right now. But Mo is actually in a pretty good spot until, yep, okay.
Oh, absolutely. Now that
Goat does not
Emperor
get
is gonna go ahead and
Sisu'd.
quest up to
Smart play.
12 I'm sorry, 11. The Merlin goes
Pop
to go up to
that,
12. Since
yeah.
the character's played, the broom is allowed to be put into the to put away for another card.
Yeah, this is
Read lore
this is
coming up
looking
for Mo.
pretty
He knows he's
bad.
probably gonna get swept up here, but I like getting the goat into play as quickly as possible. It's gonna bypass that Sisu sweep here and leave him with something in play that can quest. We already see that there's a fox in hand as well, so possibly getting to pick up that goat as well sometime soon.
Sending a cloud kicker into the Inkwell
Okay,
here,
brawl.
getting a little extra resources. One of the things
Imagine
that you wanna
DKP
consider
drew
these
an
Inkwell
uninkable.
decks is
That
you
would have
don't
sucked.
wanna overextend your Inkwell too
That
much.
would have sucked
But at the
so
same time,
bad because then he
sometimes
couldn't
you wanna
wipe
be
the
able to
board.
Play a goat and bounce the goat, and you want to be close enough to do that.
That's
instead
my
of
luck
getting a
if I
little
played
extra
red
when you
blue.
can.
I would
It's
draw an
helpful.
uninkable
Yeah, T-Po's going to sit around. Let's see.
when the
let me
deck doesn't even
quest
running
yet again.
that many.
I believe Din is at 2. Yeah, there we go. Got it updated. Card off the top for Mo here. It looks like a white
Ooh,
rose.
it's a white rose, another card that's going to get
Yeah,
you one
it's
closer,
looking-
not a
I
terrible
think it's
top deck,
GG.
because now we are.
I
in the
think
single
it's
digits.
GG.
Every single lore matters. The fox coming down, bouncing the goat. One more lore.
Yes, I
for Mo.
can.
Yeah,
Thanos.
that goes up to 18, and this
I can
actually
see you.
pairs up pretty well. He's going to be able to ink one more card here, play the white rose, and possibly go up to 18 or 19, whatever it is here. And that's going to
Oh,
be
DKP scooping it up.
Wow.
Quick game 1 over to Mo. And I can see why you were saying that as the purple deck here. you actually
Yeah, this
have to like
matchup is
these matchups
rough.
Sometimes in the blue-red.
Yeah, I mean,
Do we remember who went first?
Mo did
Was
get
it
a great
DKP
opening. He
went
wants
first?
To, in this matchup, go wide as early as possible. He's doing the 1-drop on turn 1, 2 1-drops
And yeah,
on
that
turn
was
2,
that
putting
was
him in a position
brutal.
to get around those single
Drawing a
removals
white
that
rose, yeah,
Ruby
that's-
Sapphire is going to play, and then
No,
force that
DKP
board
went
wipe later
second.
on.
Okay, so
But if you have the
maybe
answer for the board wipe, which is that Earthsword
DKP
Deceiver,
can
you pick on
actually
turn
do a
6,
little
you
something
leave
going
yourself in a great
first, but
position,
still
and,
against
the
green
match performance
purple
there,
so fast.
well executed on the play. On the draw, it's a little more challenging, though.
We'll have to see if
Let's
that
see.
works out as we head back down to the feature match area, get that second game. I think it's great that you point out that the Ursula play of just being patient with it, waiting till the exact right moment, because here's the best part about waiting for it. Not only do you only need to do it the turn before they play it, it gives them the most possible time to draw the card as well. Because like, what if he just doesn't have it on turn 3, and then they draw it the turn
He could have
before
just
they're gonna
controlled
play
the
it,
board
then
with
you can
Maui
smack
and
it.
Super Goof.
Well, that's true. The other thing that it does, though,
True.
is Din is going all of those turns thinking turn 7 is my board wipe.
That's
and
why I
he's
was surprised
playing
he inked the
on
Super
turns
Goof.
4, 5, and 6 as if
Yeah,
that's
because
the
Super Goof I
plan.
feel like would have been a great card in this,
Exactly.
especially in that
And so
early
then you
board,
mess it all
because he had
up, and
Curse
perhaps
that
he
does
plays other things
0
if he knows that board wipe
damage,
is not available on
0
previous
strength,
turns.
Really good
Broom
play.
that
Let's
does
go back
1,
down to the
and then
feature match
Diablo that
area
does
to see how this
0.
match
So Super Goof would have
finishes up.
cleared
Maybe
them
they can even it up,
and
or
also
maybe
got him
Mo just
2
gets a
lore
repeat of game 1. I think
each
he'd be
time.
happy with
So I
that
think him
opener again
inking
here
Super
in
Goof was
game 2.
is awful. The more I think about it, and the more
One
you're
thing
telling me
I
about
mentioned
it,
here,
yeah,
we didn't
it was
see
a
much
it was
Hiram,
bad. It was bad
popsicle
plays on his
action
part.
going on there that first game, but on the play, Din
Well,
being
let's
behind
see.
the
Let's see
card,
what
will
DKP
wanna
can
get to
do
that
here.
card
Probably
draw
put back
earlier,
McDuck
and,
manners.
a lot sooner. That one card can
And he
make
drew-
a big difference. The card that you
He
get
put
for
back
being
2
on the top.
McDucks, draws a McDuck, and then a grandma.
Is Mo keeping 1 and get rid of 6 here? I think that's a possibility. Or is he keeping 6 and get rid of 1? Let's see. Yeah, it looks
Keeping
like we're going
1,
fully deep.
putting
for
back
Mo here.
6.
This makes me wonder, does he not have a 1-drop in
He
his
went
order, or
for
is
the
it
double
only
ramp
card
play,
that he
but you
kept?
can't do that
Usually
in
I
this
see a lot of
matchup.
cards like this, you're looking for something specific, and you didn't have
And
that
now he
in game
knows.
7, so
Hopefully he
you
doesn't
wanna
make
get
that
the
mistake
most
again.
cards possible.
So the best he can do now is win a
Yeah, Mo
round and
wants
get 3
a lot
points.
of 1-drops. He runs a lot of them in this list, and so he's looking for a lot of early game cards, and he's also looking for some key cards. Having that Deceiver in hand is a nice insurance policy early. You can ink it if you don't need it, but if you can hang on to it to prevent that board wipe, that's great. In previous matches, you could use it to pick 1 jump ahead, but we don't see that run quite as much anymore.
Donkey Kong.
Yeah, you know, surprisingly seen it a little bit today. We saw it in one of our early matches.
That's true,
I was
that's
watching
true.
one earlier from the
All right, what's
feature
Mo's
match,
hand looking
viewer
like? Does he
area.
have like
I
a
saw
million
him
1-drops?
see.
Oh my god. I think I counted like
Really good to me.
quickly I counted
Let's
3.
look at Din's opening
1,
here. We do have
2,
the popsicle. I see
3,
Sail to Azurite Sea on turn 2, so we
4.
do have that ramp. And is that a Maui half shark I see there? I think it is.
All right, at least
Which would be
DKP
a
has
very
like
important
a
card to get
grandma.
online.
Yep, a popsicle on 1 from Din, like you said, super important. Let's see, is there that 1-drop from Mo? If not, Din's
Yeah,
gonna be
Mo has
feeling
plenty of
pretty good.
1-drops. Don't you worry.
I think we do have some 1-drops, but we don't have the one we want, I think, which is the Merfolk, unless I missed it.
You missed it.
Will probably be, I want to say the Pegasus.
Yeah, I see a followers for sure.
It
It
is.
does look like it is the Pegasus on turn 1.
Would you play
It
the
is
Pegasus over the
You do
Merfolk?
want those Merfolk if you can get them, so Pegasus is fine. It'll quest for a little bit. It is a shift target for later on, but we do have plenty of other 1-drops
Sail.
to drop on turn 2, though, so Mo is going
Sail.
to be able to go wide a bit again.
Yep,
What do you
Sailor
ink?
Azure See here, turn 2.
Ink that.
Din, that allows him to play another
Popsicle.
popsicle as well. This is a great start for Din here.
Yeah, fantastic.
Look at all
start.
those
We have
1-drops.
set up for a Hiram there. We have that Shark sitting, waiting to come in on turn 6. This is going to be a little bit more of a battle, but let's see how Mo
Now, what do you
responds.
ink?
Yeah, not the one drop that Moan wanted, but it is one of the one drops in the deck, so that's a good start for him here. Does he have the 2 more 1-drops
Think
again
the
this time? If you're
fox,
gonna go with a 2-drop? It does
play
look
the
like he has
curse,
multiple 1-drops here now. So
play the
Curse Merfolk
bog
into
followers.
Bog followers.
So we did top deck the Merfolk there, which is
No
which is
bra-
a
oh,
great
there's
card
one
to draw in this
brawl.
position. We know we're dropping 2 1-drops. We get that high lore character on.
Grandma.
Grandma Tala coming down here to ramp a little bit more and find another card. Or to find another
Keeping the
card, rather.
pirate's life, huh? Interesting.
Yep, back over to Mo here. Din added a card to his hands here. So we're going to start out with the Turnibog Solars because we're most likely to cash this one in. So I like to start this way. Got a quest up. Get a free card here. Rabbit added to the hand here. For
Quest
Mo.
for 3.
Another 3 lore added here as well for Mo.
Mhm.
Way behind in ink. Way ahead in lore. Typically how this matchup's going to go
Yes.
very, very early.
That is exactly how this matchup's going to go.
Yeah. I think I see a
Ink
Serpent is-
Broomage for
It's straight
Snake,
Snake that
and then
picks up the
play
Merfolk
the.
and
Oh
deploys it, and Quora does
man!
not exert anymore, meaning that
Did he
Din's
ink
not
Super Goof
challenge
again?
Anything in play right now for Mo. No free value off this.
Is
Grandma
Din not
Tala.
seeing the
I really
value of the
like that
Super
play.
Goof?
This gets you almost a guaranteed extra 2 lore out of that Merfolk, getting you a little bit
Don't tell me
closer.
he inks the
These
Maui.
Emerald Amethyst decks are usually
Don't
gonna
tell me
win,
he inks the
kind of
Maui. Ink
by
one of the Maui
inches.
Sharks. You have 2 of them.
Every single lore
You need Maui
matters.
to
If
swing
you
at things.
Squeeze out 4 lore out of a Merfolk in the early game, it's fantastic.
Take a look at Din's hand. I think I see Maui, 2 Pirates' lives, and I think that's another Maui as well.
Yeah,
so
this is a rough hand.
it's 2 half sharks and then the Reckless Maui.
I think I would
so
ink
we
one of
do
the
have a
sharks,
Maui
right?
play here,
Am I
and then
crazy?
Eventually, those
You
Pirates'
think
Lives
that?
are going to be online. I mean,
Ink one of the shark?
Pirates' Life is
And then
is a song. You can sing for 6. Great character to sing that is Maui.
I think he's trying to be
Half Shark, and
greedy
you
with the
start
double
getting-
sharks in
you can
hand,
start getting a
honestly.
cycle here going with the Maui
Don't
Half
ink the
Sharks in
Maui.
play,
Don't ink
singing
Maui
Pirates'
proper.
Life,
Don't
bringing
you
him
do
back,
it.
when they challenge any openings, and
He's
it's
trying to
just
get the
we
double
tend to
Maui shark.
overcome.
Oh
As an
no! What
Emerald
are you
Amethyst
doing, man?
enthusiast,
He's being
Pirates' Life
greedy.
is one of my least favorite cards because, as I said, it's usually a game of inches, and losing that 2 lore is brutal and can make all the difference in these games.
Absolutely. So a little bit.
Surprised you didn't come out to the
this is
case
what
tourney
Din has
today,
to
but I
roll
guess
here
it
to
was
take
kind of
care
far.
Of that Curse Merfolk.
Case tourney.
Leaving some ink unused this
What
turn.
store was
Back
the
over
case
to
tourney
Mo.
at?
Picked up an Olaf. That's gonna go ahead and go.
This is
right
the
into
first time I'm
the
hearing
wall.
about it, so
Gonna get followed up by this rabbit, which is gonna draw him another card, help him elongate this game just a little bit. 2 lore added the total.
Who's in
here.
Lansing?
It's
Oh.
gonna be 7-0, but as we said,
Yeah,
this is
that-
just the way this game.
First of all, I didn't even hear about it until right now. Shouts to you. But yeah, I mean, if I heard about it sooner, maybe I would have been out there. But also, it like snowed and the roads are kind of booty cheeks. So, and I also wanted to watch this. I'm just making a lot of excuses, but I didn't know about it. So, but yeah, Lansing is pretty far.
If Din can play those, and then also
How many people showed up for the case tournament? I'm curious. Was there a big showing?
Maui Half Shark is such a frustrating card to see on the opposite side of the board because not only does it give your opponent's lore every time you play an action, but it really makes you think twice about questing. Mo is somebody who wants to
It was only
push the
16.
lore a little bit higher
It was
every
only
single
16,
game. You don't want to
4
build
rounds.
a wide board
Dang, that's
because
a
then
lot
you're
of
playing
players.
into the board wipes. But having that Maui Half Shark there is so threatening. Giving your opponent back
How did you do? Did you get the dub?
It feels terrible.
Yeah, I can never feel it. So it looks like we're gonna go ahead and go with another Merlin Rabbit here.
See,
Another card
I already won a
deeper
1K event,
into our deck.
and I'm saving my energy and my sauce and my tech for the set championship. So I'll let you guys have the case tourney this time around. I'll be at the next one.
Lots of ways this can go.
Maybe when the
really
weather's
wrong
better.
for you.
When the weather is better. When the weather's better.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
Mo's
say that
thinking
5
about,
times. When the
here, he's looking at
weather's
the
better.
actions down
When the
there.
weather's
How
better.
much do I mind if one of those actions is pulled back? Perhaps the brawl, but not knowing, I don't think we've seen the hand recently. Not knowing that Pirate's Life is there, so that's a song that could be sung this turn. Maui Half.
I looked away for a second. How's there 2 rabbits? Oh my goodness, the
It looks like
pressure.
The White Rose is gonna get added.
All right,
to the
Questin.
ink, allowing a Curse Merfolk to follow this up.
Trace.
It's gonna push the lower total up to 10-0. We're back over to Din, and Din does have a
Top
beeper
C
here to
going
start
into
if he
top
wants to
cut,
do
then got
this.
bounced into quarters.
Will cost him all of his inks.
Duo
It doesn't
also
look like
made
it's
top
gonna be a beeper
cut,
turn.
but knocked
This is all
knocked
possible
out.
start.
Oh man.
Yeah, and it's not a bad play here to try to draw
Well.
out that be prepared or that board wipe.
No, wait,
I mean, Mo is staring at a Maui Half Shark. That's a brutal card which
you
can
mean
close
top
out the game on its
seed?
own. So perhaps saying, hey, if you have the board
Did
wipe,
you get any like
I don't
small
love it 'cause
prizing,
I
or
got a
just
lot
like
on the
winner takes
board,
all?
But if I have to rebuild my board with the 2 cards I got off the rabbit, my other cards in hand, while you lose your Maui Half Shark,
And the
that's
way
not-
that you
that's not
say
terrible.
Dua,
Does look like the brawl is gonna go
I'm
back to
assuming
hand here from Din.
Ryan,
Yeah,
is that
picking
you?
off the Pegasus. You know, he has a few other
I'm gonna take a
ways to do this
guess.
as well. It looks like he's gonna play another Maui Half
Are
Shark
you-
and pick off
I don't actually remember your username on Melee.
A card in for Mo, and then he's gonna go ahead and heal up.
Yeah, okay, I knew it.
All
All right.
as well.
6 packs. I mean, that's something.
Into the
That's something.
discard pile.
Yeah, you guys went to Lansing? You guys crazy. How far is that? Pretty far, right?
There are 2 Mauis in play now, so any action is going to gain an extra 2 lore for Din here, and then if he gets to start challenging, I think this game is going to get way, way away from Mo here.
Yeah, it's a challenging position at this point. You know,
I see what you did there.
yeah, a little Lorcana pun. At this point, one of the things you may want to consider doing is
Okay,
is
it's not
trying to draw
as
out that
far,
board wipe,
but it's still kind of
anything to get
far.
rid of those Maui half sharks. This is fun. Get some information here. Take a
Yeah,
look at
okay,
the
that's
hand.
what
There
Google Maps
are
said.
options
It's
available.
about
Yeah,
1.5
To be
hours.
quite honest,
Yeah, I'm gonna save all my
probably
energy
the
for
right
set
choice. You wanna
champs.
prevent- Losing that 2 lore is brutal, and the board wipe is
What
not
deck won the whole
terrible.
thing?
You're actually kind of okay with it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're like, please play the Be Prepared. I think it's better
I'm gonna
for
take a
me than
guess.
it is for you. These Mauis are representing
Red,
so
blue.
much lore gain. If you play
It's a new
one
store,
Pirates
and
Life,
they
which
want to
can
run
say,
5K close to the
you gain
world's
4 lore quickly with
capital
lose 2. That is a
TCG.
huge swing.
I'm gonna have to look up
Now,
that store.
It's a card we can pull back
Capital
here, but
TCG.
again, I think that board wipe is something you're not unhappy to see. So 2 more characters.
Yeah,
on
I've
the
never
board.
heard of it.
Here we're going wide.
Yeah, Sir Hiss and Diablo added for Mo here, almost daring Din to play this Be Prepared. I wonder if he's going to quest this turn. And here's the thing, he did add 2 more characters to the board, but I kind of like this because one of them will replace itself if it gets Be Prepared. The Diablo will draw an extra card, and then you'd feel kind of okay because you would draw 2 cards off this board.
So will the 2 cards. So I think this is the right move here. Leave everything up. Don't allow that Pirate's Life to come back. At some point, Din is perfectly happy. Din's perfectly happy right now to start playing that Pirate's Life.
Brawl,
coming
gain
down
2
here,
lore.
We'll gain 2 lore off those half sharks.
But then removes that Cursed Merfolk as well. Din.
Questing for 2 more. Going to 4. Wait, didn't he use Pirate's Life? Shouldn't he be at like higher lore count?
There is a Sir Hiss, but those will be able to pick off a shark by themselves. Maybe if there's a crab somewhere in Mo's deck, we might be able to get a nice trade in. Also, this
No,
way,
Pirate's Life was
taking
taken by
Pirate's Life from Din,
Ursula.
I think this is good because like it puts Din
I
in a
forget
spot
that
where,
Pirate's Life is a
hey, you might not
song.
be able
I
to
keep
use your
thinking
main
it's just
decks
an
here.
action.
That's true. You know, that Be Prepared is kind of a brick in your hand.
Super Goo finally hit in the field, enchanted.
One of my local players is absolutely in love with this card, by the way. Plays it in every deck that he possibly can.
I love this card. And I love this enchanted card too. I think this might be.
He plays in
Sam
every
Nielsen's
deck he
only
can,
credited card.
even if it's not
At
a
the
Ruby
very least,
deck.
it's one of a few. A
Looks
brilliant
like Red
concept art. If you
Fossa's
look
in
at
the finals
concept
right
art,
now
I'm
and
not
won
saying that
it.
it's
They
better,
may
but it's
have
one of the few
not
cards that
reported. I
prefer
beat him
the
second round
original
too.
art to the enchanted art.
Dang, a
I
Red
love the original art
Fossa?
on this card.
Wait, I was rocking Red Fossa at
Flying
League
around
this
what look like
past
pajamas
week.
and stuff. I absolutely adore this.
It's a
Yeah.
it's a solid
I
deck.
remember as a child.
Hit you with the surprise factor.
This board state is so.
I almost beat
fascinating and
Barber.
fun. Din is slowly pushing the lore higher. Every
Unfortunately,
action he draws
his,
and plays will get him 2 lore. Mo doesn't want to present.
Lucky Dime got him
anything
the
that'll allow
victory.
him to pull back actions. I mean, 2 exerted.
I'll get you
characters
next
represent 2
time.
actions pulled back.
But I gotta play a new deck every week at League,
build up your
so I can
board
keep you guys on
to
your toes.
represent
If I play the same deck, you
nearly
guys can,
lethal, not lethal, but
you guys would
endgame,
know. You guys would know the
enough
sauce.
lore to close out the game, and then force that board wipe, and then rebuild.
I played Ruby, Amber, Sugar Rush at Jawbreakers this week. I went 3-1. I was going crazy
Counting
with it.
here. How much do I have? We've made a big investment this game.
That was my
Can I
fault.
cash
I
in
told
just
him
yet?
to put
Nope.
Dime back. Yeah, thanks, Ryan.
The stock
You couldn't
isn't
let me
insured
get
fully
that
yet, so we don't
3-0
wanna
that
cash in
night.
just yet.
It is what it is.
No, and this
It is
so
what
good.
it
So
is.
that's 7 lore on the board.
All
We know
I'm
we have
saying
goats,
is,
we know we have bounces, we know we have white
Red
rose, we
Fossa
know
is
we
not
have
even my
Dodo
main
Tamago,
deck,
so
and I almost
there
got
is the
him.
Mo
I almost
closing
got
out
him.
with cards that are not on the board and not questing.
I mean, Mufasa died
at
and
some
got me
point-
2 Maleficent
Mo's
Dragons
just daring him,
twice.
right? Like,
Yeah.
he's just daring him to be
It
prepared.
was sick.
Yep.
He's like, look. You're
And then
gonna
I
be
hit like
prepared at
a
some point in time.
like
It's
a
gonna take out
Mulan
pretty much all, if not all, of Din's
2-drop or
turn when it
something.
happens.
Then I was like, all right,
Move a
GG's.
brawl to kind of break this up just a little bit. And then Mo would still draw a few extra cards. I kind of like going after the Ursula as well. It's something you don't want.
Maybe
to
I'll play Red
Slayer
Fossa
and
for
then
set
Take
champs.
the Be Prepared out of your hand. So good targeting by Din there. And Din
But
senses this. He's like,
do the
look, I mean,
unexpected.
I've got to start doing this stuff. So this
People
is
expected me to bring Amber Steel.
more lore
hit him
for
with
him
some
this turn.
spice.
He's up to 7.
Mono
One thing
green.
wanna
Here
put
I
in mind
come.
That's fun here. Sir Hiss represents 1 lore on the board. With a Go-Go Tamago, if the Sir Hiss challenges into the Maui, putting 4 damage on it, that's a 4 lore swing with the Go-Go.
Which set champs are you doing?
Somebody could be challenged back as well. That's a really tight play.
Right,
I'm not
so
sure
that's
yet,
a line
and
that's
I'm not
available.
just saying
Agogo
that
is a
so
powerful
you
card in this deck.
and
I think
Dua
it was
and all of
in
them
game 3
can
of
go to the one I'm
European
going
Championship where
to,
we saw
but I
Agogo
actually am
gain
not
8
sure
lore,
yet.
4 upon play, bounce
Right.
back, and then 4 again. So very powerful card.
I don't
and,
want to
we have
sweat
the
my
Ghost
set
Gate here, which
champs.
would allow a significant
I want
loading
to just
on
go
the
in
Strong.
there with a crazy deck and win the whole thing. But honestly, I'm not sure. I think probably Eternal,
Kind of crazy. I don't think I've ever seen it more
because
than like
you know
2.
It might have taken 2 turns.
close
for
to
that
me.
one, but it was definitely the same.
You're right. This might be the play. Sir His just attacked into
is it gonna
this
go?
Maui.
A little go action. Or lore, that's
The
nuts.
Tamago is going to get 4
That is actually
more
nuts.
lore added
I'll
from
probably
Oceania. That's up to
do.
14, and
I mean, every
believe
set I
1,
usually
2,
do
3, 4,
Eternal
5,
Games
6,
and
yes,
Jawbreakers.
yes,
Those are my
20
two
next
like
turn.
go-tos.
What a call!
Wow.
But
Do you have the
we'll
lottery
see.
numbers?
I don't know.
I really want that playmat, man. Of course, the one playmat that I win that says champion is the Maribel one, and no one cares for that card. But the Scar one's so sick, and I want it, and that's the one that I'm not gonna get because everyone's gonna fight for it. That's the one, man. I really want that. So if Ryan, if you win like 2 of them, hook a brother up.
Pirate's
Come on.
Life, play the Be Prepared, knocking it back 3, but it really does.
Scar one's sweet. It is. The card sucks.
So this is
But
a
the artwork.
complicated turd from Din, and it's probably going to start out with challenging.
So I
over
really,
the Valley Sharks to get back
really
some
gotta
of
try
the
to get
Pirates life
that.
Yes.
and kind of go that way. You can challenge
Gotta
with
practice.
both of them.
Don't know what I'm playing.
possibly. But I don't think you can do that without playing the Be Prepared this turn.
No, actually, I
that's
don't know
the
what I'm
challenge.
playing.
You need to be able to play the Be
I
Prepared. but
really
you
don't want
also
to play
need
Amber
be able
Steel
to
because
see
everyone
Pirate's
knows
Life
I'm the Amber
because
Steel guy.
A goat or a white rose off the top deck, and the Emerald Amethyst player wins this game.
Yeah, that's a really good call. I think you have to challenge with the Maui Half Shark that has no damage on it, so it sticks around, so you get the
Oh
extra
shoot,
lore
Mo's
off
at
the,
19 lore.
Pirate's Life as well.
Oh my god.
Din, a player who usually plays very
Yo,
deliberately, very
DKP
quickly,
might
taking
get
his time
2-0'd.
here. You can't blame him. This is a
You got
super
Be Prepared in
complicated
hand. You
turn.
got
It
Pirate's
was a
Life.
Pirate's Life off the top.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, so he could possibly sing both.
Looking a little risky. Looking a little risky.
Better to get one out of
I think
your discard pile.
That is true. I think it's important to pull one back because this deck can close things really quickly.
He can't win here, can he? So if he sings Pirate's Life, that's 8. He's only got 9, so he'd be at 19.
Oh my god.
He almost can win
19?
the game here. Does he have
So
another action?
close.
Wait, so if you sing Pirate's Life, well, you can't get the second one and sing that one as well. I apologize, because then you could play Be Prepared and win here, but you can't do that because you have to challenge one of them to get the second Pirate's Life. Okay. I got ahead of myself there a little. I apologize.
I'm mathing as well.
Yeah.
Certainly you can get close. And of course,
Too much math.
I forget what it is in his hand. I'm not going to lie, but Super Goof
Take
is
out the
another card where you come down and
bird.
get 2 lore
No,
instantly.
never mind.
So you can get pretty close.
Yeah, I think he's actually super close of just winning the game this turn, but he's going to be a little bit short, I think. And that's what's giving him pause.
If DKP can survive one more turn, he wins.
What a game state.
All right,
But he
so
needs to somehow lower Mo's
so many different lines
lore,
you could take
and
here.
2 Pirates Life would do that. Unless they have another Go-Go
So he's going
Tamago.
to start with Din challenging. He's going
All right, take out the bird.
You can draw an extra card.
Bring
from.
back Pirate's
He's
Life.
going to get back a Pirate's Life.
Uh-huh.
A card that he's not. It's not embarrassing
Sing
to
Pirate's
play
Life.
over and over again
Gain
as this game goes on.
4 lore, which
So
is
you go ahead and
nuts.
Sing this one. That's going to gain him 4, lose 2 for Mo. So Mo's going down to 17. Up to 14 is Din.
Okay.
All right, he's going to quest.
Grandma
15
questing
here.
for 1,
Here comes the
15.
prep, I believe. Yeah, be prepared. He's going to gain 2 more lore and equal.
Be
17 for
prep.
both of the
Gain
players.
2 more.
Another card for Mo here as well, though, as the rabbit goes away.
Wow.
Din couldn't get to.
I mean,
18
all
here to
Mo
make sure
needs
the,
is like,
Pirate's
what, a
Life
goat?
Wow.
was good enough to win it. Oh, is that a?
Okay. Oh, the Ursa's going to snipe the Pirate's Life. Dude, this is the
We both
game.
have
This is
more
the
high lore
game,
characters here,
chat.
But that Deceiver is a big draw.
He would have
We're gonna
won
take a
if he
look at the
played
hand. We're gonna
back the
pick
Super Goof last turn.
The Pirate's
I mean,
Life.
dude, I feel like
Oh,
that
my
Super
goodness.
Goof, I feel like he's
Oh,
been
my
kind of
goodness.
fumbling. He's
gonna have Pirate's Life and
DKP is being a
Super
Super Goof right now.
Win this very quickly.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
it's
flood
it,
the
and then
field,
you
flood the
have-
field.
here
Be
it is. It's
prepared.
like you have the answer or you don't.
Ooh, Visions is good. Wait, but Visions
Doesn't get
came.
his cards up just yet.
There
What
are
did he
outs.
draw?
There are plenty
Is
of
this a
outs.
sail the Azure at sea? Okay. Oh,
Visions
okay.
in
Okay.
the future. We're gonna take a look. We're gonna dig. We're gonna find. We're gonna play to our outs. There's brawls. There's plenty of things which could remove one of those characters.
Sisu would have done it, but he doesn't have the ink. I think it's a wrap, chat. I think 2-0. 2-0 for
I
Mo.
don't think we have ink for the big CC.
Nah, I don't think it's
Well.
I think we need a brawl.
Yeah, I think we need something that interacts with the board. And it looks like this might be a miss
Unfortunate.
for Din.
How much ink does he have left? 5. He can ink the Super Goof, play
man.
Hiram, but then that doesn't give. Nah, I think it's a wrap. Put some respect on the goof.
Card added to hand for
'Cause
King
now
here.
you done
Doesn't seem
goofed.
excited about it.
Let's see. I mean, I think we got a Hiram maybe. We're going to dig a little bit more. We're going to
Yeah, I don't.
eat that popsicle, draw 2
I
cards.
don't. I mean, that B pair would have been nice last
Gets him out of this. He
beginning
repeat
turn.
prep. That's not good enough. Play
Take the Tebow, pass the turn, quest for 3. Woo! Oh, man. What a finish. What a game. What a game state.
What a match from
GGs.
these two. We've seen some incredible Lorcana back and forth today, and that was really impressive. A deck that, look, I'm going to be completely honest. Green Purple is a deck that I usually have a lower opinion on than most people. I'll say, you know that I say this a lot, like, whenever I play the deck, it always feels underpowered to me. I don't win with it very much, so that's probably a user error with the deck as long. It looked really good in this match.
This deck is built to be fast. This deck is built with a lot more 1-drops than the average Amethyst Emerald deck, and it's made to go wide early, and it's actually teched very specifically for this matchup. And both players, though, this was a
That
nice
Go-Go
and
hitting
brilliant plays, including
Maui
the
Shark for 4 lore
to
as well.
get that,
That was
4 lore
nuts.
off the Go-Go that made all the difference. Top decking Deceiver at the right time to play that was huge.
I think DKP
But
was
then,
thinking to
as
keep
you
the
pointed
Super
out,
Goof
Finn
after
was
B prep.
1 or 2 actions away from winning.
I think
the
he
game
thought
with
too
the 2
much.
Mauis on the board and those Pirate
I think you
Slides.
just need to get
There
Super Goof
were
on the field.
Very close, numerous lines that he could have had to win that game in that position. So, what a fantastic game!
It's a spicy card. He never ran
That was
Super
some
Goof until this
incredible
event.
Lorcana.
Yeah, one of
But
my favorite matches.
he should have
of the
used
day.
it.
Looks like we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more.
He should have like played it or something.
We have another match out here.
And we're on break. Hopefully it's not long. Because I want some more Lorcana action. We've been streaming for 6 hours, and I'm feeling great. This is like the one match you want the Super Goof. And he got it both games. We saw his hand. He got the Super Goof both games. Just never played it. You're not hungry? Todd, let me tell you this. When I went to the 1K and I won the whole thing, I ate like nothing except for like a bag of chips, like a beef jerky. You know why? I stay hungry because I'm hungry for that W. I'm hungry for that win, and that's how I win these events. Saying as I win multiple events, no, I have only won like one event. The set championships I won last set, I won because all I had was a Lunchable. Survivor mode, exactly. I'm on that killer instinct right now, okay? People are you know, they gotta eat between rounds. Here's my thought process. If I eat something, like even in the challenges, actually, I did have a pizza in the challenge. But usually I don't have breakfast because I don't want to upset my stomach. You know, I could eat something in my have like I don't even know what to say. But anyways, I don't want to have stomach pains, so I can stay hungry for a little bit and be on the killer instinct. You just avoided me to get that win. Exactly. If Ryan was in the top, it might have been a little tougher of a match. I will be honest. Seeing the matchup spread was 3 Amber Steels, myself included. 3 Red Purples. And then a Blurple. I did not fear any of those matchups. The only matchups I would fear is the Green Steel, especially Ryan's spicy Green Steel, and the Blue Red, which I thought won that day, and my god, I barely won that match. So those are the matchups I don't want to see. But I stay hungry for that win. Also, I had chicken nuggets earlier, so I'm not hungry right now. I play better when I'm hungry for some reason, but I still need coffee. I don't even drink coffee, dude. I wake up in the morning and drink some water, stay hydrated, of course. I don't. Dude, my breakfast is lunchtime. My eating schedule is all over the place. I'm built different. I am a machine. As I say that, and then I'm like, oh, I have a headache. Stay hungry, baby. Stay hungry. Also, imagine like you eat right? You eat something weird, and then you get nervous on stage, and then you throw up. Imagine then you're gonna be known as that guy. You know, ain't me. It ain't me. Yo, can we see what Zach Bivens is playing? We haven't seen him on stream yet. I want to see what deck he's running. I have a hunch he's playing Purple Steel. But he's always bringing something spicy to these events, and I want to see the sauce. Been stream for 6 hours, dude. I think we are on round 5 out of... Is it 9 or 7? I think it's 9. Pretty sure. And I'm feeling great. I might need another water, but...
Hey everybody, and welcome back to the North American Championship. We're still in round 5, and we're actually going to be jumping back into our feature match area. We've got a game 2 that's in progress. We're going to go right in live to these players and see how they're going to finish up this round 5. So let's head on down to the feature match area. And it looks like we're going to be having a mirror match. But these
Sean versus David, and it's not me.
Remember how at the
But
beginning
David
of
is
the day we
playing a
talked
deck
about
that
these
I would
amber
probably
steel
play.
decks, and there's really
Wait,
two
actually,
flavors
Sean
right
is
now.
playing a
There's
deck that I'd probably play too.
variant, which
I
is
don't know who to
running
root
low
for.
the ground,
Do I
trying to
root for the
rotate, and
David?
then you have the
Or do I root for the
traditional,
Asian guy?
steel song build. On the left here we have Sean
Dude, if they
playing
did the fusion
traditional
Ha
steel song
thing,
build with
it would be
slight
me.
variations. And then on the right we have this
I would be
aggressive variant.
the
Looking
fusion
at
result.
the lore totals, it's exactly what you'd
It looks
expect in
like
this
traditional
matchup,
steel
where
song
David has managed
versus,
to race ahead to 9 lore with
was he
this aggressive
Perdita
variant.
in David's
And then
hand?
Sean's over
What
there,
the
lagging
heck?
a little bit behind, but
Perdita's a little
it
spicy.
looks like the better
But
board
it's a
state.
very high cost uninkable. I don't want to run that. I can't play wheel decks. Wheel hates me. I love and hate the wheel. The wheel, when it works, it's amazing. But my goodness, when it bricks your hand, it's the worst. I brought traditional steel song to Chicago, which is probably hands down my worst performing challenge I've done.
And it looks like he's
Leading up to that event in locals, I was like 23-0. I didn't drop a single game. Going to Chicago, I felt great, and then I bricked like every game with Whole New Worlds. It was the worst.
So back over to the traditional steel song build, we do have Spectacular Singer, we have Gaston, Baritone Bully. These are
I like the
traditional
Aerial
steel
Singer
song
though,
cards. We have a
the
whole new
shift.
world in hand.
I've been
One
testing
card we
that.
have there is Aerial's Sonic Warrior is a fun card I see.
When it
trying
pops
to have,
off,
not a
my
card
God,
you
it's
see
amazing.
in all steel song decks, but sprinkled in here for a bit of control. And I want to point out another fun card on the other side. In David's deck, these aggressive decks.
Every time there's a David on screen and they say David, I just look up. I'm like, what? Is it me?
In these aggressive Amber Steel decks is Perdita, Devoted Mother. It's a card David has in hand. It's a 6-drop card. The Mother.
Perdita can bring back
Dalmatians,
Shmi,
will
which is
bring
kind of
a
spicy.
2-cost card from your discard pile back into
Ooh, here we
play
go.
on
Here we
play.
go. Satellite radio. Ink the Shmi. No, ink the Shmi. No, you want to ink the Shmi.
The real sweet one. I have seen Perdita bring back a dock before, and it looked really powerful late in the game. So a little singing.
You would have been able to finish if you inked the Shmi and then you play the song. Sequence error.
Over here on this Daisy Duck. Doesn't want to use a Whole New World just yet. Gonna get a little more value out of the hand. Sean is here. Looks like a Daisy Duck of their own. They're gonna go.
Oh, I forgot you can attack with that. I thought he just played that. I mean, technically he did, but he shifted it. Never mind.
Back over to David with no board presence.
He could see at this point he could have easily paid the 2
Yeah, so we have,
to use
we have
Ariel's
I'm still here, I
effect,
think,
kill
in there,
the
and the Whole
Daisy,
New
and then
World.
quest for 2.
One of the things
I
I'll
don't
talk
know.
about the
That
Whole New World
sequence
for a
was
second,
weird.
because one of the things
But
that
what
the
do I
steel
know? It's
song
not like
decks
I've been playing
thrive
Amber
off
Steel
of is
since
building
set
a
2.
big board state of singers and then using Whole New World to refund their hand and then using those singers to
And see,
play
this is what
multiple
happens if I
cards in a
played.
turn and
I would have what
eliminating
Sean's
the
hand is:
characters
2
that
Whole
you
New
wanna play.
Worlds. That is the
One of the
worst.
dangers, though,
That
in
is
this
literally the
matchup
worst.
is
Especially in this
David's playing a deck
matchup
with a lot of
where
very
David's
low to
deck
ground, high lore
is
characters. You have 2
yeah,
drops
low to the
using
ground
1-drop
aggro
Daisy Ducks.
characters.
And
So he has a bunch of
the last thing you
1-drops.
wanna do, especially when David's
Refilling
sitting at
David's hand is
6 ink,
not what
is
you
to
want to do.
refill his hand with 6 cards that are potentially 1 and 2 drops.
No,
You can go
3 Whole New
wide
Worlds is
very
worse.
quickly.
No,
So
no.
a Whole New World is a
4
risky
Whole
card to
New
play.
Worlds is worse.
Getting into play here.
4 Whole New Worlds
Really good
is.
target as well to bring back.
Oh my god, I saw a
the
song. I
Mother
thought it was
Dalmatians.
another Whole New World. Okay,
Calhoun
that's not a
is
bad card to
also
draw though, because
particularly
now he can
potentially
clear the
impactful
board pretty
card
much.
in this game. Calhoun, of course, gives you 2 lore upon the challenge.
So
and
what you
when
do
you're
here
9 lore away from winning the game, that 2
is-
lore can be incredibly impactful. So Sean wants to get
You can
maximum
hard
value out
cast
of
to
his
deal
singers
3,
by
take
singing,
out
which makes them vulnerable to
Calhoun,
challenges,
and then pay
that
2
make them
more
vulnerable
to
Calhoun.
deal 3 damage to. Oh no, you don't want to do that now because then they can
Duck
heal.
here, I apologize. That is
So if
gonna
you're gonna
add
do
a
damage, you want to clear it out. You don't
Rapunzel
want
into
to.
David's hand.
You don't want to leave anyone up to get damaged and heal Rapunzel. That's a no. No. 5 is the worst because you get DQ.
I think Daisy Duke now is a card that I want to see.
Yeah, 5 whole new worlds is rough.
Take that, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, sing that on that, and then pay 2 more.
Strength of a Raging Fire, put 3
Finish it
damage
up.
over
Yeah,
3
okay.
damage
Yeah,
challenge
that's
over
smart.
into it as well. Take care.
So
of the
Calhoun
pesky
can
Foundation
take
from
out
David.
Gaston, which is, you
Yeah, so
know,
that
it
was
is what it
a
is.
challenge I think that was singing Strength of a Raging Fire for 3 damage, and then Aerial Sonic
Wait,
Warrior
I
upon
mean,
playing this on,
I mean
can pay 2 to
that
deal
it
3
feels
damage to chosen
bad,
character,
but then you can
for
pay
6 total
2
there,
more ink to
making use of
clear that
Aerial
Calhoun.
again,
So
you
I
don't
guess
see in
it kind of
many
works
games
out, but
in this
giving
deck.
David a
And then
whole
after that,
fresh
when it's a
7
whole new world, gets 7 new cards
doesn't
for
feel
Sean
good.
and David
Doesn't feel
here.
good.
Sean still
2
left over a
more,
little bit of ink. He's
blast
got
it,
4, so
yeah.
he's gonna go ahead and pay 2, deal 3 damage.
And then you can
Do
ink
that
and then
Calhoun
play
from
something
the
else.
Sonic
I would say
Warrior.
ink,
Sean in a
yeah,
really,
world's
really good
greatest,
spot to even up
play
this match
Aerial.
here.
Really getting maximum value out of the Sonic Warrior here. 3 damage, the perfect amount to overcome
Sean's
that
in a good
resist.
position right now. He's in a good
Aerial's doing
position.
some work here.
Absolutely, Aerial's gonna get played. Find another.
Another
Sonic. It looks like a
Zeusy.
long came Zeus,
Yeah,
and
I
if
think
I'm
this game
David,
is
I
all
honestly
Sean
would
right
write
now,
it on the
unless
wall
David
here.
can
I
drop
don't know if
some
he's gonna
like
get to quest of another character this game.
Pete's.
The Sonic Warrior doing so much work.
And then
plus there's
Pete's.
another removal spell. Looks like we got
Piglet.
2 more.
Nobody
3 more,
multiple.
4 more.
There's-
Literally, look at that
there's
firepower
3
that Sean has. 3
and
Zeus,
Strength of a Raging Fire in hand.
Strength of Raging
And some of your
Fire.
characters
Goodness
just sing them, right?
Zeus
gracious.
is officially here.
Good.
Lightning bolts
Okay.
galore. We have
Sean
3
needs to work on
characters
his hand
who can sing
shuffle
that.
though. His
That's
hand shuffle is a little.
so much
Like level 1 hand
damage
shuffling
next
here.
turn. Now, David
I've seen
can
people
go
go like
wide
this.
here, and so one of the things is David
I
can
can't
go
do that.
wide. I
No,
haven't
David.
quite seen his hand, but I do see a
David
couple
can go
2-drops,
Pete,
some 1-drops,
Piglet,
so
Piglet.
If he does force Sean to use, 3-4 removal cards, it does feel
True,
bad to lose
true.
your board, but Sean's going to go through his hand rather quickly.
What does he have? He has Calhoun, Cindy, Robin.
3, 4 characters here.
He doesn't have a Pete, so this is gonna be a tough battle here. This is gonna be a tough battle. Yo, should David just say the YOLO and just play Doc and discard his whole hand and draw draw 2 more?
That Aerial is
He
such
could
a
bring
threat
back the
over
Lilo,
there.
but Lilo gets eaten
as
up.
you pointed out, you sing Along Came Zeus with one of your 4 or 5 singers.
Yeah, I don't know. This is rough.
5 damage, then you get 3 more.
John
off the
has
Aerial by paying
3
2.
singers on the
Again,
board
get
right
3
now.
more damage. That
Singer
Aerial is a
5,
mess.
Singer 10, Singer 16. Dude, they can sing 16 level cards. I actually think you need to dig for Pete. I think Pete's the only way that, like, Pete really hurts the traditional Amber Steel deck. I know, because I lost in a set championships last set to a Purple Steel, and they kept repeating me.
True. It's a bit of
Pete,
spot for
Snake,
David. There's just
Pete,
so much removal available for Sean here.
Snake, Pete, Box, Pete again. I'm like, goodness, let me play a song.
I believe that's another Doc. It could be a happy.
It's a dwarf.
Piglet, Doc, Pete, into Piglet, Pete wins David the game. Well, he's not going to that line. He's, oh man, this board's just gonna get cleared. No, what are you doing? We gave you the formula to win.
Characters played this turn. It might be 5 though. Calhoun.
No, dude. Sean literally has enough firepower to clear this whole board. David thinks he's safe, but just watch. Once David passes, Sean is going to activate kill mode. Oh man, watch this board get wiped.
Yeah, and this, man, that Aerial Sonic.
Oh man, Sonic Warrior about to scream.
It's just really good in this matchup and in this particular situation. It allows you to get so much value out of your
Zeus,
songs. You don't
man,
even need
that's
to
nuts.
pay ink to play your songs.
All
Leaving of
right,
that ink
first
available
off, we're gonna
for Aerial.
sing, dealing 4
It's
damage.
just so good.
Calhoun, you're gone. Pay 2. Last 3, you're gone.
The Aerial Sonic Singer.
What else? What else can you do? Gaston, sing.
Gaston is now going to sing Along Came Zeus
On Robin
or
Hood.
Robin Hood.
Pay
Because that
2.
shift line isn't there.
Blast, you're gone. Oh my god. And wait, there's more.
If Sean wants to, he could take care of it. I don't know.
Quest
if
for
he even needs
2?
to at this point. All right, we got an activation of Daisy.
Oh, that was so dirty.
Let's see what we got off the top. Oh,
Yep, and that goes in the bottom. It's all green
very
for Sean
few
right
misses in
now.
this deck, and that is one of them.
Generally only about 10 to 12 cards
Ariel,
that
just
can
for the
best
lol.
from
No,
David
actually,
builds.
do you really care to kill
Generally.
Happy though? Do you really want to waste a Zeus on that? Probably not, right? I'd probably just like play mini queen and instantly shift to big queen. That's my line of play there.
Mispronunciated something.
We should get a ticker behind us for that.
I'm sure people
Or
watching will
hold
get that
up.
going for us.
Yeah. With me around, it
it's a little risky.
too often. All right, Ariel's gonna go ahead.
Something crazy you could do is Ariel sing Zeus onto Happy, pay the 2, damage your own Ariel, and then Rapunzel next turn. But then you have to be scared of. Oh, there's the Pete that they were looking for.
Turned too late. Had you gotten that off the whole new world,
So maybe he should have played Doc and get the Pete.
That's the problem with Pete, man. You invite him to the party, and he's always just a little bit too late. He likes to make an entrance, but we needed a better one.
Yeah, Pete, you came a little late. Your whole family got wiped.
Really good shot at winning this game.
That's true. Pete, an impactful card, and anytime you're playing Steel Song, that deck runs about 18, about an 18 average songs.
Sure.
Frank Carson has said numerous times that's about his sweet spot is 18 songs. So Pete Games Referee shutting down a third of your opponent's deck for a turn is.
So what do you do here? You ink the strength, play the Pete, play the Doc.
So here
I
it comes
was
down.
just gonna say, if you're gonna quote Frank Carson and say about a number, you should probably try to be precise.
Very specific.
Yeah.
It's 18 exactly.
That man loves his math.
On the nose. So here you have Pete Games Referee coming down. Again, a turn kind of too late.
I'm
but
sure
going
David
wide
would have
again,
liked to
forcing
draw
Sean to
a
have,
strength,
some answers.
so then he can
We
just
are
hard
sitting at
cast it and
11
take
lore,
out
and I will
a
say there are
Gaston or
outs
an
in this
Ariel.
deck. One of the outs people love to talk about in this deck are Docs.
But I guess you can.
because Doc is
Your
a
characters
card
are
that
safe right
allows
now,
you
so
to
you could
discard
drop
your
the
hand,
Cindy
draw
and
2
not
cards.
really
You can string
worry
that
about it
together,
dying
and
or
sometimes go
banishing.
very wide out of nowhere. So there are outs here.
No, they're good.
Sean is
Because
only
they came
sitting
in
at 7
shifts,
lore,
Big Cindy
but,
anyways.
you're gonna have to get lucky to hit everything you need.
You can still win if
Does look like a
he
Doc
gets
added
beat,
here
Piglet,
along
but
with
it's
the
too late.
Cinderella along with
Yeah, I
it.
think from the famous words of you, it's Jobud.
Left over in Sean's hand, David's hand as we go back.
All right, Sean draws a
This turn is
Shmee.
going to be for David because don't forget there is a Pete activation for him.
All
here.
right,
He
no
might have a
P
chance for
or
this.
no action, so you play the Schmeister.
Shmee added from Sean. A lot of the cards in his hand.
Ink the mini queen, play the big queen.
No longer allowed to be played this turn, so not only would they not be able to take care of some of these
Right.
characters, Ariel Sonic Singer is not going to be able to get activated this turn, and that is at least a big win for David this turn. Sonic Warrior, I'm sorry. All right.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and move
Sure.
that damage away from the Sonic Warrior, drawing a card for Sean here.
Okay.
Going to allow him to play the queen with his last.
They haven't inked yet, right? I probably inked the Ursula.
We have
Twice for
11
two.
lore on the board on Sean's side. That is significant.
Jane Doc can
Another
get him
miss
back.
Oh dear.
From the Daisy here, David putting another song to the bottom of his deck, which
If David can win this, that'd be
Might not have been
pretty
too
amazing.
bad here.
David did win the first round, so I wonder if he won the first round going on the
lore gonna be added to
play.
Sean here, it's going to even the game up at 11, I believe, between the two players. But David's going to get
All
to actually
right,
come
can
back to his
David
turn
draw
here,
a
lead his
doc?
Characters and his ink with some stuff in play here.
It is a big Robin Hood. That does not do you anything. Have Cindy sing
I missed the draw. I was doing math on the
No,
other
I
side of
think,
the board.
I
there.
think I'm wrong.
with the Let the Storm Rage on, hopefully drawing to another
But
doc.
Sean,
Within Robin Hood? It is Robin Hood, sorry.
No, it's okay. I was gonna, Sean, within a turn of closing this out here.
Oh,
just not
a
enough.
concession.
Getting forced into the control role with
Concession
Sean threatening the
stand.
game,
I want a
and
number
that's gonna
3
do it.
with a large
I think
Coke.
This was a really fun matchup to watch. It was the
Wow,
two
GG's.
versions of
That
Steel
was,
Song we see in this tournament going
that
at.
aerial
We saw
Sonic
a lot of
Warrior,
things that we
dude.
predicted.
When
a
it
whole new world
works.
going into a wide board, but the really impactful card in that matchup was Aerial Sonic Warrior, who I'd have to call Frank Carson to figure out the amount of damage that she did.
Or you can call me,
in
Liam.
that match.
I know
I
about
think
the
it was
cards.
15, 18.
You have my number.
Keep track of it.
He doesn't have my
Doing
number.
absolute work in that matchup, built for matchups like this, and a great tech call by Sean here.
Yeah, and you saw the importance of Pete in the matchup as well. One turn off of
Saw
having
the
Pete
importance of
correctly would have
Pete.
given David a
When
better
he shows
shot
up,
in the game. And,
everyone
I've
stops.
played a lot of the mirror when it comes to this deck, and generally it's not who Pete's first, it's not who Pete's second, it's who Pete's last. Usually wins the game, and it didn't happen there because Aerial Sonic Warrior had just done way too much. That's the best I've ever seen that card be, by the way.
Honestly, me too.
Yeah.
And in the biggest stakes.
Yeah, absolutely. Big stakes. Like we said, I think that's going to do it for round 5 here, but we're going to have the other guys come in. They're going to be doing round 6. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Lorcana.
Some more action, baby. I'll be right back. I'm going to use the bathroom. If you guys need to use the bathroom, use the bathroom, get some snacks. I'm going to use the bathroom, get another drink. I'm out of water. Stay hydrated. And you mean no action, cuz Pete. All right, I'll be back. And I'm back. Cage, you haven't eaten. Eat something like sushi or ramen. Why are those the two foods you recommend me eating? Couldn't say like pizza or fried chicken? Why did you have to recommend two of the most Asian foods out there? Huh? Now don't get me wrong. Sushi and ramen does sound pretty good. And dim sum. But why those recommendations? Low sus.
We are here, round
And we're
5,
back.
and I'm sitting here with Mo, who just went 2-0 against a Ruby Sapphire deck, and that game 2 was a nail biter. Tell me a little bit about what you were thinking there when that Be Prepared came down.
You're telling me. To be honest with you, I was more scared of the Sharks than anything because I knew he would just be able to combo me out of the game if they stayed on the board. So I just had to find a way to force the
Asian
prep.
food is so good, and my favorite food.
Luckily, I had some help from my friend.
Yeah, it's my
Go-Go.
Go-Go,
That was
yes.
my favorite as well.
Yes, yeah, Go-Go came down, you quested, and you were sitting at 19. And then that Pirate's Life of those Sharks are a menace for sure. But you pulled it out here. Now, Emerald Amethyst is a deck that you have played before. It took you to top 8 in Vegas. But you strayed a little bit from Emerald Amethyst, you were telling me.
It was hard to play it in the green steel meta. So for Seattle, I played green steel with Clarabelle over Prince John. So I was like, it's honest green steel. I'm not discarding anyone.
Yes.
But yeah, it didn't quite get me there, but that's okay.
But then your heart came back to Emerald Amethyst. And how do you feel that's been working for you today?
Have you read the card Go-Go Tamago?
Yes.
I saw that and I'm like, this is the best card in the game. It might be a little overhyped, but I'm like, it just reignited the fire in me, and that's all.
No, the best card in the game right now is Genie. But Go-Go is up there.
Yeah, well, it's doing really well for you today. 27 points so far. Congrats. And I know that you are also a huge Disney fan, and you were here with your family in the parks, and you had
I like
a
his
little
shirt.
bit of a special
It's pretty
moment.
sweet.
I was wondering if you
I'd
could share
rock
about
that.
that.
So my baby girl, Phaedra, she turned 2 on Thursday this week. And she's been a big Mickey fan. Oddly enough, her aunt got her into it when we were at DLC Vegas. We come back, she's a great Mickey fan, and I had that golden Mickey for her, so I'm like, you're not going to believe this kid. But we went to the parks, and she got to meet Mickey Mouse, and she gave him a hug, and there wasn't a single tear shed. I am just such a proud dad. She's 2 and already killing it.
I love it. I love that so much. It's just this game and Disney. It's so wonderful being here for the championships. And how are you feeling about the rest of the weekend?
I can't say I'm not nervous. There's a lot on the line. There's still plenty of rounds to be played, but this is a great start. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling like I'm supposed to be here. And I really just want to show out. I want to show out for the deck. I want to show out for my baby girl out watching, my fiance, everyone who's helped me practice, all my friends. I want to do well. I want to do well.
One day
I
I'll
hope you
be
do
up there,
well.
chat.
Thanks so much for chatting with me,
One
Mo.
day.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Welcome back, Illumineers, to the North American Championship, of Disney Lorcana. I love to hear stories like that from the community, you know, ones that are really endearing. It's really awesome to see how the community comes together for this game, the love for Disney, the love for this game. I love to see it.
Yeah, great interview. Mo's quite the character. It's pretty funny. I was giggling the whole time back behind on the behind the scenes here. But yeah, we got an interesting match to get into. Looks like it's going to be a Ruby Sapphire versus a Sapphire Amethyst, which is an interesting matchup.
A Ruby Sapphire, red blue versus
Blurple. In
Blurple.
this metagame, I know that the
Interesting.
idea behind it is that it does amethyst things better than amethyst decks, right? You know, you're playing Genie.
Who wins that
early,
matchup?
ramping,
Doesn't
but how does it
red
face
blue
into the
beats
hyper-control
red
deck of the
purple?
format and the most popular
Am I
deck?
crazy to say that?
So I might get in trouble for saying this because I am not an Amethyst Sapphire fan personally. I find Amethyst Sapphire fans are diehard. You know, they all like to play the deck pretty exclusively. They all think it's the best deck in the format, pretty much every format.
Yeah,
I think, I don't know
you
that
mean
that we can
mono
really
purple
say that
splash
yet,
blue.
But I do think
Yeah,
in
you're
a
right.
matchup like this one against a super control deck,
That's honestly what it
might
is.
struggle a little
You're
bit,
playing
to be
all the
honest. It
purple
has
cards,
access to
and you
some
just play like
removal cards
Tipo
usually,
and
new cards
Sail.
like Hades from,
Maybe
the
Hades, yeah,
chapter,
that's pretty much it.
And cards like Let It Go to put things into your inkwell. But against a Ruby Sapphire player, like that's not really a good thing to be putting cards into their ink because
Yeah, I think red blue.
The fortunate thing that
Red
those
blue's
that
favorite in this matchup.
Amethyst Sapphire can do is that, like you mentioned, they can ramp pretty quickly into those Amethyst cards and some of those more aggressive cards. So you can ramp pretty quickly, and like Scrooge McDuck is a card that we've seen people
Scrooge
play in
McDuckster.
these Blurple lists as well. That's just like a huge 5/5 character with 2 lore on it. So if you can get some early pressure down with Blurple, I feel like
Red blue is favored if
you
red
can maybe
blue
squeak out a win against Ruby
is
Sapphire,
not
but Ruby
running
Sapphire
queens.
is just, you know, it's a menace
hope they
when it
don't
comes to
run
controlling
queens.
the game, especially if you can't end the game quickly.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough battle for sure. I mean, Ruby having access to be prepared is going to be critical in that matchup. Without further ado, let's get down to our feature match and check it out.
And one thing that I want to note before we get into this feature match for everybody.
All right, I don't
watching at
know
home,
any of these players.
We do have a special announcement coming at the end of this round, so you'll have to stick it out for this round before we get there. But don't go.
A special announcement? Are they announcing the dates for Worlds?
Because it's going to be super fun. But with that being said, we are going to look at TNU and Joseph here going through their alterations of their hand.
Joseph's my boy. Oh shoot, Joseph's your boy? Then we're cheering for Joseph. Let's go, Joseph.
Turn 2 ramp, which was I was able to see.
What is Joseph playing? Is he the red blue player, or is he the blurple? I'm assuming he's red blue.
Yeah, I imagine both of these.
With the red
players
sleeves, you gotta be
playing
red blue.
Sapphire means they're each looking.
How about
to
digital
turn 2
client?
ramp
I mean,
either
that'd
through
be.
Tipo or through,
Listen, that'd be too
yeah,
good.
see, both could be looking for something.
All
to
right,
try
that'd be
for
too
higher
good.
play,
I don't see that
but
happening.
Whoever gets Hiram down
But that would be
first can
sick.
Keep it in play is probably the advantage.
I know
for
there
them,
was
but
that post
Ruby
job
Sapphire having
listing
access to
for
cards like
looking
Brawl
for
and
someone to work on a
Sisu,
digital
probably a little bit
something.
easier for them to keep something like Hiram in play than it would be for Joseph here.
Definitely, but
Holy.
Amethyst also having access to other forms of card draw. To
The other
find it.
player has all blue cards in his hand.
Early game.
I can't tell if he's on Blurple or not.
It's a bit of back and forth. I'd probably rather be on the
Wait,
side
is Joseph
that
on
has the draw
Blurple?
and can actually answer it. Then my opponent may be
Huh.
going crazy. TNU here could
Interesting.
be on mono Sapphire deck looking at the opening hand.
Yeah. Looks like a mono Sapphire
really
deck
a
from my
great
point of
thing
view.
to not see any Ruby in your hand, primarily because, I mean, when you combine ink colors and Lorcana, they both usually serve a purpose, right? Like Sapphire's the ink that you're using to ramp, and for card draw, Ruby's the ink that you're using to keep control of the board. So without some of those early board control cards like Brawl, like Sisu even potentially, that you could combo with an Ice Block to potentially take out something like the GD that Joseph may be looking to ramp into, you know, could be interesting, but TNU does have the Popsicle that you can play on
You could
turn
say,
one
I'll
and the
play
turn
a
two, but
Broomage.
starting with Joseph here, inking a card and playing a Magic Broom Illuminary Keeper.
Yeah, and this deck is, you know, this Amethyst Sapphire deck is going to have a bit more of an aggressive early curve than Ruby Sapphire. I mean, these decks don't really exist at that early curve range for too long because they are hyper ramp decks. But something to note as we
Do you know
potentially
how
play
player
Genie
name
on 3 here.
and Joseph?
Yeah, we do have the Genie and the turn 2 ramp with a card like Tipo in hand. One thing that I've mentioned earlier, you know, both these players looking for Hiram. I don't.
Oh, there are the red
Joseph,
cards.
Joseph may not even be playing Hiram. When you have all of these Amethyst cards like Rabbit and Genie,
They are the red
disposal,
cards.
You're probably less dependent on something like Hiram Popsicle, so probably more looking for those Genie lines instead of the Hiram lines to ramp into early. We do see the Elsa 5th Spirit being inked.
Yeah, so we do see that TNU has the answer to the Genie in the form of the Brawl as well, which I assume will be the target. But that is probably... Do you think that Genie on 3 is the most powerful thing that Sapphire Amethyst does?
Yes.
Probably, if I'm being honest. I mean, Genie is such a powerhouse. If you can get Genie out on 3, one of the things that makes Blurple such a strong deck, especially in a format that before this weekend, honestly, has been so heavy leaning towards Amethyst, is that you can always guarantee you're the first person to play Genie, right? It doesn't matter if you're on the play or on the draw. If you can hit that certain
What are the
ramp,
headsets
you're playing
for? The headsets
first,
are
and
for
in
noise
Amethyst mirror
canceling, so they
matches,
block
whoever
out the
keeps
sound
Genies
from
out,
people in the
you know,
audience,
is usually the one
so
that
people
ends up
can't be
winning.
like,
So I think
your
it can be a
opponent
super
has
powerful
be
turn
prepared.
3
Don't play any more
turn. I also think
cards.
things
And also
like
there,
Screwed
so
Duck
it
are
blocks
pretty
out the
powerful,
sound,
I've
but then
seen
they can
Marvel
hear each
players
other.
play and not play that
So
card for
they can be
various
like, all right,
reasons.
I
It can be
ink
a
this
little bit
card, and I'll
slow.
play this card, and your opponent can hear it.
The Sapphire Amethyst
without
usually
yelling,
have
so.
access to item
There's
destruction
also a
in the
trick
deck
to
list
that, so
because
you can
we do see
yell
one
into the
lucky
microphone
diamond
and then
and a
deafen
TNU,
your
which,
opponent's
at least
hearing.
traditionally in the
So
past,
that
it
is a
obviously
strategy
depends
you
on
could
the
play.
makers of the deck and what tech cards exist, but
It's a
Ruby Sapphire
unorthodox
here,
strategy,
getting that
but it
done
is a
early
strategy.
has previously been somewhat impactful, so I could see that being a similar case here.
Yeah, I mean, Shimmering Skies really changed the way that Sapphire decks have to play into each other, right? Because of cards like Hideaway and Cusco, that I don't know how much they're played in Blurple, to be transparent with you, but they are options. You know, if Joseph thought that the Ruby Sapphire matchup would be difficult for them for Lucky Dimes, you could always tech a couple Hideaways into the deck for that specifically. And we've already seen this weekend, you know, how impactful something like using a Hideaway on a Lucky Dime, putting it into the Inkwell could be.
3 Popsicles is really scary in and of itself. I feel like already, if I'm on the side of Joseph, I feel like I need to sort of press the advantage and be the aggressor here. My opponent already has access to so much potential card draw on board.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be especially difficult for Joseph to really get much going because the fact that TNU is playing Ruby, right? We see the Brawl being played on the Genie, taking out what's arguably one of the more powerful cards in Joseph's deck. It's one of the most powerful cards in Amethyst, period. And when you're able to answer that card so easily through your 3-cost action, you're not developing a character, but Ruby Sapphire is sacrificing their board control in most early games so that they can take over in the late game.
Yeah, it's interesting because if you actually look back a couple sets ago, Ruby Amethyst used to play a 3-cost evasive character.
Yeah,
that
Lucky
plus 2
Dime
was
in
very, very
hand.
good against
Never
Ruby
want to see
Sapphire.
that early.
And that's effectively the kind of role that Genie's filling in this match. That being said, with the addition of some of the new cards that enter the game in the form of Brawl and the Sisu package, we now have an answer to that, so it's not nearly as scary as it used to be.
Speaking of things that are pretty scary, you mentioned the 3 Popsicles that are in play. We're a couple turns out from it, but that is 2 Tamatoas that we see TNU's hand, a card that I think would be a bit difficult for Joseph to get rid of. Most of the removal in Amethyst is primarily through exerting characters, and then like Crab and Fox is usually what people use to challenge and banish things. Of course, you have access to cards like Hades and Let It Go, put things in the Inkwell as well, but I feel like if too many of those Tamatoas make it onto the board later in the game, it's going to be difficult for Joseph to deal with.
So not only is that 2 Tamatoas, but it's 2 Tamatoas in hand with and how far I'll go, which is going to help him ramp to that. So, like you said, I mean, that's going to be very scary for Joseph to face down. That being said, Kenyu does have 3 uninkables in hand, so I wouldn't be surprised to see one of those Tamatoas inked. Random Rabbit here on the play for Joseph. Does find a Tipo.
I think Joseph made a small misplay earlier. He needed to not pop the
There
first
is
broom.
a Hades in hand as well for Joseph, so if one of those Tamatoas goes into the Inkwell and another one goes
It's around 6 nerves.
into play, we can use the Hades to
I mean,
play
he does
the
have
other
24
one into
points,
the
so that's
Inkwell
pretty
as well,
solid right now.
including his friend in there.
I was expecting you to have
Not
a
enough
gun for
pressure,
that
but
one.
his current board is pretty pressure-inducing.
Another thing to note
His
here,
opponent
I'm noticing Joseph has built a very
can do
wide
like
board
a
here with the Diablo,
Sisu
Tipo,
taking
Goat,
out
and
like
Rabbit, which is usually pretty good. You know, if you're trying to be a
Tipo
little
or
aggressive, obviously a little
Diablo.
less good against Ruby
Not
when
that
they
great.
get up to that 7 and 8 ink mark where you can play cards like Be Prepared and Sisu. On the contrary, though, if TNU is able to build up a wide board, sort of and control this, Blurple doesn't have anything to deal with wide boards. So I think it's just a matter of time for TNU to basically just take control of the board if he can, build up a wide enough board with a couple threats to keep Joseph from being able to take care of everything, and then it's going to be very difficult for Joseph.
I think we're going to see one of those Tamatoas inked here, but I wouldn't shed a tear if I was TNU because I think I saw some of the best cards in his deck come off in the past 3. That sequence was crazy.
Yeah, we're inking the Tamatoa so that we can play the Hiram, Banish Popsicle, and draw 2 cards.
Double Felicia, 1 cost, 3/1 with Reckless.
Felicia?
And we see that Maui
What
Half-Shark.
the
We've seen it do tons of work today in this day 1 of the NA Championship.
Felicia?
Close to that Tamatoa range soon. We do know that Joseph has the answer, but Tamatoa in combination with the Hiram is going to be a lot to deal with.
Gonna see the Elsa, the 5th Spear being played, exerting the Hiram here so that we can challenge it and banish it. With so many Popsicles in play, Hiram could have a feast, draw bunches and bunches of cards.
Yeah, that is definitely a timely Elsa.
I think Joseph figuring out how he wants to clean up this board. But
So if you're on the side of TNDU, what are you really looking for outside of what you already have in your hand? Assuming that Joseph's able to deal with it, gets rid of the Hiram, is able to play the Hades off the back, and remove the Tamatoa. You looking for something like a board wipe, like a Be Prepared, just to kind of have in your back pocket in case this gets out of range? Because right now it feels like TNU is significantly ahead on card advantage, also has the tools in the form of the 3 Popsicles sitting on board to kind of keep pulling ahead in the form of just drawing more cards than the opponent. On the other side, we see Joseph with which I believe is a McDuck banner, and a Hades.
yeah, I think you're totally right. I think TNU is just wanting to find cards to help him keep board advantage once he finds it. You know, something like a Sisu would be pretty detrimental here. It would take out pretty much everything except for the Goat, and
Until then,
historically a lot of the Amethyst cards, especially
I have
ones
no
being
idea.
played
They're on
now,
round
have
6
lower willpower.
out of
The more
9.
impactful cards like Rabbit Genie, you know, only having 2.
Yes, way.
Strength,
I told you.
And then, you know, some of the 1-drops like
I said we're gonna watch
Diablo Broom, all of
Oh,
those will
yeah.
be banished by the big Sisu as well. So it would make for
Oh,
an
yeah.
effective board wipe without you really having to worry about
You can work tomorrow.
banishing your own characters through something like a Be Prepared. But we do see the Maui Half-Shark being played.
take a nap?
We're also going to use Sail the Azurite Sea. It's going to draw a card. We can ink an extra card this turn. We will also gain a lore because that's an action that's played. And Maui Half-Shark gains a lore for every action.
Wouldn't be surprised if we actually see the Hades used on this this Maui.
She had that answer
Could be
locked
playing-
and
That
loaded.
could be a very intentional thing from TNU,
What?
right? Playing out the Maui,
What?
knowing that maybe this isn't a card that we necessarily have to win the game. And if Joseph has something like a Hades or a way to remove it, we can sort of bait that removal out with this Half-Shark and then play a Tamatoa afterwards.
Yeah, so Joseph is significantly ahead on tempo right now in the game. That being said, I do think that TNU is setting up to have a much better card quality in the next few turns, but still needs to stop Joseph from sort of pressuring this lead and pulling ahead in this match in terms of getting too much lore, because as playing Amethyst does have access to things like Goat to help close out the game.
I feel like with most Ruby Sapphire matchups, you know, one of the things if you're a Ruby Sapphire player, one of the things you have to learn when playing the deck is how far can you let your opponent go, right? Like how
Be
close to
Prepared
20
right now
can
would
they
be
get,
phenomenal.
before you're
for,
a little bit uncomfortable because
TNU.
you have to sacrifice usually part of
I
the
believe
early
that's how you
to
pronounce
mid-game
it.
just to build up your board, set up the cards, especially build up your Inkwell so that you can play those more expensive cards like Sisu, Be Prepared, etc. So you can take back over into the late game with cards like Tamatoa and Lucky Dime. It's a real balance act, especially against Amethyst for the reasons you mentioned. You can't let them get too close. Otherwise, they might steal the game away.
Yeah, for sure. If Joseph didn't have nearly as much tempo as he does, that Tamatoa plus Lucky Dime plus 3 popsicles on board would be very menacing. But do you think that Tianyu needs to
What's
find
your
a way to
Chinese
get
name?
control
Your
of this
real
board?
name.
Can dig a little bit deeper into the deck.
You
with
talking to
how
me?
far I'll go. It feels like he sort of needs to start to find an answer. I know it doesn't
My
work
my
for
real
two games
Chinese
versus
name
7 boards, but that can
is
change quite
David.
quickly.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Joseph has 3, 4, 5.
Because
lore
I'm
on
not
board
Chinese,
effectively.
so
The goat sort of counting as an
So-
extra lore on top
so
of
David
that.
would
This
just
little
be
goat
my-
lore is either brought back to hand or
my name.
banished. You don't really want to leave a goat out for too long because if they can find bounce cards,
Do I have a
like Snake
Chinese
or
name?
Fox, then they can
Maybe.
take that damage off, bouncing it back to hand.
If David
replay it,
translates
maybe
to something in
more lore.
Chinese.
You definitely can't let Joseph go on for too long in this state.
Yeah, Tianyu does.
I,
unfortunately
sir,
for Joseph,
am not
finds another
Chinese.
Hiram is going to be able to draw 2 cards off that popsicle. Finds an ice block and a Tipo.
Not exactly what you want to find. The ice block might be a little helpful in getting this Sisu Daring Visitor out of hand. The evasive 3-drop can banish something with.
Well, David translates to
one
big
strength.
guard.
We are going to go ahead and play that on the Diablo.
That's actually kind of hype.
Banishing that, Joseph will draw a card when Diablo
That's pretty
is
hype.
banished.
Call me the big guard. Call me the big bodyguard. Chen Po. 4/7 stats.
Finders Keepers.
Finders Keepers, a card I haven't seen for a little bit. It was a card that was tagged in mainly Ruby Amethyst when
Yeah, that was the whispers as you entered the Seattle venue. It was like, there's this card.
there's this card that saves the matchup against Emerald Steel, but we see it here in Blurple. When we play it, we can just draw 3 cards.
Finders
Focus on the
Keepers.
songs, you
Draw
have to pay the
3.
5 ink for it every
It's
time,
pot
but
agreed. +1.
Building your hand back up substantially is definitely a good thing. We see another Hades found there for Joseph, another Friends on the other side, and
Right
a
back.
Snake.
Hades is actually a big draw considering the Tamatoa is most likely coming down in the next 1 to 2 turns here for Tianyu.
Yeah, Hades could definitely help keep the tempo for TNU here. Also with the Friends, we could potentially, we're singing the Friends here with Elsa. We can use the Snake if we wanted to bounce this goat back to hand, sort of keeping it safe.
I think this is going to be a really solid McDuck Manor.
Oh, there we go. McDuck Manor. That's going to be difficult to deal with for TNU
The
here.
McDuck Manor.
Only Hiram and Sisu on the board, both with 1
McDuckster.
strength.
I think that Tianyu has some of the best cards in the game in his hands and on board right now, and is probably behind.
Yeah, it's weird to see a Hiram and 2 popsicles on board.
I mean, that's just what Blurple can do. It's just, it can gain so much tempo, and you can have these super impactful cards, super swingy cards, and you can have a million more cards in hand than your opponent, but you just need to deploy on the board and stop them from being able to close this game out. And McDuck Manor is hard to deal with for Ruby Sapphire.
TNU does find a Vitalosphere, though, which might be what we need here. Looks like we might have just enough ink to play this Vitalosphere and the Tamatoa. We can play the Tamatoa. Or no, we may not be able to banish the Vitalosphere as well to actually use it. You have to pay 1 ink to banish it. But we can give a character rush and +2 strength, so that could be really helpful in getting rid of this McDuck Manor.
And Tianyu's going to need answers for some of the other cards that are in Joseph's hands, notably the Genie that's pushed to the front there. There is the Lucky Dime.
The Lucky Dime is out.
Go ahead and ink the tempo. Is the Pirate's Life coming out? It is. We're going to play the Pirate's Life. Slowing Joseph down a little bit, losing 2 lore. TNU gains 2 lore.
Yeah, I do think we're going to see that Vitalosphere play come in next turn to deal with that McDuck Manor. Really can't just let it tick up over and over again.
No, I mean, this is where locations tend to shine, right? When you have other characters on board that might be more threatening, you don't want to let Joseph, say, bounce this Hades back to hand for some of your larger cards that you want to play, like Tamatoa. So you really have to weigh, how important is it for me to banish this McDuck Manor versus all the other characters in play?
Joseph does have a crab in hand. Can definitely deal with this Hiram.
Looks like Joseph is challenging with both the Goat and the Elsa here to take out that Hiram Flaversham. Going to quest with the Hades before we do anything for the turn. Joseph very quickly moving closer to 20 as well with every passing turn.
Send that Goat back. Huh.
Gaining another lore. Setting 5 ink aside for...
Is it an Elsa?
Elsa, maybe, is there a Donald in hand? One that lets you take a card off the top of your deck, put it into your inkwell. Having difficult seeing what Joseph is considering playing here. I mean, theoretically, you could play the Elsa, exert the Sisu and challenge into it, but
I do think that is maybe a Donald, but it looks like it's going to be Elsa anyway. Going to go ahead and rid of it. Interesting dynamic of juggling, sort of, being the beatdown, progressing the win condition of lore, and taking control of the board. Bouncing that goat back does kind of signal like, okay, Joseph's going to be trying to close out this game sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and I mean, he's very close to it, too. 5 lore on board from characters, another 2 from the location. We're already at a point where I think he'll have win on the next turn.
Going to see that Tamatoa. It's going to bring back Popsicle. Vitalosphere is available in hand.
And the Popsicle draw, we find a Visions of the Future.
Vitalosphere on the Tamatoa is not enough to
Not enough to take out the Manor. We can take out the Hades this turn.
Manor is extremely threatening, though, considering that the goat was bounced back to hand. So that goat coming back to hand, obviously we're going to be probably bouncing it to win the game, but it also insulates it against something like a
How much
pair,
ink
so we're
do they have?
gonna get
It looks
additional
like
use cases out of it.
20.
Looks like we are going to use this Vitalosphere to give Tamatoa a rush and an extra 2 strength so that we can challenge and banish this Hades, ensuring that Joseph can't bounce the Hades back to hand and replay it to put this Tamatoa in the inkwell, though we know there's another Hades in Joseph's hand waiting. Also going to use the Lucky Dime to gain 5 lore off the Tamatoa.
Yeah, so Tianyu's win conditions.
Could have gotten 1 extra lore.
Control Joseph's board as much as possible, minimize lore gain, and progress the Ruby Sapphire win condition via this Lucky Dime.
Passes over to Joseph. We're going to gain 2 lore for that McDuck Manor. It's been ticking away for a couple turns now.
Up to 15, can quest for 3, goes up to 18, has goat in hand.
We have a bounce. I think we have a snake in hand as well.
And I can tell by the way that Joseph is
exerting all the ink for it. See the Hades.
Another Hades.
Putting the Tamatoa into the inkwell.
Goat.
See the goat being played.
Not looking good.
There's nothing you can do on the
Not looking good for
10U. 16 lore in the next
Yeah,
turn.
that's a wrap. It's literally a wrap. Goat wins.
To see Sapphire Amethyst kind of take it here. Because we look at Ruby Sapphire and we...
Nice. Joseph with a dub.
It's maybe the better control deck, but...
With Blurple with all decks. Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, the tempo between, like, being able to keep cards in hand right through the cards that replace themselves, like the early Diablos, even with the Genies. I mentioned earlier in the match how you play the Genie, it immediately gets sprawled, right? That's not the worst thing for Ruby Sapphire.
Blue-Red didn't draw any board wipes. Yeah, I
drew
just...
the card, right? It already replaced itself. It did its thing.
It just looked like Blurple was just having the time of their life.
Opponent to answer a card that's a threat there. The Hades were coming in clutch, getting rid of the threatening characters like Maui Half Shark that, if it had stuck around, may have caused issues as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a funny thing to say, but I do think that if the win condition or the win condition of Lorcana was 30 lore, I think TNU would have won that game. But because it is 20 and the game is balanced again, like that just shows how much tempo Joseph had. Like TNU had the best cards in the game. Like he had an incredible setup. He had Lucky Dime, he had Tamatoa, he had a million items, but he just could not catch up and keep Joseph contained before Joseph hit 20 lore and won the game.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see how TNU adapts to this. Let's move on into game 2.
I listened to multiple Lorcana players in lead up to this tournament, and I heard from multiple people that this Sapphire Amethyst deck, not a real deck.
That's what I was saying. The consensus across the community is pretty divided. There's some people that think that Blurple isn't a real deck. There's some people that think it is the deck of the format.
To be fair, I don't think it's very divided. I think it's 90-10, 90 against Purple.
I guess you're fair. I say very divided in the sense that the people who think it's a real deck are very loud about it.
AKA Blurple players.
But I mean, hey, Joseph is giving us a show here, already taking game 1. We'll see if he can take game 2. We do see the Seal of the Azurite Sea in hand. I also see an Elsa Spirit of Winter in hand. That's, of course, going to go back. It's an unequal 8-cost card, but an interesting thing to know that Joseph is holding on to, being able to shift onto that Elsa the 5th Spirit, exerting 2 characters and keeping them exerted for a turn can lock down your opponent just long enough for you to take the game.
I mean, if we could just speak theoretically and sort of accept some assumptions, which are probably not true, but let's say that your Sapphire Amethyst deck does do the Amethyst thing better than other Amethyst decks. I mean, you're covered against a significant portion of the meta, 3, 4, and 5. And then if you can split or occasionally 2-0 into the 32% deck, which is Ruby Sapphire, it's not that poorly positioned.
No, I think the thing that I would be most scared of as a Blurple player would be more aggression, more cards like Amber Steel Mines that can come out, throw 1 or 2 daisies out on board, and you just don't have the characters available to you.
Okay,
that
so
early in the
Joseph's
game
going
to
second.
Deal with them before they outpace you, but
1 drop,
it
nice.
seems like the meta share is leaning so heavily towards control with all the Ruby Sapphire, being roughly 32% of the day. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some Blurples making it into day 2.
Yeah, notably, this is Joseph on the play, so Joseph won on the draw, and I would say that I feel like Tianyu's draw sequence last game was pretty good. It wasn't sort of below average by any means. A very strong showing for.
I don't know
Sapphire
about
Amethyst
inking
here.
that sail. I feel like they will probably want to keep it for next turn,
Does
double
have
ink
the turn 2
again.
ramp.
Yeah.
Thoughts, chat?
Seal the Azurite Sea, plays Seal the Azurite Sea, but doesn't have a 1
I feel like you just want to get
it.
to max ink
Still important
levels
to
as
get the
fast as
ramp, though.
possible.
We'll see if
Inking a
That's 2
sail when
draws
you can
for
use it
that,
next turn.
Potential turn 3 Genie.
I feel like Genie is a must answer as well. Just too good, an evasive character, replaces itself, quest for 2, can't leave it on board for very long. Joseph does also have the turn 2 ramp through Tipo. He can take another card from his hand and ink it. He'll come in exerted. Doesn't have to be inkable either. Going to decide to quest with his Churnabox followers. Not using its ability.
Yep, and I think that's absolutely correct. When your Churnabox followers is not threatened to be removed by another character on board, I can't imagine a situation, unless you have
Brawl.
the hand where it is not incorrect to banish.
Grandma.
You're basically just giving up the opportunity cost of 1 more.
And it's plays like that that, prove why these players are here, right? Something as small as that might not be the decision that every person makes. Somebody might quest this Churnabox and just use it for the extra card draw. But you're right, there's nothing to expect TNU to play to banish this Churnabox outside of maybe like a Queen of Hearts. But even then, Queen of Hearts trades into the Churnabox, so you're not even upset about that. But TNU did play Grimmatala last turn, grab some cards. Joseph is going to follow up with a
Joseph playing the early goats is very interesting
it's
to me.
not a Genie. A Genie would be... Oh, it's funny.
Usually you
because
want to save the
TNU has
goats for
2
like the
brawls
end
in
game,
hand,
but
so
Joseph
playing
says,
the goat
I
is
got the
better,
goat, I'm
but
playing the goat.
I think a Genie is the better sort of turn 3 curve in general.
Yeah, I think these higher strength characters are slightly better into these Ruby matchups for that reason. We talk about how powerful
Doesn't matter,
Genie
there's
is,
no
even
other
when he
4
does
drops.
get banished by something like a Brawl immediately, but it is really
Ever
nice
heard of
to have
Genie?
a character in play like Goat that you can play. You don't have to worry about a Brawl or a Medusa or a Sisu. You can trade with other characters if you need to with the Goat.
But yeah, in his hand, he doesn't have a
Up
4
with
drop, so I guess it makes
or
sense.
you can bounce it back to hand and continue gaining that lore. So I was gonna
And
go back to Joseph. I
it
think
can't
we
get
have a Donald
brawled
Duck in hand
unless
that
they
we
use
could
Ice
play
Block.
here on 5 if we wanted.
And Ice Block again.
To add even more ramp to our deck. Just drew another Goat.
I do think that
Singing
TNU's
Friends.
draw this game is actually significantly worse than this game.
Did he
hand is
drop the
looking
McDuckster?
pretty weak right now. Looks like we might have to actually
Or
Visions of the
ink
Future
and then play the
pretty
duck.
soon here to try to find
And then
something
ramp
to combo with
the
that hero.
Donald.
I mean, if we don't do that, if we
Inking
don't find
Crab.
items,
Yeah, I
it
guess
just
that's
feels like
fine.
we're doing
Yeah.
very, very fair things.
We're
inside
ramping.
of
We're
TNU.
ramping. So you're at
Joseph
what?
is gonna play that Donald
6
Duck.
ink now.
Donald
Next turn you
Duck
can drop a
is
Hades.
taking a card off the top of the deck into the Inkwell. So Joseph having ramped an extra time over TNU this game.
Yeah, I think Donald was the
But
right
a
play.
Tipo in the Inkwell. We're going to see the Maui Half Shark come to play. We are.
Shark is here.
Just threatening in and of itself because we do have that action in the
Okay,
discard.
gain a lore.
Notably trading with the goat here, which I think is absolutely correct. But Joseph does have backup McDuck Manor in hand. Obviously, that is covered right now by the other Grammatala and the Maui Half Shark. But something to keep in mind as we progress, maybe a few turns later, if that McDuck Manor can be super impactful like it was last game.
I think Joseph also has access to one of those Hades again. We saw him use it last game on a Maui Half Shark.
Hades
Probably for
will come
those
in pretty
reasons, as
big,
long as
taking out
Maui
the
Half
shark.
Shark's in play, your McDuck banners are a lot worse.
I would absolutely I think use this because it's not just that. Just you also can't
Bada
quest with
bing.
anything else
Right.
because there is a Sail to the Azure Sea in the discard and it's just going to come back to hand. You cannot let that value be accrued.
We do see the Hades being played by Joseph, putting the Maui half shark into the inkwell.
Fortunately, there's another one where that came from.
Can use hand.
This ice block is potentially not a bad draw. Stop the bounce Hades in combination with the brawl.
Yep. Could use the ice block to reduce the strength of Hades so that we could use brawl and banish it. Might be going that route.
I think we're going to see this turn probably. Oh, we're going to go ahead and brawl it this turn. Yeah, that makes sense. While bounce Hades was not really in the cards for the next turn, I mean, you could still see the bounce.
Oh, no.
Well,
Well, we're going to draw first. Draw first before we use the brawl.
makes sense.
Always important to resolve your unknowns before your knowns.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing that I've noticed more than anything coming to the North American Championship is that players are sequencing expertly. Like, I have not seen a single situation where I was like, oh, maybe they should have dropped. Nope, every single time. Like, the level of play has just been so high so far on day one.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you have to get to this level, especially in a game like Lorcana, where you can be really punished for the small misplays like that. You know, you don't draw before. If you don't draw before you ink a card, and then you draw after and find a card that would have been better to ink, you're out on this card. Maybe you needed 3 turns from now, but don't
Then
have
you
anymore,
double McDuck. Double McDuck would do. Wait, oh, they do
here.
have a hideaway though. But double McDuck would put a lot of
How
pressure.
much ink do we have? We're gonna
Genie on the scene.
Turn the box followers off the top. I think those McDuck manners are looking nice.
Yeah, I won't lie. I was tempted to just play both on one turn. 2 9 willpower locations with 2 lore might be difficult for TNU to get rid of. We are going to see one of them come into play here after inking a turn box followers. We're going to pass it over to TNU. Not great draws for TMU here. Depot's not really going to be helpful at all.
I believe the last card in hand. So one of those is a Maui half shark, which is like the only kind of saving grace here.
We also have the hideaway, though. We can play the hideaway.
True. I forgot the hideaway also hits locations.
Put the location of the inkwell. We are going to go ahead and play this Maui shark. Brawling the genie.
TNU down to 1 card in hand as Ruby Sapphire. Hiram is still on the board, though.
Use Hiram to finish off this Donald.
Whoever draws the card draw
Alright,
first
both
wins.
Players down to
Card draw
1,
is
I believe.
king.
3 cards in hand. That a Merlin. What's the
Merlin
left card?
crab on the right.
It's a
I don't know
goat.
We are going to play this other McDuck Manor here.
Yep, with the goat.
Play out the goat.
Which is good tempo because I mean you're forcing both of these characters to run into the McDuck Manor and it doesn't even clear it, which is crazy.
Yeah, we're 1 strength short with the Maui and Hiram here. We do have the hideaway. If we can find a way to challenge and banish a character with the Maui half shark, we can get this hideaway back from the discard as well.
Ramatala was a
Reuse
really
it.
good draw. It's not the card you're looking for, but digging 2 more with 5 ink available, you're somewhat likely to find what you need. It's actually going to be a vision of the future, so we're going to be looking even deeper. Trigger on the Maui, they're going to go up a lore. Look at the top 5 cards here. Let's find the Maleficent Monstrous Dragon, potentially. That's going to be what's going to hand.
Reorder the cards before we put them at the bottom of the deck, putting that Sisu empowered sibling at the very top.
Hideaway is just actually so clutch here.
Yes, it's insane. If you play the hideaway, get rid of the McDuck Manor, you already don't want to give your opponent the ability to challenge with Mauis, but now you especially don't, knowing that you could bring the hideaway back with the Maui.
This game was like probably over without the hideaway. Because if you look at it, it gains, he's not clearing it, right? So he goes up to 14, he quests to 15, he's threatening 16 with the goat. Then he's definitely 18 the next turn. Like, the game would have been over. Like, he absolutely had to have the hideaway there.
Yeah, and Maui half shark having evasive means we can still even just challenge this McDuck Manor. It won't banish it this turn, but it does set us up to banish it on the next turn.
Now the onus is on Joseph to draw himself out of this situation. I think his deck is much less likely to do it. He's got to find like friends on the other side, some sort of draw engine here. And it's going to be an Elsa.
Did Joseph draw another goat?
I mean, Elsa.
We can, if we still have Crab in hand, we can use Elsa and Crab to banish this Maui Shark, half Shark.
Elsa.
Play the Elsa, exerting the Hiram.
Crab,
You gotta go
nice.
for the shark.
Very nice.
Yeah, just clear the Hiram here. So I think that it's
Okay.
you know, it wasn't. As
That was a
exciting.
good turn from
That was-
Joseph.
That was a great draw. That was a great draw.
It's
We see
6-15 for
two
me. It is
almost
8-16 for me.
Control decks, just in absolute top deck mode.
Joseph doing that work right now with the blurple.
Challenge and banish this McDuck Manor.
Also, because Teng Yu have not found a single board wipe.
Yeah, the monstrous dragon in hand.
Banishing that goat.
I do believe that's maybe how far ago that was drawn off.
Does
the top
Joseph
of
even
the
have a
stone
hand, or is he
here for
top
Teng
decking?
Yu?
He's top decking.
It could be Vision of the Future, I do believe.
Top decking is
is
not
great.
where you want to
Great.
be.
Yeah, phenomenal card.
And maybe
Yeah,
a
quest,
snake.
play snake.
Off the top. Oof. Snake is not great here. I think you still
Interesting,
got to
but-
play it to protect your crab.
And then
Yeah, here we
replay it.
go. Questing with the Crab. Replaying it to have
Yeah.
characters on board. I think Joseph is just trying to get as close to 20 as he can.
But
close this game out
Teng Yu
fast.
has a vision of the
Yeah,
future,
but
which
it
is
closes out with some
huge.
notes, but
Oh man, he has
far
two
ago
cards that
does
can
come
dig
off
through his
the top.
deck. He's going to
Build
find
into
whatever answer he
existence.
needs.
Start with the visions of the future here. See what we can find. What are we looking for in a situation like this? Is that 3 popsicles? 3 popsicles, a lucky dime, and
What would you
Maleficent
grab
Monstrous
here?
Dragon.
I feel like I'm taking the dragon. Just 2 for 1.
Yeah, the
quest for
Dragons
2,
probably has
75 on
better
board.
endgame
Stops your
results,
opponent
clear a
from
character,
being able to
and
quest with
questing for
anything they
2.
play.
You have enough ink this turn?
I don't think we have this turn. We're gonna play with the hideaway.
Hard cast, how far I'll
How
go.
far I'll go?
Oh, sorry. Yes. How far I'll go.
Tamato.
Tamato and
Oh,
Sail.
good.
Yeah, the Azurite Sea going into the Inkwell. Tamatoa can help us if we have any popsicles in the discard, but we just threw 3 popsicles to the bottom of the deck.
Mhm.
Gonna go
I-
back to Joseph.
Joseph just can't deal with the Tamato.
Oh, that's good.
It's not bad.
Genie's a
That's
good.
Not bad.
Okay.
Genie
Card draw
Diablo
coming
here.
in.
Joseph just playing out his cards, forcing T and U to respond and have the answers.
My immediate thought is that Joseph just quests here. It looks
Yeah,
like
I would
Joseph
probably
is
just
considering
quest.
the trade, or considering a line.
Because
I mean, you
then
could
Joseph would go to
challenge with
16,
Tala,
then
give
quest for
the
another
snake
3,
extra,
go to
or
19.
challenger plus 3,
Yeah.
and then
Not knowing
challenge
that
for
they
the
have a dragon in the
It's
hand,
just
but like,
what is your role? How are you winning the
Right.
game?
just
Right.
quest.
I
Just
feel like
quest.
Joseph has to close this game out.
Is Joseph thinking about taking out the dragon, maybe?
Okay, Tianyu has 2 cards in hand.
Like,
but they're 2
throw
cards that
crab
were found
and-
via
yeah, okay.
filtering, so they're
Alright, good,
probably higher
quest.
quality cards.
Right.
Like, I think that I would assume that Joseph has to close the game out. But if you looked at it card for card, hand for
Felicia,
hand,
dude.
not- I don't think it's
These like low drop
I'm more
tech
afraid if
cards
I'm
are
Joseph,
so
I think I'm
bad
more
at
afraid of
endgame.
seeing you finding some
hit the Maui.
form of
Yeah.
draw engine.
Makes sense.
Because as soon as TNU can start to fill his hand, I think it's over for Joseph. We do see the Maleficent banishing the Genie here.
Still a tight game.
Uh-huh. And uh-huh.
TNU controlling the board.
Merlin targets
Not
the
over
Diablo.
yet,
It's a must trigger.
but it's getting there. Play the Felicia because why not?
Felicia coming into play.
Ooh.
That is well,
I mean,
funny enough, it's actually not that bad.
quest,
I didn't
play the
even catch what it
snake,
was.
and then
That was-
replay Diablo, I
Okay,
guess.
yeah,
Your
not too
initial
bad.
reaction
That
is
does
like, oh,
save
so
him.
bad, but you're gonna quest with the Diablo. You're gonna bounce it back.
And that
then
literally
you're
means
gonna
that
play it with
Ten
the
Yu
snake
has
so
to
that he
find
can't
an
challenge.
answer.
Yeah. That puts you up to 17.
Which will now you're likely threatening 19.
This is so close.
Woo!
If TNU doesn't have a
Tipo
way to
ain't
get rid
doing
of
it.
These characters and Joseph pulls
Play
something like a
Tamato, get
goat off the
Popsicle,
top,
and then use it to
he
draw a
can
card
take
and
this
hope
game
that you draw
away.
something.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Is there an item for Tamatoa to grab here?
It's hard for me to see. I don't think there's a popsicle that's in there.
Oh, there's an ice.
Rip, there's no popsicle?
Better than nothing.
Not gonna help us get rid of these characters in play though.
Imagine how different this game would be if Joseph had traded instead of quested there.
All right, we have the Tipo played. Let's see what Joseph takes off.
Oh
the
man,
top
top
here.
deck goat.
Joseph doesn't even have to win this turn though.
Okay, Broomage.
You find a magic broom.
Right, so we have 5, 7.
Yeah, Teen, you can't.
1,
win
2,
this
3,
turn.
4, 5,
Well, I guess
6,
you could
7
quest and bring
technically.
back the
So it goes
lucky-
up to
is there a lucky
18.
dime in the discard? There might not be actually.
I don't think so.
Oh no, I don't know where I got that from. There isn't one. Yeah, I don't think Teen, you can win on the next turn outside of something like a lucky dime.
I mean, he could. But we know he put 3 popsicles to the bottom.
Right.
It's just unlikely.
Yeah, so, yeah, he could draw another popsicle and play the ice block popsicle. Then he would have enough.
Popsicle into an item. So
I guess Joseph doesn't know that, so.
Joseph's
So
like,
what's
"Oh,
the
it's pretty
play
likely."
here?
Yeah. There's still other outs too, right?
Play
Like if
broom,
Joseph plays this
and then
broom,
quest.
doesn't quest, hopes that everything survives. I guess there's really no
Quest, play
is there a
broom.
point to just not quest with both of these characters.
I think so.
Just quest, hope the broom survives. There's a lot of outs to that though.
So like
This is
maybe
tough.
Joseph's
This
doing the
is
math
like
on
one wrong decision, you're done.
playing a popsicle and winning on the following turn. So he's like, okay, if I trade into this Maleficent Monstrous Dragon, I take him off of like any chance of winning the game, and we extend the game guaranteed 2 more turns or something like that.
Yeah, how important is getting rid of that 2 lore from the dragon?
I think that, well, we have full information. So
Yeah.
I think they should risk it. I mean, just go for win. He's already turned the corner. He's already made that decision. I feel like he is the beatdown here.
It's like you said earlier, you know, as I alluded
Yeah,
to, as the game
that's the
goes
play.
on, I think TU
That's the
is
play.
favored in the matchup.
So Joseph's
in
also
general.
gonna draw another card off the Diablo. So Ginyu
Yeah.
doesn't win this turn. Joseph
Okay.
draws 2 cards, 1 for turn, 1 off Diablo.
Hiram.
Hiram. I mean, we can
Oh,
draw
Hiram
some
and Ice
cards
Block.
off of- with Ice
That is a
Block
thing.
here.
We're gonna spend.
They do have an
5
item.
to do that.
We also could find a pirate.
Use Ice Block first.
Pirate's Life wouldn't be the worst.
That would be huge.
Yeah, that'd be pretty great.
Ice block the
That'd
Sisu.
be-
Or ice block the snake.
That would
Yep,
definitely
okay,
not
good.
be the worst.
We're cheering for Joseph. I'm just trying to
Gonna go
talk
ahead and
out
use the
what I
Ice
would
Block
do.
before we banish it with Hiram.
Mhm.
Drawing 2 cards. Let's see if TNU finds something to help him.
Wow, this is an absolute nail biter.
Oh,
Vitalosphere.
Vitalosphere and Maui.
I don't
Not
see an
gonna help us in this
answer.
Scenario, really.
Chat, I don't see an answer for that
You can play the Maui
broom.
and banish a card
The broom
instead of
sweeping
using
up the
whatever character you can
competition.
Quest with, but
That's GG's. That's literally GG's.
So 5
Can't do anything.
Plus,
Nothing is taking out that ready
Okay,
character.
just has it. Yeah.
yeah.
There's
Fist
the
bump
Joseph
2.
is
Oh,
gonna
a
take game
blurple?
2.
Dude, does that red
Rose, Ruby,
blue deck
Sapphire,
run any Be Prepared?
Sapphire,
We haven't seen
I
one.
think like very, very close games. Don't get me
Shout
wrong.
outs to Joseph winning that.
I feel like
2-0.
Joseph's strategy was sound, and the games
Nice.
were convincing in the sense that they weren't a landslide. But I feel like Joseph absolutely knew what he was doing, and that Sapphire Amethyst had legs against Ruby Sapphire, our most represented deck in the room. So I mean, you can't say that Sapphire Amethyst is not a real deck.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely Joseph showed up for all the Blurple players out there. It's definitely a real deck. I wouldn't have predicted that outcome. I'm not gonna lie. You know, I definitely thought Ruby.
Me
Sapphire
neither.
was
I thought
gonna
Red Blue was gonna
favor
win it.
A deck in that scenario.
We were
But
trash
we just
talking
saw the value that
Blurple
Amethyst
before
can
this
serve,
match,
being
and then
able
we
to
found
keep
out
the
that
game kinda
Joseph
fully
is a
when you're down
friend.
A little bit. I think those McDuck Manors were huge.
We were
for
cheering
him to
Joseph
play,
on
even
ever
though,
since.
TNU was able to get rid of some of them through cards like Hideaway and the Mauis. It just forced TNU to put focus on those cards, sort of distract a little bit, and like the 1 or the 2 or 4 lore gained off of those McDuck Manors, you know, is just enough to sort of push him to that break point.
Yeah, McDuck Manor, super powerful card against Ruby Sapphire, has been for a while. I mean, the flexibility of Hideaway hitting both items and locations is tough to deal with, and I think that's why we've seen, you know, versions of Ruby Sapphire shift away from playing things like McDuck Banner, from playing things like Lucky Dime when not absolutely necessary, because the tech cards are so powerful now.
Yeah, I totally agree. But with that, we're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll be back for another match, so don't go anywhere.
Yep, Joseph won. 2-0. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Man, we've been streaming for 7 hours, chat. And I'm feeling great. I'm feeling fantastic. How are you guys feeling? Imagine Ash William in the next Mortal Kombat game. Imagine I'm in the next Mortal Kombat game. Imagine. In chat, this is the reason why you don't run cards like Felicia. It's a nice tech card, but again, when you draw these tech cards, endgame, they are cheeks. Queen of Hearts. Felicia, like, come on, man. I guess it's like to turn off the Flynn Rider, but still, it's not I don't know. You won't be seeing me play that card in my Ruby Sapphire. The problem is you're running on top decks like 7% of the time already. Exactly. Exactly. Yo. The thought of Nightmare Before Christmas joining Lorcana is so hype. What franchise do you want to see join Lorcana that hasn't been in Lorcana yet? Or what character do you want to see? I mean, I want to see Toy Story, which is coming next year.
Sitting here with Joseph, who just won his match 2-0 against a Ruby Sapphire deck, playing a Blurple deck, as the community loves to call it. Sapphire Amethyst, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling I'm feeling great, but like also just so exhausted.
Sure.
That was such a nail
I'm
biter
sure
at
it's
the
like
end, just
really
praying that
taxing on
there
the
was
brain.
no answer, and I
what's
got
that
just
shirt you have
You
on,
did,
Kate?
yeah,
This
I
shirt,
was watching
this
the
is the
game back
periodic
here,
table
and
with
your opponent
Marvel
had a full
characters.
board,
So nerdy, but
Maleficent's
yet so
coming
sick.
down, the big dragon, and you top decked a magic broom.
Thank you for
I
noticing.
want to see at the end
tell
there.
me, tell me how you were feeling in that moment.
I was kind of like a little bit, I guess, cheesed. It was like, you're looking for gas off the top, and my last three gods were like Snake, Diablo, and Broom. But sometimes the little guys just questing,
That's
chugging
sick.
along, can
Appreciate
get you
it.
there.
Yeah,
You
now
know-
you were telling
you
me
know I
that
got
you
the-
qualified for the
I got the drip.
championships. But at the last chance qualifier yesterday, you had to go 5-0.
It's also a very comfy
How
shirt.
are you feeling?
I like my shirts like baggy.
Coming off of that day yesterday and then coming into the championships today.
I'm
That was
just
fashion with
shocked.
Cage.
I never imagined that I could make this deep a run. I like playing amongst the very best of the best.
January 14th is
winning
Evo
that many in a row in such a
2025. I hope they
talented
release the
field,
Conan the
and
Barbarian gameplay
it's-
trailer,
it's
Fatality,
just,
Animality, and I bet Conan's Animality
It's
is lying.
amazing.
That
I'm just
makes sense.
living Disney magic.
You are. You really are. Disney Magic here at the Disneyland Resort. And you have one more round to play, though. You're sitting at, I think you said 31 points.
Oh, so it's
how
only
do you
7
feel
rounds. So
going
we're on the last
into
round.
Round 7.
All right.
Nervous. I can't help but not feel nervous going into any round in this tournament. But
Wait, is it the last round?
I'll just try to center myself with what time I've got and play my hardest and see what happens.
Well, I hope that there's more Disney Magic ahead for you and that you do well in round 7. Thanks
sure
so
it's
much
very
for
good. Thank
chatting
you.
with me, Joseph.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back, Illumineers, to the Disney Lorcana North American Championship. My name is Brandon. I'm here with Brendan, and we're still in round 6. We have some interesting stuff coming up. We have another match for you guys. I want to remind you that there is a special announcement coming at the end of this round, so one more reminder for that. Go
Oh, yeah,
tell
I
all
forgot
your
they're
friends
going to
and
announce
family
something.
to tune in
If they
to
announce a
the
digital
exciting
client, it's
things we
over,
have
guys.
coming. But with that, I'm excited for this
Lorcana
next match,
won.
Brendan.
Well, let's head down to the feature match table. Looks like it's going to be a Ruby Sapphire versus Emerald Amethyst. I almost put those together.
Oh, it's Mo. Mo already beat a red
Interesting
blue.
matchup here between
So let's see if
and
Mo can do it
Hamza.
again.
We've seen Mo earlier in the day playing Emerald Amethyst.
Mo
as
beat
well. Typically,
probably one of the
that can
best
play
red
pretty
blue
quickly.
players. So let's
I know
see
that
if
he
Mo
was
can
playing
do it
cards like
against
Go-Go
Hamza.
Tamago that ended up. I think it was that match that did pretty well. Ended up gaining 4 lore off of a Maui half shark or something when it entered play. And so we see this same matchup here where Hamza is playing Ruby Sapphire. We've seen plenty of Ruby Sapphire this weekend, but in case you've missed all of that, you know,
I'm not gonna lie with you, chat. I'm kind of bored seeing Ruby Sapphire. Can we give it some spice? That blurple is very refreshing.
Playing towards the late game, but
yeah, we see Mo's up a game. I think this is a matchup that can be traditionally pretty tough for Ruby
Oh, Mo already
Sapphire.
won the
I mean,
first round.
obviously
Let's go.
depends how the Emerald Amethyst deck is built, but if it has a lot of those, you know, cheap, more aggressive cards, I mean, it is a hard matchup. Generally, Ruby Sapphire does struggle towards most hyper aggressive or more aggressively oriented decks, but things like the Cursed Merfolk, they've been hard to deal with since they came out, and they still are today.
yeah, all the Cursed Merfolk and even just the normal Amethyst one drops, anything that has 2 lore on it, essentially, that you can get away with questing for the first couple turns with Ruby Sapphire, because I mean, Ruby Sapphire typically doesn't ever play a 1-cost character, usually looking for cards like Popsicle, and then on turn 2, if you are playing a character, it's usually a card like Tipo that only has 1 strength, so you know, maybe you can banish something like a Diablo or a Cursed Merfolk, but if Mo's able to find something like a 1-drop on turn 1, double 1-drop on turn 2, even if he's on the draw, can be too much pressure for something like Ruby Sapphire to come back from.
It does look like Mo's going to be in the place.
Broomage.
That means that
I think Hamza just missed a 1-drop.
Got it. I didn't see him put that card down. I thought he was still altering his hand. So that does, I mean, that is in the favor of Ruby Sapphire. You know, maybe lost on the draw versus a more aggressive-oriented deck, but now on the play, I mean, Ruby Sapphire is so much more powerful on the play against these more aggressive-oriented strategies because, I mean, you're getting to your answers like a whole turn earlier, and it can be incredibly impactful.
And we do see Hamza does find that turn 2 ramp. See how he has right C. Lets him ink an extra card for the turn. Now he's up at 3 ink. We come back to Mo. We do see he has multiple 1-drops.
We are bored here. We having so much watching Lorcana TCG. I mean, Thanos, you don't have to watch. If you don't want to watch Lorcana, you don't have to watch today's stream.
Hamza has access to the Queen of Hearts. Which
I mean, I'm having a great time watching.
Definitely not made it into every.
I'm sure some people in the chat are also enjoying the stream.
Impactful in this matchup. Finds a
So,
ball at the top as
if
well.
Lorcana is not your jam today, no hard feelings. You can
you need to get characters out
come back
on the
another time.
board, banishing your opponent's characters. Hamza has the opportunity to play it here. We could rush into the Magic Broom, banishing it, and then the Queen of Hearts would still have, or would only take 1 damage, so we could use it to challenge and banish another card.
Yeah, so we could prevent the draw off the Broom and then maybe brawl on the next turn, or maybe we can brawl this turn.
We don't have many inkable cards in hand either. The only other inkable card looks like it might be a Hiram. It's definitely something you don't want to ink, so Hamza may be considering here, do we want to miss an ink on this turn and
definitely want to see the Incredibles, Hunchback of Notre Dame, Demi Goddess.
Play.
I mean, to be fair, I'm kind of
Some good choices. Some good choices.
To the
Alexi, Jack Skellington, Mike Wazowski. I would love to see Mushu, but apparently that's a whole thing that they can't use Mushu because it's like offensive or something, which is dumb.
Too upset to discard just because you can get it back later with Tamatoa, right?
You're probably not slamming that as soon as you hit 7 ink.
Yeah. That's going to be quite a far ways off, but we are going to go back to Mo here, choosing to ink a Diablo. We have a Madam Fox we can play, picking up the Diablo, putting it back to hand. Fox is going to go ahead and banish the Queen of Hearts. So the Queen of Hearts.
A card with princesses like from Wreck-It Ralph 2 would be oh, that'd be sweet. All the princesses.
Gonna go ahead and ink that Tamatoa and.
Did Mo? Yeah, Mo won last time he was on stream.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hamza's
Let's see if Mo can do it
only
again.
goal right now is to, as quickly as possible, get to 7 or 8 ink. We know he has the big Sisu in hand, can be used to get himself back into this game, but he needs to find.
How
a
did I
way
turn off
to
this factor notification that keeps popping up?
So next turn is going to be Huron plus a Queen of Hearts, most likely.
We already finished our sponsored for that stream. So why does it keep popping up, man?
We're going to see Mo gain a decent amount of lore here.
Yeah, with nothing in play, Mo can pretty safely quest for 2 and or 3, excuse me, with the Madam Fox. Take it back to Mo, draw for turn. We find a Pegasus, an evasive character we could play. We also have Goat in hand if we wanted to ink.
Yep. Also, I do believe have the Merlin Rabbit as well, because you're going to get a little bit more card advantage. Or get
the Genie also, that would be pretty good.
Forgot about the new Rabbit.
Yeah, something interesting too, you know, if you're playing against specifically a Ruby, Rubies across the table, you know, do you play the Rabbit or the Genie expecting a brawl to come down? Would you rather the Rabbit be banished or the Genie?
No, I've not heard of that, Red Dead. I have
an
no idea what you're
interesting
talking about.
question, yeah. So we're also going into, but like Madame Medusa already has a target, kind of, for Merfolk. I mean, it's honestly a really interesting question. So I think we're gonna run into that Merfolk here. We're gonna discard a Tipo.
Tipo. Don't really need to be inking extra cards from our hand anymore.
The Mammoth
Already
from
up
Ice
to
Age.
7 ink at the end of this turn for Hamza. So next turn, if Mo overextends with characters less than 2 strength, we should have that Sisu that we can play.
Dan is going to have the Lucky Dime. I know we were sort of talking that card down, but if it does hit the field, I mean, Mo's gotta do.
We gotta go fast. Is what he
Yeah,
has to
gotta
do.
go fast. I was gonna say gotta do something about it, but he can't.
Gonna have to just race Hamza at that
Yeah.
point.
Which, I mean, that's congruent with Mo's sort of fundamental strategy here anyway.
Doesn't really change his gameplay in any, honestly.
We're waiting for
Probably gonna see the
gargoyles.
goat interplay.
Dude, that'd
Mo's
be
gonna gain a
hype.
little bit of interest play. We'll
Gargoyles,
find
I see
Diablo
them
being
definitely
good as
being
well. Those bounce
Amethyst
back to
cards
handle a little earlier.
to start off.
No, just doing what
Right?
Amethyst Emerald
Has to be.
does. Questing out, gaining extra lore, getting as close to 20 as he can.
So is he keeping the genie back because of the ACOS Sisu?
I think so. I think we're predicting the Sisu to come down. Partially why we probably play the Diablo. You know, it's kind of a non-committal thing. If it survives on the next turn, you can quest with it. If it gets banished, you get to draw a card. You know, it just replaces itself. And of course, the goat won't be banished if we see the Sisu come down, which we do here.
Sisu wiping out 2 cards, but Mo gets to draw 2 cards.
Sisu coming down on curve here.
Yeah, I mean, Mo's both characters are banished, and then he just draws 2 cards. They just immediately replace themselves. So good for Hamza to at least get lore off of the board, but
Is this a
Mo's gonna have
multi-day
plenty of
tournament
gas
or
in
is
hand
this
to
it?
follow this up.
There's gonna be, so yesterday was the last chance qualifiers.
Prince
Today
Philip
is day 1, and
drawn
then
as
tomorrow
well.
will be
A
the
card you
top.
don't usually see in Amethyst Emerald, some that I've seen a little.
top
I
16?
love this card though. It's a I think it's a 3-cost, 3/2 with ward though. Ward being the keyword there that is important, so it can't be targeted by anything.
That is exactly what it is. Yep.
See the crab come down, boosting the goat
Prince
enough
Philip.
to challenge the Hiram, getting it off
Ward.
the board. Prince Philip followed after that.
Pop's got a filter, big filter here, and
Ooh, Sisu doesn't even hit
quite
Prince Philip because he can't get ice
Two
blocked.
Sisus on board is pretty
Prince
menacing.
Philip says,
Both
I'm too
5/4s,
cool
both
to get
questing for 3.
frozen.
2 items in the form of Popsicle and Ice Block. Not too exciting as you face down a lot of aggression here on the side of Mo.
Now, Ice Block can potentially help the Sisu in hand get a little bit of value, but Prince Philip can't be chosen with the Ice Block because of Ward. Mo's also playing around the Sisu,
All good,
right,
CB.
by playing these
All
higher
good.
strength characters like Crab, Goat, and Prince Philip.
Yeah, it's been really holding back that genie.
Yeah, those 2 cards in the hand, a Lucky Dime and a big Sisu, is not really what you want. You just slam another big Sisu on the board and just get
So is Hamza just
bodies?
thinking-
Yeah,
that makes sense, right? Like, okay, you're gonna have quest for 6 or whatever, if you leave it on, but you're not the beatdown here. You gotta keep Mo in control.
Yeah, the longer
Gonna
that
have
Hamza
discard
can
Tipo
keep
and just,
Mo from getting within, I'd say
discard
roughly
time.
5 lore of 20 up to 15, the better for you, especially
Discard
if you can
dime.
find something like a Pirate's Life, which is typically run in these Ruby Sapphire decks now. Sort of moving further away from 20, but we do find the snake here, so we can.
That Prince
bounce
Philip is
back
actually
to
pretty
hand,
dirty.
replay the Prince Philip, ready
Pretty
hand so that
dirty.
it can't be
A
banished.
brawl doesn't even hit.
Gonna make it difficult to get
I
rid
mean,
of. Since it also has
yeah,
one
Ice
change
Block
chosen.
can take
That's not a
out
brawl. Has access to Ice Block.
a character, but
Fortunately,
not Prince
everything
Philip.
is 3 strength right now.
And even the stuff that's in play that you can brawl isn't great brawl targets.
And Mo's
They're
chilling
only
right now.
getting
He's like,
4
yeah, you know, I got
characters.
this in the bag.
But at 14 lore, I guess that's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, Hamza does look very, very far behind here. I mean, that being said, if he was able to get control of this board, he could pivot quite quickly, having access to the Sisu as well as the Lucky Dime in hand.
You are going to see the Sisu played using the Ice
Do you
Block
heal
to
the
reduce
Sisu with the
snake
popsicle?
strength, banishing it when Sisu's
No,
played,
okay.
using the
That's not
other
bad.
Sisu to challenge and banish the Crab. Just getting as much lore off the board as possible, trying to extend the game.
I mean, a genie in hand's not
No, there's the
bad.
secret.
Not
See him rub
bad.
Those cards as they come off the top, that actually strictly makes them better.
Ursula's gonna let
Oh, actually,
Mo
Genie
get a good look
sucks
at Hamza's
because he's gonna
hand,
get
so he now
brawled.
knows about the brawl and
You
the
play
Lucky
the.
Dime.
I mean,
Play around both of those. We see a Sir Hiss in hand.
no,
a
Sir Hiss
basic
still gets
character.
killed by Ice
That's
Block
for
Brawl.
2, I think.
I mean, when do you just have to play out the Genie and draw the card?
1 for the Sir Hiss.
No, you actually need to kill the Sisu off just so you can't get
Questing for
Go-Go'd.
2 with the Phillip
Yes,
here.
go with my good.
16, threatening up to 18 on the next turn.
At that point, all we need is a go.
Oh, is that the 6-drop evasive rush Goofy?
What comes to
Spicy.
draw there. Oh, a Goofy. We see an unequal 6-cost Goofy.
Of course, Makoto, I'm
with
still
Rush as
streaming.
evasive. We're gonna
Of
use
course, I'm
that
still streaming.
to challenge and
How did
banish
the
this
tournament
next
go?
Phillip
Did you
here, getting
win?
it off the board. Not having to use our Sisu.
Super impactful, but we are closing in on GOAT range. That being said, Hubza could pivot pretty quickly as access to Lucky Dime is questing for 4 at the very least every turn.
I got
Feels like
smacked.
it's actually not gonna, I think it's not enough on the side of Humza.
Who did you
actually.
use, and
Fox is
what
back
character did
here.
you lose
Fox is
to?
pretty good.
Letting us bounce a card and replay it.
Absolutely, and make him have the board wipe.
Looks like Mo might be considering the Genie play. Yeah, we're going to play the Genie draw card, rubbing every single one of those things that come off the top of the deck.
I watched his previous match. He was doing the same thing. You got to save it for, when you need it.
Quest for 2, 18.
Working out pretty well for Mo here.
Up to 18, threatening game here.
Hamza needs a board
Sir
wipe either
Hiss,
through CC
putting
or
that
be prepared at this
pressure.
point, I think.
Say, do you have the answers? 2 ice blocks.
Oh yeah, we can only challenge 2 characters. We have to get rid of both
Let's
Genie
see.
and Sisu.
Ice block.
We have the Brawl, find an ice block.
Brawl.
That's not gonna
Takes
help
out
us.
Genie.
I mean, we could.
No,
have
you
found,
don't even
like,
need
a
ice
Pirate's Life
block.
or something.
Well, ice
guess.
block, Sir Hiss. I don't know, man.
I mean, I think we're
Brawl that, of course.
once again seeing it.
But yeah, 2 more evasive
of the weaknesses of
characters.
Ruby
Oh,
Sapphire
actually,
deck.
Goofy is evasive, so Goofy can take out that. If it wasn't for Goofy, man,
Hamza playing out the turn.
Yeah, Hamza
banishing
would be in
the
some
Sir Hiss with the
troubles.
Goofy, banishing the Ursula, leaving Mo with 1 lore.
should have ice blocked.
Gonna go up to 19 on this.
Should have
next
ice
turn.
blocked.
Sending the
Hamza
turn by
didn't ice
1.
block, and now they have damage on the
Oh,
characters.
He only finds the Pegasus, no goat here.
I mean, it's pretty good. Because now he's gonna.
Yeah, I don't think Hamza's respecting the go-go play.
Gonna bounce that
I
Hiss,
don't
play
think he's
again.
respecting the go-go.
We have an evasive character in play that we could have challenged Sir Hiss with. Can't do that anymore now.
Do you just drop
Hamza,
the Pegasus
I think, has
too?
one last turn to find an answer.
Time for Hamza to rub the card.
Yeah, Hamza needs a little bit of the luck. He needs the luck for a couple
Tell you
turns.
more
to be
about it
fair.
in a bit?
Even if we banish this board, you're gonna have to essentially answer every single thing that comes into play for the next couple turns, unless we can find.
All right, let's see if Hamza can draw with the heart of the
There you have
cards.
it. It's another lucky.
Ay,
dime.
ay, ay.
Lucky dime is not gonna do
Oh,
it.
he got
Hamza takes out the
20
handshake
cents in
and
his
Mo
hands.
takes
Oh,
round
yeah,
six,
yeah.
2-0.
Yeah, looking very strong
Brother.
on the side of Amethyst, Emerald.
So
there, and Ruby
bad.
Sapphire. I'm really interested to see the Ruby Sapphire Day 2 top
Man,
16
oh,
conversion
man.
rate, because people chose to bring that deck. People,
Double
people
lucky
showed this tournament, made it
dime.
the most
That's
popular
20
deck, and this
cents.
deck showed up to the European Championship.
Need 3 more, and we got we're gonna have
It didn't
50
convert
Cent
very
the
well.
rapper.
I mean, we talked earlier in the stream
that was
about
rough.
how we would have predicted the meta coming into this, and I said,
All right, are we gonna get that reveal?
As a
Are they gonna
Ruby
do that
Sapphire player
announcement?
Coming in and facing against more aggressive decks, and we see exactly the reason.
My
why
guess,
something
they're gonna
really
reveal a card
Amethyst
from
Emerald
the
is
new
an
set
extremely aggressive deck,
or
can
the
be very
dates
aggressive, but
for
you
the
can't
World
find you
Championships.
can't find a
If they
way to
reveal
stabilize
a
from
digital
being
client,
that far behind on
that'd be
lore.
the
There's
best.
just not a lot you
but
can do.
it probably won't happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Keen to see Day 2 results, but we've got one more round of Swiss before that. And of course, our announcement.
We do have a very special announcement, so I hope you guys are excited to see what we have. Don't go anywhere.
Hey,
Is it happening now?
Rebecca here, and we are taking a break from all the action. And I am joined here at the couches with our very own Brandon Bolen, who's been in the booth. How is it going, Brandon?
It's going awesome. I'm so
Wait, wasn't he
excited
just
to
on the
be
commentator's
here.
desk? How did he
This is on the
teleport?
North American Championship. The venue's amazing.
He's not
the
human.
People are amazing. It's a fun time. We're having
Hashtag
a good
hire
here.
Pavel.
Mickey's
Yes.
here. I got to
here.
be
I
Mickey.
think we all can agree.
And we have some other
Be honest,
exciting
you would
things to
too,
talk
Mo,
about,
wouldn't you?
Brandon.
Yes, we do.
One of the things that we want to remind everyone about is the new upcoming sets that were announced at the European
I mean, my
Championship.
deck
So let's go
is
ahead and
favored
take a
against
look.
his deck, so yes, I
Welcome
probably
to
would.
Arcasia's Island, where friendly pets abound. Beyond
All
the
right, so the
castle,
new
Cuddly
set coming out
Critters lies
March.
An ancient secret just waiting to be discovered. We're excited to learn new tricks when Arcasia's Island releases in March 2025.
Okay, Brandon, I think we need to get a little more specific, though, than just March. So let's let the Illumineers know that Arcasia's Island is coming to hobby stores, Disney parks, and stores on March 27th. And then the mass release is going to be on March 21st. And I just cannot wait for this new set.
I can't either. I'm so excited to see Bolt. Bolt is finally coming.
Bolt's
into
probably
the
gonna be a
set.
legendary
Super fun.
Amber
Can't wait
card
to
that's
learn whatever new
uninkable.
tricks
They
that
always
have
make the
for
Amber cards
us.
uninkable, man.
And this art is just incredible.
It's phenomenal.
It's my
Of course, the
birthday?
art was done by
Well,
Nicholas
I know what
Hoult
you're
and
getting
Sean
for your
Lauren.
birthday, right?
You might recognize those
Lorcana.
two from previous Ursula cards, Enchanted cards that have done really well. I know that that's a fan of a lot of Illumineers.
Yeah, anytime that those two artists get together, I know it's a card that I'm going to love.
Totally. And of course, Arcasia's Island wasn't all that was announced. We also saw a bit into the future as well.
Yes, it's his crown, his
Reign of
realm.
Jafar.
Reign of Jafar releases the second quarter of 2025, and my goodness, Jafar looking as villainous as ever. in
Jafar
this
Wheel.
art.
Yes, I
Jafar
love
Wheel
this
coming
art
back.
for Jafar. He's sitting on the throne. He looks like an evil villain. He looks like,
Yes.
and actually, I'm a little scared, honestly. He looks like he maybe have succeeded.
He's been up to no good for a long
next set,
time.
yep,
I
Reign of
love
Jafar.
all the little clues in the story of Lorcana that we've seen over the last couple of sets, and we
He's rocking
finally
that
found out
crown.
that, yes, it is Jafar that is behind all this shenanigans.
Yeah, first it was Ursula looking for that crown, and now
I thought it was
we're
gonna be
hearing a little bit
Hades.
about Jafar
I wanted
searching for the
Hades,
crown
but
as well.
it
You
is
know,
what it is.
almost did some bad stuff. I can't wait to see what happens if Jafar finds
That
it.
Hexwell crown, I'm telling you, there's something going on with that crown.
But that's not all that we have to announce this weekend.
It's not, Brandon?
No, we have an announcement of another franchise that's coming in Arcasia's Island.
Yes,
Okay.
that's right, Brandon, because of course when we're talking about Disney pets, Bolt is not the only friendly furry friend who's going to be joining us. We have, for the first time, Glimmers from Lady and the Tramp making their first appearance in Disney
Okay,
Lorcana
sure.
in Arcasia's Island.
Okay.
Yes, I'm so excited for Lady. She looks so pretty and elegant. I'm very
All right.
excited to see all of these pets.
This looks like it
in
could probably
Lorcana.
be
First
a
we have
emerald
Bolt,
card
then we
from
have
all the
Lady here.
greenery.
I love
Emerald
all
or
the details
amber.
of this art, Brandon. She looks so elegant. Her headband, the leash, the details that the artist put into this work is just incredible.
Why do I want, like,
artwork was done by
I'm
Jeff
holding out
Moore,
hope that
and
Mushu is going to
he
get
is
revealed
just
because he's
such a
kind of like a
beautiful
pet, but he's
addition
not
to this
really.
game.
He's more of a
And I'm very
sidekick, but
excited to
still.
also see Jacques and Trusty there in the background. I'm kind of
Yes.
interested to see what they're up to. There seems to be a very big pet theme here for Arcasia's Island. So if there's one thing that I know about the Disney Lorcana
Arcasius.
community, it's that
I can't even
they
pronounce
love
that.
puppies.
Why are they using these so? Just name it
especially
like
Disney
Owl
puppies.
Island
So
or
I'm
something.
very eager to see what
Which
happens
there is a
there
card.
between Lady. Then we have Bolt. So who's to say what comes next?
Yes, well, I'm very excited about Arcasia's Island. What about you, Brandon?
I couldn't be more excited. So with that,
I can't even
we want
pronounce
to thank
it,
Rob
but I'm
Ravensburger
excited.
for allowing us to reveal Lady and Lady and the Tramp. We hope you're excited for the next set, and we're going to get back to the Disney Lorcana North American Championship here at Disneyland.
Thanks, Rebecca. Thanks, Brandon. Great announcement from those two.
We need spaghetti to go
I
along with the
absolutely love
popsicle.
dogs. I'm a dog person, so I
Mhm.
can't wait for that.
That's coming.
Welcome back. Sorry about that. It looks like we were a little muted. That was my fault. I was going to say, great announcement. Thanks, Rebecca. Thanks, Brandon. I can't wait for those sets. I absolutely love dogs. I am a dog
Yes, I
person.
seen your comment.
I love villain sets.
Red Dead.
I'm kind of a villain, and I can't wait for this Jafar set. Aladdin, one of my favorite movies. Jafar, maybe not one of my favorite characters, but love the villains nonetheless.
Right, great film, great franchise, and I'm not gonna lie, I love that art for Lady. It's so wonderful to see a classic franchise, Lady and the Tramp, enter the game, and that art of Lady is just delightful, showing her in her playful, happy form. I can't wait.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what I can't wait for?
What's that?
The last round of today. We've got round 7.
Oh,
All
okay, the
pressure
final
on
round.
players to see if they can make it into that day 2, give themselves a chance at Worlds, Golden Mickeys,
Let's
and
see.
more. Tomorrow. I don't think
Dude,
wanna
I
do
haven't
any
seen Zach
more
Bivens on
before this
stream
game.
yet.
Let's go ahead on down to the feature match area. Let's get this started because we've got 2 full matches coming for you here in round 7.
And as you said, these players are
Dang
playing
it,
not only
Zach's
for,
not
you know,
there.
entrance into day 2.
We already saw
top cut,
Cody
but there's
earlier.
seeding is very important to play for in this particular format because you get the choice.
Where-
of day 2
where-
based on your
where's my
seeding of
boy
the player to
Zach?
Draw each game, and that can be the difference between winning and losing. So there is plenty to play for, even if you're pretty sure you're going to make the top cut at this point.
Love the camaraderie here. Love the sportsmanship. Nice little fist bump between the two.
Right, so we're going to see a really interesting match here. We have another Steel Amber matchup here. Honestly, I thought this was going to be an aggressive Steel Amber Steel list, but I do see the whole new world there. So this looks perhaps more like a traditional Steel Song variant.
Go ahead and
into a
put
purple
Roger
deck,
and Jessica
or
Rabbit.
blue purple, which is
Okay, apparently Zach Bivens is 303, so 3 wins, 0 losses, 3 ties. So one more tie should get him in, he
The
says.
matchups that can be hard for this
Fingers
deck that
crossed.
has a whole new world in it can be the ramp decks. You know, something like blue-red. Anything that gets to a huge ink advantage on you can be problematic in the fact that if you let them draw 7 new cards and they have 2 or 3 more ink than you, they're going to start drawing some of those 7, 8 drops and start playing some really powerful stuff on you really fast because you're refilling their hand that they've been putting.
What are they playing again?
Looking at the inevitability aspect of this deck, I do think inevitability is with the Blurple deck. It can build, has some very powerful cards on the top end and some card draw in the mid game, and it can build up so many resources.
We're gonna see some
that
more
if the game
red-blue?
goes long enough, it can.
Some more red-blue madness.
Right. If it goes long enough, that deck is probably going to take it. So I do think the Steel Song deck here wants to be a little bit more aggressive. One of the things in this matchup to pay attention to is the resource base, and it's going to be reflected differently on either
Another
side.
Blurple?
The Steel Song deck wants
Exciting.
to build up a big
I forgot what
board
Cody
of
played.
characters that they can sing songs. So when a whole new world is played, you can immediately play numerous songs and gain an advantage. That
All
way.
right,
On the
Blurple
other
versus
side, this ramp
Amber
deck,
Steel,
anything
but
with
is it the
Sapphire
Diggy
is looking
Diggy
to
Hole
build up an
version,
ink
or
base,
is
a lot
it?
bigger ink base than your opponent? And so in this matchup, if it goes long, Cody's going to be looking.
It
to
looks
build
like
up
it might
this
be the
giant
Diggy Diggy
ink
Hole
well.
version. I see
So if a whole
John
new world is
Silver.
played, he can dump multiple big characters on the
But
board.
it could still
and keep
be
control.
just traditional Amber Steel songs, but we'll see.
Looks like a T-Bow's going to go into the Inkwell turn 1 for Cody here, meaning he's probably got at least
What did he just draw?
another
A Daisy?
ramp card behind that. I think I do see another T-Bow in his hand. Cinderella into Cinderella
Cindy for
here
Cindy.
from Scott as well, and this is
No
one of the
Diggy,
more
there's
terrifying
wheels.
Cinderellas in the fact
I
that
heard
this is the
they
deck
say
that
there's
has
wheels. Okay,
tons and
cool.
tons of
So they're
songs
more
in it as
traditional
well. So
Amber Steel. That's
really
pretty
scary
sweet.
turn 1 here from Scott.
Yeah,
I don't know, man. Not a
Cinderella,
fan of the
Ball
Diggy
Sensation
Diggy
is
Hole.
Low key, one of the best cards in the game, in my opinion, because it does set up, and a lot
I
of
know it's a
people
strong
do,
deck,
actually.
but
It does
not
set up
for
this
me.
really powerful
I'm not doing
turn
it.
To play with these 3-cost songs.
My decks will now
especially with the
have
Storm
the
Rage on, which
mines.
we may see
I'll
here.
mind my own
We
business.
do.
Okay, do you think the scientists would bring back
Looks like
woolly
Scott did
mammoth
have one
from
of
the
his
Ice Age in the
interrupt
modern day,
you
which
there.
is
Oh,
today?
no, that's okay.
I have no
got
idea.
distracted by the play.
You're asking the wrong guy, buddy.
T-Bow gonna put another card
I ain't
in
no
the Inkwell, so
scientist.
nice start here from Cody, doing what his deck does best and ramping out some stuff here. Back over to Scott. Looks like he's going to start off with that
Sing.
Storm Rage on. He's going to take care of that T-Bow.
That's that
Cards on him.
1-2 punch that is classic in Amber Steel.
And this is important for multiple reasons too in this matchup. You
Okay.
think,
Oh
it's
yeah,
a
this is
T-Bow, kind of a
traditional
low-quality
Amber
body,
Steel
but
with a little
there's
spice.
perhaps
That
a
John
few
Silver
in Cody's
spicy.
hand that could have been able to take out
Finally,
the
not a red
Cinderella
blue
in
match,
turn. We've
right?
seen stuff like that happen.
I was getting
Also,
tired of seeing the red
slows
blues,
down
man.
stuff like
I get it.
Fox.
They're strong
You know, any
decks.
of the Madam Mim cards
But
in the
like,
future
show
as
us.
well from
This
coming
is
in and
refreshing.
being able to bounce something
You know,
in for
Blurple
cheap
is
and
cool to
that might
see.
get some
Amber Steel,
quality,
not Diggy Diggy Hole version. Like, this is cool.
Nice start
I'm cool with
for
this.
Scott. Cinderella into Smee's exactly what this deck wants. Back on over to the Blurple side. Let's see what he's got. Going into the 4-ink turn. This is where
I
the
love to see
deck
Buzz
really
Lightyear.
starts
Me
humming,
too.
really starts going.
Yeah, and looking over on Scott's side, this is a very aggressive deck. Not only do we have the turn 2 Smees with 2 lore, but I see a Piglet in there, and I think I saw, as the hand was shuffling, a Daisy duck as well. So a lot of high lore characters. There it
Buzz is not
A
Disney?
lot of
Well,
high lore
Buzz is,
characters able to gather lore
not Disney
early,
proper,
and
it's
that's what
Pixar.
this deck is going to want to do.
So Buzz
But
Lightyear
there
will be
is Gigi
coming
on turn
to
4. It's what every Amethys deck wants
Lorcana
to do if
eventually,
they're given
because
the space
Pixar is
to
getting
do it. This is,
introduced
obviously a very
2026.
dangerous card for a
So.
number of different reasons.
Yeah.
But one
I'm
of the
excited for
reasons that people
Toy
are
Story.
choosing
They
to
have
run
to be
Steel
Toy
in
Story.
this
It has to be the
particular meta
first
with all the
IP
teams
they
running
use when
around, is
Pixar
it does
joins, right?
give you some powerful song cards to answer it with cards like
That's what I would
Along
think.
Zeus.
Yeah.
Also, the card drawn off the Genie for Cody here was the 5-drop.
I'll be right
Elsa
back,
Spirit.
chat.
So it might be able to take care
BRB,
of something like this
BRB.
Piglet or this Daisy Duck here this turn. You're going to have really, his choice of how he wants to attack this board from Scott here. Scott's going to go ahead and quest up for 2 here with this meet. No damage at the end of turn because don't forget, Piglet is a captain.
Is a captain. Captaining that raft there.
I was unaware of that, had that pointed out to me when I was playing this deck the first time.
He's an unassuming captain.
Really, really is. Back over to Cody. You see an Elsa, see a Fox. I think I see 2 Elsas actually in this hand.
Yeah, so I talked about the 1-2 punch of turn 1, turn 2 into the Let the Storm Rage on. A play that we've become very familiar with in this meta is the Genie on 4 into Elsa on turn 5. That 1-2 punch there, we're likely to see it here, and there she is.
Absolutely. It looks like Elsa on 5 here. What do you think you would take care of here? Do you think the Cinderella or do you think the Piglet?
I do think the key to victory for this Amber Steel deck here is racing ahead early and putting the game within reach before the Blurple deck can take over the game. So I do think that Piglet is a tempting target. It represents 3 lore on the board.
Yeah, I don't think I would be doing anything to the Daisy Duck here because I actually think the Daisy Duck's kind of on your side. here at this point. You're getting a little low on resources in your hand, and you actually kind of, I think, want Scott to be questing with Daisy Duck here because you could draw extra cards off that. That's going to be huge with your ink advantage.
It also removes that captain from the board. It might not be relevant, but now Smee cannot exert with impunity.
Yeah, can't exert with impunity. It will put 1 damage on him, which means any of the attacks from the character stages of play would be able to pick off the Smee, and it gives Genie kind of a free trade into it as well, quote unquote free. You know, like it would stick around afterwards, so you can get a little value off that. Back over to Scott here with the 3 characters left over. A bunch of cards left over in his hand. I wonder if Scott's thinking along the same lines I am. I'm not sure I want to be questing with this Daisy Duck here, but you might be kind of priced in, both the players with 2 lore here.
Well, some interesting choices here. You do have that long John Silver there, or that John Silver there, rather, which when he's played makes it so one of your opponent's characters can't challenge this turn. So that's something that he could play to then quest with a Daisy and you know, keep it safe for a turn.
Yeah, just coming back to the booth here for a second, we're going to clean something up with the players down. Yeah, absolutely. This is one of the things I've talked about a little bit. Whenever you're playing the Steel Song deck, you want to get out ahead, you want to get out aggressive, but maybe this is one of the reasons people are playing Blurple into this tournament is, look, if they're going to be playing decks like this, they're giving me extra cards off of a whole new world, I want to be ramping a lot, and maybe they don't want to play blue-red, and that can kind of happen in this. Well, you still get to play the really strong Amethyst cards that we've been talking about, because you said this, the Blurple decks, it's kind of just an Amethyst deck with just a little sprinkling of Sapphire in it, just a little bit.
So when you look at the meta, you do have a few decks that are not Amethyst running around. You have the Ruby Sapphire decks, and you also have these Amber Steel decks. But other than that, you have a lot of Amethyst clones.
Sorry, chat. Thank you for letting me know I was muted. Do we know what the judge call is for? Did someone extra ink?
But they're just slightly different.
Also, yes, seeing Blurple do well is exciting, especially when they top deck the cards they need.
And in the case of Blurple, you're splashing in just a little
No
bit
idea.
of blue, a little
Buzz
bit
and
of
Woody will
Sapphire
definitely be
in order
enchanted
to
in the
grant
first
yourself and get to
Pixar
your
set. Oh, I hope
high-end
so.
cards faster than your
I
opponent,
absolutely
to get
hope
to
so,
the Genie
man.
first, to get to the Elsa first.
They deserve it.
All right, we're going to head right back down into this match. Here we go.
You know what they should do? The aliens should be like the 99 puppies, where you can have 99 copies of them in your deck. Right? Because there's so many aliens. And then it has the alien support tag, so alien meta coming.
Duck is something you could quest with this turn. Of course, it's vulnerable to a double challenge there, but that John Silver is something that we could use to protect Daisy Duck if that's something you want to do.
Another Elsa left over in Cody's hand here, too, to kind of play around that. I was going to mention that earlier. This is something that could really put a wrench to the plans of Scott.
So questing the Daisy Duck here, I like this. I do want to point out that if you're going to quest with the Daisy Duck in a turn, you know, we often talk about card draw is something you want to do first. In this instance, getting the information about what your opponent is putting into their hand first helps you make some decisions and might change your lines of play. So questing with the Daisy Duck first is usually the right call. And here we are, oh goodness, another Daisy Duck into that John Silver. And we're going to choose the Genie, it looks like, that won't be able to challenge this turn.
Yeah, so it looks like that Genie is going to get locked down.
I'll be right back. I need to microwave my food.
Another card put into the inkwell. 1 card left over for Scott. Back over to Cody. We did see a rabbit come off the top. A snake now as well, so starting to get that engine going. Got the extra card draw now. He's got the bounce. He's got a crab. He's got a spirit. He's got pretty much everything you'd want at this point in the game. Let's see if he can take those resources and turn them into a win. He's a little bit under the gun here. He's a little behind on board. 5 characters for Scott here, and a little bit of a Lord lead, 6-2.
Yeah, definitely needs to start thinking about some board control here. I want to point out another benefit to playing John Silver there. We talked about Piglet is a captain and prevented that damage on Smee, keeping it out of reach of either of those 2 strength characters. John Silver also a captain, so playing him there made it so not only could the Genie not challenge, but Smee now is still at 3 willpower, having not damaged himself at the end of the turn.
Nope, and it looks like this crab is going to come into play. Give Elsa an extra 3 challenger. It looks like Elsa is going to be challenging into, it looks like the Daisy Duck. Nice pick off there. This is going to be a Manamim Fox. This is going to pick up that Elsa, going to kind of reset that damage that's been on there, and that's going to take care of the Smee as well and clean up this board quite a bit.
All right.
On Scott's side. Good for Cody.
With my
nice
food.
Solid turn for him here.
4 lore removed there. 4
that
lore remaining.
doesn't that look good or what?
Back
Yummy.
over to Scott here. I think he just picked up a Robin Hood.
We did have that shift available earlier. I think that other Robin Hood went into the inkwell.
Do
So
we think the
can
first
ink
Pixar set is going
we
to
we
just be
can play
Toy
the
Story, or
we
they
can
will
spend and
release
play
cards from
Robin Hood.
something
Let's
like
see if
Bugs
that's
Life
the
or
line we
Monsters Inc.?
take.
I think there's gonna be a slow roll. I think it's probably gonna be
Robin Hood making its way
like
back
Toy
in,
Story,
really
and
powerful card. It's been
then
around since the beginning
the
of
next set will be
Lorcana.
another
Used to have,
IP,
you know, a lot of play,
like one or
especially
two
in these
characters. But
Steel
I don't
Amber
think
decks.
they're gonna
Kind of
release like
all I got
all
to
the
see when
characters
we
right
were
at
late
once.
with set 6.
It did fall out of favor. There were some other options available, and then you don't see the Robin Hood shift run in the aggressive Amber Steel variants, but it is a card that can shift on turn 3 to allow you to sing Whole New World on turn 3 as early as possible, and that's a line that you always like available to you in these Steel Song decks.
I might have to try that John Silver.
Scott taking his time.
Haven't
Does he
tested
wanna
that
get some
card
value
yet,
off the
much yet.
spin? Does he want to get this Robin Hood
But
into
John
play?
Silver is pretty solid. 3/3, inkable, cost 3.
Does he want to
Quest for 1.
Daisy
When you
Duck
play
here?
it, your
Again
opponent
here?
can't. A
That's a
certain
good
character
question.
can't challenge. Not bad.
What do you think about? There goes Sven into the Inkwell for the Robin Hood, champion of Sherwood.
Looks like he's just going to pass on back over to Cody. So no lore gained for Scott here this turn. Cody with a full hand. I think it's another crab just got added. He's got that rabbit. Still got that snake. So he's got a lot of the good bounce targets. He's got a bouncer. He's got that Elsa left over that we know from last turn that got picked up by the Madame M Fox.
Yeah, a lot of options here to clean things up.
Yeah, I think you've got
And
double
guess where you
Elsa,
got the food from? Sure.
Fox, rabbit as his hand here for Cody. What a great
Sure, you
hand.
can
Let's see how he
guess.
wants to approach this.
So Elsa, Rabbit, and what's the last card in their hand?
A lot of interesting things he can do here too.
Yes, we will have to play the Elsa to exert something. The question is, what are we going to choose?
John Silver was spicy in
That
draft
Daisy Duck
format.
is a tempting target with
I
lore.
don't think I ever pulled
Take
a
it off
John
without
Silver
much,
when I
damage
played
back. However, it does give you a character every turn.
sealed.
Yeah, I think you kind of want to be careful here, though. You don't want to leave anything that can be picked off by the Robin
The
Hood
crab?
here
It is crab.
on challenging back. So maybe this is going to be to tap down like Cinderella and then just go ahead and pick off Cinderella of one of the evasive, probably the Elsa. So you can quest with Genie as well. So it does look all right. It is going to be the Robin Hood. So it's going to be Fox is going to challenge into, put 3 damage. That's going to bump up the Elsa. Elsa's going to go ahead and finish us off. Okay.
Okay.
A lot of
All
resources
right.
put into that, but it does get rid of the very, very good character. A card gets drawn by Scott here, though, since Robin Hood got banished in a challenge. So he's going to replace himself, but the problematic character has been dealt with. Genie's going to go ahead, grab 2 lore here as well. Both of these evasive characters still left over. No snake play from Cody. Can get a little more value off it with that rabbit later, possibly. Draw for Scott here. Is that a double Naveen? hand?
Oh my God. Double Naveen.
A bad spot to be in. I've been in that spot before. It doesn't
That's
feel great,
usually
but
my
at least you
hands.
do get a 3/3
That's
that
why I
push for
only,
2 here.
when I played Naveen, I only have
True,
1
that
copy.
lore is
Because
potentially
I always get
valuable.
stuck
That's
with
what
both
he
of
wants
them.
to do is get closer to 20 as fast as possible, close out this game.
John Silver's going to go ahead and quest up.
Another legendary Amber card that is
These
uninkable.
players, that's going to break
There's
the
love
tie.
making
Scott's
the
gonna
Amber
pull ahead
cards
7 to 6
uninkable.
here. But Cody's about to start having some really strong turns here. I think he's going to not run out of gas for almost the rest of the game here with these rabbits. Is that another crab? So is that crab, rabbit now that's left over?
Crab, rabbit, but no Elsa left in hand to exert anything on that side of the board, so those 2 lure characters for the moment will be safe.
Does have the perfect amount of ink right now to be able to do both of those. I love starting to turn off with the rabbit, though. Let's get all the information. Let's draw the card. Looks like a magic broom. So if he wants, he could use these crabs to, he could use one of these crabs to possibly pick off this John Silver with the Genie, but that means he's not questing with it, so we'll have to see if that's a trade-off that he wants to make here.
Yeah, when you're in these matchups, especially when you're on the draw as a control deck
from
against
Chipotle?
an aggressive deck,
It
there's
is.
some point in the game where you have to figure out how to take the momentum, how to turn the corner and become the beatdown, as they say, or become the aggressive deck. And so this is kind of the point of the game with Genie on the board where Cody's trying to figure out when do I start questing myself.
It does look like the crab's going to come in. It's going to go ahead and pump up the Elsa, and that's going to trade off here.
Okay.
With the John Silver. Leave that Genie with the full amount of toughness, and that magic broom is going to get put into play as well, possibly representing another card after questing next turn as well. So Cody going to be keeping the gas coming.
Genie doing Genie things, questing for 2 lore.
Definitely like that, keeping the Genie healthy. It's a
Ooh, big
two-quester.
Robin Hood.
Another Robin Hood, champion of Sherwood, added to Scott's hand.
Not a terrible card off the top deck. A card that will replace itself. It's 2 lore, and better than drawing a Cinderella or something. But
I wonder if we're going to be questing with Naveen here. Seems like one of the only ones that might be able to quest for you if you're Scott. So it does let Brandon's Rabbit kind of run into it if you want to draw an extra card, but I think you'd be fine with that.
Yeah, Cody's going to keep questing here, keep pushing his lore title and lore higher, and eventually force Scott into the control role if he's not careful. So kind of has to match Cody's lore here. Questing with that Naveen, inviting the crackback, but I do think that's the way to go.
Yeah, Scott taking the lead here in lore. Most like I believe he's at 9 while Cody's at 2. And one of the misses here for Cody, that is not a character to draw a card off the broom here. That's a McDuck's Manor. Very powerful card. 9 willpower on a location that's going to be gaining 2 lore a turn, and your opponent doesn't really want to be challenging that too much and putting their characters at risk, though. Could be very powerful in this spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a card that will allow you to control much on the board, but man, what a menace that card is out there. It's Scott
Chipotle
doesn't have a
owns
ton
like 25% of my
to deal with it, and
income.
He's going to have to spend a turn
hilarious.
devoting multiple
I'm
characters.
not a huge Chipotle guy,
sending them into that McDuck Manor with its
but
9
like
willpower.
I recently found
So it's
something I
gonna be
actually
some
like from
questing
Chipotle, so
from
now I
Cody
just keep
here.
ordering
I was
this.
gonna say,
If I,
I'm sorry. It
I
does
say
look
I
like
keep
we're
ordering
putting
this, but this is my second time
challenge
ordering this, so
Naveen
I don't really have
here,
Chipotle that much.
No card drawn at the broom, but he does found some value off of it.
But the fiance loves
Does
Chipotle.
get the McDuck's Manor to play too. I was
Oh,
wondering if there
man.
was a chance that the Rabbit was going to do that to get you the extra card, but he doesn't seem necessary for Cody here. He's playing the long game to get a little more out of that, because if he draws any of its bounce cards, any of his bad MM cards, he kind of gets to go nuts with this much ink.
Yeah, and this McDuck Manor here is a ticking clock. Unless you're running Along Came Zeus, which I haven't seen yet in Scott's deck, it's going to be very difficult to take care of that McDuck Manor. And it sets up, what, a 5-turn clock, basically. This is a card that was pretty popular when it first came out. It kind of fell away from the meta a little bit, but we saw a lot of them in Europe, a lot of Ruby Sapphire players bringing it in, especially for the mirror. And so I'm not surprised to see it in this Blurble deck here, especially if you were anticipating a heavy Ruby Sapphire meta.
Does look like Scott is going to Quest of Robin Hood here, going to go up to 11. Looks like he's perfectly secure in doing this in a race mode. The Naveen, for no value yet again, played out, but again, it is a 3/3 that can quest for 2. All right, back over to Cody. Gets to lore from his location. What did he draw for his turn here? Any of the bounce cards would be huge here, I think, start to pull him away in this matchup.
We do have, a couple lines that allow us to remove the Robin Hood here, but again, it will replace itself. And Scott has drawn into 2 lore characters almost every turn here, representing consistent threats on the board.
Yeah, Scott doing a good job of just staying in this game, chipping away, forcing Cody to have to make a couple trades here.
Now, there's some great control-y outs that Cody could draw into in the endgame here. An Elsa Spirit of Winter would be fantastic, or even a Hades, if this deck is running it, would allow him to banish that Robin Hood, or send that Robin Hood to the Inkwell without Scott drawing a card. So hoping to draw one of those high-end options. Right now, though, just trying to figure out how to keep Scott from running away with things to allow his McDuck Manor to do the work.
I wonder if this is a bounce effect. We're leading off with questing with Rabbit here. Looks like this might be a snake. Yep, it is a Madam M snake. It's going to pick up the Rabbit. That's going to draw an extra card here for Cody. That is a big top deck for him here. Scott can't be happy about that top deck.
Oh, what did he get? I missed it.
I didn't get it either. I think he's hiding it a little bit. So one of the cards is a Rabbit. What's the last one? What is this? 6 ink up for Cody, so he can play some of his most impactful cards here as well.
Well, it's
looks like he's going to go ahead and just redeploy that Rabbit, draw another card.
Amethyst doing Amethyst things.
Unique quest for 2 here. Breaks up that tie and moves Cody to 13. Might be the most methodical game I've seen in a while. Just a little bit of back and forth every turn.
Well, look at this position, though. Cody representing 7 lore on the board. Cody sitting at 13. That's game on the board. That Genie is evasive, so unable to be challenged. Scott has to draw some sort of removal option to get rid of it. So now the only way out of this at this point is that's
Scott
readily available.
draw a
is
song,
McDuck
or?
Manor, but that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 strength on the board.
A really good point. So he's going to start out by using Daisy Duck.
Did he draw a whole new world?
Get 2 lore here and even it up.
That'd be
That's a
huge.
Hades
Kind
off
of.
the top that's going to get added to Cody's hand. Very impactful character here. 2 ink What is this going to be? It looks like it's going to be a Smee. Naveen is going to... Oh, take a little time. Looks like Robin Hood's going to go first. Robin Hood going to sing
Yeah, a whole new world.
He's
There
going
it
to
is.
sing a whole new world here. So that's going to be 7 new cards for Scott here. Really needs to draw Zeus here.
We need to
Ooh,
draw
Enchanted
removal
Finder's
options for that
Keepers.
genie. That is the answer. Cycling through. We got a couple cards to sing.
All right, we got 2
We
Let It
do.
Goes, but is that enough? I don't think that's...
Oh, it is. So Let It
Okay.
Go will be able to be sung by Cinderella Bomb
Right.
Sensation. We'll remove that genie, so that at least keeps you in the game another turn.
He's going to get another card deeper as well. We still have the Naveen left over, so we still could hit another big sing card here. Draw for turn. That's a Piglet.
Not what you want to see.
You just drop double
Let's
piglets.
take a look at the board state here, though, because we've bought ourselves another turn, and now we're showing Scott is showing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lore on the board, also representing game. So Cody not able to.
'Cause you kinda wanna
quest as
race,
high as
right? Double
possible
piglets.
this turn. He's going to have to answer some of these
Wait.
threats on the board.
That's
Wait, he just
Smee
played
just
Smee.
got played this turn, so yeah, you definitely can't use that Smee, but you can use the Naveen. That's going to put up 2 more lore, get you ahead here. You have a Sven in your hand too, so if you want to, you could protect one of your characters here.
I think you, yeah, ink
Gonna
and then
ink those
double
Ps.
piglet. Or is he gonna play Sven? Do double piglet. Yeah.
Looks like it might just be 2 Piglets
yeah.
here, pass back, and see.
That's
if
the
you
right
can
play.
lose. See if you can win, Cody.
That's the right play right there. Now we're cooking with
Cody's
gas.
gonna go up to 15 here, and he has 3 on board.
Holy, that's
If
a lot
there's
more.
a goat plus a bounce here, he might be able to steal this game.
I mean, this is, oh, goodness gracious. There's a lot of
This is
threats
a
to
close
deal with
one.
here. Now,
Going up to 15, was that a
oh,
goat?
that
Drew
was
a
a
goat.
goat off the top. Let's do the math
Uh-oh.
here. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3.
The goat, and if we have the
4,
bounce
5.
there.
Oh
two goats.
man, all that work. All that work.
2 goats.
I need to look it up. What's the group of goats?
Global,
called? I need to look this up.
A win.
Oh, there you go.
It's a
That's
win
good
of
one.
goats.
Also for no reason.
Wow.
I love that we have the crowd like right here. We get to hear the cheers
Yeah.
right after the top decks. It's one of my favorite things ever at these Lorcana events.
Oh man, I don't know that we had the bounce in hand, so top decking we go.
They should have a crowd cam. I think that would be cool.
And there it was. What a great game. That was a knife's edge at the end there.
Yeah, a game that was super close the entire time, right? Everybody's jockeying for position, 1 card at a time. Both the players would draw for their cards to turn and be like, well, it doesn't really make sense for me to move in here, so hopefully you can't do it. And they're like, well, I'll do my one thing. I'll do my one thing.
Yeah, that
Build
game was
forth
sick.
Until someone finds that one card that breaks through.
Came down to the
Really
wire.
Great game here. I can't believe this match is even over yet.
I know, that felt like 2 games.
I know, right?
Throw away
It
my
felt like a
trash,
long
and
time
I'll be right
between
back,
these two
chat.
Players. What great play between them. And you know what? Let's head on back down to the feature match area and see how they finish up this round, because I want to see how they play out this game too. The quality of play in games today has just been unreal from the tournament here. And I've been saying this. I feel like Lorcana is really starting to come into its own with the player base of just the quality of play has been so high. People are learning more and more every one of these events how to build their decks better, right? How to play a little bit better. We're getting to see the EU side of things too, to see their takes on games. Hey, in the future, we're going to start to see other parts of the world as well getting DLCs in other countries, other continents. We're going to see their takes on the game. What do they think about the meta? What kind of cards do they think are better here? And we start to learn things from each other all around. It's just going to help the game grow at such a pace that's going to be awesome, and we get to watch this every day. I love this.
I agree with you. A challenge coming up in Australia, and I'm sure there's more to follow. It's a global game now, more of the globe than just America and Europe, and it's really awesome to see. I want to point out Scott choosing to alter 1 card.
That's usually very scary if you're the other player.
Keeping 6, sending 1 away, getting
you can
a more
kind of
efficient
see.
hand.
You can kind of see why too there.
Yeah, he definitely had the opening that he wanted. Of course, one of the dangers sometimes in altering your hand, you run the risk of pulling too many uninkables unexpectedly and ruining your opening. So that's one of the reasons you're oftentimes seeing people conservative. But here, especially on the play, you have this brilliant 1-2 punch again that we talked about last game, Cinderella on turn 1, and we do have the Let the Storm Rage on available on turn 2.
Let's see if there's a 1-drop to point that at from Cody. I've seen some spots in games where, depending on what your hand looks like, if you have the 1-drop, sometimes you don't even play it here just because you want to strand that card into your opponent's hand as long as possible.
That's true. Blurple, not a ton of 1-drops either. This deck is happy to wait until turn
up, Kevin?
to play Tipo, so Possibly
Blurple does it again.
The Storm Rage on.
Blurple.
There will be no target there for Let's
Ooh,
Storm Rage on.
inking
Just to add on that,
that promo. Let it go.
You kind of keep that one drop for the turns that maybe needed to play a snake, maybe need to play a fox.
For your information, Joseph Drew, and by the way, he's in day 2. Nice, dude. That's so sick. It's always cool when people you know do well.
Guy goes ahead and lures up with that Cinderella, gonna get the first lure of the game.
Awesome.
A nice little lead from him here.
And Joseph's on Blurple. Dude, Blurple is Blurple the call?
Possibly the best 2-drop in the game.
Is Blurple the way to go or what?
Double Smee. Yeah, a very aggressive opening here. Again, that's what this deck wants to do, run underneath the Sapphire Amethyst deck. So great turn 2 play. Looking over at Cody's side, he does have the turn 2 ramp that he wants. There's a Tipo coming out, allowing him to get an extra card into his Inkwell. Picking here which he wants to send.
Blurple with McDuck beats Blue-Red, but loses Diggy, I feel like. Of course, the classic sing.
Back over to Scott here. That Cinderella is finally going to sing. Let the Storm Rage on. Take out that
Inca
Tipo.
Cindy.
As we said, kind of important in this matchup. Draws the extra card here.
Play
gets that
Piglet. Oh,
into
yeah.
play and gets 2
Oh, yeah, we're
lures
racing.
turn as well. So he's up to 3-0 on the low here. No 1-drop here to really make it a perfect turn, but I think that's just fine for Scott.
Yeah, crucially removing that Tipo prevents that from challenging into the Smee. Of course, we do have the Piglet Poo Pirate Captain.
Alliteration is
Poo,
fun.
I know,
poo,
it's a
Piglet
challenge,
poo pants
which
in his
prevents that
pants.
1 damage there in Smee. But Blurple doing what Blurple wants to do, going ramp on turn 2 into return 3 Genie, and then we have that other punch there, that Elsa coming available on turn 5 to start cleaning things up.
Yeah, back over to Scott here, staring down that Genie.
We just hit the 8-hour mark on the stream. Shout out to everyone watching the stream still. You guys are crazy.
Now, Rapunzel is going to put into the Inkwell here, one of the more powerful cards, but other things to do here. If he can get another character in play here, I think I see a Strength of a Raging Fire here as well. Maybe he'll take care of this Genie this turn. All right,
Oh,
so
yeah,
it's
we're
gonna
just
be
going.
A triple lore
We're
up, so
just
that's gonna be
going.
for 3, 4, 5, 6. Guy, he's already up to 9 lore here.
Play Sven.
This
Oh,
He's
yeah.
gonna go ahead and ready that Cinderella, and this is a great player. It's gonna ready Cinderella, allow it.
Oh, my goodness.
Strength of a Raging Fire being the 4th character in play.
No, that's
What a
sick.
start
I
here
did a
from
move like
Scott
that in
Cody.
my
On
1K.
the back foot for sure.
Oh
That
yeah,
was
it's
a
I don't think
very
Cody can
impactful
recover
turn.
from that. That play was just too strong. The most that Cody can do.
Wow.
I don't even know, man. Play Elsa,
This
rush
is
into
going to be a
Piglet.
challenge coming back from, Blurple.
Yeah, there's
one of
no
the
way.
trade-offs
This-
that you
this-
get for being able to
this was a
ramp into
cracked-
your late game
I think
characters early
Scott
is,
got literally
you're giving
the
up on all
God
the colors.
hand.
One of those colors is Ruby. Ruby has the sweeping effects you want to be able to come back from board states like this, and
Nah,
not
I don't know about this
available
one.
in Amethyst.
Cody needs a
or,
miracle. And that miracle ain't happening.
Or Sapphire.
Really great point. Yeah, they may not have that reset button that you need. Until you get to something like 7 or 8 ink, you can maybe play an Elsa and kind of catch back up that. Or
Oh,
Genie,
did Scott
but, like,
only
you don't have
mulligan
that
1
big
card?
effect
Oh yeah,
that
that's
takes
when you
care of
know
all the
you got the
characters at
nuts.
once.
No, you need.
That's when you
get a little
know
bit higher. So we do
you
have
got the
the
nuts.
Elsa Spirit of Winter, which I'm not Spirit of Winter. I'm sorry, the 5th Spirit, which can come down here, deal with that Piglet, and perhaps if we're lucky, you can set up a shift.
Dude,
for
I
next
don't
turn.
know,
so there are ways
man.
back into this. This is not over, but this is a very challenging board state for Cody to deal with.
Yeah, Cody taking his time here, knows that these decisions are going to be so impactful for the rest of the game.
Ink, play
Does look like he
Elsa,
does
take
have
out
an Elsa.
Piglet.
Gonna go ahead and exert the Sven. Probably pick off the Piglet here, I would think. It takes away the most lore from play. It's gonna put 2 damage
Yeah.
on the Elsa. Scott though at 9. Cody
Man.
at 0. Still showing 4, 5 lore in
What
play
did
for
Scott
Scott
draw?
here.
Okay, so can't
Oh,
challenge.
that's a huge play here.
Oh, John Silver coming in saying, Elsa, you cannot challenge on your next turn, keeping his character safe from that Elsa crackback.
Yeah, I might
what a
have to try out
challenge.
that. I might have to try out that John Silver my build. That card's kind of gross.
Got him.
The card is kind of
Quite the
gross.
lead.
Not
He's
gonna
up
lie.
15 for Scott, 0 for Cody. He's got a lot to get through here on this board.
I don't even know what the last card he drew was. He didn't even show it. It was so quick.
Yeah, very fast start.
A Fox would go a long way for Cody here. Actually, I think, should the Smee have a damage one here as well?
No, John Silver.
That's right,
is
John
a-
Silver.
is a
Yeah.
John
captain.
Silver's a
Yeah.
captain,
It's always the
baby.
sneaky ones.
The
I forget that
sneaky
he's, yeah.
captains. You all right?
There's that many captains that are also the cook on the ship, so
that's true. At this point, he is the cook, but perhaps secretly the captain.
Is that a bell in Cody's hand? I mean, I
Looks
get.
we can,
but
rush
also
and challenge
can't
into
swing to
something,
anything.
but, there's a lot to deal with. 1, 2, 3,
Because he
4,
could
5,
play
6,
Bell, move
4.
the
We
2
have to
damage off
clear
Elsa to
something.
Cindy.
Yeah,
that's eliminating one threat.
Doesn't really. I mean, like it's fine, right? But it only takes away something like
Then
us,
they
me,
can
so if
quest
there's
up
something else,
to
okay.
18, which is
pretty
danger.
decent here. This is going to move the 2 damage over to something else that's going to take care of the Cinderella. But now he doesn't have a good challenge here, which he can't anyway because of the John Silver. So at least Cody does something to make inroads on the board. He is going to lure up for his first lure of the game, but he is way behind.
Okay, what's that last card that Scott has?
Scott, 1 card left in his hand here. Draw a card first turn. Let's see if he can.
What is it?
Yeah, I don't think he can.
John
win
Silver and
this
Sven.
one, but it
Oh
looks
my
like he's got
god, those
another
cards are like even better.
I think that's going to be the nail in the coffin here for
Yeah,
Cody.
I don't know, man. Play a
Go all the
Sven,
way to
ready up a
19. It is another
character.
John Silver will prevent another challenge. Again, there.
Also has this Vin as well, so he can protect the character here. Tons of different ways to go this route.
I'd probably just drop the Sven and ready up a Shmi or something.
I
Yeah.
love the speed that Scott plays with when he's so sure of himself. Like, you know, I play a lot faster too, and the game feels like it's on, but nothing
Okay,
wrong
John
with
Silver.
taking
I
a
mean,
moment.
they both are
Let's make sure we
great.
do this correctly. So John Silver's going to get
Yeah,
played.
Cody
Make sure he
knows,
gets
like, it's
nice
over.
amount of
Cody's
space
like, yeah.
It was a long shot anyway.
Yeah, what am I
Just
gonna
makes it
draw? Be
harder from this
prepared?
point.
In a
And like you said,
blurple
this is
deck,
highlighting that
blue
one of the
prepared.
problems with Blurple, that playing from behind can be very difficult with this deck. The hand is extended.
And
It's gonna
yeah,
be a tie
that
between these two
was
players.
so
Hopefully
good
enough
of a
to make sure
hand.
that they can keep
Holy.
playing in this tournament. But what a great game between these two. Very much highlighted by the first one of this match being unbelievably good.
And that's how the last game of the day is going to
great
go.
games. I mean, you saw Blurple doing what Blurple
Multitasking,
wants to do there,
the
that first game,
Lorcana
and then you did
stream
see this
and the Ravens versus
aggressive
Steelers
Amber
as well.
Steel deck doing what it wants to do, running out of Blurple
Before
really
Blue
aggressively.
gets a
Some
board wipe,
really
send all
impactful
the
plays
characters
that
ink. Dude,
turn
that's what
when you
everyone's
play
been
the first
asking
character and
for.
then
Blue
you sun,
prepared, send all
strength rage
characters to the
fire,
inkwell.
to clear off the board, and then those John Silvers doing work.
Dude, I'm gonna have to look into these John Silvers, man. Do I have any foils of
I
those?
don't think it's in many of these builds, but really taking this game over here.
Yeah, John Silver and Sven, you know, probably topping out most of the top of his curve. And what that does is it prevents the, you know, you can kind of quest with Piglet, right? You can quest with some of these characters that, oh, I'm just going to lose it. Well, now you're not going to. You're going to get to, you know, unexert them or make this not be able to challenge, and it gets you across the finish line. It gets you that one extra quest from your characters. That's usually enough. Because how many times have you and I lost a game? We're like, man, if I could have quested with this character one
like,
more
one
time.
more time.
That's it, just one more time. And speaking of one more time, we've got one more match for you here in round 7 to see if we can put a few more of those players in that top 16. And don't go anywhere when we're done with this match as well. We probably have the top 16 announcement for you as well to see the players that are going to be playing tomorrow for a chance at Worlds. I don't know if I'd be able to sleep tonight.
I don't know if I would either.
Yeah, I might not be able to sleep anyway tonight after all these games. They've been so good. But let's head on back down to the feature match area. Oh,
I do not have any foil John Silvers.
Break to set up that second match. Don't go to. We're going to be back very, very quickly for the second match here in round 7.
Jonathan Silva. That John Silver looked very impressive that game. The only problem with John Silver is when you're fighting like an aggro deck, it doesn't really matter if they can't quest or they can't challenge because they're just questing. Better pick up my cold foil John Silvers before they skyrocket in price. This store is selling John Silver foils for 25 cents. Yeah, I'm gonna pick those up. I'm definitely gonna pick those up now. $1 for 4 John Silver foils. Thank you very much. That sounds like a deal to me. Yeah, I gotta get on these foils before people recognize how good they are and then buy up and then the price skyrockets. Like Doc, I bought foil Docs when they were like $1. So now they're like 10. $1 for 4 foil John Silvers? Don't mind if I do. I don't even know if I'm going to be running them in my deck, but at least it's good to just have them. Alright, I got him. I think he took out Pete for it or something. Oh, he's not even running Pete's? That's wild. That's wild. Pete is so good. It's still good because it prevents good trades and lets you sing the other removal. Yeah, I might have to test out John Silver real quick. I've been testing out some spice in my deck. I'm not gonna reveal it, because some people that watch the stream also play at my leagues. And I don't want them to know what I'm playing. What spice I'm playing here, but trying out some cards. I don't know if it's I love them yet, but it's nice. Zach Bivens make it. Did Zach Bivens make it to day 2? Come on, Zach. Do it for the peoples. Did he make it? Or is he still playing? He's still playing. I still don't know what he's playing. What colors he's playing.
So
Alright,
that's
we're back.
It's going to be a really quick break. We're back here for round 7. We're going to bring a full match to you here before we get done with the day. And then hopefully we can bring you that top 16. And Liam, you seem like a little grumpy. Are you okay?
Yeah, I feel like I have a chip on my shoulder, honestly.
You know who doesn't have a chip on her shoulder? The 2 players that we're playing here for day 2. Let's just head on down the feature match area. Let's just get this over with.
All right. Really excited for this matchup.
Lucas versus
Sean. When we started the beginning of the day, when this day started, we saw that these Ruby Sapphire decks were the most represented in the deck in the meta. We knew it was popular. I didn't know that I expected it to be 34% of the field coming into this day, but
don't tell me it's a Ruby Sapphire mirror.
What better way to finish off the day than going to a Ruby Sapphire mirror and watching the 2 players battle it out with decks that they're familiar with.
God, this is how we're gonna end off the day.
Playing in a mirror like this with these 2 decks.
This is how we're gonna end up. Oh my lord! A Ruby Sapphire mirror, kill me. And this is not even game 2. This is the first game. So we're gonna have to witness 2 rounds of this.
In the mirror, oftentimes the deck that wins is the one that can get
Should I just take a nap?
online to stick and draw a number of
Oh
cards
man,
to
so
propel them
boring
into the
watching the
endgame.
Ruby
So
Sapphire,
having
man.
a brawl in the opening hand is never a bad option or something to Flavisham after it goes off one time. You definitely want to have your ramp available as well.
Where's the
That's something you
mono
want in any
greens
matchup
at?
here.
Let me see the mono green mirror match.
Really, it's that Flavisham subgame.
Okay, if you're playing mono green, you should not be at the North American Championships. That's something
these decks are being built
super
slightly
crazy.
differently in the meta right now. There's all sorts of different tools at your disposal. Some people are using dimes still. Some people have worked them out. Shark is there as an alternative win condition with Pirate's Life and other actions that you're pulling back and deploying again. Some people are running Great Stone Dragon. Some people aren't. There's all sorts of weird different techs you can do. And so it'll be really interesting to see how each one of these players has chosen to differentiate their decks based on the field they expected to see.
3 times 7 is
really good point. I think,
21.
like you said, you hit it right on the head there. That I think it's
Plus
the ramp is really
9,
important.
that's 30
and
points.
I don't love letting my opponent quest with
Crunch
Hammers.
the numbers.
You can't really
Crunch the
stop
numbers.
the first time they do it when they play the card and they get the 2 cards off that. But if you can keep them from questing with it, I think you're in a good spot. Lucas is going to be on the play here. Game 1 leads off with a popsicle. Very important. Between
Or
the 2,
you're
Sean
exactly at the right
has an item
place.
on 1, but it's not
Right place,
going to
wrong
draw him
time.
an extra card here. First check of the match. Do we have a ramp
And see
spell
something
on
that
turn
everyone
2? It
can't
looks like
see
a
with
T-bow
mono green.
is going to help out here. What card do you want to add to your hand here? I see a
Maybe
Sisu
I'm on
already.
something.
That is an answer to a Haversam as
Under
well
the Sea.
from your opponent.
That's
So
my
that
only
could
board
actually
wipe.
be like another copy of Brawl for you. So third ink into the inkwell for him. John, I see a T-bow. I see 2 T-bows in his hand as well. I see both players possibly having Haversam on 4 here. So buckle up. This game might get fast real quick.
Yeah, good point. We do see the T-bow come down. Here comes another ink. We have Sisu's in both hands. So this is a mirror in the true sense of the word. Popsicle, ice block, one side, the other side. Flavisham comes down, eats the popsicle, draw 2 cards. We are off to the races.
You know, I feel like
Yeah,
if you play
Maui
Enchanted,
as
I feel
well
like the
getting
rest
put
of your
into the
cards should be
inkwell.
foiled.
So that's another thing that
Right?
could possibly answer a Hiram after they've.
That's what
quested
I
those. So
usually
you
do
would be
with
eating 4
my
cards of it, but
my
like you
deck. I
said,
try
this
to.
card is really important.
Well,
You
I'm
gotta
an
be
Amber
entering
Steel
it in the
guy, so
mirror.
I try to foil out my Amber Steel deck.
I want to mention
because I've
one
been
other
playing for
card.
so
I'm
long.
interested to see if either player's running.
But then
it.
a new
We
set
saw
comes
last
out,
round,
and some new
McDuck
cards
Manor
are
worked
staples
into
like the
your
John
deck,
Silver.
and
I don't have
that
any
deck,
foils of those.
card was popular in the European Championship in these builds, specifically to deal with the mirrors, because this deck has a hard time dealing with it, especially since Maui, Hero to All, has fallen out of favor in some of these decks. So it'll be interesting to see if either one of those is running this, running McDuck Manors, because that's a card that could give them an edge.
Another ice block. Sisu.
And there it is. We talked
I
about
choose you.
that Flavisham sub-game going off once here upon entering play, but then Sisu taking care of it in quick order, making sure it doesn't stay around for subsequent quests.
Yeah, I like doing that over playing your own copy of the card. You want to make sure, like we said, you don't get the quest with the card here. So Grandma going to come in.
I'm a
What
peasant
card
and
do you
just
take
play
here?
normal.
Looks like it's between Brawl and another copy of Maui. By the way, beautiful copies of Maui from Lucas here.
Oh, delightful, shiny, enchanted versions of Maui Hero to All. Hope we get to see one in play eventually. They're fantastic pieces of art.
I've seen
Those look
some
like the
people
Brawls been added to
play
Lucas
with
here.
their
Even thinking
enchanteds
about
without
possibly
card
slowing down the
sleeves.
Sisu train here. Oh,
And they're
it is
shuffling their
also
deck,
just
and I'm like,
a
"Ugh, my skin's
inkwell. It
crawling."
does look
Like,
the
no,
ice
why
block
would
is
you
gonna
do
go ahead
that?
and shrink the T-bow on the opposing side, letting him get kind of a free chip damage in for Sean here. Back over to Sean. Let's see if he wants to start cashing in some of these ice blocks for cards. He can make sort of the same play that Lucas made here. Get a damage kind of put back on the ice block Sisu T-bow going back and forth. Looks like he's going to play
It's like looking in a mirror.
The T-bow Wars sub-game.
The T-bow Wars. Okay. You've heard of the
I've heard
GD
Star Wars.
Are
Well,
you
this is
ready
the
for
T-bow Wars.
Dragon getting put into the inkwell as well here. Another popsicle added for Sean here. It's going to draw another card here. But that is one of the big plays for Sean getting put into the inkwell here. That is something that could come in these games. If they go super long and you have to if you have to ink some of your really big impactful cards early, that means you won't have access to them late. So double attack into the T-bow here after ice blocking it. It's going to go ahead and remove it, and no damage onto the characters over on Sean's side. Back over to Lucas. You know what? I really
Ink
appreciate
Dragon.
the speed which these players are playing in this mirror. They want to make sure they get this round over.
Ice block.
They know what they're doing. They know
Take
their deck. They know
out.
their opponent's deck pretty
Sisu.
well, obviously.
Take out.
I do love the ice block game going on here. One of the affectionate names for this deck is Sisu on Ice. It's built that strength manipulation with the ice blocks plays well into Sisu and other cards in this deck. So I love seeing that going on here. This deck showing what it does.
Probably my favorite deck name in all of Disney's Lorcana here. Haversam comes down, eats up one of those popsicles, draws 2 cards. Grandma Talia going to go ahead and attack the other one with 2 ice block activations.
It's not Grandma
One
Talia,
damage gonna go across
goodness.
over on the Grandma on Sean's side of the board. We got another Grandma here for Lucas' side. I'm trying to keep up here. I'm going to go at breakneck speed. Madam getting sent to the bottom. One of those big plays getting added here. That's the Tamatolo getting put into the inkwell. That's going to allow a Brawl to take care of that Haversam, though, from Lucas here. So
yeah,
checks on both sides on the Haversam so far in this game.
Very, very important. Again, whichever side manages to get the Flavisham going in the mid game 2, 3, 4 times is the one that usually wins. So having those answers for that Flavisham is very important. We've gone through the mid game Flavisham phase war here, and now we're moving on to the late game.
Yeah, this is one of the problems that we can kind of run into here. You see Sean putting his 7th ink into play with 3 cards in his hand and just passes right back over to Lucas. Lucas with a dime in his hand. One of the more impactful cards that could possibly come up here. It looks like he's going to go ahead and set up this dime. I like getting this into play as soon as you possibly can. So you can start using it every single turn from here on out. Let's see if Sean has possibly one of those tech cards, like maybe like a hideaway or something in his deck that can take care of this dime.
Yeah, it's very good. Talking to a very good Ruby Sapphire player who, Hal Brady, fantastic player. Doing a tech of this deck early on, and he told me, with the Lucky Dime, you reminded me, there's always a turn you kind of have to take off to slam the dime. If you have it in your hand in the early game, it sets it up. But space to do that here, getting it on board, and you're right, you can use it every single turn. But on the opposite side, Sean has an answer.
Yeah, that Sisu along with those ice blocks where you get the Sisu on ice, clearing up the board from Lucas here. Lucas with another Grandma here. Gonna look at these top 2 cards, 2 really powerful ones. That's a Tamatoa and a Sisu. More Enchantress here. That Tamatoa, though, you gotta believe you're gonna be going after that with Lucky Dime, and your deck already picks up a half shark here as well. Sail the Azure at Sea, sail the Azure at Sea. Gonna draw another
We're
card
sailing.
here. That's gonna be a Visions from Beyond, another card that
They're
can be very
sailing.
powerful in these super late games. Gonna go ahead and bring down that power on the Grandma here. Nope. Just played that one. Can't attack here this turn. Back over to Sean. I think if the player's playing at this speed, that won't be the last little misstep that we possibly see between these two. But I can appreciate the speed at which they're playing. And again, they need to do this to make sure this match ends on time. Grandma's going to sing here. Grandma's probably got a pretty good voice, huh?
That's true. Very appropriate singing How Far I'll Go.
Yeah. One of my favorite Disney songs. All right, Visions from Sean here. Going to take a look at 5 cards. A lot of different ones you can pick up here. Haversom's not a bad one. It's going to get you into a lot of cards later in the game. Any of the big plays are great. You guys are getting a little worried when there's a Lucky Dime sitting on your opponent's side of the board. That's a card that can start ending the game really, really quickly, especially if they find something like Tamatoa, which we know Lucas has in his hand.
I don't think you'd be upset to get a Tamatoa. I don't think you'd be upset to get a half shark here. There's a lot of good options, and 5 cards is digging pretty deep.
Don't know if he has 10 ink just yet. Didn't get a look at any of the 5 cards or the card that went into Sean's hand here, so mystery for us here, but maybe we'll get something else from him. He does have the Sisu active in play. That gets 3 lore for him here this turn. That's going to put Sean up to 5. These players starting to quest up a little bit. Big Sisu drawn for Lucas here this turn as well. I don't think that's 10 ink, but we're getting close. Looks like 8 for me. Visions for Lucas here as well. This one we can see a dragon. I think double sail the Azure Sea, a Madam. What was that last one? Oh, Let It Go. Okay, so lots of different answers for Lucas here. Looks like he's going to take the Madam here, if I saw that right. Something that he can deploy this turn. Looks like that is. It's going to be the Madam. So not only does that take care of Grandma, but it is going to put the Sisu in check as well. That's 4 strength. That's going to be able to take out that 4 willpower Sisu as well. So nice little answer for Sean here.
Yeah. Back and forth, back and forth. With the dime on board. Oh, goodness. A dime on the other
Speaking of
side.
dimes,
Oh,
this is going to
goodness
be a
gracious.
6 lore turn for Sean here if he wants it. He doesn't have to quest to a Sisu, though. Might not want to trade that.
And leave
for the
that up
Madam.
there as a dime lore battery, as it were.
Yeah, good point. You can cash in that dime every turn of the Sisu for 3. This is going to speed the game up quite a bit for Luke here. This is a Tamatoa. It's going to go ahead and get a Popsicle back. Already got 2 other items in play. The second card into the ink. That's going to go ahead and put a Popsicle. That is a Be Prepared and a Sisu left over. Lucas saying he's going to quest up with both of his characters here. Going to take the lead 6-5. But the real threat is the Tamatoa plus Lucky Dime.
Tamatoa can get out of hand rather quickly.
Yeah. Back over to Sean. Does he have a Be Prepared? Does he have a Dragon? Does he have an answer to this Tamatoa? These are questions that need to be answered very quickly for Sean.
Oh, there's the
yeah,
Be
there we
Prepared.
go. There's the Be Prepared.
There's
It's going
it.
to clean up the board.
The big reset button. Oh, Tamatoa of his own. Going to pull back an item.
Yeah, when you see Be Prepared getting sung by something that could have gotten 3 lore this turn, you have to know there's a big play coming behind that. So that's a Tamatoa Sean's own, and he's got the dime in play. Lucas was the first one to get a dime and a Tamatoa in play, but it looks like Sean might be the first one to actually start reaping the benefits of it.
Yeah, what a play. I mean, singing Be Prepared, always impactful. Can follow it up with a card like Tamatoa. Here we go, activating the dime. There's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 lore immediately off that Tamatoa having just come in play.
Great turn for Sean here. There is a Be Prepared back on Lucas's side here if he wants it.
And now you have to answer this Tamatoa. There it is. Be prepared. Clear the board. It's just a crab.
Be prepared. Yeah, it's a pass back over to Sean. That Sisu, that how far will go left over.
Oh,
Sean's hand. All
goodness.
right. Sisu played for Sean here. Lucky Dime activated. He's up to 15. Depending on what Lucas does here, Sean might be able to answer this. I mean, might be able to win this game next turn.
Oh, not what you need there. Although ice block, no,
No,
we're not enough.
All right, so you got to, yeah, I was supposed to say, Sean's going to be able to win this game next turn with the Lucky Dime and the CISO activation. So Sean is going to win game 1 between these two players. Wow, that was fast for these two guys.
Yeah, that was actually probably the fastest red-blue game all day.
This is a game.
Yeah. Again, I got to appreciate the speed at which these guys are playing. These are two players that know their deck very well, know the matchup very well, and they were playing at breakneck speed. Absolutely love it from those two guys. Great game between these two, and we've got another one to follow that up.
I know. I mean, once again, I do want to point out the Flavisham sub-game in the mid-game. Those players fought that out. You know, neither one of them stuck around for long. That's one of the keys to victory. And gosh, that Lucky Dime came down first on the left, but it's the one on the right that really closed out the game.
Yeah, I think that's a really big, impactful thing you're talking about. The Lucky Dimes, they're so huge for both of the players. And the first one to really get an activation for a big amount is at such a huge advantage. Looks like we're going to go head back down to the feature match area, get into that second game between these two, see if the match gets evened up or somebody comes home with a 2-0 victory.
All right, so Sean taking game 1. Lucas looking to split this, scoop up 3 points.
Oh, nice little opening 3 there for Lucas. See your Haversam. Looks like he's going to put the hideaway back, though. Thought about keeping it, possibly.
Yeah, really looking for a turn 1 play. Really looking for that ramp card. We did have the Flavisham, but I didn't see any turn 2 ramp, which is going to set you behind.
Really, really good point here. And depending on who's on the player draw, I forgot which one he's going to be on. You might get a couple of cards more to look at it, too. So getting 5 more cards off the top plus 2 draws, I mean, you're at a pretty good chance to hit one. But if you miss in the matchup and your opponent has it, you are at a severe disadvantage.
It feels really bad. There are some catch-ups later on with how far I'll go and some others, but it really does put you on the back foot.
Yeah, so much pressure on the opening hands here from both these players in this matchup.
See, a really top-heavy hand here on Lucas. 2 Maleficent Dragons. We do have the 6-cost Mana Medusa. I don't see the turn 2. We do have Visions of the Future. We can dig a little bit, but there's no turn 2 ramp card. Oh, 3 Visions of the Future. Oh, my goodness. This is, we can play.
Does anyone know if Jacob
a great opening for Lucas.
played
on the right-hand side, we do have the Popsicle turn 1. I see the Flavisham there on turn 4. I do see the
I don't recall anybody named Jacob
opening on the right side
on the stream.
So, gosh, this is a tough spot.
Their match might not have been
players
streamed.
Didn't have the turn 2 ramp, and Sean top decked the Tipo on his turn.
Man.
So now the pressure's on Lucas. Do you have it in you to top deck a Tipo or an Azurite C or something along those lines? Nope, that is another miss here.
It's the Popsicle. So most likely we're going to ink a Visions, we're going to play a Visions, we're going to dig for that ramp or something that we can use. Not a lot of help here. Ice blocks, how far I'll go.
And some Mauis. It looks like an ice block is one of the choices here for Lucas. Really?
Yeah, we do need Flavisham food. I'm not sure if we have any others. So we do have the Popsicle, so that's available. Man, we're going to see a textbook example head of open here on the right, and Lucas just unlucky here, not what he needs. There's the turn 3 Flavisham, eating that Popsicle, drawing 2 cards. Does Lucas have an answer for that? I don't think he does.
If he doesn't, I don't know if Lucas is going to be able to win this game. So he's going to dig here. Popsicle added to hand. Doesn't have the Sisu. Doesn't have the Brawl here. This is the nightmare scenario. The Visions here again. If you're Sean, you've got to be feeling great being in the spot. No ramp, no answer to Mahirem. If you have another item here, you can start digging super far down into your deck to make sure that your draw is going to be so perfect. It looks like that's
there it is. There's the Popsicle, drawing a card. Flavisham going to eat that here in short order, gobbling up that delicious Popsicle, drawing 2 more cards.
If Sean has another ramp behind this or something like how far I'll go, he might just pull so far ahead in this game. That's 4 ink. That's how far I'll go. I don't want to call it too early, but Sean is in a commanding position.
Yeah, I think it's over. I think it's Jover, guys.
Resource disparity there. Back over to Lucas, hoping to top deck. Well, we'll play a Flavisham this turn, allow you to get a few more cards. We don't. Yeah, there's the Flavisham. Nope. Instead, we're going to Brawl. Get rid of that Flavisham. Shut that down.
So there was a Brawl there. It does answer the Flavisham, but 4 cards gotten off that.
Look at all that enchanted in his hand.
Still a lot of resources. We're talking about the ink advantage here, too. There's 4 on one side, 6 on the other. We still might have another ink turn. Flaversham's going to go ahead and pick off this ice block, get all the information, all the cards before we ink here. Possibly even cast and play maybe like Azurite C. Lots of things that Sean can still do.
It's so disheartening taking care of that Flavisham and having another one come down right behind it.
Another Popsicle added here. Tipo into the Inkwell. John's getting a little bit of his questing on here, too. He's up to 4. And look, nickeling, diming your way up. And yeah, I did that on purpose. Getting a little bit of extra just so you can maybe get that 1 or 2 big turns of dime to finish the game quickly. If you can get up to say 6, 7, 8, you can finish the game pretty quickly from there. Some of your better draws. Another Haversam from Lucas as well. But Sean has such an advantage on ink here and tempo.
Now, I will say any deck with board wipes in it, you know, there are big reset buttons. So unless this is closed out very quickly, there are ways to kind of keep this game going, stretch it out. And so there are ways back in for Lucas.
So 2 more lore here for Sean. He's going to put him up to 6. The Haversam's going to draw 2 more cards off that popsicle. Sean counting up his ink. That's not good if you're Lucas. You never want to see that. Let's see, is this going to be a Sisu maybe to take care of the Haversam and put the most pressure? Yes, it is. Sean just keeps pulling further and further ahead every one of these turns. Does Lucas have what it takes to get out of this? Does he even have enough to be prepared here at the start? Did he draw?
He does not. He does not have enough. Madame Medusa there taking care of the Flavisham, but pointing out the importance of the turn 2 ramp. Had you hit that ramp, you'd have enough for the be prepared there. We didn't, so we don't.
Oh man. Yeah.
Maleficent Dragon coming down.
Yeah. Red Blue Mirror. Decide by who can ramp better. This is never seen before. This is uncalled, unprecedented. Be prepared.
Again, there are ways back in, but unfortunately, when you're not singing it, when you're playing it, you give your opponent the chance to respond first. So back over to Sean.
And there's the big toe.
As Tamatoa is going to get back one of those popsicles.
The big toe.
The popsicle is going to get played. I don't know how many cards Sean has left in his hand. There's still more than 1 or 2, I think. I think he's still got a couple. It looks like Maui's going to go ahead and get into the ink. Yeah, I think he's still got 4 or 5 cards left over here. Back over to Lucas. Does he have another answer? Looks like Popsicle's going to go ahead. Draw a card here. Lucas is so fast at drawing his card for a turn. I'm not even seeing it half the time. Haversam's going to go ahead and draw 2 cards here.
Yeah, luckily not a lot of items on the board at the moment, but plenty to pull back. The problem for this deck,
he does have a dragon, but he doesn't have ink to play.
A Tamatoa is either a lot of ice blocks or be prepared. Yeah. That's the biggest way to clear out these big characters, and so you only have so many.
I'm not sure if I saw it, but I do think the last card in Lucas' hand might be a dragon, so he might be able to answer it next turn when he finally gets up to enough ink. So there's at least that for Lucas here. We do have a 10-0 lead on the lore here. It's about to get a lot higher. There's 2 for Sean here, going up to 12, gets back the popsicle, plays the popsicle, draws another card. This is going to keep getting, you know, exponentially bigger every turn. See what he's going to do behind this.
D4 ink. If it's a Flavisham, this engine's really going to get going.
Plus, I'm trying to count his ink here to see if he has possibly like Lucky Dime. Enough to do Lucky Dime activate. I think that he does, but I don't know if Sean has the Lucky Dime here. Like we've been talking about all day, I think they've cut down sometimes on playing, you know, how many copies they have of that card, depending on how many they have a Pirate's Life in their deck. But we haven't seen that out of either one of these players yet.
No, that is true. We have seen Shark around. We haven't seen Pirate's Life.
Just Sisu, just that one, Hiram. Right. Why not? Don't let him get card draw.
Dime. Some going as low as 1. I've even seen a dimeless deck in a recent tournament placed in the top 2. So that is true.
Big Sisu played here that's going to take care of the Hiram Flaversam for Lucas. Going to slowly count up his ink here. Got a couple different answers in his hand here. 2 big Haversam. I mean, 2 big Sisus.
Hideaway was his only inkable card. If he didn't have that inkable, he wouldn't be able to play the dragon.
Crabs taste pretty good. I think dragons like crabs.
I think so.
I know. I'm a big fan.
Dragons also like gold, and Tamatoa is so shiny.
That's a really good point. Yeah.
So unfortunately on Sean's side, unfortunately for Lucas, another high lore quester there.
Another big play coming in for Sean here. Well, maybe a little bit of a balk here. Yep.
Another big toe.
And I think there's another item left over. Yeah, it's another popsicle.
So many items. Popsicle comes in, draws another card.
The cards just keep coming for Sean. The hits just keep on coming for Sean. And the lore just keeps on getting higher. That's going to be all the way up to 15 here.
Yeah, I don't know how Lucas can fight back. Yeah, with another mini CC.
On Sean's side of the board.
Look at all those uninkables.
I was saying, okay, so you can trade into the Sisu, but Tamatoa does quest for 4 here, so any other item gets the game over with here immediately.
We have nothing available to draw, so really we're gonna have to play a big threat and just hope that Sean doesn't draw the item he needs or the lucky dime to close.
We all know he has the item.
Any item, I think, gets it done here. Lots of ways to either
And that worked. He's like, I don't even need the item. It's a pirate's life.
I'm going to play this other card, which has become very popular in this deck, to get 2 lore, reduce my opponents by 2, and put me over the edge. Gosh, what a great series. Unfortunately, you know, for one of the players there, just not getting what you need in this deck. This deck is full of top end, and it needs to ramp into these top end answers. If you don't have what you need, it's difficult. And missing that turn 2.
He didn't choose the Pirate's Life. The Pirate's Life chose him.
Yeah, I think
Pirate's Life
really
for him.
showed the importance there of the strength of your opening hand in mirrors like this, where only certain things matter, right? You talk about like there's the Hiram mid game, sub game, however you want to put it, and then there's the big plays, right? There's all the 7, 8, 9s that are really impactful, right? You know, there's Dime, there's Tamatoa and things like that. And when one of the players has ramp and the other one doesn't, you saw how much easier it was for Lucas in that game to do what he's trying to do every turn, while the other player had to answer it every turn from there. And if you can't for one turn, you pull super far ahead. You kind of get into a situation where it's your game to lose from there. And that shows you in the stress that it puts on that matchup of how important it is for those opening those hands to be so good, and how impactful it is for you to, you know, reshape your opening hand, make sure you get rid of the cards you don't need, and hopefully draw the ones you do. And I do want to point out that both players did that. Either was fully successful, but one of them drew Tipo on turn 2 while the other one didn't, and the game just absolutely snowballed from there.
Sometimes the cards are with you. Sometimes the cards are with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Before we get into the wrapping up today's show, let's take a look at the prizes the players are going to be playing for on the next day, because we do have a lot of players that have qualified for day 2, and here are some of those prizes.
And these are beautiful prizes. These are cards that are being premiered here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge Continental Championships, both in Europe and America, and North America. Here, we're showing you the top 16 and the top 8 prizes. This fantastic alternate art Kuzco Enchanted card, and this Baymax for the top 8. Now, these are available non-foil in the prize wall. These are available in non-foil here from a number of different ways you can earn them. But in foil, the only way to get them right now is to get in the top 16 of these major tournaments. And you'll also get
I want one of
top
those.
16, this fantastic foil augmented Baymax playmat, which is just
I love that foil
I'm
Baymax
gonna go ahead and
playmat
throw this
too.
out there for anybody that's
Bet I'll
listening
never
and maybe
get
get
it.
a hold of one of these. I don't have a Lorcana playmat right now, and I'm looking to have one. So if you want to, you know, gift one over to your favorite caster or me, because I'm definitely not your favorite caster, but if you want to, you know, bestow one onto me, well, I'll take that hit. I'll be okay with it. I could do worse.
Of course. I'll also point out here, let's talk about tomorrow, because we are cutting to the top 16 for tomorrow. And that means that this very first match is huge, because not only are you playing tomorrow in the very first round for that incredible Baymax, but more importantly for these competitors, they're playing for what you see on the bottom of the screen, there, the bottom right, a chance to play in the Disney Lorcana Challenge World Championship.
Imagine
I'm going to say this.
You make it a top 16.
Gold Mickey's aside.
You just got to
those are
win
great.
one
Don't get me wrong,
game.
Trophy's amazing. That right there is what everybody's really shooting for. That's the
Make,
first prize
win one
everybody
game
wants.
so you can
They
go
want
get your
make the
invites to
top eight so
World.
they can play the
That's
Disney
the
Lorcana
dream.
World Championship, because that is going to be an even
Well, the dream
smaller
is to win the whole
tournament than
thing,
this, with a huge prize pool, a whole bunch of stuff on the line, and then the ultimate prize of being the first ever Lorcana World Champion, something that no one can ever take away from you, and that you'll be able to have bragging rights for the rest of your life.
Absolutely. And there'll only ever be one first.
A couple other prizes for those players that make it into that top 8. Oh, like I said, look, all the bragging rights.
One day you'll be
Get
mine.
yourself a golden Mickey. We've seen the players now happy they are. You've seen those ceremonies at the end of the tournaments where they get presented their golden Mickeys with just beaming smiles from them. I think winning one at Disneyland is definitely a flex that you can have. You know, hey, I won mine at Disney.
Absolutely.
Here's
I mean,
Mickey's here. You can take a picture of Mickey and the gold Mickey. We've had him walking around in the building along with some of the other characters as well. Really cool stuff there. Not to mention you get a serialized one, so you know forever that's the one that you won.
That's the one that you won, and that's the one that you won here. And some great numbers to be awarded. We see number 1 on the screen here. Maybe number 1 will be awarded tomorrow.
Absolutely. And don't forget, the finalist is going to get a full set of Azurite Seed foil, including those Enchanted cards. But if you're the champion, you're going home with 4 of every single one of those cards in the set, and every one of the most beautiful versions of those cards as well. I am so jealous of those binders at the end of the tournaments. Another thing that the players are always super, super happy about, because
I mean, I feel like just getting the golden Mickey is good enough. I don't really need a complete foil playset of everything, but I mean, that's cool.
And Azurite Sea has some amazing enchanted art in those binders, and it's just fantastic. 4 of every single enchanted
I think
card.
my favorite artwork style is Shimmering Sky
That's
still.
amazing.
Colors in that is amazing.
Talking it up.
absolutely
Enough talking about what they're
stunning.
playing for. Let's take a look at some of these brackets. It seems like we've got the 2 brackets set up for tomorrow. The 16
All right,
players.
let's see if I recognize any names. Please, Zach. Is Zach Bivens in the top?
Championships. Let's take a look.
In our Cinderella bracket, you're seeing the first 8 competitors. Over the top there, you have Mo Shamblin.
All right, recognize Zan, Edmund Chu.
Amethyst Emerald deck. Do you see anything surprising in this bracket here, Tannen?
What are you trying to point out there, buddy? There's a lot of blue-red, I'll tell you that. I'm not surprised by that.
Oh my
Yeah,
God, there's a
blue-red
lot of
very well
blue-red.
represented in the field today, converting very well, it seems here. 3 decks in this bracket.
I found the most surprising thing for me in this bracket.
What's that?
Zan Syed made it into another elimination part of a tournament. That's the most surprising thing. Oh, wait, maybe I'm a little sarcastic. Zan Syed, one of the players we definitely expected to see here in day 2.
Boy, Joseph versus Zan. Oh, shoot. It is Joseph versus Zan. That's an insane match.
That's true. We also have another DLC champion in Edmund Chu from DLC Dallas down there with his Ruby Sapphire deck. Ruby Amethyst deck.
Yeah, lots of great players here. As you see, a lot of blue-red as well down there at the bottom. We're going to be, kicking it off with, if this is the matchups, then that's going to be a mirror match down there at the bottom between those 2 players. A lot of great names here. Every one of these players hopefully gets a good night's rest because their very first match of the day tomorrow is one of the biggest ones, if not the biggest match they will ever have played in Disney's Lorcana.
And before we move on to the Rapunzel bracket, the last thing I'll say is take a look at the spread of decks here. You have Amethyst Emerald.
No
you have
Amber Steel in this bracket.
You have 2 Blurple decks. You do have a couple of Ruby Sapphire decks, and then you have Ed Chu on Ruby Amethyst. So quite a spread here. Players showing that you can take a variety of decks.
And Edmund Chu just loves his red-purple deck, man. He's really good at
Let's
it.
take a look at the other 8 players that are going to be making up
Come on, Zach.
the bracket here on this side.
Zach Bivens!
There's a name that we
He's
know
in
and
it.
love.
Yes.
No surprise, Zach Bivens here. I think he was.
And I
pushing
called
the
it
field
Purple
early
Steel.
in this tournament as well. In with this purple steel deck, he's going to be playing that top spot here, along with a couple
Let's
of other.
go.
Nice diversity on this side as well.
Yeah, it's really interesting. On the other side, I talked about the spread of decks, but one thing missing was Amber. We had no Amber steel decks, although we saw plenty of them on the stream today. Over on this side, they've clustered up on the Rapunzel side. I think all of the Amber decks wanted to be near Rapunzel. So they're all over here. Good chance that one of them, based on the math, makes it into the semifinals and then the finals on that side. So
Dang, look at those
variety of decks here.
matchups.
We do see some Amethyst
Amber
decks
Steel
in there, which
versus
were
Ruby
somewhat
Sapphire.
represented,
A
but
horrible
kind of a low
matchup, but
representation in the
that's
meta,
2 of the
but
matches.
converting very well into day 2. So a really fantastic spread. One thing I'll point out, only a lot of people thought that Ruby Amethyst would be the deck to play here. Only one of them in the top 16.
I feel a little vindicated. We talked about this a little before the tournament. Nothing wrong with that deck. I think it's a great deck. I think it's a much stronger best of 3 deck than a best of 2 deck for you here. We saw some great players playing it, but I'm not super surprised by that one. Might be one of the ones that may have underperformed just a tiny bit here this weekend. Plus, a lot of people were kind of gunning for it here too.
That is true. A lot of people expected it, expecting to play against it, and maybe teching against it. So, but it did not convert super well here.
So those are your 16 players here. They're going to be playing back here tomorrow bright and early. It's going to be 10 a.m. Pacific time yet again tomorrow. So make sure you set your calendars, set your alarms. I know I've already got mine in place. I don't want to miss this for multiple reasons. I want to watch it, and it's kind of my job to be here tomorrow to talk about this. I want to make sure I don't miss that. But all of those players are going to be so intense through the day, but especially that first round.
Absolutely. We will see you all back here tomorrow for a great,
Hey, Hans.
beautiful tomorrow.
That was exciting. That was the last round. We're wrapping it up. Chat, we're wrapping it up. Appreciate you guys. For hanging out. Almost 9 hour stream today. We started from the very beginning of the challenge North American Championships, and we watched the entire thing. Do I regret it? Absolutely not. I would have done this regardless. So I just wanted to do it on stream, hang out with some like-minded individuals, and I hope you guys had a good time. Tomorrow is top 16. That'd be exciting. Don't know. I probably won't be able to stream that. So hope you guys enjoy the action that happens tomorrow. But you guys are the best. I'll see you guys on the next one.